Hokage give me a face, Chapter 321 to 340. Chapter 321 Cute Terumi Mei. Biwa Tenzo died, and Yizan finally saved Might Dai's life. He let Might Dai and Gai's genin team return to Konoha with a bunch of ninja swords, and he used Hiraishin to return to the makeshift camp of the Konoha Legion. It seemed like a long time, but because of the Hiraishin technique, it was less than 20 minutes in total. Yizan came back. The two Hyuga brothers looked sad. They had offended Yizan for some unknown reason. If they were beaten for no reason, it would be too sad. However, because Might Dai was fine, Yizan was in a good mood, as if he had forgotten what he was going to say to brother Hyuga just now. Then, Sir Zan, is there anything wrong? It's alright, let's end today's meeting. Although the Land of Water can't continue to attack, they didn't surrender. We must also prevent the meeting in case of any eventuality. Yizan announced the end of the meeting in a good mood, and Xiaotao returned to the super tent where he lived. His tent is 100 square meters, which seemed exaggerated during the war, but in his capacity, it was normal. There was a seal around the tent. After the seal was opened, ordinary ninjas could not spy inside, nor could know anything about Akatsuki. Entering the tent, Yizan found Makoto and Konan making dessert tilde. In order to enjoy life even during the war, Makoto and Konan's storage reels are packed with household items, including ovens, microwaves, rice cookers, generators, and more. How's it going? It's still the same. She doesn't eat or drink. She can kill or cut whatever she wants. Makoto glanced at Terumi Mei, who was sitting on the floor with a sullen voice. Although his hands and feet were free, chakra was sealed, and he was no different from ordinary people, and it was impossible to make any waves. Well, let's keep making things. I'll chat with her. Yizan wrapped Makoto's waist and kissed Makoto's lips, then patted Makoto's butt. Terumi Mei on the pavement can be seen clearly. I thought he was a powerful Konoha master, but he turned out to be a rogue. Terumi Mei whispered, but deliberately let Yizan hear. Because she was sitting on the bunk, when Yizan walked in front of her, she could only raise her head and stare at Yizan hatefully. Yizan was not in a hurry, just looked at her condescendingly like this, without saying a word, silently, with a suppressed aura. The repressed breath became more and more dignified, and Terumi Mei, who was Jonin's strength, also felt sad. She was a 13-year-old talented girl, but she was actually always afraid of Yizan, a great god who was famous in the ninja world. The disdain she showed before was just to hide her inner fear, but she knew that once the female ninja was captured by the enemy, it was easy to be. Thinking of all kinds of female ninja being insulted by the enemy, Terumi Mei became more and more afraid, and at this moment, Yizan suddenly laughed. His smile was very evil, so evil that Terumi Mei trembled all over. He suddenly raised his hand, and squeezed Terumi Mei's tender face with a, ha ha. Tisk tisk tisk. How tender, 13 years old, and cute. Yizan slammed it a few times, raised his other hand, ha ha, and pinched Terumi Mei's other cheek. 13-year-old Terumi Mei still has some fleshy baby fat. Her skin is very tender, plus her big eyes and delicate facial features. She looks very cute. And Yizan's actions had scared Terumi Mei into a fool. She didn't resist, and let Yizan rub her face for at least 5 minutes before Yizan let go. Brother Zan, it's time to eat cakes. Makoto came to Yizan with a plate of freshly baked and fragrant cakes. She pouted slightly, her eyes were resentful, and she was unhappy after finding that Yizan was bullying Terumi Mei. Brother Zan, you don't bully me. She murmured jealously. Yizan froze for a moment, grabbed the plate in Makoto's hand and put it on the side of the coffee table, hugged Makoto, and threw it on the bed. At this time, Terumi Mei, who was sitting on the bunk, also reacted. She was about to scream. Yizan covered her mouth directly and threw her out of the tent. Then, Konan walked out of the tent sensible, and made a seal by the way. All condition seals of the entire tent. Makoto were left in the tent. Makoto lay shyly with Yuhi on his face. Yizan leaned over her, lifted the long hair from her forehead, and stared into her eyes silently. When the love is strong, there is no need to say anything. Yizan lowered his head and pursed Makoto's lips. Gentle, gradually, Makoto felt his body heat up. She took the initiative to hug Yizan's neck, and a comfortable humming sound came out of her throat. Outside, Conan was guarding the entrance of the tent. Although there was a seal, it would be bad if he encountered a madman who broke through the seal and rushed in. Shimura General has always been like this. Conan nodded, and she glanced at Terumi Mei silently. Although she was only 13 years old, she was already a little beauty. No wonder the teacher wanted to capture her, maybe the future. But with the character of the teacher, the girl who got it can't escape at all, right? Although this girl is a Kurigakur ninja, the teacher doesn't care about that. Being with Yizan for so long, of course Conan knew Yizan, and after he figured it out, Conan's attitude suddenly changed. Her introverted personality, she has always been cold-faced towards strangers, but thinking that Terumi Mei is likely to be a sister in the future, she decided to change her attitude a little bit. At least, don't appear too cold. What's your name? Terumi Mei. Want something to eat? Conan handed over the pastries on the plate. She and Makoto each made a plate of different varieties. Just now, because Yizan and Makoto were going to do something shameful, she could only hold the plate and take a small bite. And you won't get bored. What kind of pastry is this? Bozy cake, the teacher taught us to make it. Let's try one. Conan handed it over. Terumi Mei did not refuse. She took a bite of the pastry. A faint sweetness flooded into her mind. The pastry was crystal clear, sweet but not greasy. It's delicious. That rascal actually knows how to make such delicious cakes. It's incredible. Chapter 322_Le Shisui. The land of water has surrendered. Announced to the whole ninja world. This is the second country to declare surrender after the Land of Winds. The Land of Earth and the Land of Thunder still have no intention of surrendering. In order to force the two countries to surrender and reduce the casualties of Konoha ninjas, Yizan and the two advisors summed up and decided to once again convey the message of Konoha's yearning for peace to the ninja world. Regardless of whoever surrenders first, the Land of Earth or the Land of Thunder, the last one to surrender will be severely punished by Konoha. Xiaoshuan, are you sure this is Konoha's declaration of love for peace? Homura Mitokado widened his eyes in shock, his glasses almost fell off. Oh, it doesn't matter, just write it like this, trust me, they will surrender soon. Yizan lay on the sofa in the office carelessly. Since the Kingdom of Earth and Kingdom of Thunder did not surrender, the Konoha army could not retreat. Which also prevented Sarutobi and Danzo's army from returning home. The country of water surrendered, and Yizan took Uchiha Hyuga and the remaining Konoha ninjas home. Among them, there was one thing that shocked Yizan very much. This was from Anbu. It was the Uchiha Nomi battle. It was passed to Yizan's ears. Uchiha Shisui, son of the Stop War, you know what? I don't know, what's wrong? Kaharu Udatane raised her head. She was in charge of processing documents when Sarutobi was away, and she didn't know when it started, and a forehead line appeared on her forehead. It's normal that you don't know, and you'll know when I say it. Uchiha Shisui just celebrated his 7th birthday a few days ago. He joined this ninja war as a genin. Because of his strength, in the Battle of the Land of Water, at first, it served as the task of caring for the wounded and obtaining ingredients on the spot, and then it became Chunin, and began to participate in the frontal battle. At present, Jonin's strength. What? How is that possible? Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane stared stupidly. In their minds, this is simply a fantasy. Upgraded from Genin to Jonin in 1 year, do you think he is your kind of genius? He was originally a genius, and now he is young, and his worldview and values are not mature yet. I think there should be an opportunity to absorb Uchiha Shisui into Anbu. After all, Uchiha Yizan didn't talk about it here. He believed that the two consultants had a solution. joined Anbu because of Uchiha Kagame's problems. In order to protect the Yunjirjan, Sarutobi and Uchiha made some compromises. Shisui is different, because Shisui does not have to go to Anbu, so it is difficult to pull Shisui into Anbu. This kind of genius can't be put in Uchiha. Xiaoshuan, we understand what you mean. Don't worry, I will get Uchiha Shisui out at a reasonable price, don't worry. Don't set the price too high. According to Uchiha's current strength, after the Third Ninja War, the current Uchiha. How many strong people are there? Yizan sneered. In order to consume Uchiha, he deliberately made Uchiha and Hyuga in charge of the front of the country of water. Of course, Hyuga was purely injured by accident. Only by letting Hyuga be miserable with him would Uchiha not think it was Konoha's conspiracy. Oh, by the way, Xiaoshuan, you would also like to comment on one thing. The country of water surrendered. They said that they could give Konoha a lot of post-war compensation, and they were even willing to cede the land. Their only request was to release people. Let people go. Well, you have captured thousands of ninjas before, and they want to release them. Homura Mitokado's words made Yizan frown slightly. After thinking for a moment, he nodded in agreement. We can let people go, but our post-war compensation is very serious. These captive Kurigakure ninjas are useless, I can't be sure. Whenever they rebel, it is better to put them back than to keep them in prison, we are not at a loss. Quote. Well, Kaharu and I thought the same thing, and since that's the case, it's settled. The three discussed a lot of small issues, and after all the discussions were over, the sun was about to set. Okay, I've said everything I need to say. Since there's nothing else to do, you guys are busy, I'll go back first. Yizan waved to the two advisors and left the Hokage office with brisk steps. After Yizan left, the two advisors discussed again for a while and made a decision. Someone, call Uchiha Nomi to the office. The sun goes down and climbs up tomorrow, the flowers will bloom the same next year. Walking on the street, Yizan happily hummed a song, but suddenly, a voice interrupted Yizan's singing. Brother Zan. Along with the fluttering trot, a little girl slammed onto Yizan's back, and Yizan immediately turned his hand to hold the girl's butt to prevent her from falling off her back. Anko, why are you alone today? Where's Yuhi? Humph. Smelly brother. Ask Yuhi as soon as you come. Don't even want Anko. With short shoulder-length hair fluttering in the wind, Anko hugged Yizan's neck with both hands, leaned over, and kissed Yizan on the cheek with a ba. Hey, saliva. Humph. Just drooling. Whoever told Brother Zan to think about Yuhi, he doesn't even miss me. Anko pouted in grievance. Yizan did not explain, and walked a few streets with Anko behind his back, and came to a snack shop specializing in glutinous rice balls. Wow, I want to eat meatballs. I want to drink Anko soup. Brother Zan really likes me the most. Forgetting the vinegar snack just now, Anko happily jumped off Yizan's back and ran into the store. The shop owner skillfully packed the 3 kushimaru and Anko soup, and looked at Yizan with enthusiasm. Master Zan, what are you going to eat today? Come on, a bowl of fish ball seafood noodles, a big bowl. Okay. After Yizan finished speaking, he walked straight into the store. The sun was just setting, and the lights were just beginning to come on. In this not-so-big store, there were also a few people eating meatballs. At this time, the shop owner also put the meatballs and Anko soup on the table, and as soon as Yizan was seated, Anko devoured a large amount of kushimaru. Eat slowly, no one will rob you. But it's really delicious. Anko squinted and smiled, as if thinking of something. She blinked and handed the second kushimaru to Yizan's mouth. Brother Zan, come, I'll feed you, hee hee. Chapter 323_No one has been captured. A week later, the Land of Water sent a team of messengers, headed by Patriarch Terumi Mei's father. Konoha for peace on behalf of the Water Nation and made post-war reparations. Kurigakure, who was imprisoned in prison, was released one by one. In the main square of Konoha, According to the patriarch, the number of people was cleared one by one. When he finished clearing the people, he immediately frowned. Elder Menyon, that's not right. His face was a little ugly, and his gaze towards Homura Mitokado was also suspicious. What's wrong? People. There are only these people in prison. Everyone is honest. I won't lie to you about this. Homura Mitokado was also a little puzzled. He did release all the Kurigaku ninjas, but the other party's tone. And someone else. A girl, about 13 years old, has been captured by you Konoha ninjas. Impossible. Kurigaku ninjas only have these. As for the 13-year-old girl you mentioned, I really haven't seen it. As if to understand something, Homura Mitokado's tone gradually became sharp. He thought that the other party was deliberately making excuses and just wanted to make a fuss about it. 30 Homura Mitokado was angry, but the other party did not back down. He stared at Homura Mitokado tightly and said word by word, Elder Menyon, I didn't mean to embarrass you, but that 13-year-old girl is my daughter. I must see her. I saw Shimura Yun capture my daughter on the battlefield. She must be held somewhere in your Konoha. The other party finished speaking. Homura Mitokado groaned in his heart, and his momentum instantly weakened by half a point. Although he didn't know the situation, he guessed based on Yizan's character that it was true in all likelihood. 13. Girl, is she pretty? Hee, although I'm a little boastful, even though my daughter hasn't grown up yet, I'm sure that my daughter will grow up to be the most beautiful girl in the land of water. The patriarch Zhao raised his head proudly, but he didn't see it. Homura Mitokado became more and more helpless eyes. He figured it out. Xiaoshuan, this stinky boy, captured a beautiful girl, but he didn't tell himself. Obviously he was preparing to hide in the golden house. Moreover, he wanted Xiaoshuan to spit out the girl he got, and he said that even if he exhausted the 4 high-level leaders of Konoha, it would be of no use. According to the patriarch, the girl you mentioned, we Konoha really didn't see it. Although it's your daughter, I can only express my condolences to you on behalf of Konoha. I want my daughter. Tell Shimura-gen to come out and talk. According to the patriarch, there is no compromise. This is not a problem between the victorious country and the defeated country. Terumi Mei is his daughter, and Konoha can't let Konoha imprison her. According to the patriarch, I suggest you tell Shimura-zan to speak. Elder Menyon, this is my only request. I want to confront Shimura-zan face to face. Other party took the lead, and Konoha lost the right, and once this kind of thing spreads and let the world know that Konoha kidnapped someone else's daughter and blatantly refused to change, and violated the peace treaty, it would be too embarrassing. Thinking of this, Homura Mitokado nodded, and he greeted an Anbu with an order, go and call Shimura-zan. Yizan didn't know that there was a wrangling in the big square of Konoha. At this moment, he was playing happily at home. Today is the weekend. Yuhi and Anko are not going to school. Yizan invited the 2 girls to their home. Since Tsunade and Kushina are still stationed on the front line of the Kingdom of Thunder, the home is not as lively as usual. Flash. No, the Nanman invasion can only be resisted by killing. But I didn't kill. Then one less drop of blood. Cut. Looking at the last 2 drops of blood on his general's card, Terumi Mei pitifully moved another drop. Before she could calm down, Enko played the card in his hand again. Southern Barbarian Invasion. Why do you still have it? Yes, I have been saving it. Ha 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 ha. Enko laughed proudly, killed Terumi Mei's generals in one breath, opened his ID card, and saw that he was a thief. Kill the rebel, draw 3 more cards, hee. Enko sat cross-legged on the high-grade wool carpet, discarding some cards based on his health, and ended his turn. Coffee table. Yizan, Yuhi, Enko, Konan, Makoto, and Terumi Mei were sitting around playing Ninja Kill. Terumi Mei was a novice and didn't even finish the cards, which led to her first elimination. And at this moment, dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Yizan frowned suspiciously. Today is a weekend off. Who would disturb him at this time? Who is it? Master Zan, Master Menyon has something to do with you. Make it clear in advance, I'm busy. It's about the envoys of the country of water. The person in charge of the envoys said that you captured his daughter, and now he is looking for you to confront him. Ah, my dad is here. Terumi Mei's face burst into a smile when she heard it. Although she was not bullied in Konoha, she always depended on others and someone came to save her, which really made her very happy. Terumi Mei is happy, Yi-zan is not happy anymore. Go back and tell Elder Menyon that I've never captured anyone, and I don't have any girls here. I'm very busy, so I'm being disturbed. Hey, Shimura-zan, how can you do this? You, let me go. The sound from the door made Anbu's head full of black lines. He shook his head helplessly, and left Shimura's house in a flash. In Konoha Square. Master Menyon. Well, what's wrong? Seeing Anbu sneaking, Homura Mitokado suddenly felt a bad feeling in his heart. Anbu hesitated for a moment, and finally got close to Homura Mitokado's ear and whispered what he heard. Hey, this stinky boy, can't you stabilize your focus? Yi-zan's sake, it was obvious that he would not return. Homura Mitokado was helpless, turned to look at the Patriarch Zhao, pulled his mouth, sighed softly, and finally decided to cover up Yi-zan. According to the Patriarch, I just sent Anbu to look for Shimura-zan. Shimura-zan has something to do, but he already knew about it, and he replied to me that he has never captured anyone, so. Please come back. Chapter 324 _ more fun gameplay. Since this day, Konoha has one more long-term resident. Not Terumi Mei, but. My daughter is in the hands of Shimura-zan. If I don't find my daughter, I will spend it with you Konoha. According to the Patriarch, he asked the messenger group to take the ninja back. He stayed in Konoha alone, determined to save his daughter. Such an exaggerated situation finally shocked the two elders, and then, Homura Mitokado personally ran to Yi-zan's house and knocked on the door. Dong dong dong. Who is it? They said don't bother me. It's me. The familiar voice made Yi-zan slightly stunned. He immediately walked to the door and opened it. Elder Menyon, why are you here? Humph. Brat. Homura Mitokado glanced inside the house and found a cute 13-year-old girl. Is she Terumi Mei? I'm Tilda. Yi-zan nodded with a smile, and before he had time to say anything, Homura Mitokado suddenly raised his hand and knocked hard on Yi-zan's head. Boom. Ouch. Damn old man, what are you doing? I'm still young. You stinky boy, you won't return the prisoner. Terumi Mei's father is living directly in Konoha. Huh, didn't I just capture his daughter, so what? Yi-zan's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected the head of the Zhao family to do this. In the room, Terumi Mei pouted in grievance, and wanted to go home. It was already clear that according to the concept of tourism, the Patriarch lived in Konoha and was determined to find his daughter. Konoha was right, and it was impossible to drive him away. Homura Mitokado took the initiative to come to the door, obviously to ask for someone. Xiaoshuan, it's not a problem for the Patriarch to live in Konoha for a long time. This is equivalent to letting him collect information in an upright manner. Otherwise, you should return to Terumi Mei. Don't even think about it. Yi-zan waved his hand to stop Menyan's words, joking, will the girl who got it go back? Shimura-gen is such a person. Yi-zan said nothing. Homura Mitokado really had no choice. He frowned for a long time and thought for a long time. Suddenly, an aura emerged from his mind, his eyes twinkled, and a smile appeared on his face. Xiao-zan. Huh. How about I give you a very interesting suggestion? What advice? Aren't you good at Horaishin? As far as I know, where the Horaishin is engraved, the user can travel to it at any time. Why don't you engrave a Horaishin onto Terumi Mei, and then, he. Homura Mitokado smiled lewdly. That look was actually very similar to Sarutobi. Yi-zan was stunned at first, then overjoyed, grabbed the door frame, and suddenly exerted force. Boom. Oops. The door was closed, Homura Mitokado stepped back a few steps and fell to the ground. He covered his nose in pain. Just now, Yizan closed the door hard and hit him in the nose. Stinky boy, what are you doing? How can you just close the door? Do you know how to care about the elderly? Ouch, it hurts me. His nose was swollen and his nose was bleeding. He felt that he was the most miserable person in the world. He was treated like this even though he gave such good advice. Inside the door, Yizan rushed to Terumi Mei's side, grabbed Terumi Mei's cheek, slammed into it, and slammed Terumi Mei's lips. Being suddenly attacked by Yizan, Terumi Mei was completely dumbfounded. She stared blankly, letting Yizan taste her own lips. After an unknown amount of time, she felt something soft in her mouth, and she finally reacted. Kiba clenched her teeth, and Yizan backed away at that moment. Click. Without biting anything, Kiba's teeth made a crisp sound. Terumi Mei pursed her lips pitifully, looking at Yizan with shy and angry eyes. Asshole. Thank you for the compliment, Tilda. Humph. Terumi Mei snorted lightly, but Yizan leaned over again and grabbed her hand. Asshole, let me go. Really want to let you go. I was going to take you to see your father. Huh. In Konoha Square, Kaharu Udatane dragged the patriarch, and she never gave a positive answer to the patriarch's request to settle in Konoha. She looked left and right absent-mindedly, and suddenly, her eyes lit up and a smile appeared on her face. According to the patriarch, look over there. She pointed to the end of the street, followed according to the patriarch, and made 3 figures in surprise. Homura Mitokado, Shimura Gen, and daughter. Terumi Mei, who was holding hands by Yizan, also saw her father. She broke free from Yizan's hand and rushed over happily. Dad. Mei Ming. Reunion of the father and daughter was very touching. Homura Mitokado walked up to Kaharu Udatane in a muffled voice. Only then did Kaharu Udatane realize that Menyan's nose was swollen and Yuhi, which was very funny. Menyan, what's wrong with you? Hey, it's nothing. Homura Mitokado obviously didn't want to answer this question. He gave Yizan a vicious look. This stinky boy doesn't care about his elders at all. At this moment, after the most exciting reunion moment, the father and daughter's emotions finally stabilized. Just as the patriarch was about to say something, Yizan suddenly approached and grabbed Terumi Mei's hand. Shimura-san, what are you doing? Don't worry, since you let your daughter out, you will naturally take it with you, but I have something to tell Terumi Mei, wait for me. Yizan glanced at the patriarch of Zhao, and dragged Terumi Mei to the big tree dozens of meters away. Since she had just captured Terumi Mei's first when, the little girl looked at Yizan with shame and hatred. Angry. Humph. I kiss you because I like you, Tilda. Humph. Terumi Mei Tsunere turned his head. Although Yizan is handsome, sunny, and powerful, but Konoha is Konoha. As a ninja in Kurigakure village, Terumi Mei will not be moved by this sweet talk. And I was imprisoned before, but still didn't let me go. If the elder of Konoha didn't come to the door in person, this bastard would never let me go, liar. Now he is still talking sweetly. Thinking like this, her cheeks twisted further, almost leaving the back of her head facing Yizan. Boom. Ouch. Terumi Mei let out a soft cry, covered the back of her head, turned her head, and stared at Yizan angrily. Bastard, you knocked me again. I'm not only going to knock you, I'm going to tell you something interesting before you leave, Tilda. What's the matter? You know the art of Hiraishin. Chapter 325 _ see you anytime. 2 weeks after Terumi Mei was released, an earth-shattering event occurred in the ninja world. The country of soil violated the covenant. Tsuchikajinoki devoted all his strength, led 10,000 ninjas, and attacked the army of the country of thunder. Since the 3rd generation Raikage had already died in the hands of Yizan, Yayui, who succeeded the 4th generation Raikage, was not Onoki's opponent at all, and he was not even capable of being the queen, which also led to the collapse of the entire country of thunder, and countless deaths and injuries of ninjas. Onoki is also smart. He knows that there is a Konoha here. After defeating the Kingdom of Thunder and occupying 1/5 of the territory of the Kingdom of Thunder, he actually turned his head and surrendered to Konoha, and he was smart again. The Land of Earth surrendered, and the Land of Thunder, which had suffered heavy losses, also surrendered to Konoha. Soon, Danzo troops and Sarutobi troops returned to Konoha. Hundreds of thousands of civilians greeted them, and countless flowers were thrown into the air, landing on the shoulders of returning ninjas. Seriously, Inoichi, every time I see this kind of scene, I think it's really cool that your family sells flowers. You make money for a few months in a day. Are you making a fortune in war? Quote. Yamanaka Inoichi was expressionless, ignoring Shikaku's ridicule. After 810, he glanced left and right, and soon found that his mother was also standing in the crowd, looking at him lovingly. Mom. A smile finally appeared on Inoichi's face. He waved in the direction of his mother. At 18 years old, he looked handsome, and his golden ponytail attracted the attention of a lot of girls. See, that's my son. It's my son Yamanaka Inoichi. Inoichi's mother happily said to the person next to him. Because of the special nature of Ino Shikacho and the fact that Yamanaka Inoichi has grown into an elite jonin during the war, he walked alongside Nara Shikaku and Akamichi Choza in the third row of the entire team. But then, Inoichi, how are you and your girlfriend? Shikaku asked. I won't tell you. As if thinking of something, Inoichi's extremely rare shyness, that shy tsundere appearance, immediately scared Shikaku and Choza into a daze. Damn it, can't I? Are you already together? Shikaku, don't talk nonsense without proof. Be careful, I sue you for defamation. Inoichi's tone was serious, but his face became more and more shy. Seeing him like this, Choza finally had a hint of envy in his eyes. Inoichi has a girlfriend, and Minato has Mawako, so I think I should find one too. Hey, Choza, don't do this. If you find them all, my mom will force me to go on a blind date. Shikaku's face changed drastically, and he leaned into Choza's ear and begged, but Choza still had an envious and sluggish expression, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, as if he had begun to fantasize about a better life after finding a girlfriend. Konoha is lively, while the village of Kurigakure, the land of water, is silent. The former third-generation Mizukage died in battle, the fourth-generation Mizukage Yagura died in battle, and all the blood-stained family patriarchs in the land of water died in battle, and the entire land of water was in depression after the defeat. Terumi Mei was biting her lip in a room in the patriarch's mansion where the Zhao clan lived, and kept wiping the black technique on the inside of her arm, but the technique seemed to be carved into her flesh and could not be removed. For 2 weeks, she had been in a state of fear. She didn't dare to tell her father that the country of water was already in a terrible state, and her father sighed every day after returning home. She couldn't cause him any more trouble at this time. Damn Shimura-san. Damn, I hate you, she said bitterly, pouting, her beautiful big eyes watery, as if she was about to cry in the next second. Yo, who made my eldest lady angry? A voice suddenly appeared. Terumi Mei suddenly turned her head, bumped her forehead against something, she let out a soft cry in pain, and tears suddenly flowed out. Oh, you idiot, everything has been spilled. Looking at the plate of dim sum that was overturned on the ground, Yi-zan sighed helplessly, put his arms around Terumi Mei with one hand, and gently rubbed her forehead with the other hand. Honey, don't cry, are you so wronged? Just wronged, it's all you. Bad guy, I hate you. Terumi Mei pouted and kept weeping. Her forehead hit the plate, and a small yuhi bag appeared. Her tone was hateful, but for some reason, when Yi-zan appeared, there was no hatred or fear in her heart. Grief, an indescribable grievance. Come on. Yi-zan quickly kissed Terumi Mei's tender cheek. At that moment, Terumi Mei, like a frightened kitten, jumped violently, pushed Yi-zan away, and fled a few steps away. Behind the sofa, as if there is a sofa blocking, I have a sense of security in my heart. Bastard, don't come near me. Okay, if you don't come near you, will you eat pastries? How can I eat after I fell to the ground? I'm still here, Tilda. Yizan smiled and took out the storage scroll from the ninja bag, tapped it lightly, and a plate appeared on the scroll. Bozy cake. Did Sister Makoto make it or Sister Konan made it? I did. You. Terumi May glanced at Yizan suspiciously. Due to the fear for several days, her appetite had been bad. When the fragrant pastry smell came out, she subconsciously swallowed her throat. Idiot, am I so scary? Didn't I engrave a Hiraishin spell on you? Come and visit you at any time. Let's see how you have become these days. Come and eat. Yizan pretended to be stern, and Terumi May's neck shrank in fright. She dawdled off the sofa and came to Yizan. She looked at Yizan with wide eyes, blinked a few times, and finally took the plate carefully. Glanced at Yizan vigilantly again, and finally felt relieved after finding that the other party still did not move. Looking at the colorful, crystal-smooth bowl cake in front of her, Terumi May finally couldn't help it. She picked one up and stuffed it into her mouth. She squinted her eyes and kept chewing, her face showing strong satisfaction. Wow, it's delicious. How delicious is it? Very delicious. Quote. Then tell me, is it better for me, or is it for Konan Makoto and the others? Humph. Big villain, I won't praise you. Sister Konan is the best. Huh, in that case, give it back to me, not for you. Woo woo. I'm sorry, you are the best cook. Don't grab my bowl cake. Woo woo. Chapter 326 Nohara Rin. Perhaps because he took away Terumi May's first when. Perhaps because Yizan did not hurt her. Yizan stayed in Terumi May's boudoir for a long time, and under the complicated gaze of the little girl, he instantly crossed a country and returned to Konoha's own home. As soon as he got home, he found that Konan was the only one in the house, and all the other girls had disappeared without a trace. Where are they? They went to meet the Konoha Victory Army. Lord Hokage's army came back yesterday, and Lord Danzo's army arrived today, and it will arrive at the Konoha gate in about 10 minutes. Konan was curled up on the sofa origami. Due to the hot summer 1010, she was barefoot, wearing only short shorts and a thin suspender strap jacket. Yizan was the only man in the house, and she was not afraid to go out. Huh. Yizan rolled his eyes and walked quietly in front of Konan. Konan raised his head suspiciously, seeing Yizan's evil smile, and his beautiful face was Yuhi with a swish. Teacher. He. Konan, we're the only two left at home. What? Konan nodded eloquently, and was hugged by Yizan in the way of a princess hug without resisting at all. She obediently grabbed Yizan's neck and pressed her side face to Yizan's heart. Konan, let's go to the third floor to practice. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me, hey. 10 minutes later, Danzo arrived at the gate of Konoha with the Konoha ninja army, and countless flowers and cheers rang out. The civilians are very slow to receive information. They don't know that the land has announced its surrender, but they can see the clue from the return of the ninja army. The last team returns home, which means that the war of the ninja world is completely over. Konan, are you better? Well, teacher, your one has gotten bigger again. If it goes on like this, I can't help you with my mouth. Konan held Yizan's hand with a face full of yuhi, and his mouth was a little sour by now. His capital, he gave Konan a bad look. There was a scorching light in his eyes. That kind of light made Konan face Yuhi's heartbeat, scared, and with a hint of anticipation. You little goblin. The anticipation in Konan's eyes, Yizan's eyes became even hotter. He put Konan's hand in his mouth and bit it lightly, then put it on his nose and kept sniffing. Konan, who was 15 years old, carried the natural fragrance of a girl, and his slender fingers were like noble works of art, flawless. Just when Yizan got carried away, a serious look made Yizan wake up from the comfort, only to realize that the ninja army who had returned victoriously was about to walk past him, and that light was exactly Danzo's gaze. Stinky boy, pay attention to my image. Pay attention to the image. Dad, what image am I? Who doesn't know Konoha? You're embarrassed to say it. You stinky boy, I have heard the news. You are the daughter of the head of the family. You are more and more lawless now. Hee tilde. Yizan shook his head with a smile on his face, and Danzo was extremely helpless with an attitude of, I am a hooligan, who am I afraid of? He simply gave up eye contact, and planned to wait for the team to disband in a while to educate this stinky boy well. The ninja team continued to move forward, and ninjas kept walking past him. Suddenly, Yizan stared at a figure on the outside of the back. That was Kakashi. Unlike before, who only covered his nose and mouth, Kakashi now covers his entire left eye. Damn it, I forgot. Yizan slapped his forehead and only remembered when he saw Kakashi's new look. He forgot about Obito. But then again, since Kakashi changed Sharingan, Obito was rescued, which means... Yizan swept his gaze to the girl beside Kakashi. This girl had short brown hair and large dark brown pupils. After all, the two purple patterns on her cheeks did not damage her face, but made her look very cute. This is Nohara Rin, right? Nohara Rin should be planted with 3 tails by Uchiha Madara in a mission soon. Tisk. Madara, an immortal, relies on Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, continuing half-life. You can even forcibly seal the 3 tails into Nohara Rin's body. Amazing. Yizan thought silently, but he didn't realize it. Because of his contemplation, his eyes stayed on Nohara Rin. Although his eyes were a little distracted, he was discovered by Kakashi and Nohara Rin. Kakashi, that's the person you turned into with the transformation technique, is that Shimura-gen? Kakashi nodded, silent. Since Obito gave him Sharingan, he has become like this, silent, and the whole person looks very lonely. Why does he keep staring at me? I don't know. Kakashi glanced at Yizan lightly, without any emotion. Perhaps he likes you. Nohara Rin widened her eyes in surprise and covered her mouth with her hands. She looked very cute. She thought for a while and found that Kakashi seemed to be right. After all, she didn't know Yizan at all, but Yizan kept staring at her. Maybe there is an evil spirit hidden under that handsome appearance. Is he great? What should I do? I don't know. Kakashi's tone was still indifferent, obviously not taking it to heart. Kakashi's attitude finally made Nohara Rin angry, but she is a gentle and kind girl. Although she was angry, she didn't show it. She looked at Yizan again, but found that the place was empty, as if no one had ever been there. The triumphantly returned Konoha ninja ended with a declaration from Sarutobi, after which the 4 senior executives reunited in the office. Shaozan, you said before that Uchiha Shisui's matter has been completed. He is now officially joining Anbu. In the future, it can become an important means for us to deal with Uchiha, but there is one thing I am very concerned about. What's the matter? Homura Mitokado's words made Yizan frown slightly. Could it be that what happened to Uchiha? Chapter 327 The People Who Hide Uchiha Kakusa. That's it. Some time ago, when Uchiha was still on the battlefield of the Land of Water, I sent a spy disguised as a Uchiha clan to investigate the situation of the entire family in the Uchiha gathering place. Yesterday, the spy came back from an intelligence gathering mission. From a lot of information, I found that a piece of information that may be important or useless. What information? In the intelligence collected by the spy, this item appeared. He said that in the Uchiha Patriarch's mansion, there is a child of about 3 years old who practices in the backyard every day. Guess, it should be the son of Uchiha Fugaku. What? Uchiha Fugaku's son. 3 years old. Why didn't we know? Also, is this accurate? There's no evidence, it's not accurate. But I heard from the mansion servant that this child is called Uchiha Itachi. As for the identity, we can't find out. Uchiha Itachi. When Yizan heard Homura Mitokado's words, a strange feeling emerged in his heart. He didn't expect that Uchiha Itachi, who was very popular in his previous life, was actually 3 years old, and the most important thing is that Uchiha Itachi has been hidden in the mansion all the time. Inside, Yizan knew that Uchiha Itachi was Fugaku's son through the memory of his previous life. Based on this, it was easy to deduce the result. Elder Menyon, let me tell you a few words. Yizan coughed lightly, and after attracting the eyes of the 4 high-level executives, he said slowly, the Uchiha Itachi you mentioned is very likely to be the son of Uchiha Fugaku. As for Fugaku, why do you keep hiding your son? Yizan paused for a moment, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. After the establishment of the ninja school, Konoha has an iron law. Any child of any family must go to the Jonin school before the age of 7. This is absolutely not to be violated. Iron law, all the families also signed the consent form. So it is. As expected of the genius Xiaoshuan, it turns out that Uchiha Fugaku has such a wishful thinking. Sarutobi suddenly realized, took a heavy breath, and Yizan said on the street, this iron law cannot be violated, but if you say, Uchiha Itachi is not discovered by Konoha, he can be a hidden pawn of Uchiha. 10 or 20 years later, he can play an important role at a critical moment. Uchiha Fugaku has a good plan. But, is there a problem with this? Yes, the biggest question is whether this child is qualified to become a dark chess player. But since Uchiha Fugaku has hidden him for 3 years, it means that this child has a very terrifying talent, enough for Fugaku to hide. I won't mention whether there is any talent, but since it is found out, Uchiha Fugaku's plan can't be successful. Elder Menyon, Elder Kaharu, is there any problem with this matter? Want the two of us to be villains again? You, continue to maintain your glorious image. This matter, no problem. Homura Mitokado smiled and jokingly nodded in agreement. There is a clear division of labor among the 4 high-level leaders of Konoha. Danzo mainly does things that Konoha can't do on the surface. The 2 advisors are responsible for diplomacy and act as internal villains. Sarutobi maintains a glorious image, loves the people, and is close to the people. Of course, he himself is with this kind of character. If you want him to be a villain, he will pretend to be unnatural. The end of the Third Ninja War made the 4 senior leaders finally let go of their burdens. They chatted and joked in the office like this, and even Danzo smiled from time to time, completely losing the seriousness and gloom of the past. The pressure of the 2 ninja wars and the passage of time made Homura Mitokado's hair a little white, and so did Kaharu Utatane. Not only did his hair turn white, but the wrinkles on his forehead became deeper and deeper. Among the 4, Danzo is the best. Even so, Danzo is not as domineering as he was when he was young and has entered middle age. Unconsciously, we are all getting old. Sarutobi sighed softly, and the other 3 also sighed with his sigh. After all, we are getting old. Look, Xiaozan is a handsome 18-year-old boy. Danzo, you have given birth to a good son, smart and powerful, unlike me. Hey, what happened to your little son? Hey, I don't know why. Asuma is the same as Shinosuke. Although he is only a few years old, he is becoming more and more rebellious. Over the years, Shinosuke has come back several times. I'm arguing to go with my brother to be the 12 guardians, bah. Sarutobi made a rare foul language. You know, because of the 210 billion money that Yizan brought back that year, Konoha no longer needs the help of the Kingdom of Fire. It's just that Sarutobi is kind and unwilling to do things that violate morality. Come and become Hokage. Maybe you have already mastered the whole country of fire. But then again, Danzo, since Xiaoshuan is here, I'll talk about it together. I've been thinking about this question for a long time, or... Sarutobi glanced at Yizan who was lying on the sofa doing nothing, and finally spoke out the thoughts that he had hidden for a long time. After the Second War, my energy is running out. Otherwise, let Xiaoshuan be the Hokage. Huh. In the luxurious 3-story villa, Yizan pouted and was gloomy. I'm not a Hokage. What's so good about being a Hokage? I work hard every day, and work so hard, just for the name of Hokage, when I'm stupid. He said that, but Tsunade stabbed him hard. Little pervert, you have to be a Hokage for me. Don't go. Will you go? If you don't go, you won't go. Even if you stab me to death today, I won't go. Okay, little pervert, you are becoming more and more disobedient now. How did you promise me? Listen to my wife. But now what? Don't go. Humph. Yizan was unhappy and turned his head away. As a traveler, he didn't care about Hokage's name at all. For fame, Yizan is unparalleled in the ninja world. For money, Yizan can use the entire Konoha money at will. For power, Yizan said one, who would dare to say two? Even the 4 high-level executives treat him as a treasure. What does he care about Hokage's position? Money, power, status. Yizan has everything. Why should he work so hard to be a Hokage while Tenten is sitting in the office dealing with documents? I already have a few candidates for Hokage. Let them fight. I'm hiding behind the scenes. Isn't it better for Tenten to be with you? Cut. Who wants Tenten to be with you? You. Oops. Don't touch. Ah. Little slut. Ah. Chapter 328 _ Getting Married. Using 18 martial arts, Yizan finally got Tsunade on the bunk. The woman screamed so loudly that he estimated that all the girls on the first floor heard it. Seeing Yizan getting ready, Tsunade immediately raised his legs and wrapped him around him, hugging him like a snake. Don't go. I'll go downstairs for a drink. No, you must accompany me. Tsunade put his head on Yizan arrogantly. Although she agreed that Yizan should not be Hokage, she was still uncomfortable and asked Yizan to accompany her all day. She held Yizan's back like this, and gradually, the hugeness of the back made Yizan feel again, as if he had found out. Tsunade lightly grabbed Yizan's thing, getting bigger and bigger. Little pervert, want to come again? Tsunade smirked, leaning close to Yizan's ear and blowing lightly. Cut. Yizan snorted, turned over and hugged Tsunade, lowered his head, and kissed him fiercely. After a while, the familiar movement came again from the bedroom on the second floor, while in the hall on the first floor, Kushina pouted in disgust. Makoto and Konan looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. Fortunately, Anko and Yuhi were at the ninja school. Go to school, otherwise this girl's inappropriate scene will soon bring the two girls down. At noon the next day, Yizan finally got out of Tsunade's magic claws. This woman is so terrifying when she goes crazy. How many times has she come? A dozen times, right? Fortunately, he was in good health. Even so, Yizan felt that his waist was a little sore, and he had to rest for at least a day to recover. Blame yourself. Who asked Tsunade's sister to lightly seduce you? You will feel it, you stinky rascal. After Kushina finished speaking, he fed the cake in his hand into Yizan's mouth. Yizan hugged her with a smile, and leaned comfortably on the sofa. At this moment, the door opened with a click. Makoto and Konan came back with a lot of dishes, and behind them, there were many people. Yo, Minato, Mawako, Shikaku, Choza, Little Claw, Inoichi, this one beside you. My girlfriend will be my wife next month. Yamanaka Inoichi walked in with a girl. This guy is usually serious and faceless, but he is about to get married. Congratulations. His friend was about to get married, and Yizan felt happy from the bottom of his heart. After that, Minato also held Mawako's hand, looked at Mawako and nodded at the same time. Big brother Zan, Mawako and I are getting married too. Huh, sister, you're going to marry Minato, and you didn't tell me in advance. It's too much. Come with me. Kushina rushed to Mawako's side a few times, pulled Mawako away, and hid in the kitchen and whispered. When his girlfriend was taken away, Minato scratched his head in embarrassment. Marrying Mawako was what he had always hoped for until the war ended and the world was at peace. He made a courageous proposal, and Mawako agreed excitedly. The two friends were about to get married. Yizan also cheered, and at this moment, Choza also came over, shy. Zan, big brother Zan, actually, I'm getting married too. Operator_. Yizan widened his eyes in disbelief, while Shikaku on the side covered his forehead in despair. Brothers on, don't doubt, Choza and their Akamichi girls have a successful blind date, and my mother is already arranging continuous blind dates for me. I feel like I'm dying. Seeing the desperate look on Shikaku's face, Yizan could only sigh with emotion. In this world, perhaps only the Nara family are the ones who don't want to find a wife because women are troublesome. So, little Pa, how about you? Big brother Zan knows. I guess. Getting married, having children, Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang, isn't this a sure thing? Seeing Yizan's insistence, Inuzuka Claw finally nodded shyly and admitted the news that he was about to get married. Of your family? During the war, he and I were in the same team, we were a family, we liked the same thing, and he was also very good to me. I liked it very much. Haha, I like each other and treat you well, not bad. Congrats. Yizan sighed, feeling a little embarrassed. Although he knows the plot, the real world is completely different from watching anime. These partners have grown up together since childhood. As close as brothers, they got married, and Yizan was naturally happy for them. But then again, Haimaru, you are the only one left now, ha 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 ha. Yizan laughed, while Haimaru snorted in disgust. As a single dog, he said that he was very hurt. Everyone stood at the door chatting for a while. The door was knocked again. Yizan opened the door, and found Yuhi and Enko, two little lolies, standing at the door. Pretty brothers on. Yeah, my two cuties, are you out of school? Come on, there's a big lunch today. Let's play at home in the afternoon, and we won't go to the school. Hee, brothers on is the best. Enko jumped into Yizan's arms all of a sudden. This loli 503 is also 6 years old, lively and very cute. Yuhi was obedient by the side. Her character was relatively quiet, her eyes were clear and translucent like Yuhi's gems, and she was very dependent on looking at Yizan. Yo ho 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 ho. Yizan's loli development tactics were obviously successful. Although Yurio and Mitarashi Zishao have been opposed, Yizan has been working hard to seduce two loli for the past few years, and the progress is very smooth. The staff arrived, the house suddenly became lively. Enko hugged Yizan's neck and didn't let go, while Yuhi followed Makoto and Conan into the kitchen to learn how to cook. She likes cooking and thinks cooking is a very interesting thing. A few big men and Inuzuka Paz, who have the same personality as a big man, were sitting on the sofa chatting and drinking tea. After a while, Kushina pulled Mawako with a face full of Yuhi and walked out. Not knowing what Kushina said, Mawako looked at Minato. His eyes were shy and expectant. After an unknown amount of time, Tsunade on the second floor finally walked down. The Senju clan's physique was amazing. After fighting for a day and a night, her spirit was very good, her face was radiant, and she was indescribably beautiful. Everyone is here. Master Tsunade. Ah, don't do this at home. You are all Xiaoshuan's good brothers, why don't you call me sister-in-law? Chapter 329_Itachi Exposure. A gossip has been circulating around Konoha lately. Have you heard? The Uchiha family has a talented boy, who seems to be the son of the patriarch, called Uchiha Itachi. I've heard it for a long time. Tell you, Uchiha Itachi started 3-tomo Sharingan at the age of 3, and he will definitely become a peerless powerhouse like Uchiha Madara in the future. Huh, no way. Turning on Sharingan at 3 years old. It's too loud. Blow. It's not blow. Konoha is all over the place. It is impossible to start 3-tomo Sharingan. Of course, there is no tomo. However, as it spreads more and more widely, gradually, the Uchiha people also began to spread the news. Bastard. Who leaked the news? Bang bang. Teacup was broken. Uchiha Fugaku's face was full of murderous intent. He suddenly looked to the left. His tone became more and more sinister. Is that you? It's not me. The patriarch is wronged. It's definitely not me. A servant knelt on the ground and kept kowtow. He was just a servant. Even if Uchiha Fugaku really killed him, even if it was just to vent, no one would speak for him. In fact, Uchiha Itachi's name was leaked by this servant. He was also smart and refused to admit it. As long as there is no evidence, everything is easy to say. Uchiha Itachi stood beside him. At the age of 3, he looked ignorant. He only knew how to follow his father's orders to cultivate at home. Although he wondered why he was not allowed to go out, he didn't resist since it was his father's order. At this moment, a Uchiha Chunin walked in. He bowed respectfully to Fugaku, and said cautiously, "Lord Patriarch, there is someone from Anbu." Huh. Uchiha Fugaku frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, waved his servant to take Itachi away, then tidied up his clothes and sat upright. "Please come in, Anbu." After a while, an Anbu wearing a cat face mask walked in. He didn't care about Fugaku's disguised hospitality, but stood at the door and said coldly, "Patriarch Uchiha, Lord Hokage is looking for you for something. Please drop by the Hokage office." Hokage office. Uchiha Fugaku's face was a little solemn. "Fugaku, I asked you to come today, you probably know why." Sarutobi took a breath, and his tone was calm, as if he was just talking about family affairs. "Lord Hokage, Fugaku doesn't know, please explain." Uchiha Fugaku's eyes twinkled, and he asked Sarutobi to take the initiative to test how much Sarutobi knew. Uchiha Fugaku's strategy was right, but he didn't know that there was Yizan, a transmigrator. He thought that Sarutobi was only asking him questions after hearing rumors, but he didn't know that all of this was set up by the two consultants, and the ultimate goal it was to force Fugaku into submission. When Uchiha Fugaku was in Hokage's office, a servant took a 3-year-old child for a walk in the Uchiha settlement. "Yo, went out to buy food again. This is Uchiha Itachi, the genius son of our patriarch." The servant held his head proudly. Even if it was just a servant, he was proud. The 3-year-old Itachi didn't understand anything, so he could only follow the servants, who were greeting people around him and introducing the identity of Uchiha Itachi. The patriarch really has a talented son. The news was finally confirmed. Soon, the entire Uchiha clan knew that the patriarch had a genius son. How fast the information flowed. The Uchiha clan were not monolithic. After only 2 hours, a small number of Konoha ninjas knew the news. Taking Itachi to the edge of the settlement, the servant squatted down and gently rubbed Uchiha Itachi's head. He looked at Itachi with some reluctance and said softly, "Young Master Itachi, I'm going out to buy vegetables now, you can go back by yourself. Do you remember the road?" "Well, I remember." Uchiha Itachi nodded. He was still a little kid, and he had no idea what the meaning of what happened before. "That's the case, young Master Itachi. Go back first, I'll watch you go back quickly." The servant's tone gradually became a little anxious, and he waved his hand gently, as if chasing a duck. Although Uchiha Itachi didn't understand, he also nodded obediently, turned and walked towards the clan. The small figure gradually disappeared on the street in the distance. The servant sighed softly, turned around, and left the Uchiha clan quickly. He walked to an unmanned alley. After a while, an Anbu appeared. He followed Anbu and came quietly. Go to the dedicated entrance and exit of Anbu, the side door of Konoha, walk out of Konoha, and soon disappear into the forest of the Land of Fire. I'm sorry, for my own safety, the patriarch, young Master Itachi, I'm sorry. The servant disobeyed the order and took Itachi around the Uchiha settlement, introducing Itachi's identity to everyone. Uchiha Fugaku didn't know about it until 2 hours later. Damn. Boom. The coffee table was shattered, and the violent momentum shook the whole room. Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists tightly, feeling extremely angry. It was hard to deal with Sarutobi in Hokage's office, but as soon as he came back, he found that the matter had been completely exposed. Fire. Since Uchiha Itachi had already appeared in the settlement openly, he couldn't hide it. He pondered grimly, and after a while, a glimmer of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. I see, Sarutobi, this time you've been tricked. The Hokage family and the Uchiha family are intrigued, while Yizan is happy and has a good life. At noon, he left the house alone, searched for a long time in Lane 6, 5th Street, east of Konoha, and finally came to a door and knocked on the door a few times. Dong dong dong. Who is it? There was a soft sound of food in the room, and a nice voice came from the room. After a while, the door opened, and a lovely girl came into sight. Shimura-san. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, as if thinking of something, and she took a step back in fear. Inside, a woman in her 30s stepped forward and hugged the girl in her arms. Hello, may I ask you? My name is Shimura-san. You may not know me, but your daughter knows me. I'm here this time because I'm looking for something for your daughter. Don't worry, I'm a good person, Rin, you and me. Don't go out with you. You're a bad guy. Chapter 330 very popular. Don't go out with you. You're a bad guy. When Nohara Rin said these words firmly, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became weird. Rin, how can you say that to me? I know, you are the famous Konoha hero, but you are still a bad guy. Nohara Rin stared at Yizan with big beautiful eyes, without giving in. This time, Yizan was embarrassed. He scratched his head and found that Nohara Rin and Nohara Rin's mother had the same hostile gaze, especially Nohara Rin's mother. Although she was just a commoner without chakra, she hugged Nohara Rin tightly. That look of, you dare if you touch my daughter, I will fight with you as hard as you can, making Yizan helpless. Okay, although I don't know why I am a bad person in your eyes, I want to tell you that Please leave. Yizan. Dejectedly leaving Nohara's house, Yizan sighed softly. In his impression, this is the first time he has met Nohara Rin, right? Why is the other party reacting so much? Does my 283 feet's bad reputation even know a little genin girl? Pooh, it's not a bad reputation. I am just fraternity. Thinking of this, Yizan's mood suddenly improved again. It's enough to say hello to Sarutobi about Nohara Rin. If she wants to go out of the village to perform a task, send an Anbu to inform him. As for how to help Nohara Rin, Yizan has already thought of it. It's not that Yizan likes Nohara Rin, it's just that such a cute little girl died in Uchiha Madara's conspiracy. Walking on the street, Yizan found that today's Konoha seems to be different from usual, and there seem to be more ninjas and more lively than before. What happened? Yizan hid in the crowd and listened to the chat of ninjas not far away. Have you heard, the third generation Hokage-sama is about to abdicate? Reliable news. Of course it's reliable. This is the news released in the Hokage building. Without the order of Lord Hokage, they dare to spread the news indiscriminately. I see. So, who are the candidates? Orochimaru, Sama, Jiraiya Sama, Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato. Although he has established many merits for Konoha on the battlefield, can he be compared with the two adults, Orochimaru Jiraiya? I don't know, but then again, there's something wrong. Why didn't Lord Zan run for election? Where's Lord Zan? Hey, listening to what you said, the most qualified person to become the fourth generation Hokage should be Lord Zan. He won't be swayed by high level. Silence. Don't talk about this kind of thing, but I have the same opinion as you. In my heart, only Master Zan is the most qualified to become the fourth generation of Hokage. I suggest that, for the sake of our Lord Zan, we should make suggestions to the higher-ups. Our voices are insignificant, but I believe that a single spark can start a prairie fire. Hearing several ninjas discussing, Yizan felt both moved and helpless. He didn't want to be a Hokage, he was exhausted, only an idiot would be willing to be. Afterwards, Yizan began to overhear another group of ninjas chatting, and as expected, chatting, and finally began to discuss himself. Trouble. Why do you want me to be a Hokage? No way. I have to talk to the dead monkey about this. Thinking of this, Yizan immediately used the Hiraishin technique and came to Hokage's office in an instant. He happened to be here. At this moment, besides Sarutobi, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Minato were also in Hokage's office. When he arrived, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Xiaozan, why are you here?" Sarutobi asked suspiciously. If I don't come again, I will directly become Hokage." Yizan flipped through Byakugan, and then said what he had overheard these ninja conversations. "As expected of Big Brother Zan, if you want to do Hokage, I am willing to quit." Namikaze Minato was full of admiration. After all, he had admired Yizan very much since he was a child. Although he really wanted to be Hokage, when he knew that he could not compete with Yizan. "Humph, brat, I just told Sarutobi that I'm not Hokage. But if you want to compete for Hokage, I'll fight too." Jiraiya Tsunere snorted, with an attitude of, "I just want to fight against you," that made Yizan directly clenched his fists. "Jiraiya, will you try again? Just say it. You bastard stinky boy, I just don't want you to become a Hokage safely, I just want to destroy it." Ha ha. As if he thought it was so handsome, Jiraiya actually twisted his ass with his hands on his hips proudly. That idiot. The appearance of Sarutobi's face instantly gloomy. Come, also. Ha. Boom. There was a loud bang and the window shattered. Jiraiya screamed and flew out of the Hokage building, disappearing into the distance as a star. Beating Jiraiya, Sarutobi finally felt comfortable. He shook his hand. Now that Jiraiya is getting stronger and stronger, it is not easy to beat him. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door of the office. Sarutobi was stunned for a moment, and then returned to his seat, sitting upright. "Come in." Crunch. The door opened, and 4 Jonins walked in. When they found that Yizan was also in the office, the 4 of them were obviously stunned. Then, one of them stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Sarutobi. "Lord Hokage, I heard that you are going to resign and choose a new Hokage. After we heard the news, we had an idea in our hearts and wanted to propose to Lord Hokage." "What thoughts?" "We all agree that Shimura-sama contributed to Konoha's greatness, and he played an irreplaceable role in the Second Ninja World War. Maybe Zan-sama himself doesn't know, but our lives are all in the hands of Zan-sama. Saved on the battlefield. We hope to add one more person to the list of Hokage candidates, and hope that Lord Zan can also enter the list." This ninja speaks very artistically. He didn't say that Konoha executives blocked Yizan, but said that he hoped to give Yizan a chance. He believed that as long as there was Yizan among the Hokage candidates, with Yizan's popularity in Konoha, the 4th on behalf of Hokage, it must be him. "I accept your proposal. As for the final result, it needs to be discussed at the high level." "Well, let's go." "Lord Hokage. I said, I accept your proposal, but it needs to be discussed. Go back." Chapter 331 Danzo's Expectations. "I accept your proposal, and a decision needs to be made after high-level discussions." "It's a good proposal, I accept it, and I will hold a high-level meeting to discuss it." "Well, yes, I don't blame you. You dare to comment. It shows that Konoha is in a thriving development stage. Go back and wait for the news." After sending off the 20th batch of ninjas, Sarutobi collapsed completely. He stared at Yizan fiercely, his eyes full of resentment. "Xiaozan. I'm not a Hokage. Xiaozan. It's not right to say it's wrong. Bastard. Look at it now, it's only been an hour, there are 20 batches. A total of 80 people come to me to say the same thing, and, just because there is no your name in the candidate list. So what?" Yizan was leaning on the sofa, eating candy leisurely. This was just found in Sarutobi's drawer. This old bastard, obviously high blood lipids, Biwa Lake does not allow him to eat sweets, and secretly buys candy and hides it. The successive arrivals fully confirmed Yizan's super popularity. Namikaze Minato doesn't matter. He is famous for his Hiraishin technique, but Yizan's Hiraishin is better than him. In his heart, he also hopes that Yizan become Hokage. Because the two have been good friends since childhood, Minato's mentality is understandable, but on the other hand, Orochimaru's face is a bit ugly, but he has always been very shrewd. Although he is upset, he is also strong like a ninja, but the brown snake pupils shrink slightly. It was like a snake hidden in the dark, exuding an icy aura. Yizan didn't know Orochimaru well and didn't find it, but as Orochimaru's teacher, Sarutobi found out, he gave Orochimaru a warning look, and then looked at Yizan again. Shaozan, in fact, Hokage is not as tired as you imagined. You are so smart, and you finish processing documents very quickly. I'm stupid, so I often have to deal with it very late. Hee. Sarutobi's face was embarrassed by that look of disdain. At this moment, with a creaking sound, the door was pushed open again. Who is so rude to knock on the door? It's me. The peculiar gloomy voice made Sarutobi's embarrassed face even more embarrassed. Danzo walked in slowly, looked at Yizan, as if he wanted to say something, but finally endured it. Shaozan, come with me and talk to you about something. Danzo didn't say it in the office, but asked Yizan to follow him. This situation made everyone present curious, and Yizan also blinked his eyes curiously, put the candy in Kabuto, and walked to Danzo's side in small steps. Dad. Well, go back and talk. Danzo nodded to Sarutobi and Orochimaru, then turned around and took Yizan out of the office. Looking at Yizan's leaving back, Sarutobi raised his hand, his eyes full of despair. My candy. In Shimura's study, boiling hot water is poured into a teapot made of purple sand, the fragrance lingers, and the smell of tea permeates the entire room. This is not a villa, and in the previous house, Danzo likes to be quiet. Sometimes he lives in a house, and sometimes he lives directly at the root base, which is boring to others, but he likes reading books alone. Make a cup of tea, and solve Konoha's life in the dark from time to time. Shaozan, our father and son, it's been a long time since we sat down and chatted like this. Danzo picked up the teapot and shook it gently, poured out the first tea, opened the lid, and poured half a pot of hot water again. Well, it's been a few years. Yizan said softly, watching the loving father in front of him grow old with the passage of time. The tip of his nose was a little sore, but he suppressed the emotions in his heart, otherwise, he would be punished by his father again. Laugh at the glass heart. I haven't asked you about your life for a long time. How are you doing recently? Fortunately, I'm not tired of being with them every day. I just like this kind of life, you know. Of course I know, you kid, you have such a high talent but don't cherish it. You're destined to become a superior person, such as Hokage, or... Stop, don't indoctrinate me with these theories. Yizan turned to Byakugan. He was indoctrinated by Danzo when he was very young. Fortunately, he has strong willpower, or is too lazy to be indoctrinated, which also led to the failure of Danzo's indoctrination. Okay, I won't teach you this. Then let's be realistic. I also understand the situation of Konoha, because of your performance and being recognized as the hero who saves Konoha for the second time. I hope you will become the fourth generation of Hokage. The voices are getting louder and louder. Maybe while we are talking, many ninjas go to Sarutobi to give advice. What a pity. Speaking of Sarutobi, Danzo couldn't help laughing. It was obviously because his son didn't want to, but Sarutobi took the blame. Now they don't know how many ninjas are unhappy with Sarutobi. They believe that Sarutobi suppressed Yizan from becoming the fourth Hokage. So, even if you say that, I still won't be a Hokage. Yizan still looked lazy and didn't care at all. But you know, Hokage has always been my wish. I know, so you can be Hokage. No way, hey. In fact, now, I don't have the idea of competing for Hokage anymore. It's you. I've always pinned my hopes on you, even if it's a day. Cut. Although your requirements are very low, but not even a day. Half a day. Not even half a day. 1 minute is always enough. Damn it. You want me to be in 1 minute. Dad, don't you want to be so obsessed? Seeing Danzo's frantic appearance, Yi-zan was frantic too. Besides, how could he act in 1 minute? As if thinking of something very, very interesting, Yi-zan suddenly froze. He thought about something silently for a long time, then suddenly raised his head and looked at Danzo with piercing eyes. Dad, when I become Hokage, can I issue any orders? Yes. Any unreasonable order, okay. If the order is very unreasonable, it must be decided by high-level deliberation and voting, and half of it can be implemented. After Sarutobi's dismissal, he can be an honorary advisor to Konoha at most, and he can give opinions and has no right to vote. That is to say, the unreasonable request you issued, as long as I agree, Menyon and Kaharu can't stop it. Okay, as long as you grant me one request, the 4th generation Hokage, I will. Chapter 332 Continue to spray when voting. The next day, the publicity department of the Hokage building came out with new news again. One more person was added to the list of Hokage candidates. Shimura Gen. Hokage is the position that everyone expects. For the sake of fairness, Yi-zan was only added to the list of candidates. In the end, all the Konoha ninjas voted, which is very fair. Voting starts today. Did you go to the Hokage building to collect your votes? I got it. Kushina raised the ticket in his hand, and everyone who received the ticket registered his name to prevent multiple ticket receipts. Except for some anti-counterfeiting seals on the ticket, there were some ordinary patterns. That is, no one knows who you voted for. There are only 3 days to vote, let's go and vote. Tsunade left the house with the girls and walked towards the polling place. Polling place is set up in the huge square below the Hokage rock. A small house was newly built in the center of the square. There are 4 boxes in the house. The boxes are set with a very complicated seal technique, including the surrounding and the ground, which depicts the prevention of all cheating. Sealing. After all, I chose Hokage, the leader of the strongest ninja village in the world. All unfair situations are not allowed. As long as Konoha graduated from the ninja school and registered as a numbered ninja, he has the right to vote, including Yi-zan Jiraiya, who is a candidate, and also obtained a voting right. Brother Zan, I will vote for you. Namikaze Minato smiled brightly, although a little envious, but there was no jealousy in the smile. Put it, vote it, hey. Yi-zan sighed, his father has gone crazy. In order to make himself a Hokage, he actually agreed to his almost nonsense request yesterday. If it wasn't for him being a person who likes to mischief, he would think that the other person was too mischievous. Stinky boy, don't be too arrogant, this Toad Fairy, but the object of everyone's admiration, the winner or loser of the final vote, maybe it's me. Jiraiya raised her chin high, and Yi-zan admired her confident expression. Jiraiya, amazing. I admire your courage, and I have to admit that your shameless realm is higher than mine. Bah, brat, just be arrogant now, don't cry when the votes are counted. Oh, thanks for the reminder, will you cry if I win? Of course, you stinky boy won, and I, Jiraiya, won't accept it. I cried for 3 days and 3 nights in Hokage's office, disturbing your office. Quote. Yi-zan looked helplessly at Jiraiya playing tricks. Due to the large number of Konoha ninjas, they stood here chatting for a while, and dozens of ninjas entered the room to vote. After they came out, they bowed respectfully to Yi-zan, Jiraiya Orochimaru and others. Okay, I'm going to vote for the votes in my hand too. Yi-zan shook the votes in his hands and walked into the small room. He thought for a moment, and decisively put the votes into Jiraiya's box. Poor Jiraiya, add 1 more vote for you, in case there is a 0 vote, my vote is at least a consolation prize. Although it is impossible, Yi-zan also holds the possibility of 1 in 10,000. After all, there are thousands of ninjas in Konoha. If no one votes for Jiraiya, it will be too miserable. When Yi-zan came out, he happened to meet the Tsunade girls who entered the square. He was about to hug him, but Tsunade avoided it, raised his jade finger and flicked it on Yizan's forehead. Little pervert, pay attention to the influence, so many people are watching. There are not only many Konoha ninjas in the huge square, but also many civilians watching the fun. This kind of selection of Hokage only happens once every few years. As long as civilians who have no work or are not too busy, they will come here. Look, although I don't know what it means, it's just lively. Tsunade dodged. Makoto and Konan were also shy and embarrassed. Only Kushina, the idiot, threw himself on Yizan and kissed Yizan's lips fiercely. Stupid woman. Watch out for the influence. Humph. I'm not afraid. If I want to kiss you, I will kiss you. Kushina pouted and kissed Yizan's lips several times in a row. With that exaggerated love, Jiraiya's face was so unhappy that she clenched her fists bitterly. Bastard stinky boy. Humph. Jiraiya, you bastard, don't call me rascal. You didn't scold yourself. I'm scolding. Are you an idiot? I'm loving. Love my stinky hooligan, don't you understand? Kushina disdainfully despised Jiraiya, hugged Yizan's neck with both hands, and put his head on his heart comfortably. Yizan glanced at Jiraiya proudly, and in the envious gaze of the other party, he hugged Kushina's waist, radiant. Damn, shoo shoo shoo, be careful to die fast. Jiraiya's unhappy thoughts, and during this time, many ninjas came to the square one after another. Those who knew each other and those who didn't, greeted several candidates. Yizan was not ashamed, while hugging Kushina. While coping with the flattery of the ninjas leisurely, as if on vacation, very relaxed. Kakashi, who are we voting for? Whatever. Maybe everyone wants to finish voting on the first day. Kakashi and Nohara Rin also received the votes and came to the square to vote. Then I'll vote for Mr. Minato. Nohara Rin squinted and smiled. As a student of Minato, of course she voted for her leading teacher. Don't vote for Shimura-gen. Him. Kakashi, what are you kidding? Nohara Rin sounded like a cat 3.1 who had been frightened all the time, and his voice suddenly became louder. Nohara Rin finally surprised Kakashi. He glanced at Nohara Rin suspiciously, and his heart became even more strange. Rin, do you have any grudge against Shimura-san? Although Mr. Minato is our leading teacher, but from Konoha's teacher from the perspective of future development, Shimura-san is suitable for Hokage in terms of strength and prestige. I don't. He's a bad guy. I won't vote for him. Nohara Rin pouted. Obviously Kakashi told himself that Shimura-san was a bad guy, but now, Kakashi actually took the initiative to vote for the bad guy. Rin, the day I came back to Konoha, I was in a bad mood. My comments about Shimura-san were just nonsense. Don't you take it seriously. Chapter 333 Who is Hokage? Rin Nohara felt that everything was bad. She never expected that on the day she returned to Konoha, Kakashi said everything she said was perfunctory. That is to say, Shimura-san is not a bad person. Qualified as a Hokage candidate and saved Konoha in 2 ninja wars, do you think he's the bad guy? Then when you... Sorry, Rin, I was in a bad mood. Kakashi apologized and left the matter straight, but what should I do? Thinking of treating Yizan with a very bad attitude before, Nohara Rin felt very guilty. Maybe the other party really had something to do with him, not a bad person, not the so-called fancy himself, wanting to be his wife. Just when Nohara Rin was silent and tangled, the two had already walked to the edge of the square. Seeing Yizan holding a girl and chatting and laughing with a group of ninjas, Nohara Rin was even more entangled in her heart. She was thinking, do you want to apologize? Kakashi didn't know what happened later, and he didn't care about Rin Nohara's entanglement. He went straight to 30 Yizan and nodded, walked into the hut, voted for Yizan, and left directly. The incident between Hitaki Tsukumo and Obito gave him a great blow. His character was getting colder and colder. If he didn't have to speak, he would not be willing to speak. Voting, Kakashi didn't even wait for Nohara Rin, and went home directly. Anyway, Hitaki's house and Nohara's house were not on the way. In his thinking, there was no need to wait for Nohara-rin. Kakashi's indifferent attitude made Nohara-rin even more aggrieved. She looked at Yizan again, and for a while, she found that the other party actually looked over. Rin. Yizan beckoned. Nohara-rin dawdled for a long time, and finally walked to Yizan's side in small steps, bowing deeply under the strange eyes of the ninjas. I'm sorry, Lord Zan, before I... Haha, it's alright, it's all a small misunderstanding, just figure it out. Yizan smiled with a big smile. His happy look finally relieved Nohara-rin's inner uneasiness. Maybe I felt that Nohara-rin was a little nervous. Namikaze Minato finally came forward and patted Nohara-rin on the head lightly. Rin, Brother Zan is a good person. Don't be afraid. Oh right, are you also here to vote? Mr. Minato, I came here to vote for you. Seeing Namikaze Minato, Nohara-rin's nervousness finally eased. Maybe she felt that she was a genin too prominent in the crowd of gods. She quickly walked into the room, and the ticket in her hand was about to be thrown into Namikaze Minato's box. Yes, and took out half of the tickets that were put in. I misunderstood Lord Zan before, and I don't know how to make up for it, or else. Nohara-rin stared blankly at the ticket in his hand, hesitated for a long time, bit Kiba and stuffed the ticket into Yizan's box. Mr. Minato, please forgive my vote. You still have many people supporting me without my vote. I'm sorry. Nohara-rin quickly left the room and found Namikaze Minato's bright smile. She was a little afraid to look Minato's eyes, bowed her head timidly, and ran out of the square in a flash. Mr. Minato, my mother is waiting for me to eat at home. I'll go back first. Oh, stay safe. Looking at the back of Nohara-rin leaving, Namikaze Minato smiled, feeling a little smug in his heart. Anyway, at least he has a fan. Oh no, there are two. At the end of the street, Mawako walked over alone. Namikaze Minato hurried over and took Mawako's hand. Mawako. Minato, I'm here to vote for you too. Perhaps because of the announcement of their marriage before, their love almost broke through the sky. The worst is Jiraiya. He looks to the left, Yizan with his arms around Kushina, and to the right, it is Minato and Mawako, and he is a single dog. Standing alone in the middle, the autumn wind is bleak and cold. You bastards. Jiraiya muttered in pieces, with envy and hatred, thinking that he was a dignified toad fairy, but no girls like him. It's so sad. On the first day, there were the most people in Konoha Square. The ninjas who voted and the civilians onlookers almost filled the edge of the square. The number of people in the next 2 days became less and less. Until the evening of the third day, except for a few really boring civilians, there was almost no one in the square. Fourth day, noon. The Konoha Plaza is full of people. 100,000 civilians and thousands of ninjas gathered in the square, and on the platform of Hokage Rock stood Sarutobi, Yizan, Jiraiya, Orochimaru and Minato. The voting box has been moved to the Hokage Rock, and there are several Jonin waiting. These Jonin will be responsible for counting the votes. In front of all Konoha, the fourth-generation Hokage candidate will be decided by a fair number of votes. Sarutobi looked up at the sky, perhaps feeling that it was almost there, and nodded to a few Jonins. Let's get started. After Sarutobi finished speaking, several Jonins immediately hand-sealed. The sealing technique on the box was extremely complicated and cumbersome. They kept hand-sealing, and the sealing technique on the box continued to decrease. It was not until 1 minute later that the sealing technique 353 was completely released. The boxes were opened one by one, and the votes were counted one by one. The first one to open was Orochimaru's box. Everyone held their breaths, for fear of missing this most crucial moment. The feeling of nervousness, even the elite Jonin who were used to seeing the big world in the square swallowed. Wow! The box was opened, and the Jonin held the lid high above his head, and then he stared at the box like a statue, motionless. What's the matter? The sudden situation made the 100,000 people in the square feel strange. Cough cough. Mountain Castle Green Tree, count the votes. Sarutobi and Hokage candidates were a little far away from the box, and because thousands of ninjas voted, the box was made so deep that they didn't see what was inside, and only waited for the Jonin to take out the tickets one by one and count them. Sarutobi's voice shook Jonin awake, biting Kiba tightly, sweating on his forehead under the sunlight. Konoha, Orochimaru, votes. He paused for a moment, swallowed, and in the anxious eyes of all the people, he finally said the result. O votes. Chapter 334 Minato's votes. Hey, why don't you vote for Orochimaru-sama? I'm going, I thought you would vote. So I voted for Lord Zan. Fuck, I thought so too. I thought you would vote, and it wasn't bad for me, so I voted for Lord Zan. Orochimaru still has some connections in Konoha, but Yizan experienced the Second Ninja World War. Whether he collapsed the Kingdom of Water with his own power for the first time or defeated the enemy with strategy and force later, Yizan almost took all the middle Jonin of Konoha with him. And because of Yizan, the loss of Konoha ninjas has been reduced countless times, indirectly counting them as their saviors. Hero, benefactor, strong man. These 3 points made these Orochimaru contacts secretly vote for Yizan. They thought that other people would vote for Orochimaru. Due to the lack of communication before, Orochimaru's final vote was 0 votes. On the Hokage rock platform, Orochimaru's face was ashen. He stared at his group of supporters. He didn't expect that none of these people voted for him. Shame. Big shame. Below is the crowd of all Konoha, his proud Orochimaru, without a single ticket. Not even $1, you bastard. Orochimaru was about to go crazy, but under the watchful eyes of countless people, he had to suppress his inner anger, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that Orochimaru's face was so cold that it was ultimate, like a repressed poisonous snake that was about to explode at any time. On the side, Jiraiya glanced at Orochimaru gloatingly. He likes to mock Orochimaru, just like mocking Yizan. It seems hostile, but in fact it is a bad friend. The tragedy of Orochimaru. Sarutobi's face is also lackluster. You know, Orochimaru is his most valued apprentice, but now, there is not even a single vote. Not only ninjas, because of the unprecedented situation, hundreds of thousands of people are about to explode. Although Orochimaru is cold, cold is also a charm. In Konoha, there are many civilians who worship Orochimaru. Shady, shady. How could Lord Orochimaru not have a single ticket? Shady. A civilian took the lead and shouted, which soon set off a chain reaction. Shady. It's all fake. Re-vote. Master Orochimaru should be Hokage. The civilians who were not afraid of things began to rhythm, and the increasingly intense atmosphere made Sarutobi finally frown. Silence. A scolding sounded like a thunderbolt in the entire square, and the sound of Sarutobi wrapped in chakra continued to spread, including the entire Konoha. I personally reviewed the election, and there is absolutely no shady. Absolutely fair. Yamashiro Aoki, continue. Sarutobi's slightly angry aura shocked the noisy civilians in the square. After all, he has led Konoha for more than 20 years, and he has a very deep prestige in Konoha. With Sarutobi's order, Yamashiro Aoki began to act again. This time, he came to Namikaze Minato's box, grabbed the lid of the box with both hands, and opened it. Then, the Mountain City Green Tree solidified again, and after about 2 seconds, he calmed down, and under everyone's attention, he slowly explained the situation. Konoha, Namikaze Minato, 1 vote. Whoa. This time, the square was boiling again, and the commoners were talking about it, like 100,000 bees chirping, and in the crowd, Kakashi looked at Nohara Rin in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. Rin, you didn't vote for Mr. Minato. I voted. Nohara Rin pursed his lips and lied, but Kakashi revealed Nohara Rin's lie at a glance. Don't argue. Mawako-san definitely voted for Minato-sensei, and now Minato-sensei only has 1 vote, which means you didn't vote for the teacher. The evidence was conclusive, and Nohara Rin could not refute it. She raised her head and kept moving her eyes on Namikaze Minato and Yizan. When she saw Namikaze Minato's gaze, she was shocked and lowered her head in shame. Rin didn't vote for me. Haha, what, very disappointed. Don't be disappointed, just curious. I remember that she clearly voted for me before she voted, but in the end, why didn't she vote again? Is there any reason? Namikaze Minato smiled casually. Although he wanted to be Hokage, he had lost the idea of competition since Yizan was also ready to become Hokage. However, the list of candidates for Hokage has been determined and he cannot quit, but his mentality has always been very good. He knows, in this world, only Brother Zan is qualified to be the fourth generation of Hokage. Namikaze Minato's vote is a little better than Orochimaru, but it is no different from nothing. At that moment, Orochimaru's mood eased a lot, and someone lost face with him. I don't know why, and there was a dark feeling in my heart. Hey, I didn't expect that I would become such a person. Is it because you care too much? Orochimaru thought silently. He was already analyzing his emotions very rationally, but now he is still dark. The result of Namikaze Minato was actually expected. Compared to Orochimaru, he is just a rising star, he has no connections, and his strength is not comparable to Orochimaru. With just one Hiraishin technique, he is not comparable to the other three candidates in all aspects. Namikaze Minato's votes were counted, and only Jiraiya and Yizan were left. This time, the atmosphere of Konoha became a lot more solemn. In the eyes of 100,000 civilians, Konoha ninjas voted for these two people, especially Orochimaru, as if thinking of something. The mood fluctuated violently again. All the votes were cast on Jiraiya and Shimura-zan. Why? My Orochimaru can't compare to Jiraiya. Care too much will lead to some jealousy that shouldn't appear. Orochimaru is expressionless, but his heart is already burning with a raging flame, jealous of Jiraiya. As for Jiraiya, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It wasn't that he was arrogant to defeat Orochimaru, but it was obvious now that the Konoha ninja cast all the votes on himself and the Stinky Boy. Stinky Boy, I told you not to be arrogant before. Look, I want you to cry in a while. Jiraiya's face was full of pride, as if victory was imminent. Was also surprised. He didn't expect that Orochimaru and Minato had 0 votes. Oh, Minato is 1 vote, but that vote is Miwako's family vote. Others don't know, but he doesn't know yet. Just when Yizan was thinking about it, Sarutobi issued an order again. Mountain Castle Green Tree, continue. Chapter 335 I am Hokage. Mountain Castle Green Tree, continue. Receiving the order, Aoki Yamashiro put his trembling hands in Jiraiya's ballot box. He felt that at this moment, his pressure was so great that he could hardly breathe. Forget it, die or die, hurry up and complete the mission. Thinking of this, Shancheng Qingshu swallowed his saliva, and suddenly raised the lid of the box with force. How many votes? Jiraiya clenched his fists tightly, his tone was a little anxious, his eyes flashed with a strong light, a kind of great joy and pride after winning. Aoki Yamashiro ignored Jiraiya, or in other words, he could no longer hear Jiraiya's voice. He stared at the ballot box with wide eyes, and the sweat on his forehead flowed down his temples to his chin, dripping down drop by drop. Mountain Castle Green Tree. Sarutobi frowned and reminded again. He thought this person was too good at acting. Not acting, just too good to eat. You dignified Jonin, the elite who participated in the ninja war. Open a ticket now, it's like you've been through a war. Don't you lose face. Sarutobi's slightly impatient voice finally awakened Qingshu in the mountain city. He turned his head like a robot and looked at Sarutobi, then Jiraiya and Yizan. In the end, he turned to the 100,000 people in the square. Konoha, Jiraiya. He seemed to have run out of words, but in the end, a strong willpower supported him and let him say the last sentence. Jiraiya, 1 vote. Boom. It was as if an earthquake of magnitude 10 had occurred. which almost shook the entire Konoha. The discussions and clamors of 100,000 villagers, including the restrained but uncontrollable whispers of the ninjas, were mixed together, producing unprecedented sound waves. Even the surrounding houses, they were all shaken by the violent noise. How is it possible? Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. This was a fact that he couldn't accept at all. He rushed forward, hugged Yizan's ballot box and lifted it suddenly, and just at this moment, a gust of wind blew. Wow wow wow. The overwhelming paper flew out of the box and made a crisp sound. The shocking scene shook the noisy square. Everyone stared at the high platform in amazement, watching thousands of pieces of paper flying, and every piece of paper was a vote. Rin, it turns out that you voted for Jiraiya. Kakashi suddenly realized that he never knew who Rin Nohara voted for, but now it is obvious that Rin cannot vote for her unless he voted for the most respected teacher Minato. The bad guy in the mouth, Orochimaru, is even more unlikely, and Jiraiya's only vote should be Rin's vote. I didn't. Nohara Rin wanted to deny it, but halfway through her words, she fell silent. She didn't want to tell Kakashi that she voted for Yizan. After all, the previous misunderstanding made her very embarrassed. Just think of it as a vote for Jiraiya-sama. The more explanations, the more complicated. Thinking of this, Nohara Rin looked up at the high platform, but was shocked to find that Yizan looked at himself with a smile. The smile on the corner of his mouth and the smile in his eyes, as if he could see through Nohara Rin. No way. Lord Zan. Got it. Nohara Rin lowered his head a little embarrassedly. She didn't dare to look at Yizan's eyes. She felt that under those eyes, she couldn't escape everything. Shape. Doesn't Yizan know? Of course he knows. You know, Jiraiya's only vote, but he voted. Orochimaru 0 votes. Minato 1 votes are from Mawako, Jiraiya 1 votes are cast by herself, that is to say, Nohara Rin's votes actually went to herself. This little girl is so cute. Yizan smiled and set his eyes on Nohara Rin, not caring that 100,000 civilians and thousands of ninjas were watching him all the time. Who is Lord Zan looking at? That direction over there. Looking at me, looking at me. An ant beside Nohara Rin waved her hand excitedly. That look made everyone almost vomit. PFF'd. Master Zan turns out to have a strong taste. Is it really good to be a Hokage with a heavy taste? Don't talk nonsense. Lord Zan is so far away. This area is where he is watching. I can't call Master Zan anymore. I have to call Master Hokage. Oh yes. Hokage-sama. Lord Hokage. As if a chain reaction was triggered, 100,000 civilians shouted frantically. Since the votes were counted, Yizan was Hokage. They don't know why there is such a huge disparity in the number of votes, but it is because of this that the result is even more shocking. Lord Hokage! Lord Hokage! Lord Hokage! Thousands of ninjas also shouted along with the commoners. They all sincerely hope that Yizan can become Hokage. As for why Jiraiya Orochimaru and Namikaze Minato did not have votes, in the final analysis, it was because they were afraid that Yizan would fail in the election. In order to be as successful as possible, they resolutely voted for Yizan. Everyone had the same plan in their hearts. They thought that others would vote for Jiraiya and Orochimaru. It doesn't matter if you have less of your own vote. There was no communication before, and the final outcome was that everyone voted for Yizan. They shouted frantically, the voices converged into a ball and broke through Shirakumo, resounding in the sky. 100,000 civilians were enthusiastic, and thousands of ninjas were excited. Looking at everyone's trusting eyes, for some reason, Yizan's body suddenly trembled. Inexplicably, an unprecedented feeling emerged in his heart. It was a sense of responsibility. Is this what it feels like to be trusted by everyone? This feeling, so good. Yizan laughed heartily. He stood on the high platform and waved at the square. When he waved, the sound of the whole square increased a bit again. The people shouted wildly, and many ninjas cried with excitement. Master Zan has succeeded. Master Zan has saved me countless times on the battlefield. Master Zan has finally become Hokage. There are many such ninjas, and their tears, their eyes of absolute trust, filled Yizan's heart with warmth and emotion. Not far behind Yizan, a bright smile appeared on Danzo's face, and the moment his son became Hokage, infinite pride emerged in his heart. Son, does this feel good? Well, good. Chapter 336 The Magical Use of Shadow Clone. Yizan became Hokage in such a confused way, and Danzo had already agreed to his nonsense, but he finally gave up voluntarily. Xiaozan has finally grown up. Seeing his son waving at the people and smiling from his heart, Danzo sighed softly, not helpless, but an inexplicable feeling. Yeah, Xiaozan has grown up, and I can finally retire. Sarutobi retreated to Danzo's side with a smile on his face. In this situation, it is enough for Yizan to stand at the front alone. But I'm curious, how did you convince Xiaoshuan to be a Hokage, such a stubborn boy? Sarutobi asked in confusion, which made Danzo's face change greatly and pulled Sarutobi hard. Shish. Silence. I'll tell you about this later, don't be overheard by Xiaozan. Danzo's appearance as a thief made Sarutobi even more confused. It was obvious that the father and son had reached an agreement, and for some reason, the agreement did not take effect immediately. It's almost time, it's time for me to go. Namikaze Minato is in a good mood. Don't worry, but you still have to appease Jiraiya and Orochimaru. They are your apprentices, do you know what to do? Don't worry, Jiraiya is giggling, it's solved in a few words, but Orochimaru. Sarutobi's face was worried, he had been paying attention to Orochimaru, and Orochimaru's reaction made him feel a little heavy. Monkey, I don't care if Orochimaru is your apprentice or not, but Xiaozan is the most important person in my life, you understand? Understood, I will persuade Orochimaru well. I can't guarantee the rest, but I can guarantee that he will not cause harm to Xiaoshuan and Xiaoshuan's girlfriends. That's good, I'll go first. Danzo glanced at Orochimaru, his figure flickered and disappeared, while Sarutobi frowned, thinking in his heart what to do to calm down the arrogant Orochimaru. The fourth generation of Hokage is confirmed, and the next step is the handover of power. This aspect was easy to take over. After all, Yizan liked to play in the Hokage office since he was a child, and he knew almost all the work that Hokage had to do. However, I'm still being tricked by you, Dad. Yizan laid his head on the Hokage desk with no energy. Danzo stood aside with a smile. The two advisors were also smiling, and Sarutobi was also smiling and smoking in the specially established honorary advisor position. How did I cheat on you? You still said you didn't cheat on me. You knew early on that I would have a sense of responsibility, didn't you? I don't know. Is it really good to talk nonsense with your eyes open? Anyway, it's you who didn't implement the agreement between us, don't blame me. Danzo smiled proudly. The agreement between him and Yizan was very simple. Yizan agreed to be Hokage, but after only 1 minute, he immediately gave the Hokage position to Namikaze Minato. However, when he faced the trust of 100,000 people and thousands of ninjas, he felt a strong sense of responsibility. I tell you, don't try to confuse me with this trick. Humph. I'll do it for a year. And I only use Shadow Clone to do it. My body will never stay in the office. Thinking of this, Yizan immediately raised his head, hand sealed with one hand, and with a bang, he separated a Shadow Clone. Using Shadow Clone for office is simply unbelievable in the history of Hokage. However, several people have done their best to get Yizan to the position of Hokage. As for how long Yizan will be in Hokage and whether or not to use Shadow Clone, they really have no choice. I can only expect the stinky boy to have a stronger sense of responsibility. It is best to be a lifetime. Pooh, think beautifully. Yizan glared at Danzo and Sarutobi, and before he said anything, an Anbu entered the office and put some materials that Hokage needed to see on the desk. Lord Hokage, this is the document you need to browse and make a decision. Alright, you go down first. As ordered. Anbu left. Yizan glared at Danzo again, looking at the distant beauty through the window. The chakra was flowing slightly. I'll leave it to my shadow clone here. Anyway, after the shadow clone disappears, the information will be passed into my brain. That's it, bye. The Horaitian technique was activated, and Yi-zan disappeared instantly. In the office, the four senior executives stared at each other, and finally sighed helplessly. With Yi-zan's infinite chakra support, Shadow Clone can exist for a long time, and the office matter is perfectly solved. As for Yi-zan's body, he returned home with brisk steps. As soon as he entered the door, a large number of colorful flowers fell from the sky, and the house was decorated with lanterns. Congratulations! Welcome our Lord Hokage home. A group of girls embraced Yi-zan with a smile, only to find that, except for the girls, all their friends, including Jiraiya, were there. Tisk! Stinky boy, congratulations! Jiraiya pouted and pretended to be unhappy. In fact, there was no dissatisfaction in her heart. Yi-zan deserved to be a Hokage. He couldn't adapt at all. Yo, Jiraiya, I remember you said, you are going to cry in my office for a few days, right? Yi-zan raised his eyebrows with a smile, making Jiraiya suddenly embarrassed. Stinky boy, don't be complacent. A mortal toad just doesn't want to run for Hokage. If I try harder, I'll easily defeat you. Oh, hee hee. Stinky boy, can you try again? Hee hee. Humph. Hot 3.6 The lively home made Yi-zan's face bloom with joy. Compared with Hokage, he prefers the happiness and liveliness of the home. Minato smiled brightly, and Chozo was still eating the snacks and fruits that had been prepared at home. Playing with Kuromaru, Shikaku slept directly on the handmade wool rug. Where's Inoichi? Yi-zan couldn't help but feel strange when he didn't find Yamanaka Inoichi after looking around. He went to the Yamanaka family's back mountain garden to help his mother pick flowers and weave flowers. Tomorrow is Aoi Matsuri, and you will succeed Hokage. Happy festival, he is busy. This idiot is 18 years old, and he has to go to pick flowers. Tell him to come over quickly. The sun will go down in 2 hours. Let's have dinner together. No one is allowed to be less. Chapter 337_something for Nohara Rin. Yi-zan succeeded the fourth generation of Hokage. He spent 2 weeks in a dull and happy life. Although Yi-zan has become the fourth generation of Hokage, he uses Shadow Clone to work, and he is still tired of the girls at home. He occasionally goes to Sarutobi's house to chat with Sarutobi. In his words, it is like visiting orphans and widows. Elder. Old man, your sister. I'm only in my 50s. With a wife and children, what a lonely old man. Sarutobi exploded directly, and his beard stood up in anger. As a result, Yi-zan took out a packet of candy from Kabuto, which immediately made Sarutobi burst into laughter. You stinky boy, remember to buy food for me, hey. Since leaving office, Lake Biwa has been in strict control of me. I'm not allowed to eat sweets at all. I'm so greedy. Sarutobi hurriedly put a candy in his mouth suddenly. His face changed drastically, and he felt that Kiba was sour, and his whole face was distorted. It's sour. Brat, what candy did you buy? Sarutobi's saliva was constantly drooling due to the strong sour candy, and he almost couldn't help but spit out the candy. The new variety, don't spit. This candy is delicious. You pulverize the layer of crystal acid that wraps it and it will be sweet. Yi-zan stopped him. Sarutobi was only 30 and his face was wrinkled, and Kiba's teeth were almost sour. After about 20 seconds, the sour taste disappeared, followed by a strong sweetness. Eating one candy, Sarutobi took a deep breath. He took out a candy from the box again, and looked at it seriously, staring at the crystal powder on it. It's sour, but it's delicious. It was the first time to eat this extremely sour candy, but Sarutobi quickly accepted it. He threw the candy into his mouth at once, and the sourness made his face contort, drooling constantly, and his entire neck shrunk into a ball. It's cool. It's delicious. It's still Xiaoshuan who brought me such a delicious new variety. Please remember, don't tell Biwa Lake, that stinky mother-in-law will take care of me for a day. Sarutobi was sitting cross-legged on the tatami and whistling, but he didn't realize that Lake Biwa was standing behind him with a cold face. Yizan found it, but he didn't say anything, but snickered while covering his mouth, without reminding Sarutobi of his thoughts. Is sugar delicious? Yummy. Quote. You absolutely can't tell that stinky woman at Lake Biwa, right? Yes. Sarutobi was so sour that he couldn't find Bei. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and stared at Yizan. Xiaozan, were you talking just now? No tilde. Who is that? It's me. Boom. Oops. It hurts. Lake Biwa. Did you hear it? Hum. I didn't hear anything. After all, I'm just a stinky bitch. Wife, I'm sorry, I was just joking, I was just kidding, It's too late to explain. You immortal, kill you. Bang bang ping ping pong. Sarutobi was beaten badly. Yizan snickered and left Sarutobi's house. Before he took a few steps, a series of clips suddenly appeared in his mind. Hey, how did Shadow Clone get rid of it? Nohara Rin, this little girl. Yizan was speechless, flashed lightly, and instantly came to Hokage's office using Haraishin. Yizan's sudden arrival scared Nohara Rin's heart out. She only learned today that Yizan in Hokage's office was Shadow Clone, so now this. Lord Hokage. Don't call me Lord Hokage, since you voted for me, you should call me Brother Zan. Yizan glanced at Nohara Rin with a grin. Nohara Rin was so embarrassed that Yuhi was all over his face. She couldn't understand. If she voted, why would she be called Brother Zan? There's clearly nothing to do with it. Hokage is big. Call me Brother Zan. Zan. Brother Zan. Nohara Rin shyly pinched the corners of her clothes. I didn't know before, but now Yizan is the 4th generation of Hokage. She is just a genin born from ordinary civilians. Well, although she has been promoted to Chunin a few days ago, the gap between her and Hokage is still too great. Big. I'll keep shouting like this in the future. It's more comfortable to listen to it like this. Then, Rin, do you have anything to do with me? Huo. Brother Zan, it's like this, I was promoted to Chunin a few days ago, and I want to take on more difficult tasks. Nohara Rin didn't say that. In addition to her breakthrough in strength, another reason was that she had no money. Genin's remuneration is very small, and she has to be directly tasked to ensure an ordinary standard of living. Her parents are ordinary civilians. Although they can live in the way of ordinary people, they can't support ninjas at all, regardless of the unique nutritional energy diet or ninja tools. She needs to fight for everything by herself, and she is not willing to add burden to her family. Yizan didn't know this. He just thought that Nohara Rin was promoted to Chunin and wanted to continue to improve, so he came here to take the task. When the whole team is promoted to Chunin, the team will disperse, and Minato will not be able to continue to be your instructor, that is, your new team, just you and Kakashi. Are you two enough? It wasn't enough, but Chunin can find teammates in Konoha on his own. Besides Kakashi, there are 2 other Chunin teammates. Nohara Rin finished, his beautiful big eyes flashing with determination. Brother Zan, please give me AB level mission. Good. 550-year-old girl with a firm will. He quickly flipped through the order on the left side of the desk and took out a order. This, AB level mission, to escort the merchants from the tea country in Konoha to the country of Sichuan to do business. In addition to the 150,000 taels of remuneration, the merchants agreed that 5% of the profits from the journey will be given to your entire team, but you have to keep them safe. The completion of his goods can't be lost at all, can it? Yes. Thank you, Brother Zan. Then, I'll leave first. Nohara Rin happily picked up the order and was about to leave. Suddenly, Yizan seemed to think of something, and immediately stopped Nohara Rin. Wait. Brother Zan, is there anything else? Something, of course there is something. Yizan took out 2 kunai from Kabuto with a serious face. Unlike ordinary kunai, This kunai has 3 spikes and strange black characters are engraved on the handle. Take this. This is. One of them is made of wood, you can crush it when you squeeze it, and the other is made of pure steel, which is not easy to break. You don't need to care what it is, but you must promise me that these 2 kunai must be brought with you when you go out on a mission. As soon as you encounter a fatal danger, you will immediately crush the wood kunai, do you understand? Got it. Chapter 338 The Wedding of Ino Shikacho. Nohara Rin started her Chunin mission career. On the other hand, Yamanaka Inoichi got married. Not only Inoichi, but also Shikaku, Choza, the 3 of them, hold a wedding at the same time. According to the common agreement of Ino Shikacho for hundreds of years, when at least 2 of them get married, the 3rd person should also be married on a blind date as soon as possible to ensure that the next generation of Ino Shikacho will grow up together and cultivate tacit agreement. Yamanaka Inoichi got married, Akamichi Choza got married, Shikaku was going to die, but in the end, he couldn't beat his mother and was forced to have a blind date. In the end, he fell in love with a girl from his own family, whose name was Nara Yoshina. So in the end you both chose girls from the same race. Yes, because the personalities of the clansmen are the most similar, and although there is no rigid rule for our 3 families to guarantee the family blood, if it is a blind date, it all starts from the same clan. Inoichi is very satisfied with the person he is about to marry. The other party is a beautiful and virtuous girl. Choza also thinks that the girl of his own family can be fat or fat, but both of them like to eat, and the other party likes cooking. The first blind date was accompanied by my parents. I had a meal at the woman's house. What the woman cooks is delicious. For Choza, it is heaven on earth. After all, for him, eating is much more enjoyable than sex. What about Shikaku? Well, women are troublesome creatures, but Shikaku is also the next generation heir of the Nara family. In a few years, his father is going to give him the position of the patriarch. With this status, the girl he marries is not super beautiful. The index is also very high, at least it will not suffer. The next patriarchs of the 3 Ino Shikacho families get married at the same time, which is a big deal. Less than a month since Yizan became Hokage, and the Konoha ninja circle is lively again. In order to congratulate his friend on the marriage, Yizan generously prepared a lot of lavish gifts. No kidding, it was really a lavish gift. Ino Shikacho is a good friend from childhood to adulthood. When a good friend gets married, it would be a shame if the gift is too bad. Important people in big families get married like this and receive gifts. This is not corruption, but to show the family's connections and power. The more gifts you receive, the more valuable they are, the more people who come and the stronger you are. It proves that this family has a very strong network of contacts, reflecting the hidden value of the family. On Ino Shikacho's wedding day, the weather was wonderful, the wind was sunny and the sun was shining. It was a day that was picked by the Konoha weather team for a long time, and the weather was absolutely fine, adding a lot of brilliance to the wedding. The marriage place is located in the settlement of the Nara family. Compared with Akamichi and Yamanaka, the Nara family who sells medicinal herbs is the richest. The house is large and luxurious, and Ino Shikacho has always been headed by Nara, so the weddings of important people of each generation all chose to be held in the Nara family. Chief Hyuga too. The door of the spacious mansion, a genin of the Nara clan shouted loudly, and upon hearing the voice, Shikaku Inoichi and Choza immediately greeted him. Hiyashi-sama, Hazashi-sama, I didn't expect you all to come. It's a blessing for our 3 clans. Shikaku smiled and held some kind words. Although he was lazy, he had a high IQ and emotional intelligence. He casually held it, and a smile appeared on Hyuga Hiyashi's face. Shikaku, we are of the same generation with equal strength, so don't call me sire. I will inherit the patriarch position a few years earlier than you. Call me sire, but don't dare to be. Just call me Hiyashi in the future. Down, the Hyuga clan clearly showed that Shikaku would not be stupid enough to reject others. Welcomed into Hyuga, Nara Shikaku hadn't rested for a few seconds, when the voice of the tribe came again from outside the house. Patriarch Inuzuka is here with his family. Patriarch Aburame is here with his family. Sir Sarutobi is here with his family. Sir Jiraiya is here. Namikaze Minato-sama is here. The constant sound made the three Shikaku look at each other helplessly, only to realize that getting married is actually such a tiring thing. In order to strengthen the contacts of the three of them, the older generation Inoshika-cho did not greet the guests outside, they just acted as the behind-the-scenes workers for this wedding, such as invitations, etc. As long as the Shikaku three people's contacts were strengthened, the older seniors can abdicate in peace. Konoha's major families, small and medium families, and famous ninjas, almost all of them can shout their names. Fortunately, the Nara Patriarch's mansion was built in a Japanese-style building. It is simple and huge, and it can accommodate so many people without being crowded at all. The three of Shikaku's faces froze with laughter, especially Inoichi, who is a serious and old-fashioned person himself, but now he has to pretend to laugh. He feels that this kind of day almost makes him laugh. He is crazy. And at this moment, Patriarch Uchiha is here with his family. The sound from outside finally stopped the smiles on the faces of Shikaku and the three of them. Due to their good relationship with Izan since childhood and Makoto, the three of them hated Uchiha in their hearts. Shikaku and his father had analyzed it before, and Uchiha sent one at most. The elder came to have a meaning, but he didn't expect that Uchiha Fugaku would come with his family. Although they hated it, they had to go to meet them. The three quickly came to the gate of the mansion, and they saw Uchiha Fugaku and the child he was holding in his hand. I didn't expect the Fugaku Patriarch to come in person. It's full of brilliance. Haha, Shikaku, Inoichi, Choza, we are all colleagues of the same generation, it would be too outlandish to say these words. Come on, Itachi, congratulations to the three grooms. I wish Shikaku-sama, Inoichi-sama, Choza-sama, happy wedding. Uchiha Itachi looked confused and obedient. Shikaku glanced at Itachi lightly, and more or less guessed the behavior of Konoha's senior management before. Is this Uchiha Itachi? Genius. Thinking of genius, a trace of hidden disdain flashed across Shikaku's face. In his heart, can there be someone more genius than Brother Zan in this world? He doesn't believe it. Three of them and Fugaku chatted without a smile at the door for a while and then welcomed Fugaku in. Seeing that it was almost noon, the three of them finally became anxious. Why hasn't Big Brother Zan come yet? It won't come, will it? Impossible, maybe it was delayed by something. The three of them waited anxiously, and when the time was 10 minutes away from 12 o'clock, a voice finally came from outside the mansion. Lord Hokage, here. Chapter 339 _ The local tyrants start to make gifts. There are hundreds of people sitting in the main hall of the Nara Patriarch's mansion. Fortunately, the main hall is very large, and after accommodating so many people, it will not appear crowded. Yizan and his precious girlfriend sat at the front, along with Sarutobi, Lake Biwa and two advisors. Danzo didn't come, he didn't like going to weddings or busy places, and all of this was his son's own connections, so he didn't need to get involved. After the wedding process was over, it was 12:30. There were many people, and it was a festive day, which also made the whole main hall lively. Originally, after the process is over, the next step is to eat, but the big family marriage is different. After the wedding process is over, it becomes the gift-giving part. Those who can enter the main hall are all those who have received invitations from the three clans, and those who can receive invitations are the elites of Konoha, and their gifts will not be too shabby, otherwise it will be too embarrassing. Master Zishao gave away 3 pairs of purple gold jade bracelets and 2 A-level ninjutsu scrolls. Yuhyang-sama is giving away 2 A-grade demonic illusion scrolls and 5 B-grade demonic illusion scrolls. Sir Nakamori sent. Sir Jiraiya sent. The front is all gifts given by individuals, including common things and things used by ninjas, but most of them are A-grade ninjutsu scrolls, which is normal. After all, S-grade ninjutsu is very rare, and they are all these top elites. It is impossible to take it out as a gift. Front of them were all side dishes. When the last Jonin delivered the gifts in his own name, the entire hall suddenly seemed a little quiet, and the quiet was mixed with a few traces of enthusiasm. Hey, these idiots are starting to compare again. Sarutobi shook his head helplessly. He gave it in his own name. He gave 30 caddies of tea from Bashan, the best tea in the tea country, although the value is not as good as that of Jonin. Scroll, but it's almost there. But then again, the Ino-Shikacho clan all use their own family's secret techniques to give ninjutsu scrolls. Is it useful? Yizan blinked his eyes in confusion, wondering if the gift he had prepared was correct. Useful, useless, Ino-Shikacho is a family that has been passed down for hundreds of years. The power of family secret techniques surpasses that of ninjutsu of the same level. They can send the scrolls out, and they won't even be unable to take out the gifts at that time. Reciprocity. That's what it means. Sarutobi nodded and glanced at Yizan lightly. What did you prepare? Do you want to know? Hee, I won't tell you Tilda. Yizan teased Sarutobi with a smile on his face. Sarutobi kept pouting in anger. This stinky boy just likes to tease himself. He doesn't have the same knowledge as you. Nara man in the hall who was in charge of talking finally got the list of gifts from various families. He just glanced at it and was shocked by the dense list of gifts. Patriarch Inuzuka, give away 10 A-level ninjutsu scrolls. Patriarch Aburame, send 10 A-level ninjutsu scrolls. Patriarch Hyuga, give away 10 A-pole ninjutsu scrolls. 200 caddies of refined iron. 3 caddies of chakra conduction iron. Patriarch Uchiha, send out the A-pole ninjutsu scroll. A copy. Read Uchiha Fugaku. The ninja was obviously stunned. He rubbed his eyes and realized that he was not mistaken. Only got 1 copy. Dignified Patriarch Uchiha actually only gave away a copy of the A-level ninjutsu. You know, even the personal gifts like Sunset and Midarashi's Ishao have given at least 2 scrolls. Nara people who spoke were shocked, and the ninjas present were also shocked. They were not shocked, they were just surprised that Uchiha Fugaku dared to come and smash the place. Yes, compared to the identity of the Uchiha Patriarch, this kind of gift is purely a game changer, but there is no hard and fast rule on how many gifts to give. There is no problem with him doing it. I don't think Uchiha Fugaku's emotional intelligence is as good as his dad's. Yizan curled his lips in disdain, and dared to smash Ino-Shikacho on such an occasion, but Uchiha Fugaku didn't know that those who were willing to attend the wedding were asking Ino-Shikacho, or, in other words, showing goodness to the Hokage line. I just found out now. Otherwise, why did Danzo send someone to kill Uchiha Ida on the battlefield? Because he wanted Fugaku to succeed him. Sarutobi whispered in Yizan's ear. He used chakra to control his voice. Only Yizan could hear it in the audience. After 3 battles, Uchiha's strength has dropped greatly, and there are idiot patriarchs like Fugaku. I think it's not far from destroying Uchiha. Yizan also used chakra to control his voice, and only Sarutobi could hear it. Do you really want to destroy Uchiha? After all, he was the one who created the village. Don't be kidding, when I don't know the history. How was the village established back then? It's not because Senju and Uchiha are of equal strength. If they continue to fight, it will only hurt the other families. Moreover, Senju Hashirama defeated Uchiha Madara in a single challenge, so Uchiha will be soft. Agreed to jointly build the village and let Senju Hashirama become the leader. The real heroes are only the Senju clan. Now Uchiha is just a group of bastards trying to subvert the village for power. I haven't heard of. Guess you have never heard of it, you have no culture or knowledge. I will tell you that cancer is a malignant tumor of epithelial tissue. Once a tumor forms, it will not grow under the normal physiological regulation of the body, and this growth will slowly destroy normal tissues and organs. Until one day it grows uncontrollably and leads to death. Quote. The country is over. Don't pretend to be shocked. Tell you, the current Uchiha is a tumor on Konoha's body. We finally weakened it with 3 battles of chemotherapy, so we can't let it develop, understand? Understood. Being reprimanded by Yizan, Sarutobi felt that his life had turned gray. He didn't know where the brat got this medical knowledge, maybe it was taught by Tsunade. That's it, let's stop talking. Dead monkey, look. That man is ready to read my present. Chapter 340 Really local tyrant. Generally speaking, when big families give gifts, they are read out according to the strength of the family. The Uchiha family, as the largest family in Konoha, came in second last in terms of gifts. The last one that came out was not the family, but a gift from Mr. Hokage, the highest authority in Konoha. This was a deliberate finale and a respect for Hokage. Nara clan who read the gift held a list with a dozen or so letters densely written on it. He swallowed hard, his eyes widened in disbelief, and his arms trembled. His sudden performance caught everyone's attention, and all the people present were not fools. This kind of performance was obvious, and something that shocked him must have been written on the list, so it became like this. Hurry up. Yes, Nara boy, don't deliberately sway our appetite. What good things did Lord Hokage send? All of them were pro-Hokage factions or neutral families who were going to be pro-Hokage factions. Uchiha Fugaku's smashing of the scene did not change the lively scene. Now Konoha has only experienced a war in the ninja world. As the only victorious country in the war, Yizan's name is unprecedentedly loud, and with the full support of the 4 high-level executives, Yizan's Hokage position can be said to be too stable. At this time, if you are not close to the Hokage faction, then wait to be cleaned up by Hokage. Everyone has this kind of plan, so they attach great importance to the wedding of Ino Shikacho. They all know that the 4th generation Hokage Shimura-san and Ino Shikacho are good friends from childhood to adulthood. Such an important wedding, Shimura-san will definitely come up with a very precious gift, at least able to calm everything down. The crowd roared, but the Nara clansman was frightened. Seeing this, Shikaku shook his head speechlessly, and suddenly stepped forward and snatched the list from the clansman's hands. Then in the next instant, Shikaku's pupils shrank dramatically, his eyes widened in disbelief. He looked up at Yizan, found that Yizan was just smiling, and waved to himself. Brother Zan, these things are too precious. We can't accept them. Shikaku, since you called me big brother, what is it to give something? This is the big wedding of the 3 of you that will only be once in your life. As your big brother and as the Hokage of Konoha, I should give some gifts tilde. But. Okay Shikaku, don't be petty, read. Shikaku was very moved by the same laughter as when he was a child. The sincerity made him bite Kiba tightly. Only in this way can he hold back the lacrimal glands in the corners of his eyes and prevent the tears from flowing out. Brother Zan, thank you. Shikaku nodded vigorously at Yizan, then closed his eyes and quickly restrained his emotions. When he opened his eyes again, his emotions were finally suppressed. Lord Hokage, give away 3 100-year-old ginseng, 50 caddies of chakra conduction iron, 10 caddies of tea specially offered by the royal family of the Tea Kingdom. Reading this, Shikaku took a few breaths. Perhaps the pause was too long. When he was about to continue reading, a voice suddenly interrupted his words. Is this a gift from Hokage-sama? The sudden sound shook the entire hall, and everyone turned to look at Uchiha Fugaku, stunned. The face of everyone's astonishment, Uchiha Fugaku didn't have the slightest stage fright. As a proud Uchiha, he is also the Uchiha patriarch. Could it be that Hokage's gift is bad? He can't talk about it. Shimura-san, is this your gift? Hee. Seeing the disdainful look on Uchiha Fugaku's face, Yizan just smiled, thinking that the death penalty of the Uchiha family was brought forward a little in his heart. Yizan didn't speak. Uchiha Fugaku thought that Yizan was wrong, and was even more proud. He held his head proudly, and was about to say something, but was interrupted by 3 angry voices. Chief Fugaku. Shikaku, Choza, and Inoichi glared at Fugaku at the same time. Because of Yizan, they hated Uchiha Fugaku since childhood. Choza and Inoichi didn't want to send invitations to Uchiha, but because of the big family's face, such invitations had to be sent from house to house. Compared with Choza and Inoichi, Shikaku has the highest IQ and the fastest emotional stability. He gently pulled the two companions and looked at Uchiha Fugaku with a calmer tone. Patriarch Fugaku, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you just now. Because the gifts from Lord Hokage were too shocking, I had to stop to take a few breaths because of the excitement, but Patriarch Fugaku mistakenly thought that Lord Hokage gave as much as just now. Gift, sorry. His voice was neither humble nor arrogant, with the calmness unique to the Nara clan, and after he finished speaking, everyone in the audience immediately applauded. Under such circumstances, he was able to quickly stabilize his emotions and make a reasonable response. He deserves to be the next patriarch of the Nara clan. Shikaku's words made everyone applaud, but Uchiha Fugaku's face sank. He hesitated for a moment, and finally returned to his seat despite everyone's gaze. Beside him, Hyuga turned his head covertly, his eyes full of disdain. Shimura-san seems to be laughing and joking, but in fact, he is not a person to be provoked. The Uchiha family provokes Shimura-san over and over again. Thinking of this, Hyuga suddenly felt a little happy. If something happened to Uchiha, his Hyuga clan would be the largest clan in Konoha. This is very good news. Hyuga pondered. Shikaku's voice sounded again. He quickly calmed down and looked up at Shikaku. He was also curious, what gift is so precious that even the Ino-Shika-Cho clan dare not accept it? Sir Hokage's rank ninjutsu, Raiden Thunder Style Rasengan Practice Scroll. Wow! It was as if a stone was thrown into the calm lake, causing a huge wave. S-class ninjutsu. In a mere wedding, Lord Hokage actually gave out S-rank ninjutsu. Everyone was shocked by Yizan's generosity, but at this moment, Shikaku was crying because he had only read half of the list in his hand. Brother Zan, is it really okay for you to be in the limelight like this? Seeing Yizan's smug look on his face, Shikaku shook his head helplessly, and continued to read along the list. Sir Hokage's rank ninjutsu, Raiden Thunder Style Chakra Mode Training Scroll. Sir Hokage's rank ninjutsu, Futon Wind Style Chakra Mode Training Scroll. Sir Hokage's rank ninjutsu, Spiral Thrust Training Scroll. Hokage Give Me a Face, Chapter 341 to 360. Chapter 341 _ Missing People Locked in Orochimaru. The good days are over after the Tenten, and after the Ino-Shika-Cho wedding, Inuzuka Claw also married a man from the Inuzuka clan, and Namikaze Minato married Mawako. They didn't have a big or special event, they just invited their good friends to have a meal, and they had a lively play all day. Although they were not as numerous as Ino-Shika-Cho's guests, they could be considered a little happiness in the bland. Time is like running water, rushing by without attracting anyone's attention. This peaceful and quiet day has passed in a blink of an eye for a month. Dong dong dong. Come in. The door to Hokage's office was pushed open, and an Anbu wearing a cat face mask walked in quickly. Lord Hokage. What's the matter? Recently, we Anbu found that civilians and middle genin disappeared inexplicably in the village. Since there is no evidence, we dare not report it to you, but now. Halfway through speaking, Anbu put the documents he had organized on the desk, bowed, and left silently. In fact, when he heard Anbu's description, Yizan understood something. He picked up the information on the table and browsed it carefully. The number of people who disappeared from the ninja civilians, the situation and the follow-up investigation found that the final evidence in the information all pointed to one person. Orochimaru. Yizan sighed softly, put the information on the table, was about to get up, hesitated again, and hid the information in the thick mountain of documents. Boom! With a light sound, Yi-zan turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. At the same time, Yi-zan, who was leaning on the sofa and hugging Kushina, was slightly stunned, and a bunch of memories appeared in his mind. What's wrong? The hand on his lower abdomen suddenly stopped moving, which made Kushina a little puzzled. Her cheek Yuhi moved up and kissed Yi-zan on the mouth. Shadow clone has disappeared. There is something important that needs me to do it myself. Yi-zan frowned slightly. What should have come after all? Even if he didn't collude with Danzo, Orochimaru is still studying forbidden technique, even because of its independence, found much later. Go. Business is urgent. Well, I'll be back in a while. Yi-zan held Kushina's face and kissed it gently, then left the sofa, flickered, and used the technique of Hiraishin to come directly to Sarutobi's mansion. Dead monkey. Yo, Xiaoshuan, why are you free to see me today? Sarutobi is sitting cross-legged in the corridor aisle of the mansion's backyard drinking tea. The green grass and rockery flowing water make the whole yard look very beautiful. I didn't come to see you. Put on your battle uniform and come with me. Yi-zan said solemnly, which made Sarutobi's smiling face freeze instantly. He looked at Yi-zan with a serious face, knowing this situation, Stink the kid can't be kidding himself. What happened? During this time, many of Konoha's civilians and ninjas disappeared. After a long period of exploration, Enbu found that Orochimaru was studying the forbidden technique, and the people he captured had become test subjects. What? Orochimaru Sarutobi was shocked, followed by intolerable anger. Although Orochimaru is his beloved apprentice, the Konoha villagers, Konoha ninjas, are the objects he needs to guard. Although he is now retired, it does not mean that he can tolerate Orochimaru experimenting with Konoha's people. Hold me a few seconds. Sarutobi rushed into the house. After a few seconds, he came out wearing a metal-armored battle suit. He gave Yi-zan a solemn look, nodded, and then rushed out first, towards Orochimaru's research room. On Yi-zan's side, he first fixed his eyes in the sky, used Hiraishin's technique to teleport to Tiansheng, browsed Konoha, locked onto Orochimaru's laboratory, and teleported to Orochimaru's laboratory with a boom. They came to the laboratory. There were already a large number of Anbu guarding here. Seeing Yi-zan's arrival, they all bowed respectfully to Yi-zan, and then an Anbu with his hair wrapped up came to Yi-zan's side. This is what was hidden in Anbu. Hatake Tsukumo is a regular member. How's it going? I don't know. Without your order, we can't rush in at will. We guarded the entrance and exit. Idiot. How can Orochimaru have only one entrance? Yi-zan glared at Hatake Tsukumo. Tsukumo absolutely knew the truth. He obviously did not attack on purpose, or, because of the relationship between Orochimaru and Sarutobi, he really didn't want to kill Orochimaru like this. Boom. With a loud noise, Yi-zan kicked open the door of the laboratory, and a large number of trigger traps erupted. In the next second, only a few electric currents flashed, and Hatake Tsukumo had destroyed all the traps. Go. Yi-zan waved his hand and rushed into the depths of the laboratory with a large number of Anbu. Compared with the traps set up at the gate, the strength and danger of the traps on the road behind increased hundreds of times. It was obviously a secret base built by Orochimaru with many years of painstaking efforts. And these traps can stop anyone from moving forward. You all get out of the way. Raiden Thunder Style Mode, on. Rumbling. Yi-zan turned into a thunderball, savagely charging towards the front. No traps could cause damage to him, like a heavy tank, destroying all the traps in an instant. Boom. With a loud bang, Yi-zan hit the door of the secret laboratory with his shoulder vertically. He didn't know what the door was made of. Yi-zan turned on the Raiden Thunder Style Mode and hit it, but only a small depression came out. What a sturdy door. As expected of a secret base that Orochimaru has built for several years, try this trick. Futon Wind Style Spiral Thrust. The strong chakra gathered at the 4.5 fingertips, forming a frantically spinning blue light. Yi-zan lightly pointed his finger on the door, and in an instant, a small hole was drilled out of the door. Tisk. So my spiral thrust can also be used as a laser. Yizan smashed it a few times, and drew a door frame on the door with his fingers. Then he took off the spiral thrust and pushed the door frame down with a slight push. It has been quite a while since he entered the laboratory. At this moment, Sarutobi, who was dressed in metal armor, also came to the laboratory. There's actually a door here. Did Xiaozan destroy the trap on the way? Looking at Yizan's back in front of him, Sarutobi walked up quickly, grabbed Yizan's shoulders, jumped abruptly, and rushed into the secret laboratory first. Chapter 342 Orochimaru Defection _ In the secret laboratory, there is a strong and pungent smell of disinfectant. Filled with green liquid body, a large number of Konoha civilians and ninjas are motionless inside. Such round Jinchuriki column glass jars are lined up in the laboratory like bamboo shoots. Some of the jars have only internal organs or brains. Looks very intimidating. Not only these people, but one of the jars contained a several-year-old child with something like wood growing out of his arms, kind of like Mokuden wood style but not so much. Orochimaru collects data on the data table on the left side of the secret laboratory. He has stored too much data for several years, even if he knows that Anbu has been squatting outside, even if all the traps outside explode, even if this extremely strong iron door is opened by Yizan, he is still collecting data, and storing these data in his storage scroll. Is it still too late? Orochimaru looked at the rest of the information with some loss. He had already collected more than half of it, but he might not have the chance to take it away. Large number of Anbu were scattered in the laboratory. Yizan stood silently not far away. Sarutobi's eyes were bloodshot, he clenched his fists tightly, and his body kept shaking with anger. Orochimaru, why are you doing this at 30? Quote. His almost roaring question shook the entire laboratory, and dust fell from the ceiling, but Orochimaru just glanced at Sarutobi, and Sarutobi's indifference made Sarutobi even more angry. Sarutobi-sensei, Shimura-zan, you are all here. His voice was still hoarse, as if thinking of something, and suddenly he laughed nervously, his hoarse voice echoing in this spacious and bloody secret laboratory. Teacher Sarutobi, I'm about to succeed. He erected his snake pupils and opened his hands frantically, as if a mad scientist was telling the world about his masterpiece. Teacher Sarutobi, don't you congratulate me. I'm about to succeed. Damn. Boom. The steel-reinforced ground shattered, and Orochimaru fluttered to the back, his pupils condensed slightly, and his tone instantly became solemn. Mr. Sarutobi, it seems that you still don't understand me. Orochimaru, why did you attack the people of your own village? Do you know what crime you committed? This is a capital crime. A capital crime. Sarutobi didn't respond to Orochimaru's nervous words at all. He just roared wildly, his hands clenched holding the golden hoop tightly, the cage-level momentum fully bloomed. Sensei Sarutobi, are you going to kill me? Rebel, for your own selfish desires, for your so-called forbidden technique, you actually kill Konoha colleagues and Konoha villagers. Today I want to clear the door. The terrifying aura swept through everything. Sarutobi glared angrily, waved the golden hoop, and smashed Orochimaru mercilessly. Just like when he fought against Onoki or the third-generation Raikage, his attack was not merciless. Full of cage-level chakra, the golden hoop hit Orochimaru instantly. Boom. There was a loud bang, and the gravel splashed. Orochimaru was lying in the pothole on the wall of the laboratory with his mouth full of blood. His pupils shrank sharply, and without thinking, he raised his hand and patted the wall, only to see a seal blooming. Swallow it in. Drink. Sarutobi shouted loudly, lifted the golden cudgel and smashed the seal and the wall at once. Seeing that a black hole appeared, he ignored everyone's reaction and rushed into the hole first, chasing after Orochimaru who was fleeing. Spot, the Anbu looked at Yizan, and they waited for Yizan to issue an order. Stop chasing. Lord Hokage. Orochimaru wants to run, but if you chase after him, you will die. The monkey is reluctant to let Orochimaru die. Forget it, just sell the monkey as a favor. Yizan sighed softly and thought about it in a different position. If he compares himself to Sarutobi and Conan to Orochimaru, although this analogy is a bit inappropriate, from an emotional point of view, Sarutobi treats Orochimaru like his own son. No less than his own feelings for Conan. Imagine that one day, Conan suddenly did something that was completely unacceptable to him, and even assumed that he betrayed him. That kind of blow, Yi Xuanman asked himself, was really unbearable. Sarutobi is in this mood right now. He was so angry that his heart was broken, but he was reluctant to kill Orochimaru. Sarutobi was so angry that he vomited blood due to the tangled and complicated feelings, and finally he stood rationally. Knock Orochimaru on the wall, because he knows that with Orochimaru's character, he will definitely leave a way out in the laboratory. Forget it, close the team. Yizan shook his head. Orochimaru hurt Konoha's people. As a Hokage, he absolutely cannot tolerate Orochimaru continuing to loot in Konoha. In principle, Yizan could just kill Orochimaru directly, but Yizan also defeated rationality. I also grew up in the Hokage office, so let Sarutobi handle this matter. Issued a wanted notice, listed Orochimaru as an S-rank missing nin, and notified the whole ninja world. Half an hour later, Sarutobi came to Hokage's office with heavy steps. Orochimaru's wanted notice has been issued. At this moment, Yizan was sitting on the office chair, watching Sarutobi 330 silently. Sorry. Don't apologize to me, you should apologize to those ninjas and civilians. Well, I know that I will take care of their family's life. Although this can't make up for anything, it's not good. Sarutobi sighed lightly, as if he was 10 years older in an instant. Looking at his sluggish mental face, Yizan frowned slightly, and a golden light spread, covering Sarutobi inside. Cell matter, give me face and restore youthful vitality. The corner of Yizan's mouth moved. Sarutobi was in a trance at the moment, and did not notice Yizan's small movements. Without Sage Mode turned on, Yizan's physical strength passed away quickly, and after a while, he felt that his physical strength was a little unbearable. Closure. The golden force field dissipated, Sarutobi looked a few years younger, and as the cells regained vitality, Sarutobi's spirit also improved. I have listed Orochimaru as an S-rank missing nin, but because of his great strength, Anbu won't attack when he meets him later. There is no need to let Anbu die. This is the end of this matter. As for the ending in the secret laboratory. Work. Tsukumo, you're in charge. As ordered. Chapter 343 Jiraiya was bullied again. Orochimaru's defection did not have much substantial impact on Konoha, and perhaps the most affected were Sarutobi and Jiraiya. I'm leaving. In Hokage's office, Jiraiya's face was exhausted. He went to chase Orochimaru 3 days ago, but was injured by Orochimaru, and finally returned to Konoha helplessly. There's no need to do this. Maybe you have worked hard for more than 10 years, but nothing has come of it. Yizan sat on the sofa staggeringly, while Shadow Clone was still working hard on the files. I know there may be no results, but I have to do it. I have to get him back. Jiraiya's face was firm, and that stupid look made Yizan a little speechless. Well, let's not say whether you can get it back for the time being, and even if you get it back, so what? His behavior has violated Konoha's bottom line, and the worst is a life sentence. This is your bond. I don't care. No matter what punishment Orochimaru faces, I will bring him back. I will bear half of it for him. I will be imprisoned for 30 years for him alone, right? Boom. Oops. Why are you knocking on me, brat? Did I knock you? I shouldn't knock you, you idiot. Boom. Oops. You stinky boy, knock me back again. Boom. Oh, I really fought back. Bang bang ping ping pong. Few minutes later, Jiraiya fell to the ground with his head covered in bags. He pouted pitifully, tears streaming down his face. Woo. Hokage killed someone, woohoo. Hokage is a bastard. If you cry again, believe it or not, I will continue to beat you. Crunch. As if the open faucet was closed instantly, Jiraiya closed her mouth tightly, sobbing softly, aggrieved. The two made a fuss like this, and the atmosphere finally got better. Jiraiya scratched the back of his head giggling, and the yuhi bag all over his head seemed to disappear in an instant. I'm leaving. Go away. Really gone. So I told you to get out. I don't care about you, Tilda. You didn't say leave, my words. Yeah, get the hell out of here. Looking at your toad face is disgusting. You. Jiraiya narrowed her eyes angrily, hummed several times, and finally turned her head awkwardly, turned around, and swaggered towards the office door. Stinky boy, bye, I'll come back to see you when I'm free. Whatever you want. Oh yes, Jiraiya, do you want the third part of Hell Heaven? What? They had already reached the gate, but Jiraiya was shocked by Yizan's words. He turned around quickly, and looked at Yizan with a look of astonishment. The third part of Hell in Heaven is out. Why didn't I know? I just finished writing it, and I haven't found a publisher to publish it yet. Would you like it? Yizan grinned and grinned, looking very nasty. At this moment, Jiraiya was completely confused by Yizan's words. He shook his head fiercely, but still didn't understand. Stinky boy, you, I don't understand what you meant just now. What is it? You just finished writing it and haven't published it yet. It literally means, I recently wrote the third volume on a whim. I'll give you a copy when I see you're about to leave Konoha. You. That moment, countless pictures flashed in Jiraiya's mind. Some were queuing up to buy books and were mocked by the store owner, and some were quietly mocked by some ninjas. Countless pictures flew by, and finally, they were frozen on the last picture. That picture is a piece of clean white paper, neatly printed on the white paper. Author name, Jiraiya is a big idiot. Stinky boy is originally you. Bastard. Oh, I hate you. Jiraiya was so angry that his hair stood on end. He rushed towards Yizan frantically, and then... boom. A shock, the Hokage building shook 3 times, and Jiraiya fell to the ground in tears, with a big yuhi bag popping out of her head. Woo, stinky boy, the enemy I've been looking for many years turns out to be you. You bastard, do you know how many people have ridiculed me because of your pseudonym, woo woo? I remember you. Jiraiya eventually left. But before leaving, he held the third book of Hell and Heaven and stared at Yizan with a serious face. Stinky boy, I will definitely create a better looking book that surpasses Hell Heaven. Since your book is called Hell Heaven, then mine is called Kiss Hot Heaven, and I will definitely beat you. Don't make me wait too long, Tilda. Humph. Jiraiya leaves and embarks on the leisurely wandering journey that he most desires. During the journey, he will wholeheartedly find Orochimaru and bring Orochimaru back to Konoha. Of course, Yizan couldn't believe this at all. Orochimaru who left Konoha lost his limit. Forbidden technique developed so fast. At Jiraiya's level, it was difficult to find Orochimaru, let alone bring Orochimaru back. Konoha too. Orochimaru defected. Jiraiya left. Yizan did not deliberately interfere with the plot, and did not deliberately not change the plot, but everything happened like this. I can only say, no matter what the situation, Orochimaru belongs to the person who cannot stay in Konoha. He is a 10-10 student, a scientist, an unscrupulous lunatic. This kind of person is not suitable for staying in the kind and peaceful system of Konoha. Orochimaru was almost the last time bomb of Konoha. Orochimaru left. The ninja world was at peace. Yizan finally felt that everything was comfortable. He started to stay at home and have sex with his girlfriends again, and then... we won the bid. What? Are you pregnant? Yizan's eyes widened in surprise, while Kushina shyly shrank in Yizan's arms, shyly, without wearing anything on her body. The two of them were lying on the bed with only a thin layer of bedding covered. Kushina hugged Yizan tightly, her tone extremely shy. I didn't come last month. I had such a guess, but I didn't come this month. Big idiot, I haven't been here for 2 months, why are you saying it now? Let's go. Take you to the hospital. You're an idiot. What kind of hospital do you go to? Do'n't you have the best doctor in the world at home? Chapter 344 Konoha's New Wave of Pregnancy. In Kushina's boudoir, Tsunade has completed a series of examinations. How is it? It's not bad, Kushina, you idiot, you've been pregnant for 2 months, and now you realize that your head is made of wood. Tsunade poked Kushina's forehead with his finger, which made Kushina keep begging for mercy. Aggrieved pouted. I'm sorry, it's the first time I've met, and I'm not sure. I didn't feel that something was wrong until I didn't come this month. You idiot. Tsunade poked Kushina's forehead again, then looked at Yizan, his eyes flashing with strange colors. Little pervert, Kushina is pregnant, you can't sleep with her during this time. Quote. Yizan widened his eyes in surprise. As a straight man who didn't understand pregnancy at all, Yizan expressed his surprise. Hey, what? Tell you, a woman can't do that kind of thing when she's pregnant. Come here, you little pervert. I'm going to teach you something about the pregnancy of a girl. Tsunade raised his hand and grabbed at Yizan's cheeks, directly pulled Yizan out of Kushina's boudoir, and then she looked back at Kushina and made a yes gesture. Kushina, you lie down for a while. When you're pregnant, you should pay special attention to 010 not to fall, and don't make big moves. I'll take the little lecher away first, lest he can't help but do it to you again. Tilda. Kushina was alone in the boudoir. She sighed softly, lowered her head, and touched her belly. There was no obvious change in her second month of pregnancy, but she knew that in her belly, there was a small life. On the other side, Tsunade pulled Yizan directly into his boudoir. As soon as the door was closed, Yizan immediately hugged Tsunade's waist with a smile on his face. What are you doing? Tsunade slapped Yizan's hand away and stared at him, pretending to be serious, but his eyes flashed a strange light. If you don't do anything, just touch it, don't do it. Yizan sneered, holding Tsunade in his arms with one hand, while the other hand moved around her, and in a short while he got under the clothes. Hate. Tsunade's face was full of yuhi, and she was leaning softly in Yizan's arms. She pursed her lips lightly, her eyes sparkled, as if water were about to drip. Little pervert, don't move. I'll teach you some knowledge about women's pregnancy, don't. Before Tsunade could finish speaking, Yizan put his head together and directly pouted her lips. Gradually, her whole body became hot, her eyes were blurred and hazy, and Yizan pushed her onto the bunk. Little pervert, you're so bad. Take it easy. Half an hour later, Yizan came to the first floor contentedly and told all the girls that Kushina was pregnant. Wow, Sister Kushina is pregnant. Conan's face was full of excitement, and he didn't know why. I'll go out and buy some supplements. I need a lot of nutrition when I'm pregnant. Makoto was still gentle, and the first thing she thought of supplements. Conan, please accompany Makoto to buy it. Just buy the best supplements on the market. As for the supplements, I will go to the Nara family to get them. What about the 100-year-old ginseng and 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum? Bring back a few boxes. In the head, it seems that the Nara family is regarded as a tonic cash machine, which is 100 and 1,000 years old, and is very proud. Come on, let's split up. Yizan took the two daughters out and separated at the intersection. Yizan quickly came to the Nara family and found that Namikaze Minato was also at Shikaku's house. Minato, why are you here? Brother Zan, you're here too. Oh, that's it. Mawako is pregnant, so I came to Shikaku to get some tonic. Minato scratched his head honestly, looking very happy. Hey, Mawako is also pregnant. Could it be? Kushina is pregnant too. Minato's face was full of surprise, and he could only say that, as expected of sisters, Kushina and Mawako were both pregnant at about the same time. Just when the two were surprised by each other, the door opened, and Shikaku walked in without motivation. As soon as he entered the door, he lay down lazily, regardless of the cleanliness of the cadres on the ground. Laziness had reached ultimate. Big brother Zan, Minato, I'm so tired, I really want to sleep. Shikaku yawned lazily. Since he got married, he has been forced to take over the family affairs by his equally lazy father. During this time, tired him. Shikaku, don't sleep, I have something to do with you. Seeing that Shikaku was about to enter sleep mode, Yizan shook his head helplessly, raised his hand and knocked on Shikaku's forehead. Ouch, it hurts. Shikaku sat up suddenly, rubbed Yuhi's forehead, and said with a face full of grievances, Brother Zan, do you know how tired I am during this time? I am exhausted like a dog. Then how many times do you learn to bark like a dog? Wong wong wong. It sounds like a black pill, but I'm still not allowed to sleep. Yizan raised his eyebrows with a smile, and said slowly in Shikaku's resentful eyes, I am looking for you today to get some tonic. What tonic? Kushina is pregnant. I don't know, anyway, it's a tonic that is good for pregnant women. You can give it to me, and Minato, his wife is also pregnant. Ah, why is everyone so coincidental? What's the matter? Are you? Well, my wife is also pregnant, and Inoichi's wife, Choza's wife, are all pregnant. They even asked me for tonic yesterday. Just when the three were shocked by each other, they knocked on the door a few times. The door opened, and a Nara servant bowed respectfully to the three. Young patriarch, someone from the Inuzuka clan is looking for you. Call him over. As ordered. The servant left, and after a while, he walked in with a man. After a closer look, he realized that it was Inuzuka Claw's husband. He was tall, thin, and quite handsome. Lord Hokage, so you are here too. Seeing Yizan, he bowed seriously, although he is Inuzuka Claw's husband. Although Inuzuka Claw is Yizan's good friend, he still respects Yizan. Your name is Inuzuka How, right? Don't be so restrained. You came to Shikaku today, what's the matter? Little Claw is pregnant, so. Yizan. Chapter 345 Is the head-shaking action cool? As the new generation of ninjas grow up and get married, the next generation of ninjas gradually appear in their mother's belly. In the days to come, parents will pass on protection and love to their children. This is the will of fire. After Kushina's stomach finally started to grow, Yizan was forced to end his sex life with Kushina, and then Yizan was occupied by Tsunade and Makoto. But then again, Minato, what's your name for your child? At the top of Hokage Rock, Yizan was sitting on the edge and blowing away. Minato stood by the side steadily. His eyes became very gentle when he thought of Mawako. It's been decided, call Uzumaki Naruto. Huh, the boy's name is Uzumaki Naruto, what if I have a girl? I don't know, I discussed it with Mawako before. If I have a girl, she will name it, but she has not decided for a while, so I don't know what the girl should be called. As for Naruto, you know Mr. Jiraiya, that book, The Legend of Perseverance and Endurance, the story of hero Jiraiya. The protagonist in it is Naruto. I want my child to be as tough and persevering as in the book, so I named my child Uzumaki Naruto. As in the original, Minato still named the child Naruto, and it is important to know why he is not named Namikaze but Uzumaki. This world, from the age of samurai thousands of years ago, has been based on family units, including the later ninjas, which are also based on family units. Family is the characteristic of this world. With the passage of time, this world has gradually formed an unwritten rule that the surname of a child must follow the surname of the stronger parent in the family. Minato was born as a commoner, which means that he has no family. Although the Uzumaki family has declined, it has always been a family that has been passed down for hundreds of years, which also led Naruto to follow the Uzumaki surname. For this, Namikaze Minato is not at all dissatisfied, or, in other words, people in this world have no idea of competing for children's surnames. The so-called worldview, it is precisely because of the rules and systems of the world that people form a worldview. Yizan is okay. Although the Uzumaki family is strong, it has already declined, and the Shimura family is one of the actual leaders of Konoha. He himself is the fourth generation of Hokage. With such an identity and status, no matter what girl is born for him children's names will be called Shimura. Okay, Minato, it's getting late. It's time for me to go home. I'm not at home. Conan and Makoto can't take it. Hey, it's a burden to be so handsome. Facing the wind, Yizan shook his head handsomely, and Namikaze Minato's face was full of black lines with his pretentious appearance. Brother Zan, I don't despise you, but you shook your hair just now. I suggest you don't do it in the future. It's really stupid. Yizan. Leaving Minato, Yizan returned home in a dashing manner, took off his shoes, and stood at the entrance like an idiot, standing there until Kushina noticed. Stinky rascal, what are you doing standing there stupidly? Kushina asked carelessly while chewing on the cake. When she asked, she immediately focused all the girls' eyes on Yizan. It's nothing, I'm just. Yizan supported the wall with one hand, crossed his left foot towards his right, leaned his body to the right, lowered his head, raised his head, and threw his hair dashingly. How silly. The action just now is so handsome, where is it stupid? Tisk. Handsome. Crickets cricket. If you don't believe me, ask them. After Kushina finished speaking, Yizan looked at the other women expectantly, but what greeted him was the ruthless fact. Little pervert, you were really stupid just now, don't do it again, dislike it. Brother Zan, Sister Tsunade and Kushina are right, you were really stupid just now. Teacher, I'm doing origami, I didn't see anything tilde. Bastard, can you act like a lie when you lie, at least you have paper in your hand. After being beaten up by the girls, Yizan collapsed completely. With a bitter face, holding his back, he walked to Kushina with small steps like a zombie, sat down, and hugged Kushina in his arms. How's it going? Fortunately, everyone is taking care of you, but I've been eating too much supplements recently, and I'm a little tired. Would you like to have a barbecue? Huh, Kushina's eyes lit up and she was about to agree, but she was instantly opposed by three voices. No. Tsunade, Makoto, Conan, y'all. Barbecue causes cancer, don't you know? You are pregnant now, so you are not allowed to eat these things. When it comes to health problems, Makoto suddenly turned into a strict teacher, and directly pressed Kushina, who was about to stand up, on the sofa. I boiled chicken soup today, for a while drink more, it's good for your body tilde. Woo, but I really want to eat barbecue, I really want to eat grilled fish, I really want to eat sushi. Brother Zan, you have to take care of Kushina. She is not allowed to eat those things quietly. Well. With Makoto, a chef who loves to make food, and Conan, a small chef who also loves to make food, the family has a balanced and healthy diet, and there are different dishes every day, and the desserts are even more than enough. Tsunade can't be idle, and occasionally goes out to do tasks, but recently, Tsunade has a bad habit. The clacked Yui-colored light point kept turning countless circles, and finally, from fast to slow, slowly, it stopped on the apple. Damn, lost again. Tsunade clenched her fists and stared at the fruit machine in front of her. In the last round, she put all her bets on watermelon, but in the end, an apple came out. This is the only casino in Konoha. She accidentally walked in a few days ago, and her natural gambling cells rushed out like a volcanic eruption. Every time she went out mysteriously, gambled for a long time before returning home, which also caused Yizan's doubts, and even followed Tsunade quietly, and finally found that Tsunade walked into the casino. This stinky woman actually ran away to gamble. Standing behind Tsunade, Yizan bit Kiba and clenched his fists. Tsunade's mind was completely attracted by the fruit machine in front of him, and he didn't notice Yizan standing behind her at all. It's so annoying, I've lost everything. Tsunade whispered, feeling a little unhappy. Losing it all. Shall I lend you some? Lend me. Anyone willing to lend me money? The sudden voice behind her made Tsunade burst into laughter. She turned her head happily, and then her heart sank to the bottom. Little pervert. I'm just. Humph. Stupid woman, go back and clean you up. Chapter 346 Nohara Rin's Death Crisis. Say, is it wrong? Wrong. What's wrong? I shouldn't gamble. Girls who are addicted to gambling have no temperament. In the bedroom, Tsunade pouted aggrievedly, like a stray kitten, very pitiful. Don't pretend to be pitiful for me, I don't know you yet, you. Seeing Tsunade still blinking pitifully, Yizan's heart softened and he didn't know what to say. Hee, the little bitch is the best. Tsunade laughed, pounced on Yizan like a little girl, knocked Yizan down, bent his head, kissed Yizan on the mouth, and grinned. He closed his eyes and put his head in Yizan's arms. Baby little husband Tilda. Huh. Yizan raised his eyelids. Tsunade kissed him again. He slowly put his hand on Tsunade's butt, rubbed lightly, and got in after a while. Hate. Don't you mean educating people? Education later, let's do interesting things now. Little bastard. Slow down. The happy days passed by like this, and Kushina's belly grew at an imperceptible rate, and recently, she could even hear the heartbeat of new life. Tsunade, this idiot, finally went to gamble, but fortunately, with Yizan's strict education, he gambled once or twice a week on average, no more than half a day at a time. At least she couldn't let her become addicted and become a gambler. And just when Kushina was 6 months pregnant, suddenly, in Yizan's sense, a space marker shattered. Yizan was puzzled at first, then remembered what happened a few months ago. His face changed slightly, and the space was instantly torn apart. In the surprised eyes of the girls, he disappeared without a trace. At the same time, at the border of the land of fire near the land of water, it was raining heavily, and the sky was filled with dark clouds, as if to express sadness. Wow! Water splashed everywhere, and Kakashi kept escaping with Nohara Rin on his back, followed by more than a dozen ninjas from Kurigakure village. Kakashi, put me down. No, our teammate, how can I leave you alone? Even if I die today, I won't let you go. He frantically blessed the thunder attribute chakra on his leg, and the skin of his calf had been burned by the thunder attribute, but he persisted and ran away with Nohara Rin on his back. Boom! A loud noise, Kakashi spit out a mouthful of blood and flew 300 meters away. He rolled around a dozen times on the ground in embarrassment, then raised his head and looked at Nohara Rin in disbelief. At this moment, he discovered that Nohara Rin was burning powerful chakra, comparable to cage-level chakra, so terrifying. Kakashi, this is the conspiracy of the land of water. They have 3 tails implanted in my body. Even if I go back, I will turn into a beast because I can't control the 3 tails. At that time, it will be Konoha who is injured. Give up me, or kill me. Nohara Rin's face was covered with tears. She never wanted to live, but she was planted with 3 tails, and the attack on Kakashi's shoulder just now was not her own last wish at all, and she was gradually unable to suppress the tailed beast. Rin, it will be like this. Kakashi bit Kiba tightly. Yuhi's Sharingan with his left eye kept spinning, and in the distance, a dozen Kurigakure ninjas were getting slower and slower, as if deliberately not catching up with Kakashi. Okay, have Kakashi carry Nohara Rin back to Konoha. In fact, Uchiha Madara didn't do anything. He just controlled a Kurigakure village elder a long time ago. He only needed to give an order. Kakashi comes to the rescue and brings Nohara Rin back to Konoha. Of course, the reason this elder persuaded the other elders was to cause damage to Konoha through the explosion of the 3 tails, and the reason for Uchiha Madara was, Kakashi, kill me. Nohara Rin shouted firmly. Her will is very firm, but facing the powerful Sanwei, her will gradually collapsed. Even so, she shouted, she can't take Sanwei back to destroy it. Sizzle. Blooming Thunder's right hand exudes a destructive aura. Kakashi is half knelt on the ground. His left hand squeezes his right wrist, but his right hand is still shaking. Constantly trembling. Rin. He looked at Nohara Rin desperately. He never thought that one day he would kill his teammates with his own hands. Rin, sorry, Reikiri. Huh. Lightning flashes through the air, Kakashi hurriedly kills Rin Nohara, and far away, Uchiha Obito opens his mouth wide, his whole face contorted. He had just arrived at the battlefield when he saw Kakashi use Reikiri to kill Rin Nohara. He shouted wildly, and rushed towards Kakashi and Rin Nohara in the distance, but it was too far. No matter what he does, he can't stop Kakashi's Reikiri. Kakashi's grief despair, Obito's grief despair. Nohara Rin is equally desperate, looking at Reikiri who is getting closer. Suddenly, a light flashes through her mind. She grabs a wooden kunai from her ninja bag, hesitates for a moment, holding a glimmer of hope in despair. He squeezed Kuwu with a little force. Sizzle. The violent thunder finally came, and Kakashi's right hand finally pointed to Nohara Rin's heart. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters, 1 meter, 10 centimeters. The radiating thunder from the outer layer had already slammed into Nohara Rin's skin, and the high-energy thunder attribute chakra aggregate in the center was only 10 centimeters away from Nohara Rin's body. At that moment, everyone knew that Nohara Rin was dead. Rin! Kakashi and Obito shouted at the same time, the distance of 10 centimeters, it is impossible to change the ending, even if they have not hit Nohara Rin, but in their minds, they have seen the picture 5.4 of Nohara Rin being penetrated by Reikiri. They roared wildly, Yuhi's Sharingan spun wildly, and the black tomo gathered towards the middle, forming a weird big windmill. Puff! The thunder roared, bursting with bright white light, and the whole world was illuminated by this white light, covering everyone's eyes. Rin! Kakashi and Obito seemed to have lost all of their strength. They silently stared at the thundering white light in front of them, and then they were replaced by a violent blue light. That's why I said, no matter what the reason, you shouldn't kill your colleague, Kakashi. Rin in his arms, the futon wind style mode easily blocked Reikiri. Yizan smiled, raised his hand, and gently scraped off the tears on Nohara Rin's face. I said, as long as you crush Kuwu, no matter what happens, I will protect you tilde. Chapter 347 Conan's Passionate Love. 4 elephant seals. Boom. The powerful sealing force instantly contained Sanwei, and Sanwei violently resisted, but in the face of Yizan's continuous chakra, Sanwei's breath became weaker and weaker. Ah! Nohara Rin screamed. 2 powerful chakras were fighting against her abdomen, as if to tear her apart. The pain caused her to faint in an instant. With the unwilling thoughts of Sanwei, the seal of the 4 elephants was gradually completed. Looking at Nohara Rin who fainted in his arms, Yizan smiled, and then turned his eyes to Kakashi. You don't have to teach me a lesson, I know what you mean. If you try to kill a colleague, I will accept any punishment, as long as Rin is fine. Kakashi knelt on the ground tiredly, the double torture of body and mind had exhausted him. When did I say I'm going to punish you? Yizan looked at Kakashi with a smile, and a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. Kakashi, look up. Yizan's order made Kakashi puzzled, but he also raised his head obediently. His left eye, the bewitching Mangekyo, exuded a mesmerizing charm. Is this the 1,030 flower pot? This is the first time I've seen it. Yizan thought silently in his heart, as if thinking of something. He looked up and looked around, but except for the dozen or so Kurigakure ninjas not far away, there was no Obito at all. Break away. What a clever fellow. Yizan thought indifferently. As a traveler who knew the plot, he definitely thought that he was doing it without knowing it, but he didn't know that Yizan knew everything about the future. Obito disappeared, then it would be meaningless to stay here. Yizan turned to look at the dozen or so Kurigakure ninjas. At that moment, more than a dozen Kurigakure ninjas knelt on the ground trembling, not even one of them escaped. 4th generation Lord Hokage, we are just carrying out the above tasks, we are innocent. Yes, we are really innocent, we don't know anything, we are just mission machines for Kurigakure village. Damn Kurigakure village. In order to survive, one of them even started to scold his village. Yizan shook his head in disdain. He originally wanted to let these people go, but when he saw the tears on Rin, face in his arms. He moved, and after more than a dozen the Kurigakure ninja flickered a few times around, then returned to the place as if nothing had happened. Puff! Blood splattered all over the sky, and more than a dozen Kurigakure ninjas covered their necks at the same time and slowly fell to the ground. I swear I didn't kill you because I like Nohara-rin, but you bullied my Konoha girls. I really have no reason to let you go. More than a dozen ninjas died. In the entire wilderness, except for the downpour, Kakashi was kneeling on the ground. At this moment, Yizan took Nohara-rin and used the Hiraishin technique to return to Konoha's home. With his max-level Hiraishin technique, he brought a person as effortless. As for Kakashi, from the perspective of different force fields, his actions can be right or wrong. Yizan forgives him, but forgiveness is forgiveness. Yizan will not bring Kakashi back, or he will slowly walk back from the border of the country of fire. Bar. And at home, when Yizan went out and came back, holding a girl in his hand, Kushina froze instantly. She was about to have a seizure, and suddenly found that Yizan was in a coma and embarrassed Nohara-rin, suddenly stunned. Nohara-rin. What happened to her? I got caught in the Kurigakure village's conspiracy. It's all right now. Oh yes, she is now a three-tailed Jinchuriki column force, one more tail than you tilde. Bah, you bastard, what if you have an extra tail? I am the one who controls the tailed beasts perfectly. Even my sister can't compare to me. Kushina glared at Yizan, and as time passed, she finally regained her way by teasing meow sticks and scratching her chin. Alright, Kushina, don't be angry, Brother Zan is joking with you. Makoto came out of the kitchen with a plate on which were several delicate pastries. Brother Zan, give me Rin. Seeing her covered in mud, I'll help her wash it tilde. Huh, shouldn't I be responsible for this kind of hard work? Beautiful thoughts. Makoto rolled Yizan's eyes, took Nohara-rin and walked towards the bathroom. Yizan sighed regretfully, and before he was finished, Konan jumped up and walked over. He kissed Yizan on the mouth in front of Kushina. Konan. Sister Kushina, what's the matter? Let me borrow the teacher. I have a question about my practice to ask the teacher. Konan's face Yuhi hugged Yizan's waist. For some reason, when he saw Yizan came back with Nohara-rin, she felt a sense of crisis in her heart. Hey, you guys. Kushina squeezed her legs in discomfort. She wasn't sad, but physically uncomfortable. Since she was pregnant, she hasn't had sex with Yizan for several months, especially now that Konan's performance has made her feel uncomfortable. I miss the feeling of being bullied by Yizan again. Konan hugged Yizan's waist like this, and was pulled by Yizan step by step to the third floor with his waist strength. The moment he entered the small training room, Yizan slammed the door of the training room and held Xiao 353 Nan in his arms. Lips were touching. Konan's eyes gradually blurred, and for some reason, every time he secretly talked with Konan, Yizan had a very strong impulse in his mind. Broken. Teacher. Unlike usual, this time, Konan not only did not run, but hugged Yizan tightly. Her eyes were blurred and her words were incoherent, but she was eager, very eager. Teacher, I have grown up. I want to be your wife. Don't you regret it? I haven't regretted it since the day I followed you. Ah. Konan snorted softly. The two groups of pure white that had grown up were tightly grasped by Yizan. The slightly rude feeling made Konan even more excited. She and Yizan have always been mentors and apprentices. This kind of sudden break identity, it felt like her emotions were running high. Teacher. Training room was tightly closed, and Kushina was already standing outside the door. Stinky bastard, you bastard, actually in there with Konan. I hate it. I really want to be by you. Chapter 348 Handsome haircut. Damn Shimura Yun. Ruined our plan. The dark underground base. Black Zetsu's horse cursing. Not far away, the old Uchiha Madara was silent. How about Obito? Although Mangekyo was turned on, because of Ultimate's collapse and the joy of discovering that Nohara-rin was alive after the collapse, the mood swings were too violent and he fainted directly, White Zetsu said. Nohara-rin is not dead, Obito is still Obito who wants to continue protecting Konoha, and he can't get him to agree with the Moon Eye plan. What should I do now? Black Zetsu looked at Uchiha Madara again, and Uchiha Madara kept frowning, from beginning to end. Did not speak. Atmosphere suddenly quieted down. Black Zetsu, White Zetsu couldn't think of a way. Uchiha Madara didn't respond, as if everything was in a dead end. I don't know how long it took. Uchiha Madara finally raised his head. His skin was all loose, and he was too old to look like a man. Obito must agree to the Eye of the Moon plan, otherwise everything we did before will be in vain. If the plan fails, we will make a new plan, but Nohara Rin can't be used. Since Shimura-zan can use Hiraishin to save once, he can save the first time. The second time, in this way, from your two avatars into Nohara Rin and Kakashi, let him watch the event again, and tell him that there is no such thing as Shimura-zan saving Nohara Rin at all. It is an illusion caused by his inability to accept the truth. Is that okay? If he finds out that Nohara Rin is still alive. This is our last resort. As for what you said, I have also thought about it. After I die, you will go to guard around Konoha village. Once Rin Nohara leaves the village to do the task, you will follow her and find a suitable place. Kill at the location. In this way, Obito will never find Rin Nohara, and his hatred for Kakashi is destined to be impossible to show his true colors in front of Kakashi. Although there are some omissions in the plan, this is our last resort. Okay, just do as you said. One more question, what if Nohara Rin never leaves Konoha for missions again, or is protected by Shimura-gen again? You idiot. Your clone disguised as her teammate approached, and suddenly attacked and killed Rin Nohara. I don't believe that Shimura-zan can be saved like this. Okay, just follow this plan. As long as Obito can agree with the Eye of the Moon plan, the follow-up plan will be very easy. The two were conspiring for a while on the other side, Yi-zan carried Konan, who was naked, to her own boudoir. Konan was already in a coma, because Yi-zan's emotions were too intense, and Konan's emotions were equally intense. The ultimate joy made her forget the first pain, and frantically enjoyed the fusion of soul and body, too intense for the first time. She also gradually fell into a coma after falling into a cloud. Lying on Konan's bunk, holding the naked Konan in his arms, Yi-zan finally had time to think about other things. The things he thought about were naturally Rin Nohara's affairs. I ruined Uchiha Madara's plan, what will they do? With the characters of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, the plan should continue, right? In other words, the crisis of Nohara Rin is still not resolved. Guessing people's hearts. He regards himself as Uchiha Madara and Obito, and guesses what the other party will do next through the characters of Uchiha Madara and Obito. If I were Uchiha Madara, I would continue to carry out the plan. Obito's spirit should be very fragile now. If I use the White Zetsu clone to create the scene of Kakashi killing Nohara Rin again, and tell Obito that I saved Nohara Rin is fake, because Obito is now fragile in terms of spirit, it is easy to believe, and in order to ensure the integrity of this plan, Rin should be dispatched to attack Nohara, while she is out of the village to carry out the mission. Psychological speculation is not absolute, but Yi-zan has watched anime in his previous life and knows the characters of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. Based on the characters, even if there is an error, it will not be too wrong. In other words, Nohara Rin is still in danger, and in order to solve this trouble, I have to use some means. With Yi-zan's current strength, he could actually kill Obito directly and let Madara die silently, but he couldn't do that, because Black Zetsu's hidden means were too deep, and with his prudence that he had survived for 1,000 years, it was not the last moment, the main body. Absolutely not, and if he sabotages Black Zetsu's plans, Black Zetsu lurks and even plans in a new way. Because of this, Yi-zan didn't completely destroy Black Zetsu's plan. He is only 18 years old, he is still young, his strength is still very immature, he needs to continue to practice, continue to break through, become Kage level, surpass Kage level, and even save face the fruit has advanced to the 4th rank, and by then, he will not be afraid of Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, Kagaya Haim. Nohara Rin is such a cute girl, she must be protected. Let me think of a way to give Black Zetsu the motivation to continue executing the plan. It's not easy to do well in the middle. Black Zetsu will never know, all his plans, all calculations, are all in the memory of the traveler. He has played the conspiracy for thousands of years, but in the end, Yizan is thinking about what kind of means will not completely destroy his plan. If you make a metaphor, it is like an adult fighting a child to protect a baby. Yizan is the adult, Rin Nohara is the baby, and Black Zetsu is the child. Yizan needs to think about how to protect the baby without hurting the child. The degree of this is hard to figure out. Hey, I didn't expect that I have been handsome for more than 10 years, but I have to work hard for such small things. Is it really old? Yizan, who thought he was very handsome, shook his hair, smashed his mouth a few times, his face was full of vicissitudes, and he looked extremely stupid. And just as he tossed his hair, Conan opened his eyes in a daze. Conan originally thought that the first picture when she opened her eyes was Yizan hugging her, with a face full of tenderness and love, but what she saw was a fool who thought he was handsome, shaking his hair, that kind of gap. Hey, Conan, are you awake? I'm not awake, it's all hallucinations. Chapter 349 Makoto is also pregnant. Makoto is pregnant. Nohara Rin was rescued by Yizan. Makoto was pregnant. Yo-hoo-hoo-hoo, Makoto, now, you have to endure the days of not eating barbecue, grilled fish, raw seafood sushi for 10 months, ha 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 ha. Kushina laughed happily, and before her smile lasted for a few seconds, she suddenly made an, ouch, and frowned in pain. What's wrong? Yizan hugged Kushina nervously, for fear of any accident. Nothing. The child is kicking me. Kushina leaned on Yizan's arms with a happy face. Although every fetal movement was painful, the happiness of nurturing a small life made Kushina very satisfied. The two just cuddled quietly, and then, Makoto got jealous. Me too. Makoto pouted, and she was rarely jealous. She came to Yizan's other side and leaned her head against Yizan's arms. Yizan could only put one hand around Makoto's waist. His heart was occupied by two girls. Boom. Whoops, Makoto, you actually hit me in the head. Who told you to have such a big head to fill Brother Zan's arms? Damn Makoto, I won't lose 750 to you. The two idiots bumped back and forth in Yizan's arms, and after a while, both of their foreheads became yuhi. Realizing that no one could gain the upper hand, the two women snorted lightly, raised their heads suddenly, and set their sights on Yizan. Stinky bastard, why is your embrace so big? There's not enough room for me and Makoto. Yes, Brother Zan, you should go to the gym and make the fierce muscle banner wider. This area is not enough for me and Kushina to sleep tilde. I am a formal standard. You think it is not enough because the two of you are too fat. Wow, you rascal, how dare you call me fat? I'll bite you to death. Ah, smelly woman, let go, if it wasn't for your pregnancy. Hee hee, I'll take this opportunity to bite you, hee hee. The family suddenly began to jump up and down. Yizan was lying on the sofa, staring directly at the ceiling, sluggish and unlovable. Hey, I didn't expect that I was handsome for more than 10 years, but I was bullied like this by two girls. Is it really old? Makoto was pregnant, and although she was pregnant, she gradually gave up the position of chef to Conan. Tsunade is still restless, and always likes to run outside, either to perform some short-term intermediate and high-level tasks, or to go to the casino to play. Fortunately, with Yizan around, she will not be addicted to gambling. You don't understand the truth of small betting on happiness and big betting on your health, and strong betting on ashes. I understand. Also, little pervert, don't pretend that I don't know the original sentence. It's obviously true, and it's just like you. 1010 doesn't do business, pay attention to your kidneys. Kidney. This commander combines the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and possesses a kidney that is indestructible. I'm afraid. Clang. Soon as Yizan finished speaking, Tsunade pushed Yizan directly onto the bunk. She was like an evil witch, exuding the charm of a person. Yo, little brat, now that he's grown up, he's getting more and more arrogant, isn't King Kong bad? I want to see how bad you are. She violently rolled up the bed and covered the two of them in the bed. After a while, the bed made of yuhi wood began to crunch. Days passed, but apart from taking care of Kushina and Makoto, and having sex with Tsunade Konan, Yizan finally got down to business. There are two things. The first thing is to practice. Yi Shuenka hasn't been at the quasi-cage level for a long time. Before the third battle, he was promoted to the quasi-shadow. After the third battle, it was still the quasi-shadow. What a shame. You know, in the last few battles that are about to end in the third war, Jiraiya, Orochimaru and Tsunade have all been promoted to cage level, and Namikaze Minato has also become the top elite Jonin. Not only that, because of the power of Hiraishin's technique, ordinary quasi-shadow powerhouses are no match for Minato at all. Cultivation, how can it be so simple, and cultivation is so tiring? That idiot might die doesn't know where to go, hey. Yizan sat lazily on the bluestone and yawned. The river in front of him was flowing, the trees were shady, the grass was faint, and the scenery was extremely beautiful. The place where he practiced is the old place by the river, but because everyone has grown up and is busy with their own affairs, the river has been deserted for a long time, and even the way they walked out on the grass has also been replaced by new students. Filled with grass. Hey, I'm so tired. It's a pity not to sleep in such a comfortable landscape. Why don't I sleep first? Thinking of this, Yizan went straight and lay directly on the bluestone block. He swayed with Erlang's legs crossed, closed his eyes slightly, and looked satisfied, very relaxed. The breeze mixed with the freshness of the river water and the grass and soil blew through, but it blew away Yizan's sleepiness. Lying down, he began to think about the Hiraishin technique. This was the second thing. He was thinking about how to improve the Hiraishin technique and protect Nohara Rin. If you want to sneak attack on Nohara Rin, she will definitely be killed in one hit. With Nohara Rin's strength, it is impossible to react. At that time, let alone crushing Wood Kuwu, she didn't even know how to die, so we should start from this aspect. Quote. Relying on ingots, Yizan raised Hiraishin's technique to the full level, but this so-called full level only represents the level of the technique, and the skills, move changes, and move development still have to be done by himself. Hiraishin's technique is space ninjutsu, and the only use is space teleportation. The starting point is that Nohara Rin was unable to respond to the crisis, so the first thing I need to solve is to deal with this crisis. Countless clues flowed in Yizan's mind, all kinds of ninjutsu, all kinds of secret techniques that he learned. Thinking about it, a flash of light flashed, and when he opened his eyes, he finally came up with an idea. The sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan is a good method. With its cruel character, a sneak attack on Nohara Rin will definitely attack the key points, achieve a one-shot kill, and never give Nohara Rin a chance to survive. That is to say, as long as I create a defensive sealing technique, put the spell around Nohara Rin's heart and head, and then add the Hiraishin spell to the defensive seal, I think about it. Chapter 350 Kyubi, Ninetales, attacks the village. The days of peace passed quickly in a peaceful atmosphere, and in the blink of an eye, 4 months passed. Hiraishin defense sealing technique, developed by Yizan has long been perfected, and it has been developed anyway. After thinking about it, he decided to carve a protective seal on all the girls and set them on the heart and back of the head. Because of the occlusion of the hair, the seal engraved on the back of the head will not be found at all, and even if the heart is wearing clothes, it is impossible to find it. It is not difficult to add the Hiraishin spell to the defensive seal, but how to trigger it. Regarding this point, Yizan directly invited Uzumaki Liushin to guide him. Since the Kingdom of Vortex was destroyed, Uzumaki Liushin has brought the remaining Uzumaki people to Konoha and settled down in Konoha, becoming a small family of Konoha. With the full cooperation of Uzumaki Liushin, the great seal art god, Yizan finally developed a top-level defensive seal art, which was triggered by the recipient's instinct. When human beings encounter danger, the first reaction is not the head, but the instinct. It is the instinct to encounter danger. When the subconscious instinct feels the crisis, it will be transmitted to the brain, and finally people will react. Yizan and Uzumaki Liushin worked together to study, and finally set the trigger condition of the sealing technique to the instinctive reaction of human beings, which can be called Super S-level sealing technique. After developing the defensive sealing technique, Yizan set it up on his girlfriend in turn. Several girls were easy to say, but when he arrived at Nohara-rin, some small things happened. At this moment, Nohara-rin was like a scared little cat. She shrank in the corner, her big eyes were full of fear. Lord Hokage, even if you save me, I'll never take off. Undressing, her eyes were beautiful and pure. Hey, how many times have I said it? You want to call me Brother Zan. Also, I just set up a defensive seal for you. The seal must be set on your heart. Hurry up and take off your clothes. No. Can you take it off? I won't take it off if I kill you. Looks like I have to use force. Ooh. Hearing that Yizan was going to be strong, Nohara-rin was so aggrieved that she began to cry. She kept crying, tears were streaming down, and her pitiful appearance instantly melted Yizan's heart. Yizan sighed softly, stepped forward, and gently embraced Nohara-rin in his arms. Rin. I don't listen. Bad guy. You bully me, she cried aloud, soaking Yizan's clothes in a short while. I said it all to protect you. Woo. Mom said, you can't show your body to a boy, you can only show it to your husband, woo woo. Nohara-rin didn't listen to Yizan's explanation at all, just kept crying and wouldn't take off his clothes when he said anything. This time, Yizan was in a dilemma. He scratched his head in distress, as if thinking of something, his eyes lit up, and he finally thought of a way. Rin, actually, I don't mind being your husband when you grow up. Nohara-rin was solved in this way. She went out of the village to do several missions, but to this day, she has never attacked Nohara-rin, which made Yizan very strange. Is my guess wrong? Do not. Impossible. Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu are both wicked people and will definitely attack Nohara-rin. Maybe the time is not yet, or maybe, afraid of being discovered by me. As the fourth generation of Hokage and the strongest man in the ninja world, Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu are indeed a little afraid of Yizan. After all, Uchiha Madara relies on Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, to survive. Not too strong. But now is not the time to think about it at all. Seeing Kushina's face turning pale in his arms, Yizan was furious. In 10 months of pregnancy, Kushina was about to give birth. It hurts. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Kushina was sweating profusely, biting on Kiba. The amniotic fluid had broken, and Sarutobi Lake Biwa was urgently delivering her baby. How is Erway? Are you still quiet? Er's tail doesn't matter. It doesn't dare to mess around at this time, but it's my sister. Ah! Kushina screamed again. The pain of giving birth made it difficult for her to keep thinking. Don't worry about Mawako. Minato is protecting it, it's alright. Yizan's face was solemn. If the plot didn't change, Uchiha Obito would come soon, but now everything is less important than Kushina. Yes, since Kushina and Mawako were pregnant at about the same time, their sisters also had children at the same time. Kushina was in this room of the secret room, Mawako was in another room, and Namikaze Minato was guarding the room. Ah, it hurts. Kushina yelled, and then a baby cry echoed throughout the room. Born. It's a daughter. Sarutobi Bawako shouted while holding the baby, and then wrapped the baby with a cloth, but at this moment, a space marker shattered, Yizan's face changed slightly, picked up the baby, and disappeared instantly. Somewhere in Konoha, a Konoha ninja transformed from White Zetsu is attacking Nohara-rin. The sharp kunai stabs Nakahara-rin's heart, but is blocked by a glowing enchantment. Call out. With a light sound, Yizan teleported to Nohara-rin's side. Seeing that the defensive barrier was about to shatter, he was furious, and a dazzling blue light bloomed in his hands. Futon, wind style, spiral thrust. Puff. The terrifying tearing force instantly ripped White Zetsu to pieces. Yizan swept his eyes coldly around, his tone was unprecedentedly sharp. Absolutely, if you dare to touch Nohara Rin again, even if I overturn the ninja world, I will find out your body. Including all your plans, don't blame me for being cruel. With a harsh word, Yizan disappeared again. He had no time to explain to Rin Nohara. He immediately returned to the secret room and found Kushina lying safe. What's wrong? What happened? It's nothing, I don't have time to explain now, my daughter is with you. Yizan handed the baby girl into Kushina's arms, then turned around, used the technique of Hiraishin to cross the barrier and came to another room. Minato. Big brother's on. Just now, a man with a spiral mask attacked and took Mawako away. Namikaze Minato was furious. In order to protect the newborn Naruto, he played a trick to keep the tiger away from the mountain. By the time he reacted, Mawako had disappeared. Follow me, we'll find him. Chapter 351_Shameless like you. When Yizan brought Namikaze Minato to find Mawako, Mawako had already been pulled away from the tail beast. She lay on the ground weakly. Because of the powerful vitality of the Uzumaki clan, she did not die immediately. Mawako. Minato felt great sadness in his heart, and at this moment, Yizan came to Mawako first, and a green light bloomed in his hand. Palm Sage Art. Using the Palm Sage Art that Tsunade taught himself when he was bored to heal Mawako's trauma, at the same time, the corner of his mouth moved slightly, and a golden force field expanded, covering Mawako inside. All material, give me face, repair. The golden force field shone brightly, but unfortunately only Yizan could see it. The tailed beast pulled away. Mawako's life breath was too weak. Yizan frowned slightly, dissipated his Palm Sage Art, and slapped his hands with a terrifying aura. Burst into bloom. Sage mode, on. Boom. The tenfold increase in physical strength could finally restore Mawako's body completely. After about 3 minutes, Mawako's body finally recovered as before. Although she lost the tail beast, she managed to survive. Big brother's on. You don't have time to talk, you carry Mawako with me. Yizan's figure flashed and disappeared instantly. Minato gave Mawako a gentle look, hugged Mawako, and kept up with Yizan's rhythm. At this moment, the village of Konoha. Sarutobi and Danzo attacked Kyubi, Ninetales, frantically with a large number of ninjas. Kyubi, Ninetales, is too strong. This fully released body, Kyubi, Ninetales, is not a cage-level powerhouse at all. Deal with. The 5 attributes of ninjutsu, no matter how strong, can't even break Kyubi's, Ninetales, demon fox coat. Golden Hoop. Boom. Sarutobi exploded with all his strength, turning the golden hoop into a super long, and instantly blasting Kyubi, Ninetales, out of Konoha. Then Danzo and a group of Jonin followed, blocking Kyubi, Ninetales, a few kilometers outside the village, saying nothing is allowed Kyubi, Ninetales, to move on. Hold on Kyubi, Ninetales. Wait for Shaozan to come. Danzo's face was solemn, and his hands were endlessly bombarding Kyubi, Ninetales, at the large futon, wind style. The wind overcomes the fire. Although due to the difference in strength, he did not, it's useless, but he used the super gust of wind with all his strength to knock Kyubi, Ninetales back a few steps and successfully stopped Kyubi, Ninetales, from advancing. At this moment, Yizan tore through the void and came to Danzo's side instantly. Minato's eyes flashed and he found Uchiha Obito hiding in the distant woods. He handed Mawako into the hands of a Jonin. Chase after Obito. Minato knew that due to his strength, he wouldn't be of much use to stay here. He might as well catch the culprit and almost killed Mawako, and he would never forgive him. Kyubi, Ninetales, do you still know me? The sound of rapping chakra shocked the sky, but Kyubi, Ninetales, had already been controlled by Sharingan. It was just a frantic attack and nothing happened. Tisk. That's how it is. Yizan slammed it a few times. He is now in a very relaxed mood, and even feels a little leisurely. Nohara Rin had no accident, Kushina had no accident, Mawako pulled away from Kyubi, Ninetales, and was rescued by her own fruit ability. Uchiha Obito was being chased by Minato, and only Kyubi, Ninetales, was left. What was it? Someone, bring my flounder. Yizan held his head arrogantly, and after a while, an Anbu came to Yizan's side using the telekinesis technique and handed a large knife to Yizan. Come on, my broadsword is hungry thirsty. Chakra's shock, the double knife flounder instantly became liberated. Yizan's body flashed, teleported to the top of Kyubi, Ninetales' head, held the flounder, and slammed it down. Boom. A loud noise, Kyubi, Ninetales, howled, its head dropped dozens of meters, and it was directly smashed and bent over. It roared angrily. Although it was controlled by Sharingan, it still knew attack and anger. By Sharingan, Kyubi, Ninetales, had no reason. It actually faced Yizan, opened its mouth, condensed a large amount of chakra in front of its mouth, and grew bigger and bigger, forming a purple-black ball. Ba! Looking for a fight. Yi Xuanyi was bold, teleported directly to the left of Tailed Beast Bomb. Flounder swung right, aimed at Tailed Beast Bomb, as if playing baseball, bang. With a bang, the Tailed Beast Bomb will fly away. Yes, the most powerful move of the Tailed Beast, the most powerful move of Kyubi, Ninetales, the most powerful of the Tailed Beasts, was just knocked away. Fly away. Circle.operator_circle.operator. Yizan's performance shocked everyone. Sarutobi even covered his heart. For fear of being excited, his heart would pop out. Danzo, your son is so domineering. Sarutobi sighed softly, although he had heard of Yizan's performance in the Battle of the Land of Water. But when he saw Yizan fighting with his flounder without any pressure, I have a real understanding of Yizan's domineering. It's really domineering. It looks like me. Danzo raised his head arrogantly, and glanced at Sarutobi with disdain, obviously Yizan's strength, but shamelessly sticking to himself. Xiaozan is really shameless, very similar to you. Monkey, do you want to fight? Fight, whoever is afraid. Because of Yizan's strength, Sarutobi and Danzo actually stood by and quarreled leisurely. The stance of the old street hooligan made the surrounding Jonin and Anbu full of black lines. The impression they had always had of the two adults completely collapsed at this moment. On the other side, Minato had a big ball Rasengan, which instantly hit the materialized Obito, and then pressed Obito's body with his right hand, and the sealing technique was instantly released. Covenant seal. Are you going to sever my connection with Kyubi, Ninetales? Yes. Namikaze Minato snorted loudly. For this bastard who hurt Mawako and Konoha, he already had a strong hatred in his heart. Under the agitation of hatred, he felt that a volcano was about to erupt in his body, as if something had opened up. The switch, with a bang, the breath instantly increased several times. Quennying, you broke through. Obito stared at Namikaze Minato in disbelief. Although he had always heard of Minato's talent, he didn't realize until this moment that he had underestimated the commoner genius that Konoha had vigorously cultivated. Yes, I broke through. Uchiha Madara, you can capture it, or I will break the bones and take it back. You choose. Break the bones and take them back. He. Namikaze Minato, you are too arrogant. Take it. Sharingan, Demonic Illusion. Chapter 352_What about Lao Tzu's flame? Little devil. Shattering roar, the flames on Kyubi, Ninetales, grew stronger. Namikaze Minato cut off Obito's control with a contract seal, and Kyubi, Ninetales, finally regained consciousness. Recovery was recovery, but when Kyubi, Ninetales, saw Yizan, his whole mind was filled with killing intent. Due to the seal problem, it can watch everything that Mahako sees. After staying in Mawako's body for 10 years, it watched Yizan grow at a glance, and its hatred for Yizan became stronger and stronger. Kyubi, Ninetales, who had recovered his senses, finally had some fighting skills. It slashed at Yizan with its sharp claws, and the flames surged across the sky, as if the silver river had fallen for 9 days, shrouding the entire world in flames. The center of the flame, Yizan carried the flounder with an indifferent face. If QB 9 Tails was good and obedient, he actually didn't want to hurt the other party. After all, the first golden skill book in his life was written from QB 9 Tails. And this infinite chakra ability is also the most buggy ability so far, much stronger than the Horaishin, Futon Wind style mode. QB 9 Tails, you are not good, you are not obedient. Roar. QB 9 Tails was so angry that he lost the ability to speak, and he could only vent his inner anger and killing intent towards Yizan by roaring. Hey, forget it, let's just show you the true strength of this commander. Yizan casually threw the flounder away, facing the flames that surrounded him. The corners of his mouth moved, a golden force field instant spread. Flame, give me face and disappear. The golden force field spread wildly, instantly covering QB 9 Tails and the surrounding area of several hundred meters, and the terrifying and violent flames that covered the entire sky, like blisters, disappeared with a boo sound. Even if the flames disappear, the strangest thing is that the demon fox coat on QB 9 Tails also disappeared without a trace. As if he had been stripped of his clothes, the very gorgeous demon fox special effect disappeared, leaving only a dark Yuhi fox standing on the ground dumbfounded, with a dazed expression on his face. Circled.operator_. QB 9 Tails stared stupidly, like a stunned husky. It tried to release its chakra, but because it only has the property of fire, whenever chakra turns into flame and releases it, disappeared without a trace. What the hell? QB 9 Tails blinked a few times. Not believing in evil, he frantically released chakra for a few minutes, and the result? Where's the flame of fuck Lao Su? In this way, Yizan easily sealed QB 9 Tails. Oh no, to be precise, it was not sealed by Yizan. Although Miwako's body is restored to health, the withdrawal of QB 9 Tails makes her mentally weak and unable to become a human Jinchuriki column force again, but QB 9 Tails, as the most powerful tailed beast, must use the Uzumaki clan. Adamantine sealing chains are required to drag QB 9 Tails into the body. Only Miwako and Kushina of the Uzumaki family can use adamantine sealing chains. Miwako can't, Kushina has 2 tails, and there is no way to seal QB 9 Tails. Yizan and Danzo discussed for a while, and finally found a root member and used the legendary forbidden technique. The ghouls are sealed. The root members shouted softly and controlled the god of death to cut QB 9 Tails into 2 pieces. The yin attribute was sent into Minato's body, and the yang attribute was sent into Naruto's body. Later, Yizan used the seal of the 4 elephants, seals 2 QB 9 Tails. See GUI. It turns out that this is the forbidden technique that you have been hiding. Sarutobi opened his mouth in shock, his pipe fell to the ground. He saw this trick and immediately guessed why Danzo was able to kill 10 years ago. Second generation Tsuchikage. I've said it several times, don't be cute. Also, dead monkey, go back and be a Hokage for me. When Hokage? Xiaozan, what are you talking about? Don't you understand? I was seriously injured in the battle with QB 9 Tails and was unable to take up the post of Hokage, so I voluntarily resigned. I hope Lord Sarutobi can stand up and become Hokage again. But you didn't. Cough cough cough. Oops. Dead. I'm going to die. It's so uncomfortable. Bah, look, I'm vomiting blood. I'm so miserable. As if he was about to die, Yizan spit out a few saliva on the ground. It was obviously colorless saliva, but he had to say it was blood. Xiaozan, your acting skills are getting worse and worse now. Continue to be Hokage. Look at you as Hokage. You are respected by many people, No, it's hard to find an excuse for QB 9 Tails. I'm not right. You old bastard, do you know how I came here this year? Every day Shadow Clone ends, all those documents and questions are rushed into in my head. I was happily hugging my wife at home, but the memory came flooding in, and my attention instantly began to think about documents and unfinished issues. Tell you, Hokage, I'm wrong. Yizan held his head high, pouted and said nothing. Sarutobi and Danzo looked at each other and knew that the stinky boy was really not ready to be this time. Danzo, what do you think? It doesn't matter. Xiaoshuan has already been a Hokage, and his face is also engraved on the Hokage rock. I am very satisfied with it for a year. Danzo, shouldn't you continue to persuade Xiaoshuan at this time? No, in fact, I don't care about Hokage's position as much as you think in 033 Shang. Xiaoshuan's first day as Hokage was fulfilled. After all, my biggest wish. I just want to carve my face on the Hokage rock. Quote. Danzo, you old bastard. Oh, want to fight? Fight. Who is afraid of who? Xiaozan, Sarutobi is going to hit me tilde. Danzo, you actually. Dad, let's beat the monkey into a dead monkey together. Good. Bang bang ping ping pong. Yizan stepped down on the pretext of Kyubi, Nine Tails, and finally gave the people an explanation. He himself did not expect that because he defeated Kyubi, Nine Tails, and was severely injured, the people were grateful to him. Not only did he not oppose his resignation, but he was not allowed to continue to work hard, hoping that he could recover well at home. These are our kind villagers in Konoha, that's why I'm willing to protect them. At the highest point of Hokage Rock, Yizan sat on the edge, his feet swaying in the air. Minato stood on the side, the Kyubi Nine Tails power on his body flickered from time to time. Obviously there was no way to completely domesticate it. Brother Zan, when I tame Kyubi Nine Tails, I will fight for the position of Hokage. I want to be the 5th generation of Hokage and protect everyone. Come on. Chapter 353 Nohara Rin's Confession. Damn, Shimura-zan actually knows my name. How could he know my name? In the dark underground base, White Zetsu walked around in a hurry. He originally planned to take advantage of Kyubi Nine Tails to attack the village. When everyone was attracted by Kyubi Nine Tails, he sneaked up on Nohara Rin, so that Obito would never be able to see him. Go to Nohara Rin. But now that Nohara Rin is not dead, Obito has become a time bomb. Not only that, but what shocked him the most is that Shimura-zan knows his name. Black Zetsu, what now? Keep planning. Continue. Didn't you find out, the chakras of Indra and Ashura have already appeared. After waiting for 1,000 years, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara once, this is the second time. When will the next time appear? I don't know at all, can't wait any longer. But. Shimura-zan knows that our names are nothing, and he should know very little about us. Think about it, if he knew all our plans, he would tolerate our continued existence. Black Zetsu's analysis is very reasonable. If anyone knew about the Moon Eye plan, they would object. Even Uchiha Obito, who had drawn Obito's darkness and obsession, accepted the plan. Then forget about Shimura-gen. What about Nohara Rin? Nohara Rin can't move. Once he moves, Shimura-zan will definitely overturn the entire ninja world to search for us. The best way now is to send your White Zetsu clone to monitor Konoha and Obito. Once Nohara Rin leaves the village to do the task, Uchiha Obito will also. When you happen to be on the same route, you change the direction of Nohara Rin's mission. Anyway, you must not let the two meet. It's not too difficult, hey. That's all. Because of Yizan's warning but inaction, Black-White Zetsu did not give up the plan in the end. Waiting for 1,000 years, they failed in the era of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. This time, they are not willing to fail again. How about Rinnegan? Wait for Obito. His arm was broken by Namikaze Minato. Wait for me to regenerate his arm with White Zetsu cells. Rinnegan and Akatsuki's plan. Let Obito do it. Okay. Black-White Zetsu was hiding in a dark corner and plotting. On Konoha's side, in a small living room, the lights were shining brightly, and the night was dark. Nohara Rin was sitting nervously on the chair, his head bowed shyly. Lord Hokage, how's your injury? It can't be seen from the outside, but the internal injury is actually very serious. Also, don't call me Lord Hokage. I've already stepped down, so call me Xiaozan tilde. Rin sitting next to him, and opposite him was a woman in her 30s, Nohara Rin's mother. Xiaozan, hey, I always feel that it's not used to be called like this. After all, you are Lord Hokage, and we are just ordinary Konoha civilians. No, everyone is human, there's no need to rank up and down. Hokage's responsibility is to protect. Seriously, it's a chore. Look at Sarutobi dead monkey, you're tired all day, tisk tisk tisk. Thought Sarutobi should still be busy in the office at this point. Yi-zan subconsciously laughed, such a tiring job, the only way to return it to Sarutobi is really. Yi-zan made such a joke, and the atmosphere in the living room finally became active. Nohara Rin's mother looked at Yi-zan kindly, with that kind of gaze. How satisfied and satisfied, as if she was looking at her son-in-law. Huh, son-in-law. Yi-zan widened his eyes in surprise. Although he thought Nohara Rin was cute, neither of them had any feelings. He was a very pure handsome guy. Not casual. Mother Rin, I think you seem to have misunderstood something. Oh, Xiaoshuan, I know what you mean, it's okay, Rin follows you, I have no objection. No, listen to my explanation. Nohara Rin and I are not. Yi-zan's words were finished. Nohara Rin suddenly raised his head and grabbed Yi-zan's clothes with his hand hidden under the table, interrupting Yi-zan's words. She stared at Yi-zan like this for a long time, as if she had decided something. Yuhi dizzy appeared on her cheeks, then turned to look at her mother, and lowered her head shyly. Mom, my body has been seen by Brother Zan. I'm shocked. Leaving Nohara's house, Yi-zan's tone was a little helpless. Nohara Rin pursed his lips in grievance, and a little tears flashed in his beautiful big eyes. You despise me. No, how can I despise you? You are gentle and lovely, innocent and kind. It's too late for me to like it, how can I despise you? Then why don't you accept it? You have seen all my body. Hey, 2 points. First, I only looked at your upper body. Second, my starting point was to carve a defensive seal on you to protect your safety. How could you? Looking at Nohara Rin's eyes filled with tears again, Yi-zan finally couldn't continue his words. He sighed, gently held Nohara Rin's cheek, and gently kissed her on the forehead. Hey, Rin. Huh. Just send it here, I have to go to the Hokage office, go back obediently tilde. Then can I come to see you later? Of course. You are my lovely Rin, who dares to stop you? You are welcome to come to me at any time, whether you come to play at home or go out to play, I have time. Yi-zan kissed Nohara Rin's forehead again, let go, and took a few steps back. The night wind blew through, making Yi-zan's robes rattle. He gently waved his hand towards Nohara Rin, facing the wind, and slowly disappeared. Yi-zan left, and Nohara Rin still stared blankly at the place where Yi-zan left. She didn't know when it started, but she began to like this man a little bit. Girls, they all like to be saved by heroes. She was saved twice by Yi-zan when she died. The domineering and gentle protection of the gods gave her an unprecedented feeling that she was seemingly a shy girl who is actually very determined in her heart. She likes it just like she likes, she simply chooses to confess. Brother Zan. Chapter 354 _ The scientific basis for breaking through the cage level. Unsurprisingly, Sarutobi is still busy in the office. After buying some fried chestnuts with sugar on the commercial street that was about to close the stall, Yi-zan swayed to the office. Boom. With a loud bang, the door was kicked open by Yi-zan. Sarutobi didn't even look at it. He raised his idle left hand and greeted the door. Yo, Xiaozan. Bang bang. A large bag of fried chestnuts with sugar was thrown on the table, which finally caught Sarutobi's attention. He swallowed, looked around with some vigilance, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. Lake Biwa has been getting stricter and stricter recently. He even came to the office to check the post a few times, saying that my blood sugar was too high, and I was not allowed to eat snacks. He quickly threw away the pen, took out a chestnut from the bag and squeezed open the shell, like a squirrel quickly stuffed it into his mouth. The hot candied fried chestnuts are the best. Thank you, Xiaoshuan. Just a thank you. You can eat my sugar-fried chestnuts with a thank you. Is there such a simple thing? Seeing Yizan pretending to be a bully, Sarutobi simply ignored it. He held the chestnut in his arms like an old child, stared at him, and wouldn't let Yizan snatch it back. Dead monkey, the more you live, the more you go back. I'll go back to life. Who told you to be happy with my old man all day long? I'm such an old bone, and I want 10 to sit in the office to work. Look at what time is it now, and there are still a lot of documents. Needs to be dealt with. Sarutobi glared at Yizan angrily. If this stinky boy hadn't stepped down, he would still be drinking tea and reading books comfortably at home. How could he be so tired now? Hey, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Alright, come on, please have some candy. Yizan took out an exquisite iron box from Kabuto. Sarutobi's saliva instantly overflowed when he saw the cover on the box. Is that the sour man's candy? Yes, Tilda. I want to eat. Sarutobi is very obsessed with sugar, especially the kind of sugar that is sour than kiba and slowly becomes sweet. He said that the ban on Lake Biwa is simply a cloud. After eating chestnuts and sugar, Sarutobi's mood finally improved. Yizan also ran to the desk to help Sarutobi read documents and materials, and occasionally helped Sarutobi process documents, which was also a different kind of pastime. But then again, Xiaoshuan, you're not looking for me today just to feed me, right? Of course not. The main thing is that I have a question to ask you. Yizan quickly finished processing a document, put down his pen, crushed a chestnut and ate it. I've been stuck in Zunian's strength for a long time, and idiots like Jiraiya are promoted. But I don't know why. I always can't break through the last hurdle. Why is this? Oh, that's the question. Well, what? It seems very simple from your tone. Yizan was puzzled. Sarutobi's tone and demeanor seemed to have already known the solution. Simple is really simple, but for you, it may be difficult. As Sarutobi said, he stuffed a candy in it, sour that he grinned at Kiba. Tears were about to flow out. The last step in breaking through to cage level is actually inner strength, inner desire to break through, is this kind of strong emotion. Generally speaking, people only have this kind of emotion when they are in danger, so it is the easiest to break through on the battlefield. I don't know the principle. According to the records of the sages, it should be a certain pituitary gland in the back of the human brain that releases a strong emotion. The energy from the spine to the lower back allows the kidneys to produce a new thing to stimulate the potential of the body, probably like this. I know too well. Sarutobi explained it vaguely and wrapped himself in it. He didn't know, but Yizan knew. At this moment, Yizan's eyes were bright, as if he had pierced a layer of veil blocking the front. Instantly entered a new world. Hypothalamus, pituitary, adrenal axis. From the perspective of past life science, the interaction between these three constitutes the HPA axis. The HPA axis is an important part of the neuroendocrine system, and one of its functions is energy storage and consumption. It turns out that cage level is the same thing. Relying on danger or strong will to stimulate human potential, and relying on that moment of adrenaline to burst to cage level, and because of the powerful physique of ninjas, the poison derived from adrenaline bursts out. What harm will it do to the ninja, that is to say. This special meow is opening the genetic lock. No wonder Yizan strayed from the topic. He had seen infinite horrors in his previous life, and breaking through cage level was exactly the same as turning on the genetic lock. All I can say is that all roads lead to Rome. Understand the principle, everything is easy to say. Yizan knows why he can't break through, because the comfortable environment makes him not have extreme emotions, which is why it is easier to break through when facing death on the battlefield. While he can't get his adrenaline pumping with emotion, he has other options. Yizan laughed in his heart. He didn't expect that he learned a little science in his previous life, but he actually used it in this life. He walked to the middle of the office with a few big steps, and under Sarutobi's suspicious eyes, he quickly increased his momentum. Constantly gathering strength, constantly running chakra, the office was shaken slightly by the quasi-cage level chakra fluctuations. Although the Anbu people outside were puzzled, they knew that this was Yizan's chakra and could only gather outside. Before there is a bigger situation, they dare not go in and disturb at will. Give me a face, full of adrenaline. The golden force field enveloped Yizan, and most of the light shone into Yizan's kidneys. Then, the kidneys produced a strong energy that rushed to the whole body in an instant. Boom! There was a violent explosion, the windows were shattered, and all the tables and chairs were broken. Sarutobi took a few steps back, covering his eyes, his face full of horror. Lord Hokage! Few Anbu rushed in from outside the door, and before they could speak, they felt a terrifying shock wave rushing in. The elite Jonin's strength, they didn't even have the ability to resist, they were shocked by the shock wave and vomited blood and flew out. Rumbling. The Hokage building roared and shook. At 9 o'clock in the evening, it attracted the attention of countless ninjas. At that moment, more than 1,000 ninjas came out of their homes and rushed towards the Hokage building. Chapter 355 Getting Worse. Ooh, I accidentally overused. This is the next morning. The sky is clear, the sun is emitting a warm and soft light, a few sparrows are standing happily on the tree outside the window chatting, turning their heads from time to time, looking at Yizan in the window doubtfully. Tsunade's lap with a face full of grievance and fake crying. Cage level yesterday, he forgot one very important thing, that is, the adrenaline can't be raised indiscriminately. The order he gave to the body yesterday was, to stimulate the adrenaline. All out. The key lies in the word, full strength, on. Excited with all his strength, Yizan's strength briefly surpassed the cage level, similar to the 8 inner gates. To obtain such a powerful strength, naturally there are serious sequelae. Damn, the adrenal poison is so cruel. If it wasn't for my strong constitution, I would have been poisoned to death by the kidney poison. Yizan's face was full of sadness, but fortunately, the fruit ability was cancelled at the last minute, otherwise he would have been killed by himself. Stimulating adrenaline once, the potential of this body exploded, Yizan finally became a cage level. He needs to continue to practice the body, practice the chakra. When the body cells are in the full stage, the chakra also reaches very full at the stage. He can continue to stimulate adrenaline and break through the cage level stage. Weak. Sighed, Tsunade turned a Byakugan and poked Yizan's head lightly. She became a cage level before the end of the third battle. The breakthrough method was also taught by Sarutobi. She naturally understood how Yizan broke through. No harm was done to her. You know the shit. The power I exploded last night has surpassed cage level. Do you understand that I accidentally exploded too much? I don't understand, I only know that there was an idiot who was almost poisoned by the toxins produced by his explosive potential in order to break through the cage level, tisk tisk tisk. It's a pity that he didn't die, otherwise, your idiot deeds could spread thousands of dollars. It's been a year tilde. Bastard woman, you want me to die. If I die, you will be a widow. Hee hee. Widowhood is widowhood, it has been passed down for thousands of years. Tsunade shook his head proudly, and actually started humming and arranging songs. Yizan's cheeks swelled with anger, he stood up and hugged Tsunade's neck, pulling hard, and the two fell on the bunk at the same time. Yo yo yo, little pervert, what's the matter, what do you want to do to me? Are you okay? Tsunade raised his eyebrows arrogantly, and even lowered his head to kiss Yizan's neck constantly. The itchy and numb crispness instantly made Yizan's blood surge, and the blood in his body began to flow rapidly. Stinky woman, I am the strongest man in the world, yet dare to provoke me. Stand Tsunade's provocation, he hugged Tsunade violently and pressed Tsunade to the bunk. Woman, you are about to usher in the strong anger of my lord. He, little rascal, come, I want to see. Ah, good husband. It wasn't until an hour later that Yizan took Tsunade with a face full of Yuhi to the living room on the next floor. It wasn't a shy Yuhi, but a kind of comfort after experiencing the clouds. As soon as he arrived on the first floor, Yizan smelled the smell of cumin from the kitchen. He blinked his eyes suspiciously, and found that Makoto was alone in the hall. Where's Conan? Where's Kushina? Conan is cooking barbecue in the kitchen, Kushina is upstairs in the bedroom, she is taking revenge on me. She can eat whatever she wants now, she begged Conan to cook a barbecue meal, huh? Too much. Makoto pouted a little aggrieved. She was pregnant 6 months later than Kushina. Now it happened that she needed to rest. She gently sniffed her nose. The smell of grilled fish made her smash her mouth. Brothers on. No, Makoto, you're pregnant now, so you can't eat these tilde. Yizan kissed Makoto's lips in a funny way, and put his arms around Makoto's shoulders, letting Makoto lean into his arms. Tsunade sat barefoot on the other side of the sofa, his white and tender toes resting on Yizan's. On the knee. Recalling the scene in the bedroom just now, a wicked smile flashed across Yizan's mouth. He squeezed Tsunade's feet lightly, causing Tsunade to shrink back slightly and turn over Byakugan. Bad. Thinking of the picture just now, Tsunade's cheeks are also Yuhi. She played a new trick with Yizan, helping Yizan with her feet, that kind of feeling. Hate. Tsunade immediately picked up the book in his hand to block Yizan's vision. Yizan shrugged, his right hand wrapped his arms around Makoto, and his left hand still held Tsunade's foot, pinching it gently, scratching the sole of his foot from time to time. Stop moving. Itching. Okay, don't move tilde. Yizan said, but he scratched Tsunade's sole from time to time, and every time he scratched, Tsunade turned Byakugan, and even kicked Yizan lightly. He was like this, holding Tsunade's foot with his left hand and holding Makoto with his right hand, chatting constantly, making Makoto chuckle with some jokes from time to time, while Tsunade was reading the book quietly, and after a while, Conan stuck his head out of the kitchen. Like a little cook, she waved the spatula very cutely. You guys are ready to eat. Where's Sister Kushina? Teacher, go and tell Sister Kushina to come down for dinner. Although she has become Yizan's woman, Conan still hasn't changed her title, or in other words, neither she nor Yizan want to change, because this title has a strong sense of strangeness, and every time she has sex with Conan, it is very intense. Tsunade followed Conan into the kitchen to serve dishes, while Yizan went upstairs and asked Kushina to come down to eat. He stepped on the Yuhi wooden stairs to the third room on the second floor, pushed open the door, and found that Kushina was nursing the baby. Kushina, let's go down to eat tilde. Right now tilde I am feeding my daughter tilde. Kushina held the baby girl with motherly love and tenderness in her eyes. Yizan walked over and hugged her from behind, watching the baby girl in her arms breastfeeding deliciously. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. Kushina. Huh. I want to eat too. Hate. You rascal are getting worse and worse. I want to try it. Humph. I won't give you a taste. And oh, our daughter. Have you thought of a name? Chapter 356_2 Daughters. The bright sun shone through the gaps in the leaves, and a few birds stood on the treetops chirping. Blue sky, shirakumo, green grass, and the clear lake water rippled slightly. A tonbo tapped lightly, and then flew up. Before flying for a few seconds, it was stuck by a frog. On the streets of Konoha, civilians come and go, meet people they know, say hello, stand and chat for a while. Everyone has peace and cheerfulness on their faces, and smiles from the heart. With the efforts of Sarutobi and Konoha senior management, people gradually forgot the grief of Kyubi, Ninetales attacking the village 5 years ago, and lived in happiness and tranquility again. In the backyard of Shimura's house, Makoto spreads a freshly washed bedding on a hanger. These ten are very good. It is a good day to dry the quilt. She is wearing a long beige home dress, and her smooth black hair is brightly lit by the sun. Shiny and bright. Mom. A gentle smile appeared on Makoto's face. She turned her head and saw a little girl of about 5 years old standing silently on the edge of the corridor. The big round eyes looked so cute. "Ailee, what's wrong?" Makoto put down the half-dried bedding and came to the girl's side, squatted down gently, and gently stroked the girl's hair. "Mom, I'll give you a present, now." The girl took out her hand from behind and held a beautiful origami flower in her hand. After careful observation, she could see that the edges and corners of the origami flower were not symmetrical, which was obviously done by a novice. "What did you do?" Tilda, "I just learned from Aunt Conan Tilda." The little girl handed the flower to Makoto. Makoto's face was gentle. He took the flower, and rubbed the little girl's head happily. "Ailee, thank you. You are really mother's little baby. Darling, go and play with daddy. I've dried the bedding, I'll come to you Tilda." Mommy Tilda." Seeing her daughter pouting cutely, the smile on Makoto's face became gentler. She held the girl's face, kissed the girl gently on the mouth, then tapped the girl's forehead with her finger, and stood up slowly. "Stand up. Go Tilda." Seeing the little girl happily running into the house, Makoto smiled and looked up at the weather. The bright sun made her feel more beautiful. Such a good day. Thinking of this, Makoto continued to dry up the bedding with great energy. In the house, the little girl happily ran to the lounge, and when she saw the man lying on the sofa and sleeping with a newspaper over his head, he pouted, and finally slowed down. Slowly crawled into the man's arms. "Dad, get up Tilda." The little girl pulled a few times in a row and found that the man was still sleeping. She rolled her eyes, took out a piece of paper from the coffee table, rolled it very thinly, and quietly stuffed the paper into it. In the nostrils under the newspaper. Hill. The unbearable itch caused Yizan to sneeze, and his lazy drowsiness was disturbed. He widened his eyes angrily, but when he saw the girl in front of him, his face softened. "Ailee, you are disobedient. Be careful I spank you." Dad is reluctant to hit me. Nuo, if you don't believe me, hit me Tilda." The little girl happily turned her butt towards Yizan. Yizan raised her palm, raised it fiercely, and then patted it lightly. I knew that my father was reluctant to hit me Tilda." The little girl smiled happily, hugged Yizan's neck with open arms, and hung it on Yizan like a koala. Yizan supported the little girl with one hand. The girl got up slowly, only to find that a strong fragrance was constantly coming from the kitchen. "Is Conan cooking? Where's your mother?" "Drying bedding in the backyard Tilda." "What about your sister?" "I don't know, she went out to play early in the morning, Don't even call me." As soon as she mentioned her sister, the girl pouted angrily. Yizan smiled, carried the girl to the kitchen, and saw still young and beautiful Conan. 5 years have passed, and when Conan is 18 years old, his appearance does not continue to age. This is Yizan's fruit ability. Every year, he makes the cells in women's bodies 1 year younger, including Makoto, Kushina, Tsunade, all of them. Used this ability. The reason why humans die is because of the aging of cells and organs, but Yizan used the ability to manipulate substances to forcibly prevent the aging of cells. This is the real immortality. Conan. Teacher Tilda. Seeing Yizan walking into the kitchen with Ellie in his arms, Conan took out a fried fish steak from the plate next to it and stuffed it into Ellie's mouth. Eating the food, Ellie's eyes were smiling, and she opened her hand to hold Conan. Aunt Conan hugs. Come on, hey. I've become your mobile hug bear now." Conan was helpless and took Eileen from Yizan's arms. When he took it, Yizan kissed Conan. Eileen, this little guy with sharp eyes, saw it all at once. Dad kisses Aunt Conan again. "Dad, I want to." Ellie jumped up from Conan's arms, turned around and threw herself into Yizan's arms. She pouted on Yizan's mouth after kissing her for a while. She smiled contentedly. "Hey. You, really?" Yizan fondly scratched Ellie's little nose and looked back at the clock hanging in the living room, only to realize that it was noon before she knew it. It's noon. Well, count the time, Marina is about to come back at this time, right? As soon as Conan finished speaking, a key sound came from the gate of the villa. A few seconds later, a little girl about 5 years old rushed in, jumped violently, and hung directly on Yizan's back. Dad, I'm back. Marina, everyone said don't call me Dad, I'm so young, what if I'm called old by you? Hee, Daddy won't grow old. In my heart, Daddy is the most handsome man in the world. The little girl is smiling, cheerful and lively. She has long fey Yuhi hair and big bright eyes. Compared to Ellie, her personality is much more lively. Marina, you didn't take me out to play today. Hee, Ellie, even if I take you with me, you won't be fun, and you won't cause damage. 1.4. Huh, Marina, what did you and Naruto Shikamaru do to destroy again? No, Dad, I'm joking. I swear, there was absolutely no damage. Marina swears to God. Just as she finished speaking, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? The sudden knock on the door made Yizan puzzled. Usually, no one would bother him at this time. He hugged Ellie and carried Marina on his back, and dragged the two girls to the door like this, pouting at Eleanor. Ellie obediently held the door handle and opened the door. Master Zan. What caught his eye was a very familiar man with a scar on his nose. He bowed respectfully to Yizan, and then looked at the truth knight on Yizan's back. Master Zan, your daughter, painted the Hokage rock with paint. Chapter 357_Mischief. Shimura Marina, Shimura Ali, Yizan's two lovely daughters. Marina is 5.5 years old this year. Her mother is Kushina. Ellie is 5 years old this year, and her mother is Makoto. Marina inherited the Yuhi-colored hair of the Uzumaki family and the carefree character of Kushina. Of course, Yizan's eccentricity and mischief talent are among them. For Ellie, she inherited Makoto's gentleness and consideration and Yizan's longing for comfort and comfort. Since both Yizan and Makoto have black hair, Ellie is naturally also black. Ueno Iruka, Yizan put Ellie down, grabbed Marina on the back who was about to escape, and raised Marina directly in front of him. Dad, Sheena blinked pitifully. Her long Yuhi-colored hair was very beautiful. She didn't even call her father. She just called her daddy crisply, plus that cute look. Hey, little idiot, I'm tired of using your tricks for a long time. Yizan sneered, and he saw the cunning hidden in the eyes of the truth at a glance. Once let this little naughty ghost, it won't be clean for 2 days, Iruka will find it again. Come over. Dad, I was wrong. I'm sorry, I will never go to Hokage Rock again to scribble and scribble. Marina struggled in Yizan's hands a few times, and when she found that she couldn't move, she grumbled a grieved mouth. Just when Yizan wanted to educate Marina, there were footsteps on the second floor. Kushina yawned lazily, and Yuhi's long hair was a little messy, but it added a beautiful sense of laziness. Oh, what are you doing? Stinky rascal. Marina, I've already said that if you do something bad and get caught by your father, you will forgive you if you kiss him, but you don't listen. Cut. Don't kiss. Smelly dad. Smelly stinky. Didn't brush Kiba. You rascal, it's already noon, and you haven't played Kiba yet. I forgot. Yizan shrugged helplessly, and walked into the bathroom angrily under the contemptuous eyes of Kushina and his two daughters. Last night, I had a fight with Kushina until 5 a.m., and I woke up early in the morning. I woke up and felt tired. I was tired and couldn't sleep. He was in a daze all morning, and Kiba forgot to brush. Tsunade, who couldn't be idle, ran out to do the task again 2 days ago. The task was to escort the merchant to Dante Street. Although this idiot has restrained countless times because of Yizan, he can't help it occasionally. Go back and gamble. Marina arrived home. Everyone was ready. Makoto, who had dried the bedding, came back from the backyard and brought the dishes to the table with Conan. Yizan patted Marina's small paws that wanted to secretly grab the vegetables, and directly pushed Marina into the washroom. Wash your hands. Wash your hands before you can eat. You've been out in the wild all morning, and you can smell the paint on your body when you stand so far away. Go and wash your hands. Cut. Where does it smell like paint? Daddy bastard. Humph. Marina made a face at Yizan mischievously, then got into the washroom and rubbed her hands 3 times with soap to finish. Suck it. Hey, does it really smell like paint? Naruto, this idiot, he must have accidentally got paint on my clothes. And Shikamaru, what about Konoha's only super genius with an IQ of over 200, what a lousy plan that I was discovered by Iruka. Ino too, he knew that he asked me about my dad, he is mine. Not for you. Sheena thought angrily, wiped her hands with a towel, and when she came out, she was still muttering in her mouth, and her eyes were full of resentment when she looked at Yizan. Hey, my little darling, what's wrong? Who bullied you? Yizan picked up Marina, who turned her head and snorted softly, as proud as a queen. Humph, I'm Shimura Marina, who dares to provoke me? If you want to provoke me, only you are mad at me. Why did I make you angry? You, Marina couldn't say why. She snorted softly, struggled out of Yizan's arms, and came to Kushina's arms. Mom, Dad bullies me. Alright, my truth is the best. Dad bullies you, and in a while, Mom will bully you back. Look, Aunt Conan made your favorite Yuhi pork tenderloin. Wow, Yuhi grilled tenderloin, sizzling, I'm drooling, thank you Aunt Conan. Actually, I'd be happier if you called me Sister Conan. Thank you Conan sister. It's so sweet. Come on, eat the tenderloin, this plate of tenderloin is yours. After lunch, Yizan rarely left the house. On the way to the Hokage building, he happened to meet Inuzuka-pa reprimanding a boy, and Kuromaru next to Inuzuka-pa yawned idle, looking left and right. It happened that Yizan was found. Wong, Boss Zan. Yo, what about Kuromaru tilde? Hello, Inuzuka Claw and Inuzuka Kiba also turned their heads and looked over. Big brother Zan. Little Claw. Yo, what are you doing with your son? 957 inches hey. What else? Kiba and Naruto painted the Hokage rocks today, and Iruka came to the door to complain. Hey, I said brother Zan, you should take care of your girl. Inuzuka Claw persuaded bitterly, but Yizan didn't answer, just scratched his head with a smile. Marina is very cute. Even if he is naughty, he is reluctant to teach him a lesson, because he is so cute. Little Claw, it's normal for children to be naughty and mischievous. Don't we think that we were naughty when we were young? Well, it can be washed off anyway. I'll let a few little guys wash the paint in the afternoon tilde. Yizan said this, Inuzuka Claws had to give up, and Kiba, who is only 5 years old, looked at Yizan excitedly. After seeing Yizan, he quietly made a yes action. Obviously, he often followed the truth, and he also knew Yizan. Goodbye to Inuzuka Claw. Yizan came to Hokage's office slowly, and before he had time to speak, a dark shadow suddenly flashed in from the door, and after a closer look, it was Uchiha Shisui who exuded the aura of a top-level elite. Lord Hokage, Lord Zan, I have something important to report. What's the matter? A matter of the Uchiha family. Chapter 358 Free time to play in the country of water. The conflict between the Uchiha family and Konoha, after several years of fermentation, has basically been in a semi-public state. The Kyuubi Ninetales incident that year, Yizan stepped down as Hokage. Originally, he would directly select the 5th generation of Hokage. But Yizan forced Sarutobi to come out. After all, at that time, Orochimaru betrayed the village, Jiraiya left, Tsunade was lazy, and no one could be the 5th generation Hokage. Oh of course, Minato can be, but Minato can't take back the dark side Kyuubi Ninetales. The chakra is unstable and not suitable for Hokage, which eventually led Sarutobi to come back and continue to be his 3 generations of Hokage. Just because of this matter, Uchiha was very dissatisfied. Hearing Yizan's resignation, they focused on competing for the position of the 5th generation Hokage, but in the end they didn't choose at all. From then on, they knew that their family would never be able to grab the position of Hokage. Even if there was no suitable Hokage candidate, it would not be their turn. Uchiha Shisui reported some routine information. In order to dispel Uchiha Fugaku's suspicions, he quit Anbu 4 years ago and became an ordinary member of Uchiha's security department, but he is still loyal to Konoha and Hokage. Let's not talk about Uchiha for now. Fugaku is too stupid. Even if he wants to rebel, he won't be able to pull people in for a year or two. By the way, I haven't seen your father for a long time. How is he doing? My father is in good health. After quitting Anbu with me 4 years ago, he has been living at home and recuperating. He occasionally goes out to buy groceries, and plays chess with the neighbors. Anbu's 10 years of mission remuneration is enough to live in peace. Quote. Shisui's father is naturally Yizan's old Anbu teammate, Uchiha Nomi. I don't know if he was influenced by Yizan or what. In his 30s, he had grown a beard and started to lead a leisurely retirement life. He lived a comfortable life every day. Know that he used to be an Anbu elite. After chatting for a while, Shisui bowed and resigned. Sarutobi stood up and moved his shoulders, looking at Yizan very resentfully. Shaozan, I'm so tired. Well, you're Lord Hokage, you should be tired tilde. Yizan lay on the sofa and swayed his feet leisurely. His leisurely appearance formed a sharp contrast with Sarutobi's frowning face. Minato hasn't surrendered Kyuubi, Nine Tails, yet. Didn't he say he wants to compete for the 5th generation of Hokage? It's been 5 years, why hasn't he surrendered yet? I'm exhausted. Sarutobi sighed with a wrinkled dry face. He glanced at Yizan pitifully, and found that Yizan didn't look at himself at all. Shaozan, I'm so tired. Well, I already said it, you are Hokage. I don't want to be. If you're not right, there will be no one in the village. Do you want me to be the 4th generation Hokage again? Cough, cough. Look, my internal injuries are not healed. Yizan spat on the ground, covered his heart and pretended to be dying. Then, he raised his arm tremblingly, shaking his wrist. He really looked like a wind candle patient. Shaozan, your acting skills have improved a lot in recent years. Oh, really? Can I be an actor with my acting skills? Quote. Out of the office by the angry Sarutobi, Yizan Yuzai wandered around Konoha Street for a while, and suddenly felt a little bored. Take out a mask from the scroll and put it on your face. The art of Hiraishin. The majestic chakra circulated, and Yizan's figure flashed and disappeared instantly. The land of water, the village of Kurigakure. Terumi Mei was standing in the backyard of the Terumi Patriarch's mansion, and a dozen ninjas exuding the aura of elite Jonin stood quietly in front of Terumi Mei, and everyone looked at Terumi Mei with respect. Terumi Mei is 20 years old this year, tall and sexy. On weekdays, she likes to wear blue off-the-shoulder dresses. All the ninjas in Kurigakure village are curious, why Terumi Mei loves this dress so much that she made more than a dozen pieces exactly the same. People who don't know, think she has never changed clothes. Mizukage, the 5th generation agent, has gone too far in recent years, attacking the blood-stained family, and also dealing with our family. Everyone said, can you bear it? No. A dozen elite Jonin roared at the same time, showing a strong fighting spirit all over their bodies. The 5th generation agent, Mizukage, is the only surviving ninja sword 7, Sukazan Fubuki. Between the Kingdom of Water and Konoha, the Ghost Lamp clan suffered heavy casualties. The patriarchs of the blood-stained clans such as Shuiwuyu and Kagaya were all beheaded by Yizan, so that after the war, the Kingdom of Water actually even quasi-shadow powerhouses were killed. No. Everyone's recommendation, Sukazan Fubuki became the agent of the 5th generation Mizukage. Reason why an agent is an agent means that Sukazan Fubuki was not qualified to become a Mizukage because of his strength back then. Even if he became a quasi-shadow powerhouse last year, he must follow this rule. Everyone does not know that when Sukazan Fubuki became the agent of Mizukage, he was already controlled by Uchiha Obito, but because of Tsukazanfuguki's strength, he could not carry out a crazy bloody rule. Even so, Kurigakure village has been very chaotic these years. If you can't bear it, you don't need to endure it anymore. All family members, in terms of strength level, Tsukazanfuguki and I are the same quasi-shadow. Although he has shark muscles, I have two kinds of bloodstains. It's time. The time to overthrow the Agent Mizukage has come. Companions, are you afraid? Don't be afraid. Then a dozen elite Jonin shouted again, and as soon as Terumi-mei led them, their fighting spirit became stronger and stronger. As a member of the Terumi family, it was an honor to help the patriarch to overthrow the Agent Mizukage. Well, Terumi-mei is already the patriarch of the Terumi family. She has officially become the patriarch of the Terumi family since she was promoted to Zunying half a year ago. Not only that, because she couldn't stand the bloody rule of Tsukazanfuguki, she decided to gather her people. Tsukazanfuguki overthrew and became the fifth-generation Mizukage himself. Huh. Sound, a man wearing a mask suddenly appeared beside Terumi-mei. The sudden situation shocked all the ninjas present. After the shock, there was a strong murderous aura. Don't do it. With a soft drink, Terumi-mei stopped everyone's actions. She turned to look at the man beside her. Her beautiful big eyes blinked, and there was a hint of resentment in her tone. What are you doing here without accompany your precious wives? Chapter 359_Want to be Mizukage, S. Terumi-mei. Kurigakure village, according to the home. Terumi-mei took Yizan's hand and forcefully dragged Yizan into her boudoir. She didn't care about the strange eyes of the clansmen. She closed the door with a bang, and lifted Yizan's mask. Why are you looking for me? Her tone was cold and indifferent, but she revealed the peculiar resentment of a girl. Yizan couldn't hear it. He smirked and hugged Terumi-mei's waist and put Terumi-mei in his arms. Let go. Don't let it go. Are you going to let it go? I won't let it go. Yizan smirked and hugged Terumi-mei tightly. Terumi-mei's figure was perfect, with two huge groups of white, but with a slender water snake waist. Her huge body was deformed when squeezed into Yizan's heart, but she didn't have any resistance. He just stared at Yizan angrily, like a little girl, completely lacking the momentum of the previous patriarch. Are you angry? No. That's jealousy. Eat your big head. Terumi-mei struggled and broke away from Yizan's embrace. She snorted lightly, turned and sat on her own shop 330. The aqua blue boudoir matched with her aqua blue clothes, like a mermaid in the deep sea, showing a chic allure. Mei Ming. Don't shout so affectionately. I have nothing to do with you. Baby. Everyone said don't shout like that. Who are you? I am your Yulame Tilda. Yizan grinned and rolled around on Terumi-mei's bunk, as comfortable as his own home. He rolled around, suddenly found a black thing beside Terumi-mei's pillow, picked it up and took a look. Wow, F cup. Mei, do you have an F? Bastard. Give it back to me. Terumi-mei's cheek slammed into Yuhi, and Yizan swooped on it, which happened to be empty. Seeing Terumi-mei pounced on his side, Yizan immediately raised his foot to wrap her around, then picked up the black F cup and put it directly on Terumi-mei's murderous part. Wow, really F? Yizan shouted, which made Terumi-mei feel ashamed and angry. She grabbed it back, and in the fight, the two huge white balls shook. Yizan rolled his eyes, fell down, and threw himself directly at Terumi-mei's arms. Well, it's so big, so soft. Yizan threw himself on Terumi-mei, rubbing his cheeks constantly. Before Terumi-mei didn't react, he buried his head, opened his mouth, and took a bite. Ah! Terumi-mei whispered softly. Her body softened instantly. Her cheeks were open to Yuhi. Her lips were tightly pursed. Her slightly closed eyes flowed like water. Bedroom was so quiet. Terumi-mei held Yizan's head, wanted to push, but was reluctant to push. She squinted her eyes and enjoyed it. After a long time, Yizan raised her head and quietly put her hand on Terumi-mei's abdomen. No. Slim fingers stopped Yizan's movements. Terumi-Mei pursed her lips with Yuhi's face, but her eyes were firm. I can't do it here, I will find a man in the future. Huh, looking for a man? Idiot, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you think you can still escape from my palm? Yizan opened his mouth in surprise, but Terumi-Mei still insisted, pushing away Yizan's wolf claws. Bad, it's too early to want to be my man. I, Terumi-Mei, are not a little girl who can be fooled by rhetoric. Want to soak me? Humph. She got up and left the shop, tidying up her messy clothes, and pulling them away door. Come out, you bad guy. I've been embarrassed in front of my clan, and I don't know what they're talking about me. She glared at Yizan angrily, turned around and walked out. Yizan also slightly tidied up his clothes, picked up the mask on the table and put it on, returning to his mysterious man appearance again. Patriarch's mansion is very big and very large. Following Terumi-Mei through the long wooden porch, Yizan came to the backyard again. The dozen or so elites of the family, Jonin, stood silently in the same place. After seeing Yizan, everyone's eyes appeared. Strange light. Master Patriarch, this is... It's an idiot. Huh. Oh, yes. Oops, are you bothered? Can you control who he is? Shut up. Oh. Jonin, who was reprimanded, shrank his neck in fear. Although Terumi-Mei didn't explain it, his ambiguous attitude made everyone realize. The patriarch is 20 years old, and it's time to talk about marriage. Terumi-Mei finally decided to overthrow the regime of Sukazan Fuguki. In order to succeed at one time, all the people who could be united were united. The major blood-stained families, a large number of civilian Jonin, including the guards who used to be the second generation of Hokage, such as the leader of the guards, Ching, all expressing support. Ching even took a few elite Jonin to stand up and support Terumi-Mei by force. Yizan didn't say help, and he didn't say no to help, so he followed Terumi-Mei, wearing a mask. The only places on the mask that were exposed were the two eyes. According to the patriarch, this is a friend of mine, Ching, you are not allowed to use Byakugan. This is my honorable guest, do you understand? Terumi-Mei said with a slight reminder. She didn't want Yizan's appearance to be discovered by Ching. After all, Yizan is the god of Konoha, who inexplicably went to Kurigakure village and participated in the civil war in Kurigakure village, but the taboo among the taboos, even worse, will make everyone mistakenly think that Terumi-Mei is a spy of Konoha. It will be very troublesome. Understood. Ching nodded. After all, he was the guard of the second generation Mizukage back then. He knew exactly what to do and what not to do. He nodded kindly to Yizan, but Yizan completely ignored him with an arrogant look, which made Ching a little embarrassed, and caused Terumi-Mei to give Yizan a stern look. It's impolite. It's rude, you don't want to bite me. Yizan held his head proudly, and the wolf claws quietly stretched out to Terumi-Mei's waist. Just as he was about to hug, Terumi-Mei slapped it off. Don't mess around. This is not home. What if it's not at home? It's an old husband and wife. Fuck off. Who is your husband and wife? I don't know you at all. The two flirted with each other, which made Ching very embarrassed. He looked at Jonin, the photographers behind him, as if asking questions. The Jonins nodded silently, indicating that you guessed right. So that's it, the boyfriend of Patriarch Terumi-Mei. It's just that his personality is too arrogant, and I don't know how strong he is. Chapter 360_Abnormal Behavior of the Shark Mussel. Sukazan Fuguki is sitting in the Mizukage office. The country of water is not as good as the country of fire, and there are not many documents to deal with. Compared with the exhaustion of dealing with documents, he prefers the feeling of giving orders and controlling the common people. Although he is the agent of Mizukage, Sukazan Fuguki has been sitting in this position for 5 years. His powerful strength is coupled with the bonus of shark muscles. One-on-one, he is not afraid of anyone. He wasn't afraid of someone defecting either. In the past 5 years, some ninjas have tried to challenge his position. In the most serious one, he almost fell from the position of acting as Mizukage. Pity that the manipulator behind Tsukazan Fuguki is Uchiha Obito. When Tsukazan Fuguki can't handle it, Uchiha Obito will secretly take action and kill those who try to overthrow the regime. Ghost Shark, I'll give you an A-level task. It's urgent. I'll leave tomorrow. He handed a commission order to a boy next to him. The boy was about 15 years old and had an unusual shark face. Very weird. Go to the Rainbow Country. Okay. I'll leave tomorrow. The ghost shark looked at the order and shoved it into his arms. While Tsukazan Fuguki looked down at the document, he glanced at the other party's back greedily. His shark muscles, when he raised his head, he immediately looked back. Ghost Shark, is there anything else? No, it's nothing. Then Teacher Tilda, I'll go down first Tilda. Well, go down. Tsukazan Fuguki waved his hand, and just then. Boom. With a loud bang, the door of the office was kicked open, and more than 24 powerful momentum rushed towards his face. Tsukazan Fuguki's face changed greatly, he stood up suddenly, and Quennying's aura exploded, which competed with the momentum that was ushered in. Terumi Mei, what are you doing? Bring so many people here, do you want to rebel? Hehehehe, acting Mizukage, Sama, we're not rebelling. We're just staying for the capable ones Tilda. Terumi Mei covered her mouth and chuckled, deliberately saying the word, agent, very heavily. For some reason, as long as Yizan stood beside her, she had a strong sense of security in her heart. Although Yizan showed the appearance of never participating in the war and letting herself be ashamed, she knew that Yizan would never make herself look ugly. Don't let yourself lose. Smart people don't need to talk nonsense, and they don't need to be wordy like an idiot. Terumi Mei brought a large group of people into the Mizukage office. It was nothing, but everyone exuded a strong fighting spirit and hostility. Obviously, it's forcing the palace. Ching, are you going to betray me too? I'm sorry, I'm only loyal to Mizukage, you're just an agent, I've never been loyal to you, how could I betray? Ching said coldly. He couldn't stand Tsukazan Fuguki's bloody policy for a long time. Compared to the days when the second-generation Mizukage was in power, now the village of Kurigakure is too hard. Ninjas and commoners live in pain every day. Speaking of this, there is nothing to say. Tsukazan Fuguki suddenly pulled out the shark muscle on his back, and the quasi-cage level aura surged out like a wave. However, before the domineering lasted for a few seconds, he suddenly screamed and threw away the shark muscle. Shark muscle. Bloody palms. Tsukazan Fuguki's eyes widened in disbelief. He stared at the shark muscles on the ground, angry and murderous, wishing to destroy the shark muscles. He doesn't understand what's going on. He had clearly been living together in harmony for 5 years. Why did the shark muscle suddenly betray him and not let him hold it? Tsukazan Fuguki didn't understand, and the ghost shark on the side was greedy and surprised. The 20-odd elite Jonin behind Terumi Mei were also shocked. Only Terumi Mei had guessed it more or less. It is said that the shark muscle betrayed Tsukazan Fuguki because of the villain. I didn't expect that after so many years, just sensing the villain's chakra, he betrayed again. Terumi Mei's eyes flashed with strange light. She squinted and glanced at Yizan quietly, wondering in her heart, does this villain have such great charm? The sudden behavior of the shark muscle surprised everyone, but it was more excited. Losing the shark muscle, Tsukazan Fuguki was only a quasi-cage level powerhouse, and their trusted Terumi Mei was a quasi-cage level with terrifying double bloodstains strong. It's a win. God bless you. Happy. The ninjas behind Terumi Mei were very happy. Because of the terms that had been made, they had to defeat Tsukazan Fuguki in a one-on-one duel to get rid of him. Now, the timing is perfect. Go out to fight, or just fight here, give you a chance to choose. Terumi Mei's face was full of confidence, and defeating a non-blooded ninja without weapons was an easy task in her eyes. Terumi Mei was pressing step by step. Tsukazan Fuguki's face became more and more ugly. He gave Terumi Mei a fierce look. His hands quickly hand seal. The next second, endless water appeared, surging, roaring, and instantly submerged the entire office. Sweeten, water style. Great waterfall technique. Quote. Bang. The violent water waves forced everyone to leave the office. The ghost shark, who was standing silently on the side, suddenly dived into the water. When no one was paying attention, he picked up the shark muscle, and he did not dare to hold the shark muscle. He just grabbed the thorns on the shark muscle and rushed out of the office, then threw the shark muscle on the ground. Yoden, lava style. The magic of dissolving monsters. Sweeten, water style. Water dragon bullet. Terumi Mei and Tsukazan Fubuki fought frantically. Here, the ghost shark squatted on the ground and watched the shark muscle, whispering softly, sending his chakra into the shark muscle from time to time. Shark muscle, how is my chakra? Don't think I only have the strength of Jonin, but I am young, and my chakra is 100 times more than that of a ninja of the same level. How about it? Recognize me as the master. As long as you recognize me, Lord. My chakra, eat as much as you want, eat as much as you want, you're welcome. The ghost shark kept chasing the shark muscle, but the shark muscle was still covered with spikes. Lying motionless on the ground, he frowned, completely ignoring what was wrong with the shark muscle, and then a few seconds later, a hand suddenly stretched out. Come over and gently grab the handle of the shark muscle. Hokage, give me a face. Chapter 361 to 380. Chapter 361 _ Ghost Shark Backpot. Yizan held the shark muscle, and the blade was smooth, as if there had never been a barb. The shark muscle swayed gently, as a wise saori, it was dancing happily at the moment. I'm not very good at using weapons. If you follow me, there will be no use in the future. Are you sure you want to follow me? Hearing Yizan's words, Shark Muscle nodded his blade, expressing his willingness. Oh, I get it. You're a slacker, right? You just want to eat my chakra when you're hungry. It doesn't matter if you fight or not, right? Continue to point the blade. That's it. Seeing that the shark muscle was quite shameful, Yizan held his chin and thought for a while, and finally did not throw away the shark muscle, but put the shark muscle on his shoulders. Yizan didn't know that the strange conversation between him and the shark muscle had stunned the ghost shark on the side. The ghost shark didn't understand at all. How could this man wearing a mask suddenly grab the shark muscle, and the shark muscle was actually obedient? The convergence of the barb. Everything seemed so inexplicable. Who are you? Ghost shark looked vigilant. As Tsukazan Fubuki's apprentice, he was full of endless desire for shark muscles, but at this moment, all his desires were shattered by the appearance of Yizan. I'm Kisame Hoshigaki. Yizan, who only showed his eyes, looked at the ghost shark with a smile. His eyes were extremely strange. You are Kisame Hoshigaki. How is that possible? I am Kisame Hoshigaki. The ghost shark was shocked as if he had seen a ghost, and then he was absolutely disbelieving, but the next moment, Yizan's words shook him. I am really Kisame Hoshigaki. I am the future you. I traveled through time and space from the future to the present, but because of the rules of time, I can't take off the mask to be seen by you. Have you forgotten? Why did we become Tsukazan Fubuki's apprentices? It's all for the shark muscle. Yizan explained the heart of the ghost shark in one word. Indeed, although he is Tsukazan Fubuki's apprentice, the ghost shark is obedient on the surface, but he has never respected Tsukazan Fubuki. Knife. Even so, traveling through time and space is really weird, and the ghost shark still shook his head and didn't believe it. I don't believe it. Don't believe it. It seems I have to come up with some real materials. Yizan's tone was serious, but the face hidden in the mask kept laughing. Sweden, water style. Great waterfall technique. Quote. Boom. In 1/6 of a second, the terrifying waterfall formed an ocean more than 10 meters high, rushing towards the ghosts crazily. What? Instant waterfall. How is that possible? The pupils of the ghost shark shrank sharply, and they were instantly submerged by the waterfall. His body was torn to shreds the moment he was hit by a huge amount of water pressure. Afterwards, he appeared from not far away, and he used the avatar technique when 1,000 troops were fired, and finally escaped the catastrophe. Even so, he looked at Yizan with a strong shock. He couldn't believe that there was someone in this world who could instantly perform the Great Waterfall technique. You must know that the Great Waterfall technique is extremely complicated. Even a top-level Sweden water-style expert would have to make at least 5 or 6 marks to use it. But now, he saw the masked man in front of him instantly performing the Great Waterfall technique. It just turned his worldview upside down. Don't be surprised, I am you. You will master a trick in the future. Oh right, tell you one thing, you will become a missing nin in the future and join an organization called Akatsuki. Don't ask me why be a missing nin, I won't tell you, and, if you meet a Konoha ninja in the future, don't give a damn, because I'm a Konoha ninja now. Yizan smirked, and under the unbelievable gaze of the ghost shark, he pulled the mask down a little, revealing the Konoha forehead guard on his forehead, then he closed the mask again and waved the shark muscle lightly. I took the shark muscle. This is a weapon that can increase combat effectiveness, but it will produce a very strong sense of dependence. Your current strength is too weak, and holding the shark muscle will affect your future strength. Well, that's it. Well, there's something wrong with Terumi Mei, I have to help her. Ignoring the ghost shark who was in dementia, Yizan rushed towards Terumi Mei with the shark muscle on his back. At this moment, Terumi Mei used Futon, vapor style, to melt Tsukazan Fuguki's arm, and wanted to continue to attack. Suddenly, a man with a one-eyed mask appeared out of nowhere, blocking Terumi Mei. Uchiha Obito finally appeared. Over the years, Uchiha Obito has become a quasi-cage level powerhouse. Relying on Mangekyo Sharingan, he can even defeat some weaker cage levels. Tsukazan Fuguki was defeated by Terumi Mei. Obito had to appear. His writing was downcast with the light of Yuhi the orangutan, and the mighty power was running in the body, ready to go. Obito is going to use Sharingan to control Terumi Mei. If he can control it, he will kill everyone present together with Terumi Mei. If he can't control it, he will kill Terumi Mei first and then kill the others. The appearance of Obito made Terumi Mei extremely vigilant, especially the Sharingan in the one-eyed mask, which shocked her, and subconsciously made an attack. Futon, vapor style. The art of smart mist. Extremely high temperature steam burst out of Obito in an instant, however, the steam passed directly through Obito without causing any damage. Hey, Terumi Mei, is this your blood? It seems. That's all. Obito sneered, the only exposed Sharingan twirled slightly, and his powerful pupil power suddenly poured out, trying to use demonic illusion to control it. But at this moment, boom! A loud 2.0 sound, Obito vomited blood, turned into a frantically spinning top with a boom, and crashed into the house in the distance. He rushed out of the house quickly, only to find that Terumi Mei was standing next to a man who also wore a mask, showing 2 eyes. Who are you? How can you attack me? Impossible. How can you attack me? Who are you? You know, nihilism is Mangekyo Sharingan's ability, but this man in front of him actually ignored Mangekyo's ability and knocked him away. Obito didn't know that at this moment, a huge golden force field was shrouded in 100 meters around him, imprisoning the entire space. It wasn't that Yizan ignored the nihilism, but he couldn't open it at all. Who am I? I'm Kisame Hoshigaki tilde. Chapter 362_Weird Truth Chennai. The ghost shark has taken the blame again. Everyone looked at the innocent-looking ghost shark in the distance, and then looked back at Yizan. Everyone felt inexplicable. Did they think there is something wrong with Yizan's brain? You don't believe it? Shakes head. Why don't you believe me? I'm really Kisame Hoshigaki. Shakes head. Hey, these days, no one believes the truth. If you don't believe it, forget it. And you, the one-eyed masked man, if you don't get out, believe it or not, I'll poke your eyes out. Yizan raised his head arrogantly and raised his head. The shark muscle slashed towards Uchiha Obito. Was broken, and Uchiha Obito had a strong sense of timidity in his heart. Seeing the shark muscle slashed, he took a few steps back in fear and used his ability again, but unexpectedly found that he could become nihilistic again. Huh. The shark muscle cut through his body. Uchiha Obito was stunned for a moment, and the next second, Yizan pulled the handle of the knife back, from bottom to top, and slashed it fiercely. Tear. A large piece of flesh splattered out. Obito screamed and retreated 100 meters away. He bit Kiba tightly. Most of his left abdomen was dripping with blood, and the flesh was scraped off by the barb of the shark muscle. I am sorry, the shark muscle is not cut, but used to cut. Yizan shook his legs proudly, and Terumi Mei, who was behind him, pouted in disdain, but he couldn't. Don't admit it, this villain is still a little domineering at some point tilde. After being hit by Yizan for the second time, Uchiha Obito was completely confused. He finally did not continue to force him, but burst into a frantic escape with all his strength. After escaping several kilometers away, he used Kamui's ability to retract himself into the alien space. Uchiha Obito escaped, and Sukazan Fubuki was also defeated by Terumi Mei, which means that Terumi Mei has the qualification to become the 5th generation Mizukage, and the rest is the recognition of the major families and the recognition of the name of the land of water. Yizan didn't need to worry about everything that followed. He glanced at Terumi Mei, his figure flashed, and he left the country of water instantly. Let's wait for her to become Mizukage before going to her, these days. She's been busy. It didn't take a few hours to go to the land of water. When Yizan returned to Konoha, the sunset passed through Yuhi, hanging in the air in the west. The purple rosy glow reflected on the lake, and the cherry blossom trees on the shore complemented each other. The breeze was blowing, and a few cherry blossoms fluttered on the lake. The evening in early spring was comfortable and pleasant. The Hokage rock carrying the shark muscle, Yizan accidentally found a group of children, about 5 years old, who were scrubbing the Hokage rock hard. Marina, Ellie. Yizan shouted loudly, attracting the attention of all the children. At this moment, they were tied to their waists with ropes and hung in the middle of Hokage rock. After seeing Yizan, Marina happily waved her hand in response, but she forgot where she was and her body slipped. Fell straight from the Hokage rock. Ah! Marina screamed in panic, and she was about to fall to the ground. Suddenly, a pair of big hands held her firmly in her arms, but the fear of death still scared her to scream, and the high decibel unique to a little girl stabbed Yizan's ears hurt. Idiot! Boom! With a soft sound, Marina let out a pained cry, and covered her forehead pitifully. She raised her head, puffed up her face in grievance, her beautiful big eyes were flashing, and she was about to cry. Dad, hit me. No, I just tapped you lightly. Who hit me? Genai's little tears overflowed all of a sudden. This time, Yizan panicked. He was in a hurry to wipe the tears for Genai, and even hugged and patted his back gently, coaxing from time to time, constantly apologizing, but without any use. The panicked Yizan didn't realize it at all. At this moment, there was a hint of cunning in Marina's eyes. In order to avoid being noticed, she deliberately buried her face in Yizan's arms, sobbing softly, as if she was unintentional, and said something lightly. Dad beat me. If you don't help me wash the Hokage rock, I will never forgive you again. Woo woo woo. Okay, my darling, I will do whatever you say. Isn't it just cleaning the paint? No problem, little baby, don't cry. Yizan gently patted Marina's back, and even threw the shark muscle on the ground. The shark muscle moved a few times in dissatisfaction, but was directly stepped on by Yizan. Compared with the baby daughter, the shark muscle's status is too high. Tragic. Agreeing to the request, Marina gradually stopped crying. Yizan gently held her face, wiped the tears on her cheek with her thumb, as if she had discovered something, and was stunned for a while. Wow, you little bastard, you've been deceived again. Hee, people were really sad just now. Dad is the best. After being seen through, Marina Nadi broke free from Yizan's embrace. She waved her hand happily in the air, and called out all the children in the air at Hokage Rock. It's all down 503. Dad said to help us clean the paint, we don't have to do it. Wow, the eldest sister is really amazing. As expected of Mrs. Sheena. Sister, you are going too far. What is it, Ellie? My father took the initiative to help me. And Naruto and Kiba, if you call me big sister again, I'll beat you up. Please call me Princess Marina. Really? Sorry, I really can't shout. I think Ellie is more like a princess. Bastard Naruto, beat you up. In the end, after Iruka's persuasion failed, Yuzan quickly cleaned the paint off the Hokage rock. Iruka is the head teacher of the next generation of Konoha who is appointed by the senior management. Because Iruka is responsible, enthusiastic, and kind to the students, although the children have not started school yet, Iruka has begun to get in touch with them slowly, but so far. Iruka, we won't be caught by you next time. Bastard Naruto, call me Iruka, sensei. The eldest sister said, we haven't gone to school yet, so we don't need to call you teacher Tilda. Naruto. Hold, I am sorry, I just forgot. Princess Marina. Humph. Chapter 363_Ellie said to see Grandpa. I'm on. At Ichiraku Ramen Noodle Restaurant, Naruto pulled out his chopsticks and started eating with a hula. After just taking a bite, he gave an exaggerated thumbs up and smiled so brightly that he couldn't even see his eyes. Uncle Ichiraku's ramen is always so good. Haha, thank you Naruto for your compliment. By the way, Master Zan, is today's face satisfying? Not bad, I'm in a good mood today. Eat your noodles, it's more delicious than usual. Yuzan nodded with a smile. He was sitting on the left with Marina and on the right with Ellie. After finding that Marina was eating noodles, he raised his finger and tapped it lightly. Boom. Ouch. Dad, what are you doing? What am I doing, you little liar? You actually deceived my feelings. Also, washing the paint is the business of you little troublemakers. Why did you call Ellie to do it too? Seeing that Ellie on the right was obediently eating the noodles, Yuzan rubbed her hair a little distressed. Just like Makoto's, it was black, straight and shiny, looking quiet and elegant. Dad, it's okay, I took the initiative to ask to come with my sister Tilda. Ellie blinked her eyes obediently. The partner forgot. Fortunately, with Konan Makoto at home, she didn't feel alone. You. Yuzan shook his head helplessly. He felt that it was necessary to find a friend with similar interests for Li, a girl who didn't like to go out crazy and had the same quiet personality. Just when Yuzan was thinking silently, Ino next to Marina stared at Yuzan with big bright eyes. She pressed her chopsticks against Kiba, which was very cute. Ino. Marina gently pulled Ino down, her tone a little dissatisfied. In her heart, her father belongs to her and Ellie, and other girls are not allowed to have any ideas. What's the truth? I'll just take a look. A 5-year-old girl doesn't know what love is, but Marina often tells about Yuzan's goodness in front of her friends. Before she knew it, Ino was brought in by Marina. She has always been curious. This Marina is very handsome, gentle and warm. What a good dad. With Yuzan around, the boys were more restrained. Naruto was better, but Shikamaru Choji and Kiba never spoke. After all, Yuzan was an elder, and he was the 4th generation of Hokage out of office. A kind of mentality that is almost worship. After all, every child has a Hokage dream. But then again, Shikamaru, do you have an IQ test? As if thinking of something, Yuzan's eyes suddenly lit up. He stared straight at Shikamaru and asked in doubt. Before Shikamaru could finish speaking, Marina on the side said, Dad, I know this. Shikamaru was tested by their family last month. Ha 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 ha, their family actually said that Shikamaru has an IQ of 200. How is that possible? Shikamaru, the idiot, as the strategist of our troublemaker, has a bad idea to get us caught by Iruka every time, stupid. Truly nigh. Okay, we won't be naughty in the future. Stared at by Yuzan's eyes, Jinai pouted pitifully, but before her disappointment appeared for a few seconds, Yuzan held her head and rubbed her long Yuhi-colored hair carelessly. Idiot, I didn't say you won't make trouble. I mean, don't mess with my handsome Hokage rock statue. Back then, your grandfather tried every means to trick me into becoming a Hokage, just because there are people from Shimura's family on Hokage Rock. Remember, huh? Remember. Hee hee. Dad is the best. Marina jumped up happily, hugged Yizan's neck and kissed him. Since father allows him to make trouble, then starting from tomorrow. Hum hum hum. Marina had already started to think about her actions tomorrow, but Ellie bit her chopsticks lightly and pulled the corner of Yizan's clothes. Dad. Ellie, what's wrong? What is Grandpa doing recently? I haven't seen him for a long time, Tilda. Yizan paused slightly. Recently Uchiha started to change. Danzo was busy fighting in the dark, and sometimes he lived directly at the root base, and he didn't even go back to the old house. Ailee, do you miss Grandpa? Tilda. Okay. Tomorrow, I'll take you and Marina to find him where Grandpa works. Dad, why should I go too? Allie is going, of course you have to follow along. Humph. Alright. Actually, I miss Grandpa too. At Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant, the friends said goodbye to each other. Before leaving, Naruto pointed at Yizan carelessly, as if he was suddenly motivated, and his tone was very exciting. Uncle Zan. In the future, I will too. To be Hokage. Naruto, you suddenly become stupid. I don't know whether to praise you or hit you, it's embarrassing. What? Dad told me that he wants to be the 5th generation Hokage, so I will be the 6th generation Hokage. Uncle Zan, you should praise me. Praise me. Oh, come on Naruto. The silly Naruto made Yizan reluctantly perfunctory a few words, but Naruto did not hear Yizan's perfunctory. He only felt that he had received Yizan's approval, and his heart was more motivated. He clenched his fists tightly, his face filled with the breath of a hot-blooded youth. Thank you Uncle Zan for your praise. I will definitely work hard. After having dinner and saying goodbye to a few people, it was already dark. Holding the bouncing Marina in the left hand and the quiet and well-behaved Ailee in the right hand, the three of them walked comfortably on their way home. The night wind in early spring was still a bit cold, and when they found that Ailee was wearing a little less clothes, Yizan immediately took off. She took off her coat and put it on Ellie. Hey, isn't Dad cold? I'm not cold, just be good, Ellie, don't catch a cold, you are my sweetheart Tilda. Humph, stinky Dad, Ellie is your sweetheart, and so am I. You are my sweetheart Tilda. Cut. Marina pouted, stopped and opened her hands, looking straight at Yizan. Looking at this Suinder's daughter, Yizan shook his head amusingly, squatted down, and picked up Marina. Stinky Dad, with me helping you keep the wind out, you won't be cold. Thank you, Marina, come and give me a kiss Tilda. Don't, Daddy's asshole. Boo. Chapter 364_Kind Danzo. The next day, after lunch, Yizan went out with his two daughters and walked straight towards the root base. The base of root was set in a very desolate place in Konoha village. Standing on a barren ruin, Yizan made a seal, and a ripple appeared in front of his eyes. Regardless of the doubtful eyes of the two daughters, he led them into the room. Ripples. The three seemed to have entered a different world and disappeared directly on the ruins. In fact, this was the giant demonic illusion seal above the root base, preventing civilians and ordinary ninjas from entering by mistake. The root base is set up underground. After walking along a long downward staircase for a long time, what comes into sight is a large closed iron gate. Solution. Yizan hand sealed again, with a soft sound, as if unfastened, the steel door slowly opened. Huh. A gust of cold wind blew out, and the two little girls shrank their necks in fright. They were a little scared and held Yizan's arm tightly, looking very nervous. Don't worry, this is where your grandfather works. Although the environment is a bit scary, 313 just looks scary Tilda. But, it's really scary here. Dad, are there any ghosts? Yes Tilda. Huh. Just kidding, no ghost. Yizan smiled and winked at Aili. This girl has always been afraid of ghosts. Compared with her sister's boldness, her courage has always been very small, and she was too scared to walk by the environment in front of her. Dad, hug. Ellie opened her hands pitifully. She was really scared and couldn't walk. Yizan had no choice but to hold Ellie in his arms, and then looked at Genai. Baby, do you want me to hug? Bah, stinky dad. I don't want you to hug me. I'm not afraid at all. Marina glared at Yizan sternly, and walked in carelessly. In fact, she was also very scared, but Ellie had already occupied Yizan's arms. As Konoha's Princess Tsunere, I won't compete with Ellie for a position. The environment of the root base is very dark, because this organization is originally a hidden organization. When Danzo built the base, he subconsciously built the base into this atmosphere, as if to tell you directly, I am not a good person. The defense of the base is very strict. It can only accommodate a single-person suspension bridge, and a deep pit full of blades. If you don't understand this, you will easily fall into traps, and the members of the root, hidden in the dark, will attack violently. Wipe out the invaders into ashes. Of course, Yizan is different. He is Danzo's son. He has no obstacles along the way. In places where the two girls could not find, countless root members bowed respectfully to Yizan. The three walked along the road for about 10 minutes, and finally came to the only bright place in the base, which was a 2-story building with bright windows on the second floor. Your grandfather is in there, go. Yizan walked into the building with 2 girls and stepped on the wooden stairs to the second floor. Afterwards, Yizan came to a closed door, listened carefully, and could hear the reprimands coming from inside. Your grandfather seems to be reprimanding people, but... As if thinking of something very interesting, Yizan smirked and pushed open the door abruptly. Who is it? In the spacious room, Danzo was loudly reprimanding several members with their heads bowed. The door was violently pushed open, which made him even more unhappy. He was about to get angry, but found his son standing at the door with a smile on his face, beside him, 2 pink little girls. Grandpa! Marina shouted happily, rushed over with a few steps, jumped violently, and threw herself into Danzo's arms in an instant. Grandpa, miss me. Oh he. Marina, of course Grandpa misses you. You girl, 10 usually go out crazy, why did you suddenly think of me today? Root, leader. A second ago, Danzo instantly turned into a kind grandfather. He happily hugged Marina, squatted down, and picked up the well-behaved Ellie with his other hand. Aili, do you miss Grandpa? Think. Her pink cheeks are so cute, and her thinking made the smile on Danzo's face even brighter. What else was he going to say? Marina suddenly raised her hand and grabbed Danzo's beard. Ouch! Stop, my little ancestor. Don't. Put down Grandpa's beard, it hurts. Marina grabbed the beard. Danzo's face turned green, and he kept begging for mercy, but Marina giggled, grabbing Danzo's beard and saying nothing. Originally, the leader's reprimand was being carried out in the office, but when the 2 little girls came in, Danzo completely lost the leader's true character. Next to them, several members of the root, with their heads bowed, looked at each other with extremely surprised eyes, and they all noticed the surprise in the other's eyes. Master Chief has such a side. Yes, the leader turned out to be a gentle and kind person. To be reasonable, how many of us will not be silenced? This. A few people suddenly felt something wrong in their hearts. They thought that if they found the other side of Danzo, would they be clicked off? At this moment, Danzo didn't care about the gazes of his subordinates. He waved to them, they bowed respectfully, and slowly left the office. Then, Yizan closed the office door, familiar with the door in the road. He found the tea leaves from the Yuhi wooden cabinet on the left, soaked them in hot water, and after a while, a few strands of tea fragrance escaped, shrouding the entire office in a light fragrance. Marina, Ellie, come, sit on the sofa obediently, stop bullying your grandpa. Yizan patted the sofa. Ellie nodded obediently, but Marina was reluctant and still grabbed Danzo's beard, which made Danzo extremely pitiful. Xiaozan, get your daughter down quickly. Cough cough. Truth nigh. HMPH. Stinky grandpa. He actually asked Dad for help. By Yizan, the truth reluctantly left Danzo's beard, and Danzo finally had time to tidy up his beard and trim the goatee that he had grown for 3 years. Dad, there is nothing else to do today, it's just that Ellie and Marina miss you. You've been too busy to see you lately, so I'll bring them to find you Tilda. Chapter 365 Shikaku feels that life is full of blood and tears. At Danzo's place for more than an hour, Yizan left with his 2 daughters. Main thing is that Danzo's things are busy. Recently, there have been some undercurrents in the ninja world, especially Akatsuki's side, which gradually absorbed some S-class missing nin and became more and more powerful. A few years ago, Yahiko died inexplicably, and Akatsuki was inherited by Nagato. Since Nagato's succession, the nature of Akatsuki has changed. Originally, Yahiko Master, the Kingdom of Rain, existed as our Konoha vassal, but now, Uzumaki Nagato has completely changed. Out of our control, Xiaozan, this matter. It's okay, don't worry about Akatsuki, I'll fix it. Black Zetsu had been hidden for thousands of years and finally surfaced, but Yizan didn't want Danzo to destroy Black Zetsu's plan, because once the plan was destroyed, Black Zetsu would definitely continue to hide. The biggest advantage of a traveler is that he is familiar with the plot. Yizan is not afraid of the future Uchiha Madara and Kagaya Haim. After all, he is already a cage-level powerhouse. The strong have the arrogance of the strong. Yizan's elite Jonin can face the 3 generations of Raikage directly, and kill the 3 generations of Raikage when he is in the shadow, not to mention the present, and the future strength will continue to improve. Also, Naruto and Sasuke. Thinking of Naruto, a smile appeared on Yizan's mouth. With Namikaze Minato around, Naruto was not hostile to the villagers, and thanks to Yizan's hard work, the villagers knew that in order to seal Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Konoha had a for the father and son willing to serve as the container of Kyuubi, Nine-Tails. The ninjas even know that the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails person Jinchuriki column force is the Namikaze Minato father and son. Because of this, although Naruto is mischievous, all ninjas, including Ruruka, choose to be tolerant. After taking Aili and Marina home, Yizan left the house without stopping. This time, he walked straight towards the Nara family and came to the patriarch's mansion. After a while, he saw the unmotivated Nara Shikaku in the study. Yo, Shikaku, long time no see, how are you doing? Hey, it's still the same, there are so many things, and my wife is strict with it, I really want to sleep. Shikaku put his head on the desk lazily, and Yizan was amused by his powerless appearance. He stared at Shikaku with such a smile, and the strange gaze gradually made Shikaku hairy. Big brother Zan, do you have anything to do with me? Shikaku only felt an unspeakable crisis spreading in his heart. He stood up abruptly, his voice trembling. Big brother Zan, if there is nothing else. Tisk tisk tisk. Shikaku, I'm here to find you, of course I have something to do. Yizan stopped Shikaku from seeing off the guests. He also half leaned on the tatami, yawned lazily, and looked at Shikaku with a very funny, Shikaku, do you remember our original bet? Ah, what bet? I don't know at all. Shikaku scratched his head innocently, but his forehead was gradually dripping with sweat. Why are you sweating? Why are you sweating? Are you afraid of something? Or, you thought of a bet? I didn't. I don't know. Brother Zan, what are you talking about? Shikaku said this, but there was more and more sweat on his forehead. Seeing Yizan's increasingly sneering gaze, Shikaku knew that this time today, he couldn't escape. Brother Zan, forgive me, I have an 80-year-old mother on top, and a baby waiting to be fed, woo-woo. Forgive me, Shikaku cried and gave Yizan a earth seat. Yizan he casually picked his fingernails, leisurely and comfortably. I'm willing to admit defeat, Shikaku. Don't you feel happy that your family has a genius with an IQ of 200? Ooh, but I really don't want to run around Konohaluo. Brother Zan, should our bet be treated as a joke? You. Shikaku burst into tears. He committed his own death. Of course he remembers the bet many years ago. If the future son's IQ exceeds 200, he will run around Konohaluo, and if his IQ is less than 200, Yizan will run around Konohaluo run fast. What a bloody bet. In order to win against Yizan, Shikaku started a family test last month when Shikamaru had just turned 5 years old and his mind was not fully developed. However, the result was an IQ of 208. Not only that, because Shikamaru is still young, after a few years older, his IQ will be even higher, and it is predicted that he will reach the terrifying realm of 215. So, Shikaku, are you going to execute the bet at 12 o'clock tonight, or 12 o'clock tomorrow? Ooh, Brother Zan, can you choose not? Okay, if you violate the bet, I will hang you on the Hokage rock to show the public, without clothes tilde. Woo, Brother Zan, you are too much. Woo, I choose 12 o'clock tonight. Very good, then at 12 o'clock tonight, I'll wait for you at the gate of Konoha, run a circle around Konoha, all Luo, understand? Brother Zan, I hate you. The bet that lasted for several years finally came true. Yizan felt very comfortable. He left the Nara clan unrestrainedly, strutting his legs like a little hooligan, and shrugging his shoulders to go shopping on Konoha Street. He hadn't done shopping for a while. A few minutes later, 3 beautiful girls suddenly appeared in front of them. They were about 13 or 14 years old. Under the envious gazes of the surrounding civilians, they went straight to Yizan. Brother Zan. Yuhi, Anko, Rin, good afternoon. Seeing these 3 little beauties on the street, Yizan was in a better mood. What are you doing? We're shopping for clothes, Brother Zan, come with us. Yuhi and Nohara Rin were still a little shy, but Anko grabbed Yizan's left arm and forcibly pulled Yizan between the 3. Okay, it's a happy decision. Brother Zan, let's go and go shopping with us. Anko agreed, and there was hope in the eyes of the other 2 girls. And going shopping with 3 little beauties is a beautiful job for Yizan. He didn't hesitate, nodded directly, raised his arm, and looked at the 2 girls badly. The left hand was reserved by Anko. There is one place left. Who will hold it? Chapter 366 Shopping with 3 little beauties. Konoha, South Commercial Street is very prosperous, and its prosperous level has reached its peak. 210 billion that Yizan brought back from the land of water not only did not shrink with the construction of Konoha, but instead slowly increased to 250 billion with the passage of time. All of this is the credit of Konoha Finance Minister Kakuzu. If Konoha is rich, the allowances for ninjas are getting higher and higher, and the welfare benefits are getting better and better, including Konoha's infrastructure, business development, and even the investment in scientific and technological research, which is actually thousands more than the total investment of the 4 countries. Times. The terrifying investment brings, naturally, a leap forward development. Konoha is no longer the bungalows it used to be. In recent years, Sarutobi has focused on infrastructure construction. More and more bungalows have turned into high-rise buildings, especially in the central commercial street. There are countless 5-story high-rise buildings. Metropolis, up to 10 floors. Not only that, the Metropolis building is surrounded by 4 huge screens, which broadcast advertisements or some programs all the time. Sir Hokage, what do you think about the current situation in the ninja world? Well, I think the current ninja world is very peaceful. Although there are some minor frictions, rubbings in some parts and individuals, it is also within an acceptable range. I think the current ninja world is very good, and it is the peace that Konoha has always hoped for. Quote. Thank you Lord Hokage for accepting our live interview. The interview is over, thank you Lord Hokage. Bang. Smoke rang out, and Sarutobi, shadow clone disappeared. On the escalator on the third floor of the metropolis, Yizan pouted in disdain. The dead monkey was old and rude. During the live broadcast, he secretly glanced at the hostess's murderous department. Fortunately, he did it hidden. If it is discovered by the public, it will be too embarrassing. Here we are. Brothers on, the 4th to 8th floors are all our girls' clothing floors. Let's start shopping from the 4th floor. Anko, don't go to the 4th floor. Go straight to the 6th floor. I want to see shoes. Why don't you go to the 7th floor? I had a beautiful bag last time. The three girls discussed at length, not only them, but everywhere in the metropolis. There were the voices of the women discussing, and the boredom of the men beside them. On vacation, ninjas generally don't wear ninja costumes, especially now that the construction of Konoha is advancing by leaps and bounds. Ninjas have long learned to enjoy life on vacation. Male ninjas like to get together to sing and drink, while female ninjas like to go shopping and buy clothes. Now in Konoha, the commercial street has been extended more than 10 times, with huge business and huge flow of people, and in order to gain more people's love, clothing no matter whether it is bags or shoes, new varieties are launched almost every week, and this kind of fierce and healthy competition has also made Konoha's business develop extremely fast, and its speed is even out of tune with the whole world. Hey, Minato looked around boredly. With sharp eyes, he saw Namikaze Minato in the distance and Mawako holding Naruto in the distance. Yo, brothers on, Yuhi, Anko, Rin, how are you? Hello, Minato. The three women said in unison, and within a few seconds, Mawako joined the discussion. Yizan and Minato stood helplessly beside the stainless steel and glass railings. They only had to bow their heads to see the escalators below. As well as the first floor, the floor is paved with white marble. Minato, what are your family going to buy today? Hey, I'm not buying clothes for Naruto. Mawako dislikes the clothes I bought for Naruto. You know, I don't know much about it, so Mawako personally brought Naruto to buy it this time. Minato glanced at Naruto next to Mawako. The four women were chatting and chatting. Naruto was boring and uninteresting. His hand was tightly held by Mawako, and he couldn't break it, so he could only hold his mouth and sat angrily. On the ground, rustic shit yellow-colored clothes are very ugly. Seriously, Naruto's clothes are really ugly, so you bought them for him. Minato, I don't despise your aesthetic vision, but Naruto's clothes are too ugly. Look at my two girls. Marina goes out crazy all day long, and her mother still dresses her up beautifully, not to mention Ellie, our Konoha's cutest little princess. The whole of Konoha can't find anything more beautiful. That's because they are beautiful. Yes, but people depend on clothes. Beauty depends on beautiful clothes. Clothes, hairstyles, accessories, these are all important. Hey, I told you that you don't understand. Your thinking is too primitive. Can't keep up with the trend of Konoha. Quote. Yizan raised his head proudly and looked at Minato with disdain. Facing Yizan's contempt, Minato could only smile bitterly, unable to refute. Yizan and Minato were leaning against the glass railing to chat, and Mawako finally ended the conversation with Naruto's impatient urging. Soon, Mawako took Naruto and Minato towards the children's clothing area on the higher floor. Yizan and the three daughters were still standing at the entrance of the escalator on the 4th floor, still struggling with which floor to go. By the way, let's go to the women's clothing store on the 5th floor and have a look. Recently, Uniqlo's women's clothing is selling very well, especially those high-priced women's clothing, each of which has been handed by well-known designers. What do you think? Yes, let's go, brothers on. Oh, I can do whatever you want. Today, you can go shopping as you want, and I will accompany you to eat, go, play, sleep, and accompany you unconditionally. Hee, Brother Zan doesn't want a 2.7 face. We don't dare to let you accompany you like this. Accompany you, maybe you will stay at your house for a long time, you big villain tilde. Anko, you can't say that. How can I be a bad guy when I do things right? You're a badass. Big badass. Hee. Let's go, we've gone to Uniqlo, there's still a lot of things to do later. Anko held Yizan with a smile and pulled Yizan up the escalator leading to the 5th floor. Yuhi and Rin looked at each other as if they were in a game. Rin suddenly stepped forward and took the lead in holding Yizan's right arm. Rin, you are lying. Where am I cheating? It was agreed before that whoever grabs it wins. Your speed is not as fast as mine, don't blame me tilde. Chapter 367_U. Uniqlo. On the 5th floor of the metropolis, Uniqlo, a famous brand of women's clothing in the ninja world. Yizan sat on the soft leather sofa bored in a daze. As a famous brand in the ninja world, Uniqlo's store in the metropolis is very large, about 200 square meters, and because the price of the brand is relatively expensive, there are only less than 10 people in the entire store. Women are shopping. As the 4th generation Hokage who has stepped down, Yizan's face is engraved on the Hokage rock. When he walked into the Uniqlo store with 3 daughters, more than a dozen clerks bowed respectfully to Yizan, except for the 3 clerks. Following the 3 girls to look at the clothes, the others did not disturb Yizan. The clerks of well-known brands have professional quality training, which Yizan is more satisfied with. He is sitting on the sofa alone, and there are 2 men on the other sofa dozens of meters away, obviously buying clothes with his woman. Brother Zan, does this dress look good? Just when Yizan was in a daze, Nohara Rin came out of the fitting room. At this moment, she was wearing a white princess dress, with short brown shoulder-length hair and a white princess dress, which made her originally cute face even more adorable. Yeah, not bad. It looks good in this way. Yizan nodded, this was the one recommended by the clerk. After all, it was trained professionally. Nohara Rin was suitable for it, and they could easily choose it. Let's try other things, and buy whatever you like. In the past few years, Yizan has also accompanied them to go shopping a few times. Of course, he paid for the shopping. Yuhi and Anko came from famous families, and they never lacked in consumption, but Nohara Rin was different. He only learned about the situation at Nohara Rin's family later. Since his parents were civilians, Nohara Rin had to rely on himself. This little girl who was self-improving in poverty aroused Yizan's pity. From then on, he often brought Nohara Rin out to play, and bought some high-end supplements to Nohara Rin's house from time to time. Nohara Rin didn't want to do this, but Rin's mother happily accepted Yizan's gift. In her mother's words, you will be together sooner or later, so what if I accept the gift from my son-in-law? Regarding her mother's words, Rin agrees or disagrees. She was a little dazed at first, and at some point, she agreed. Nohara Rin continued to try on clothes. Yuhi and Anko also wore a set of high-end handmade custom clothes from time to time to show Yizan. Anko likes mesh and light clothes carelessly. Yuhi likes more conservative long dresses, but because the 2 girls are naturally beautiful, and with this top-level handmade clothing, there is no other word to praise except beauty. The 3 girls happily tried on the clothes. Since the Uniqlo brand is big and there are a lot of clothes, after about half an hour, suddenly, Anko's head appeared from a separate fitting room, and Yuhi's dizziness appeared rarely on the cute cheeks. It was the shy Yizan who beckoned. Brother Zan, come here tilde. Huh, what's wrong? Was reading the Konoha news, immediately put down the newspaper and slowly came to Anko. Anko looked left and right, and after finding that no one was paying attention, he pulled Yizan into the fitting room. Hey, Anko. Shish. Fitting room was closed. Anko put her index finger on Yizan's mouth. She smiled shyly, and the half-wearing clothes tended to slip off gradually. Brother Zan. She murmured softly, the strangest atmosphere in a small space is the atmosphere. No matter how carefree her personality is, she is always a girl. To be able to do this, she has gathered a lot of courage. Clothes slipped, Anko pushed Yizan against the wall, and the 2 looked at each other silently, and in the silence, a strange emotion gradually rose from their hearts. In a narrow place, uncontrolled emotions are most likely to occur, which is a kind of primitive release of the heart, and it is also a kind of excitement that violates the rules. Anko, who is close at hand, has the sweetness and cuteness of Anko. Yizan closed her eyes slightly and leaned forward slightly. Anko also leaned in at the same time. She nervously hugged Yizan's waist and pinched her fingers. The clothes on the back waist are a little hard. Gradually, Yizan stepped forward again. Anko's eyes closed even tighter. Their breathing continued to increase, and they both sensed the heat of each other's exhalation. And at this moment, dong dong dong. The knock on the door woke them up. Anko quickly pushed Yizan away and pulled up the slipped clothes with a panicked tone. Who? Miss Anko, I'm the clerk just now. You've been in there for too long and I'm worried that you'll have an accident, but I heard your voice and it doesn't seem to be an accident. I'm sorry to disturb you, Tilda. After the clerk finished speaking, he slowly walked away with the sound of footsteps. In the fitting room, Anko let out a sigh of relief and looked at Yizan. The two smiled at each other. The strange feeling made them both feel very special. Okay, little idiot, change your clothes, you little head, I don't know what you're thinking. Yizan lightly patted Anko's butt, which made Anko pouted in dissatisfaction. Although she didn't kiss her in the end, she was happier now than after the kiss. She poked Yizan with her finger. At 1583, he opened the door and pushed Yizan out. Damn, this is the girls' fitting room, Get me out. Boom. The wooden door closed and Yizan was thrown outside by Anko. He shrugged wordlessly, returned to the sofa again, picked up the Konoha news and browsed silently. In this way, from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., Yizan accompanied the three girls to the mall for 4 hours. Fortunately, Yizan was a ninja, so he didn't need to carry big bags at all, but put the things he bought directly into the storage scroll. Even so, Yizan put 2 entire storage scrolls before putting away the things he bought today. After shopping, the next step is to have dinner. As the top commercial building in Konoha, the metropolis not only has clothing, but also restaurants, pubs and even indoor artificial ski resorts. The 4 of them wandered inside for another half an hour and struggled for a long time. They finally settled on a high-end steak restaurant and prepared to eat a delicious steak dinner to treat their hungry stomachs after shopping. Such a good day. Seeing the 3 little beauties happily eating and drinking, Yizan exhaled contentedly, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Chapter 368 Going to School. The days of leisure and happiness are like sand in the hand, passing through the fingers without knowing it. Before I woke up, a year and a half had passed. Last month, Marina celebrated her 7th birthday in the company of her whole family. Before she was happy enough, she was hit by a very heavy event and lost her energy. What? I'm going to school. Ah, Dad, I don't want to go to school. Marina cried and made a fuss. She was naughty and restless. She couldn't stand the feeling of going to school. She wanted Tenten and her friends to go crazy in Konoha. Come and go crazy, that kind of day is cool. No, Marina, you have to go to school, and Ellie is going too, you're not alone. Yizan rubbed Marina's hair and said softly. No, I don't want to go to school. Mom. Realizing that it was useless to act like a spoiled child to Yizan, Marina immediately changed her target. Kushina's arms pitifully, and her little head kept arching to and fro. Kushina just shook her head amusingly, and patted Marina's little head lightly. My dear, going to school is actually very interesting. You have never been to school, so you are a little resistant to school. Besides, your head teacher is Mr. Aruka. He is a very good teacher and won't bully you, Tilda. When it comes to teachers, Kushina thinks of teacher Duanmu, her head teacher when she was a child. Compared with Aruka, who is kind and honest, teacher Duanmu's quality is too poor, which often makes the whole class unbearable. Speaking of which, you rascal, do you remember our head teacher when we were young? Head teacher, Teacher Duanmu. Remember, he has long since retired. To the outside world, he said that he retired, but he was actually expelled from the school. He can't do it. He has too much hatred for the rich. His job seems to have been assigned to the border over the years, and I don't know much about it. Yizan answered while helping Ellie comb her ponytails. Compared with the noisy truth Nai, Ellie not only did not resent going to school, but sat quietly on the side with anticipation on her face. Dad, should I go to school with my sister too? If so, I should be able to meet a lot of friends, right? Yeah, although you are half a year younger than the same class of students, but with your talent, it doesn't matter if you enter the school half a year earlier, and being in the same class with your sister is better than being in the same class alone. Phew, okay, it's done. Yizan put down the comb and took a step back. He combed Ellie's long black hair into double ponytails, one on each side, with the dull hair on her head, like a little princess in a fairy tale. So cute, even Kushina and Makoto's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, so cute. Smelly hooligan, I want to comb it too. Quickly comb it for me. Kushina hugged Yizan's arm carelessly, ignoring the presence of her two daughters, and directly arched into Yizan's arms. She was shy with a sullen face. She continued to act like a spoiled child. Good husband, help me brush one. Seeing Kushina's stupid and cute appearance, Yizan shook his head helplessly, raised his finger, and knocked lightly on her forehead. Thump. Ouch. What are you doing? What are you talking about? Double ponytails are the hair type for cute girls. You idiot, you are not cute at all, so I won't comb them for you. What? You actually said I'm not cute. How can I not be cute? I'm so cute. Asshole. Ah, smelly woman, how dare you bite me? Humph. Not only will I bite you, but I will also beat you. Marina, help me hold down your father. Today, let's beat this big bastard together. Dad is the worst, let's beat him together. Ah, Makoto, Ellie, help. The next morning, as soon as the sun rose, Yizan woke up. He has heavy bags under his eyes, yawns from time to time, and obviously lacks sleep. Of course I didn't get enough sleep. I had sex with Kushina until 5 a.m., and just fell asleep when I was woken up by Makoto. Today is the entrance ceremony of Irie and Marina, Yun-san. I can't help it. I didn't go to bed until 5 in the morning, it's all Kushina's fault. Yizan muttered in a low voice. Kushina, this woman, actually put on a sailor suit in the bedroom last night, lying in that big trough. At that time, Yizan was on his side. The double ponytail and the sailor suit were unbearable. You know, because of the ability of the face fruit, Yizan's women will always remain at the youngest and most beautiful age of 18, and Kushina, who was already young and lively, put on this costume, and finally. The battle ended at 5 in the morning. Did you know that lack of sleep affects your skin? Makoto, just send them to school, why are you calling me? At the dining table, Yizan was yawning while eating breakfast, and when she heard Yizan's words, Marina puffed up angrily. She looked left and right, and after finding that there was nothing to call, she grabbed the table and put it on the table. Loaves of bread. Snapped. The bread hit Yizan's face, smashing Yizan's whole body into a pool. After a while, the long loaf of bread fell from his face. Yizan blinked his eyes stupidly, and a Yuhi mark appeared in the middle of his face. Truly Nai. Humph. Stinky dad. I'm angry. It was you who bullied me, why are you angry? You don't even want to send my sister and me to the entrance ceremony. I'm angry. Huh, I was just kidding. It doesn't matter. It was obviously a bad thing at night, Marina, sometimes knowing too much can be dangerous. Yo-hoo-hoo-hoo, according to the development of the movie script, then I will be silenced by your big bad bastard. Tisk. No sense of humor at all. Come on baby, to congratulate you on your upcoming admission, give me a kiss Tilda. Bah, smelly dad, I won't kiss you. Ellie, go, let's go to school. Don't let dad accompany you. Marina grabbed a few slices of bread and rushed out. Ellie was dragged by her stupidly, and quickly left the house. In the restaurant, Yizan and Makoto looked at each other. He turned his head to glance at the door and scratched his head in confusion. Makoto, I always feel like the two of them seem to forget something. They forgot to change their shoes. Chapter 369 The secret between men. The gate of the ninja school is crowded with people. This year is the annual entrance day. A large number of parents brought their children to the ninja school. Don't think too much. If you enter the ninja school, you need to be tested. The teachers will use a special method to cause chakra fluctuations in the child's body. If there is no fluctuation, it means that the child cannot refine chakra and cannot become a ninja. Due to the rapid development of Konoha in recent years, foreign populations are rushing into Konoha to settle down in Konoha. Although the crowds are terrifying, less than 1% of the children actually get into school. At this moment, Marina is pulling Ellie through the crowded crowd. As Yizan's daughter, they don't need a test, they just go to the school to report. Ouch! Who stepped on my foot? Who the hell? Marina, who was wearing slippers, was stepped on by the crowd. She swelled her face angrily, but there were too many people. She and Ellie were too young and less than half the height of adults. The dense crowd was like a mountain, blocking them. Inside. Oops. 460 inches Ellie, what's wrong? I was also trampled. Ellie pouted aggrievedly. She was pulled out by the truth, and she felt aggrieved in the current situation. Ellie, I'm sorry. It's okay, sister. Seeing Marina blaming herself, Ellie began to comfort Marina. Although the two girls had already started their ninja practice, they were too well protected by Yizan, and they were a little overwhelmed by the situation. At this moment, two sturdy arms hugged their waists, and the familiar breath and familiar voice suddenly made the two girls look happy. Dad. Dad Tilda. The two girls looked up at the same time, and they saw Yizan. They smiled happily. At any time, as long as they were in Yizan's arms, they would feel infinitely safe and happy. You two little idiots, you forgot to change your shoes. Yizan gently picked up Ellie and Marina, his figure flashed, and he left the crowd in an instant and came to a position outside. Mom. Ellie opened her hands, and Makoto immediately took Ellie from Yizan's arms. She scratched Ellie's little Chong's nose distressed-edly, and then she scratched Mana's nose. You two little idiots, will you still run around in the future? Stop running around. Irie and Marina said at the same time, and then, Makoto put Irie on the swing next to her, squatted down, and took out the shoes she had prepared. Dad, I want to. Marina quickly kissed Yizan's face, kicked off her slippers naughty, revealing her white and tender little feet. Cut. You-ah. Yizan was helpless, so he could only put Marina on another swing, squatted down, took out the shoes from the storage scroll, and grabbed Marina's little feet with one hand, causing Marina to giggle. Itchy. Okay, don't move Tilda. Yizan grabbed Marina's feet and stuffed it into the shoes, and soon helped Marina put on the shoes. Marina jumped off the swing, stepped on the ground, and then jumped up and hugged Yizan's neck. Hee. Dad, hug. Admission, entrance ceremony, Sarutobi's speech, a series of processes came down, and the whole morning passed. On the stage of the school playground, Sarutobi was talking in a long-winded way. This monkey has become more and more long-winded recently. Compared with the simple atmosphere of Ningxiong, he is now a long-winded old man, making the new students on the playground sleepy. Parents can only wait outside the school, but that only refers to ordinary people like Yizan, who are standing in the shady corridor outside the teaching building, followed by a group of ninjas. Minato, how's the situation with Kyubi, Ninetales, lately? It still doesn't work. Kyubi, Ninetales' character is too tyrannical. Without the neutralization of light Kyubi, Ninetales, the dark side Kyubi, Ninetales, is too difficult to tame. Namikaze Minato smiled bitterly. He originally thought that he could tame Kyubi, Ninetales, quickly with his ability, but underestimated the tyranny of Kyubi, Ninetales. It's okay, I'm just asking, don't take it to your heart, anyway, don't care about me, you can't tame Kyubi, Ninetales, it's just monkeys who suffer. Sarutobi, who was still speaking on the playground with a funny look. Sarutobi took office for a few years and waited for Minato to tame Kyuubi, Nine Tails, and then take over. As a result, Minato could not succeed, and he could only let Sarutobi, the third-generation Hokage, indefinitely continue. In addition to Namikaze Minato, Shikaku, Choza, Inoichi, and Inuzuka claws are next to Yizan. Choza, Inoichi, and Inuzuka claws are all next to Yizan, but Shikaku is a little far away. From time to time, he glances at Yizan, his eyes are angry and a little small. Fear. A year and a half ago, he fulfilled his bet and ran around Konohaluo at 12 o'clock in the evening, but Yizan went too far. That night, Yizan actually called Sarutobi, Danzo, Choza, Inoichi, and even Yuhyang and Mitarashi Zishao, and quietly watched him run. Fortunately, I didn't call Inuzuka Claw or another girl. Otherwise, Shikaku felt that he would never be able to raise his head for the rest of his life. Even so, he felt that the world was about to collapse, especially when he finished running and returned to the starting point. There are actually a large group of men staring at him. Shikaku. Asshole brother Zan, I don't want to ignore you. Shikaku took a few steps away again, indignant and aggrieved. Every time he recalled Luo's night, he felt a touch of sadness. Shikaku, don't be like this, everyone is a man, so what if you look at it? If you don't believe me, ask Inoichi and Choza, they won't laugh at you, and they won't talk about it everywhere, although your place is a bit small. Big bastard Zan, stop talking. Shikaku loudly stopped, but his excitement managed to attract Inuzuka's claws. Hey, brother Zan, Shikaku, what are you talking about? We didn't say anything. No, Shikaku, you like to look at the sky when you lie. Wow, what are you bad guys doing? Choza, you say it. Little Claw, this is a secret among men. Inoichi. Sorry, Little Paw, Shikaku has already issued a gag order to us about this matter. If I say it, I'm worried that he will kill himself. Chapter 370 The truth is to find fault. Hokage office. The four high-level people gathered, not only the four of them, but also Hatake Tsukumo, who was masked, and Uchiha Shisui, who was on one knee. To recruit Uchiha Itachi into Anbu. Shisui, why do you have such thoughts? Sarutobi frowned slightly, her tone full of doubts. Itachi is a genius. But don't forget, he is a genius carefully cultivated by Uchiha. Danzo said coldly. Uchiha's recent activities are very frequent, and there are often parties, but whether it is a real party or what is held in the name of a party, then I don't know. Lord Danzo, although Itachi is a child carefully raised by the Fugaku patriarch, I believe in Itachi. He is not a narrow-minded person. He and I are very good friends. He is peace-loving and can be the guardian of the village. Guardian. What a big tone. Uchiha Shisui, don't forget, Uchiha Itachi is just an 11-year-old kid. Or do you think he will be stronger than my Shaoshuan in the future? Sorry Danzo-sama, that's not what I meant. Alright, Danzo, you too, Shisui is all for Konoha, your attitude is a little too much. Sarutobi reconciled and finally eased the slightly tense atmosphere. Just when Danzo was about to say something, there was a loud bang, and the door of the office was kicked open. At that moment, Danzo's face turned green. Grandpa ... Danzo like a butterfly. Danzo wrinkled his face bitterly, but he had to show a happy smile. He opened his hands, grunted, and hugged Marina in his arms. Ouch. Marina, my little darling, don't pull your beard. So many people are watching, give Grandpa a face. Ouch. When I didn't say. Being pulled by Marina's beard, Danzo could only beg in a low voice. The sudden change made Uchiha Shisui's face be surprised. Good afternoon everyone. Yizan didn't stop him when he saw that Marina was bullying Danzo. He just walked in slowly with Ai, go say hello to all grandparents Tilda. Come Tilda. Hello Grandpa Sarutobi, hello Grandpa Menyon, and Grandma Kaharu. Oh, Ellie is so good, come, let Grandma hug Tilda. Kaharu Yutane's face was full of smiles, and he bent down and hugged Ellie. Although she was not her own granddaughter, Ellie was so cute, and she was Yizan's daughter, so Kaharu Yutane naturally loved her very much. After all, they grew up watching Yizan. Although they are not related by blood, they also treat Yizan as half a son, so Aili and Genai are naturally half a granddaughter. Aili is so cute Marina Tilda. Kaharu Yutane looked at Mina, who immediately put down Danzo's beard and threw herself into Kaharu Yutane's arms. Grandma Kaharu. Loosening his beard, Danzo finally escaped the little witch's claws. He quickly adjusted his beard and looked at his two granddaughters with doting eyes. Aili, come here Tilda. Grandpa walked over obediently and hugged Danzo's neck with open arms. Compared to the careless little witch of truth, Ellie was completely a cute little princess, which made Danzo laugh happily. Hey, Grandpa, why are you so happy when you hug Ellie, but you don't smile when you hug me? No, Marina, why didn't I laugh? Grandpa is very happy every time I see you. Danzo said this, and has already begun to think about whether to shave his beard. Although he was a little reluctant to grow it for a few years, this little witch in the family really likes to shave his beard. But then again, Xiaoshuan, I haven't seen you in the office for a long time, what's the matter today? It's nothing, it's the truth that is clamoring to come to you. Truth, aren't you looking for monkeys? Oh yes. As if she just remembered something, Marina quickly jumped out of Kaharu Yutane's arms, rushed to Sarutobi with a few steps, raised her hand, and grabbed Sarutobi's beard. Ouch! Marina, hurry up. Let go. Don't relax. You old monkey, your speech in the morning was very good. You actually talked for an entire hour, and you were talking nonsense. I came to the office today to give you a good lesson. Making Sarutobi wrinkled and bitter. He gave Yizan a pitiful look, but Yizan had no plans to save Sarutobi at all. Marina, I'm sorry, please forgive me. What? As soon as Sarutobi begged for mercy, Marina was too embarrassed to bully others. She grunted a few times, loosened Sarutobi's beard, turned and trot back to Yizan's arms. Dad, what should I do? The stinky monkey admits his mistake. I'm embarrassed to teach him a lesson. It's okay, I'll find a chance for you next time. Let him admit his mistake, and teach him a good lesson. The undisguised exchange between Yizan and Marina made everyone present with black lines. It was not until now that Sarutobi knew that all this was instigated by Yizan. Stinky boy, after so many years, he still likes to piss me off. Sarutobi glared at Yizan viciously and shook his head helplessly. Hee, I'm also doing it for your own good. Seeing you sit in the office all day, you should occasionally add some flavor to your life Tilda. Flavoring, your sister. Oh, your flavoring agent is to make Marina bully me. You bad boy, it is obviously to add flavoring agent to yourself. Tisk, the dead monkey is getting smarter and smarter, and he has guessed my thoughts in an instant Tilda. Bah, brat. Sarutobi glared at Yizan again, as if thinking of something, and said slowly, Xiaozan, do you still remember that genius Uchiha Itachi? Shisui came to us today, hoping to pull Uchiha Itachi into Anbu. You are minister of Anbu. It's up to you to decide. Leaving Hokage, Yizan became minister Anbu, but he never took care of Anbu. With Hatake Sakumo here, Anbu's affairs don't need him. Let Uchiha Itachi join Anbu. This thing. Chapter 371 Uchiha Itachi _ In the lush forest north of Konoha village, Uchiha Itachi and two companions are patrolling as usual. After Uchiha's ninjas graduated from the ninja school, they could only enter the Konoha garrison. This is Konoha's method, because Uchiha must rely on fighting and extreme emotions to open his eyes, not only hatred, but also life and death, love, as long as extreme emotions can promote the growth of Sharingan, which is very similar to the way to advance to cage level resemblance. Break through the cage level. it is necessary to trigger mental fluctuations from the hypothalamus and pituitary gland to transmit to the kidneys, stimulate strong adrenaline, open the body's genetic lock, and allow genes to evolve. The Sharingan breakthrough is to directly let the fluctuation of the hypothalamus pituitary go directly into the eyes. The stronger the emotion, the stronger the fluctuation of the hypothalamus pituitary, especially Mangekyo Sharingan, the need for more intense emotions. People in this world do not understand science, so the Uchiha family can only rely on the oral records of their predecessors to break through. The so-called way to break through Mangekyo is to kill the closest person with your own hands, because the great pain triggers violent mental fluctuations in the pituitary gland. This violent fluctuation will even be transmitted to the kidneys at the same time, so that when breaking through Mangekyo, the adrenal glands can be stimulated. Prime unlocks the genetic lock and becomes a cage-level powerhouse. Okay, a little off topic. Yizan shook his head and put these inexplicable sciences aside. Since he understood how to advance to cage level, he has developed a strong interest in science. Hiding in the big tree in the forest, Yizan restrained his breath. At the end of the front, the figures of Uchiha Itachi and the two clansmen had entered Yizan's line of sight. The eyes showed nothing. The strength of the Uchiha clan grows very slowly, because they are in the garrison to maintain law and order. They cannot fight dangerous battles, and it is difficult to become stronger without strong emotional fluctuations. Now is the age of peace, and the Uchiha family does not need to go to the battlefield. Even a genius like Uchiha Itachi is only chunin at the moment. Uchiha Itachi is 11 years old this year. He graduated from ninja school at the age of 7, started Sharingan at the age of 8, and was promoted to chunin at the age of 10. But don't forget, Kakashi graduated at 5, chunin at 7, and Jonin at 12. Seriously speaking, the talents of the two are similar, but they didn't fight. They stayed in a place like the garrison that was suitable for old age. Even though Uchiha Itachi was working hard in cultivation all the time, and he had hardly experienced life and death struggle, his strength did not improve very fast. That's why Shisui wants Uchiha Itachi to join Anbu, right? The two of them have a good relationship, so I hope Uchiha Itachi can grow up quickly. As long as the high-level Konoha recognizes Uchiha Itachi's loyalty, it is not impossible to pull in Anbu. Of course, Yizan knew that Uchiha Itachi was loyal to Konoha, but he was not loyal either, because Uchiha Itachi was a person with great love and was peace-loving. He knew that once Konoha and Uchiha broke up, there would be a great war, and when Konoha was weak, another Shikoku will take the opportunity to attack Konoha, triggering a new ninja war. The big love is selfless, but also hateful in some ways. Call out. With a soft sound, Yizan jumped down from the big tree in an instant. His speed was extremely fast. When Itachi and the other two clansmen reacted, Yizan had already rushed in front of them. Enemy attack. Bang. Boom. With two soft clicks, the two clansmen beside Uchiha Itachi were stunned by Yizan's blow. Uchiha Itachi quickly pulled out Kuu and stabbed towards Yizan, but Yizan fluttered back a few steps, dodging Itachi's attack. Who are you? Uchiha Itachi's face was solemn, and the twin Tomo Sharingan opened instantly. He was chunin, and the two clansmen around him were also chunin, but at that moment, Yizan actually stunned his own clan. The strength gap between the enemy and us is too great. If you don't pay attention, it will be solved by the other party. Thinking of this, Uchiha Itachi's face became more and more solemn. He held the kunai tightly, and was completely absorbed, not daring to attack, nor to relax. Who are you? Why are you attacking our Konoha security department? Uchiha Itachi asked again. He was very smart and knew that the Uchiha family made many enemies, so he directly said the Konoha security department, hoping to use the power of Konoha to oppress the opponent. The face of Uchiha Itachi's question. Yizan did not speak, but took out a 10-centimeter long chakra knife from his arms. The chakra surged, and a sharp blue light suddenly appeared on the knife. Futon, wind style, chakra nature transformation. Are you Jonin? Seeing the jagged futon, wind style, on the chakra knife, Uchiha Itachi's pupils shrank, and finally he couldn't help it. His hands quickly hand seal, all the chakras condensed in the mouth. First strike is stronger. Kaden, fire style. Grand fireball. The scorching fireball swept across the ground at a rapid speed, and the ground was instantly browned along the way. Yizan raised his chakra knife and made a sharp stroke. Click. A blue light flashed, and the huge fireball turned into two halves. Call out. Yizan quickly passed through the split fireball and directly thought of Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi immediately threw a dozen kunai, and the kunai shot missed, but he did not lose any sense, but raised his arm and blocked Yizan with all his strength's attack. Clang. The sharp metal collision sounded ripples in the air. After all, Uchiha Itachi was only 11 years old. Although he blocked the attack, he was knocked away by a huge force, and his body flew backward uncontrollably. Just as Yizan was about to continue chasing after Uchiha Itachi, who had lost control of his body, a few bursts of air suddenly sounded from behind. I don't know when, the Kuei, who missed the shot, actually turned back, forcing Yizan to wave his chakra to block. Great opportunity. Seeing that Yizan turned to block, Uchiha Itachi 3.4 took out a storage scroll from his ninja bag, slapped it violently, and Uchiha Itachi held a huge shuriken in his hand. Fuma Shuriken. Shadow Windmill. Shoo. The huge shuriken circled and flew towards Yizan, and at the same time, Uchiha Itachi suddenly shouted, successfully attracting Yizan's attention. Demonic Illusion. The art of hanging. The two looked at each other. Demonic illusion activated. Yizan froze in place. At this moment, the huge shuriken made a whistling sound. While Yizan was in demonic illusion, it was about to hit Yizan. Success. Clang. With a soft sound, under Uchiha Itachi's unbelievable gaze, Yizan raised a finger and lightly blocked the Fengmo shuriken. Chapter 372_exam passed. In the forest, there was silence. Uchiha Itachi stood there blankly. The sight in front of him shocked the 11-year-old. A single finger blocked the Fengmo shuriken that he threw with all his strength. Not only that, but the other party just hit his own demonic illusion. How can you still act? Did you miss demonic illusion? No, I'm in demonic illusion, but your pupil power is too weak. I just pretended to be immobilized by you, for fear of hurting your self-esteem. But you hit my self-confidence even more now. Uchiha Itachi was calm on the outside, but he was constantly complaining in his heart. Although his self-esteem was hit, he was not nervous at all now. Before, it was because of Yizan's strength that he was confused, but now he found out that the two clansmen lying on the ground were just knocked unconscious. Not only that, since the opponent is strong enough to ignore demonic illusion and block his own shuriken attack with just one finger, it means that the strength gap between the two sides has reached an incalculable level. Such a strong person, there is no need to play cat-catching with himself. Mouse game. So, who are you? You can guess 30 times, I will give you 3 chances, and you will get a prize if you guess correctly, but if you guess wrong. What happens if you guess wrong? Guess wrong and I'll explode your chrysanthemum flower. Quote. Uchiha Itachi looked at Yizan with a little bit of pain. He had heard from Yizan's grinning tone that it was just a joke. Even so, he still felt very pained. Shouldn't it be Jujin? Uchiha Itachi is like this anyway. He started to think about Yizan's identity. It's not hard to guess. Using the method of elimination, he can quickly choose. This kind of strength must be a quasi-shadow or even a cage-level powerhouse. I am in the forest in the northern district of Konoha, and the probability of an aggressor is negligible, that is to say, he is a Konoha person. With this clear, Uchiha Itachi continued to think, what kind of people like Konoha are? There's Sarutobi, there's Danzo, there's Namikaze Minato, there's Jiraiya, there's Tsunade, there's Shimura-gen. Shimura-gen. You are Shimura-gen. Is it that easy? How did you guess? Because I don't think other powerhouses in Konoha would do such a boring thing. Quote. Yizan finally took off his mask and shook his hair, showing his handsome face. If you want me to praise you for being handsome, sorry, I can't say it. Okay, I came to you for one thing. Today, Uchiha Shisui suggested to Hokage, hoping to pull you into Anbu. As Minister of Anbu, it is necessary for me to inspect you. The strength is past, but how can I know? What about your loyalty to Konoha? Because I love peace, I love everyone's bright smiles every day, Konoha's clear mornings, and when I go out shopping, greeting everyone I know. I hate war. Hate war, so what? If Uchiha really wants to rebel, what can you do? Do you dare to betray Uchiha and help Konoha suppress the family? I dare. Then what about your brother? If the grass is cut and the roots are not removed, the spring wind blows and regenerates. If I kill Uchiha Sasuke, what will happen to you? Yizan took a step forward, aggressive. Uchiha Itachi's face changed greatly. He looked at Yizan, and finally, he squeezed his fist tightly. I don't allow anyone to hurt Sasuke. Yizan left. Uchiha Itachi looked at Yizan's back, and sat on the ground tiredly until he couldn't see it at all. The battle was not tiring, but the conversation with Yizan almost consumed all his energy. Recalling Yizan's praise before he left, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed softly. You are very honest, you are welcome to join Anbu. These were the last words Yizan said before leaving, which finally made him put down all his worries. Uchiha Itachi sat slumped in the forest, and on the other side, Yizan had returned to Hokage's office. Marina held onto Sarutobi's beard, while Ellie was held by Danzo, teasing and whispering from time to time. After the test, regardless of strength or temperament, he is suitable for joining Anbu. Don't worry that he will be Uchiha's spy in Konoha. His character is destined to not be that kind of person, but there is one thing to remember, especially Dad, you don't give Uchiha Itachi has extra tasks or pressure, and when the time comes, he will naturally fall to us completely. Uchiha Itachi is under my control. Root, don't interfere. Don't worry, since you took the initiative to ask, Uchiha Itachi will be handed over to you. You stinky boy, what do you mean by not interfering with Root? Am I like that kind of person? Danzo gave Yizan a dissatisfied look, but Yizan was blinking his eyes with a grin. He snatched Ellie from Danzo's arms. You don't look like you. You are such a person. If I don't remind you, you will definitely let the Uchiha Itachi anti-spy Uchiha clan, right? Don't move your eyes. Look at me, tell me, did you think so just now? Cut. Since Uchiha Itachi is loyal to Konoha, he is naturally obliged to monitor Uchiha, and I'm not wrong. Okay, Dad, I don't blame you, but I have my own thoughts. You can leave the Uchiha Itachi thing alone, just treat me as a face. Whatever you want, say it like I really want to. Danzo murmured a few words in dissatisfaction. Yizan rolled his eyes, whispered a few words in Ellie's ear, and then Ellie jumped out of Yizan's arms and came to Danzo's side crisply. Grandpa, hug. Come on, my darling Ellie, Ellie is the best. Like the original, Uchiha Itachi is indeed a peace-loving person. However, it was not an easy matter for Uchiha Itachi to join Anbu. Yizan agreed, and Sarutobi had to negotiate with the Uchiha clan. Monkey, the price of negotiation doesn't need to be too high, it's just what it means. If Uchiha Fugaku wants to pretend to be forceful, and he is willing to let people go without a lot of benefits, you just dump him. I still don't believe it. Uchiha Fugaku spent 11 years training Uchiha Itachi. In his heart, Uchiha Itachi must be a family lover. To join Anbu, he will definitely order Uchiha Itachi to come to Anbu as a spy. He is eager for Itachi to join Anbu. But he never thought, because of Shisui, Uchiha Itachi pretended it's Konoha. Hum. Chapter 373 Long-awaited large dinner. The weekend after Marina and Ellie started school, Yizan was going to organize a large barbecue party by the river. Mainly because Yizan was too busy and his friends were too busy, it had been a long time since he had a dinner together. absolutely organized a party. Yizan immediately contacted all his friends. Fortunately, everyone was not busy on weekends. In contrast, Shikaku was the busiest, but Shikaku himself was a lazy person. After being invited by Yizan, he directly put the family affairs. I handed it over to a few elders, and I brought Shikamaru to the party happily. The riverside is still an old place. It has an elegant environment and beautiful scenery. Although it is a bit remote, it is very suitable for picnic gatherings. The current season happens to enter early summer. The sun is shining and the weather is pleasant. Yizan is sitting comfortably on the huge bluestone block and chatting with Shikaku Minato. Kushina pulls Mawako and chats about some family affairs between the sisters. Konan and Makoto are still at the market grocery shopping. Brother Zan, did sister-in-law Tsunade come back from her mission? She came back last night. She should still be sleeping late. It's almost noon. She should be coming, right? She came here with Marina, who is also lazy. Hey. They are all lazy. Yizan shook his head helplessly. Fortunately, Ellie was not lazy, but Ellie went out this morning, mysteriously. She didn't go home all morning, and she didn't know what she was doing. While everyone was chatting, a group of children came out of the woods in the distance. They were holding a lot of branches and leaves, talking and laughing. Everyone had a bright smile on their faces. Boss Zan, Naruto shouted from a distance. His face was dirty and there was a mud mark on a branch. Naruto, you should call Uncle Zan. Namikaze Minato reprimanded softly, but Naruto just came to Yizan carelessly, put down a pile of branches and leaves in his arms, and patted Yizan's shoulder with his muddy hands. Boss, look. Are there enough branches? As soon as Naruto's hand patted, a mud mark appeared on Yizan's shoulder. In an instant, Yizan's face darkened. He raised his hand, and grabbed Naruto's face. Naruto, how many times have I told you? Pay attention to cleanliness, pay attention to cleanliness. Ah, I'm sorry, Boss Zan, I didn't mean to. Yizan grabbed his cheek. Naruto could only apologize pitifully. Yizan snorted lightly, released his finger, and with a smack, his cheek bounced back, and he actually bounced Naruto back 2 steps. A fart, the stock sat on the ground. Boss, you bully me. Yeah, I'll bully you. Who told you to recognize me as the boss? Otherwise, you can call me uncle, and I won't bully you. Yizan said with a smile, but Namikaze Minato on the side was even more embarrassed. Brother Zan, stop joking with the child. Naruto calls you the boss. Isn't this generational chaos? Oh, Minato, you are good in other places, but your personality is not fun. What the hell is your seniority? Naruto and I only care about ours, you and me, and only yourselves, and... Before Yizan finished speaking, a girl pushed Naruto away arrogantly and rushed to Yizan's side. When she succeeded in attracting Yizan's eyes, she suddenly felt very shy again. Her face was yuhi, and her speech was hesitant, no longer arrogant. Uncle Zan, can I call you boss like Naruto? Ino. Yamanaka Inoichi's tone was stern, and he glared at Ino. What's the matter? Minato's son is messing around. What's up with Ino? The face of Yamanaka Inoichi's severe reprimand. Ino suddenly felt wronged. She pouted, chin down her eyes, and after a while, tears flashed in her eyes, and it seemed that they were about to flow out. All right, Inoichi, my daughter is going to be a treasure. What are you doing? Why don't you just call your name? Come, Ino, come up. Yizan reached out and grabbed Ino and hugged Ino on the bluestone block. He wiped the tears from the corner of Ino's eyes with his thumb and found that this little girl was so cute. Just now, Ino from Jonan's school is only 7 years old. He has pink cheeks, short blonde hair with short ears and no ponytail, and a small bang on his forehead, which looks playful and cute. Being hugged by Yizan and wiping away her tears, Ino felt so happy. This was not like in love, but a pure feeling. Marina is right, this hug is so warm. I'm envious, if only I had a dad like this. Thinking of this, Ino looked back at Yamanaka Inoichi, who had no expression on his face, and in an instant, she interrupted herself suddenly. Ideas that pop up. It's better not to go to Dad's place. Just stay at Uncle Zan's place, it's so comfortable. Because Yamanaka Inoichi has a very special 3-nun attribute, Ino rarely gets Inoichi's care, but fortunately, having a mother at home will not make her lonely. Yamanaka Inoichi, as the current patriarch of the Yamanaka clan, usually has a lot of things and is busy with work. In addition, he is not good at expressing his heart, which also causes Ino to be naughty in some cases. The child's nature makes her use a naughty way to attract the care of her parents. Well, of course, the bear child of Marina is purely hereditary. Even with the care of Yizan, Kushina and Konan Makoto Tsunade, she is still lawless in Konoha, often provoking civilians and ninjas to complain to Sarutobi, and Sarutobi, in addition to helping Marina to deal with the situation, there is no way to get this little troublemaker. Yizan hugged Ino. Ino comfortably enjoyed the feeling of Yizan's embrace. She didn't speak, and she had no interest in participating in the conversation between adults. Ino hadn't enjoyed it for a few minutes. In the distance, Tsunade finally brought Marina to the river, and when Marina saw that her exclusive position was occupied by Ino, she was like a kitten, and her hair instantly exploded. Ino. She rushed over with Kiba claws, and was about to let Ino go down, but Yizan suddenly hugged her and put her on his other leg. Dad. Ino grabbed my position. Marina pouted in grievance, while Ino grabbed Yizan's clothes nervously, for fear that Yizan would drive him out. All right, before Ellie arrives, I'll give you Ellie's seat. You idiot, you will be jealous, even your best friend's jealousy. Smelly dad. I'm jealous. I'm ignoring you. Marina's cheeks bulged. She squeezed Yizan's hand away, jumped off the bluestone block to the river, and squeezed between Kushina and Mawako. Mom, Aunt Mawako, hug. Chapter 374 Hinata_. The flames burned, the wood crackled, Makoto and Konan returned from the market, and Naruto Shikamaru and a few children helped wash the vegetables and skewers. Ellie hasn't come yet. Yizan turned his head and looked into the distance. Ellie hadn't come back yet. This girl went out early in the morning, wouldn't she forget the lunch dinner? Want to wait for her? You don't have to wait, and I don't know when she will come. Maybe she's forgotten. Let's eat. Minato, go and get some fish from the river. I'm going and I'm going too. Dad, I'm going to fish too. I'm going too. Me too. Fishing. Naruto and Kiba suddenly came to their senses, and Ino happily followed Minato's footsteps. Halfway through, she suddenly looked back at Shikamaru, and finally shook her head without calling Shikamaru. Shikamaru, this lazy guy, lying on the lawn with Shikaku, basking in the sun lazily, is just two lazy guys. As for Choji, he and Chozo were constantly picking out the vegetables they bought at the vegetable market, the ones that could be eaten raw. They had already put them in their mouths. 387 fished, scraped the scales, washed, brushed with oil, put on the grill, and everything went down. When the first fish was grilled until golden brown and gave off a strong aroma, about 20 minutes had passed. Boss, look, Ellie is back. Naruto, who was waiting impatiently for the grilled fish, shouted and pointed into the distance, followed Naruto's gaze, and in the distance, two girls really appeared. Two girls. Yizan rubbed his eyes and realized that he had read it right. In the distance, not only Ellie, but also another girl. This girl has a very cute face, short lavender hair, white eyes, and her hands and fingers are nervously tangled together. After being watched by everyone, she has a feeling of unease. Sorry for being late, Hinata, don't be afraid, let's go. That Hinata was a little scared, Ellie took the initiative to take her hand and pulled Hinata to come over. After seeing the two approaching, Naruto tilted his head in confusion and asked, who is this person? Idiot, this is our classmate. Boom. Ouch. Marina, you hit me again. I'll hit you. You idiot, you don't even know your classmates. Marina glared at Naruto, took the initiative to step forward, and took Hinata's other hand. Hello, classmate Hinata, so you are Ellie's good friend, come and sit Tilda. Marina greeted warmly, which reassured Hinata a little. She looked at Yizan and others cautiously, and bowed very politely. She wanted to say something very polite, but she was too shy. Just let her cheek Yuhi, too shy to speak. The arrival of Hinata was something Yizan never expected, and he didn't even expect that Ellie and Hinata actually became good friends within a week of entering school. It's no wonder that Yizan ignored it. With him in Konoha, Kumogakure village had already extinguished all kinds of careful thoughts, and there was no kidnapping incident. Over time, Yizan forgot about Hinata. When Ellie and Hinata arrived, the party finally gathered. Since Hinata was the only one alone, Ellie forcibly pulled Hinata to sit beside Yizan, while she sat beside Hinata. The lively barbecue picnic started like this. Yizan took out a large number of wine glasses and water glasses from the storage reel. The adults poured sake and the children poured juice. When it became lively, especially activists like Marina and Naruto, they even scurried from left to right, making trouble everywhere. Dad, I want to eat the meat skewer in your hand. Tisk, I won't give it to you. The green peppers in his hands exuded a strong fragrance. Yizan ate the meat in one bite, and handed the remaining green peppers to Marina. Hey, green peppers, please eat Tilda. Dad bastard, let your lovely daughter eat green peppers. It's too much. Marina pouted angrily, kicked Yizan lightly, turned and ran away, and flew to Kushina again like a butterfly. Mom, I want meat. Eat, my mutton skewers have just been grilled. Come, open your mouth, ah. My head _ Eating barbecue, chatting, drinking, the golden sun is shining, the sound of flowing water is not far away, and the temperature is neither hot nor cold. This weekend, everyone feels unprecedented satisfaction. After the picnic was over, everyone said their goodbyes. Choza and Choji had been stunned by today's picnic. Even so, they still looked at Yizan with hope and eagerness. Brother Zan, we should gather often after such gatherings. That's right, Uncle Zan, you don't know, I ate so badly at school that I could only steal potato chips in class, it's so pitiful. The words of the two gluttons make everyone's head full of black lines, especially Shikaku and Shikamaru, although they also like this opportunity, but in such a comfortable weather, with the breeze blowing, lying down and sleeping is king. Choza, as the patriarch of the Akamichi clan, you should try to do the patriarch's business well instead of thinking about eating and cooking. Hey, that's not right, Shikaku, don't you usually sleep too late, why are you suddenly talking about me? Cut, I'm lazy to sleep because I'm smart, and the things that need to be dealt with are finished quickly. Then look at Inoichi, isn't Tenten busy? Oh, Inoichi, last time I quietly went to his house to look for him and found a very interesting thing. What's the matter? He and his wife actually enjoy flowers in the mountain behind the Yamanaka family. You know, it's the kind of clean mat on the ground with tea in front. The two snuggle up and watch the flowers all over the mountains and plains. Choza. Yamanaka Inoichi snorted coldly, his face expressionless, and the terrifying gaze made Choza shrink his neck, muttered a few words, and finally chose to shut up. After standing together and chatting for a while, it was almost time to go home. The three families of Inoshika-cho left first. Kushina held Mawako and chatted for a while before letting Mawako and Namikaze Minato leave. When leaving Yizan's family, Yizan unexpectedly discovered that there was a little guy standing beside him. Dad, accompany me to bring Hinata home. Chapter 375 Hyuga-Hiyashi's Attitude. The residence of the head of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hiyashi twisted his neck slightly tiredly, put down the pen, and stood up from the tatami. Someone. Hyuga Hiyashi shouted outside, and after a while, a servant walked in respectfully. Master Patriarch. Has Hinata not been back yet? The eldest lady hasn't come back yet. Hyuga Hiyashi frowned tightly at the servant's words, and he was a little angry, but thinking of Shimura Irie who came to play in the mansion in the morning, those anger didn't come out easily. Humph. Start playing since the morning, go out for a picnic after playing enough, and don't practice hard at ordinary times, what's the use in the future? Boom. Table shook violently, the teacup overturned, and Hyuga Hiyashi couldn't hold back his anger in the end. He was angry, he just hated it. He felt that Hanada's talent was already weak, and he should practice hard, but now, he has been out and played for so long. In the old-fashioned Hyuga family, it is very difficult to go out and play like this. Understandable. Just when Hyuga Hiyashi was angry, another servant came over, bowed, and said respectfully, "Lord Patriarch, Miss Hanada is back." Just back. Go. Hyuga Hiyashi angrily walked towards the gate, and at the gate, Yizan was holding Ellie and was saying goodbye to Hanada. "Hanada, my father and I are leaving first. I will come to play with you often in the future. If you are free, you must come to my house to play." I will," Hanada replied softly. Today's picnic made her very happy. Although she didn't dare to talk to everyone during the picnic because of her personality, she was very grateful to Ellie for taking her to the picnic. Yizan has been taking care of her during the picnic. She was about to thank Yizan when a white shadow appeared beside Hanada. "Father." Hanada. Hyuga Hiyashi had an angry look on his face and was about to reprimand, but his words were stuck in his throat and he couldn't say it. "Master Zan." "Hiyashi, long time no see tilde." Yizan said hello with a smile, suddenly stepped forward, and held Hanada's hand. "Today's dinner, I called Hanada to play together. Looking at your angry face, did Hanada do anything wrong?" Yizan's sudden behavior made Hanada's face full of yuhi, and she almost fainted. She looked dumb, but she was not a fool. Of course, Yizan's behavior understood that she was defending herself. Hanada understands, Hyuga Hiyashi also understands. Not only is he not angry with Yizan's maintenance, but there is a hint of happiness in his heart. As if his face has changed, the anger on his face disappears, and a smile turns into a smile, even more open hands, respectful he bowed to Yizan. "Thank you Lord Zan for sending Hanada home. Lord Zan is the VIP of my Hyuga clan. If you don't invite me in and sit down, my Hyuga clan will be too neglectful. If Lord Zan doesn't mind." "It's nothing, I don't seem to have been to your family before, let's go." Yizan couldn't see Hyuga Hiyashi's gesture. He was also polite, holding Hanada in his left hand and Ellie in his right hand. He took the initiative to walk into the mansion, and his behavior made Hyuga Hiyashi even happier. The Hyuga family is old-fashioned and dignified, and the hierarchy is particularly strict. Once back in the family, Hanada seems to have become a puppet doll. Every move, every word and deed, becomes old and empty. If it is someone else, Hanada can only be suppressed by the family and cannot be changed, but sitting in front of Hyuga Hiyashi is the patron saint of Konoha, and is currently recognized as the strongest man in the ninja world, Shimura Gen. "Hiyashi, I'm not telling you, it's too painful for you to break the clan rules. Don't you know that if you sit on your knees, you will turn into looped legs? My Ellie's sitting position is the most correct." Yizan's words made Hyuga Hiyashi's head full of black lines. He and Hanada were sitting upright on the tatami, while Yizan was sitting on the opposite side of the coffee table. Obviously, Yizan is very repulsive of this traditional etiquette. "Sorry, Lord Zan, it was my negligence. Hanada, don't change your sitting position. What are you doing sitting so upright? Didn't you hear Lord Zan? Sitting on your knees for a long time will affect the shape of your legs." Hyuga Hiyashi scolded severely, making Hanada's face full of shock, while a hint of joy appeared in his heart. The traditional kneeling is the most tiring, but due to the family atmosphere, it seems that the Hyuga family is like this, and today's words of Hiyashi have subverted Hanada's cognition of her father, or she did not know at all. The man who just held his hand has the power to change his father. Since Hiyashi opened his mouth, Hanada immediately changed from kneeling to sitting cross-legged, her little feet curled up from time to time, her big white eyes blinked a few times, and her eyes looking at Yizan became more and more curious. She didn't know Yizan's identity and information, she only knew that Yizan was Ellie's father. Today at a picnic dinner, she knew through her own observation that this man was a gentle, warm, humorous and interesting person. Apart from these, she did everything I no longer know. Hinata and Aili sat obediently by the side, mainly Hyuga and Yizan chatted, and they didn't talk about anything nutritious, they just chatted casually. The main purpose of Hyuga was to get closer. After drinking tea and chatting, about an hour later, Yizan yawned tiredly. Hyuga immediately understood, he respectfully got up, and welcomed Yizan out of the mansion. Master Zan, come and sit down often when you are free. And Ellie, come often when you are free especially on weekends, Hinata has nothing to do and can play with you anytime . In order to get close to the great god Yizan, Hiyashi pushed Hinata out without shame. The innocent Ellie really thought that Hinata had nothing to do with her, so she nodded happily and decided to play with Hinata more often in the future. After some courtesies, Yizan took Ellie and slowly left the Hyuga family. Looking at Yizan and Ellie's backs getting farther and farther away, Hinata finally couldn't help raising her head and asked Hiyashi. Father, Ellie's father, who is he? He's the patron saint of Konoha. Hey. It's my fault that I controlled you too tightly before and made you seldom go out to play. If you go to Hokage Rock, you'll recognize him, he's the 4th generation Hokage. Quote. 4 generations of Hokage. Well, many years ago, he claimed to the outside world that he was injured and resigned, but in fact, he just gave up the Hokage position because of laziness. Hinata, are you curious about him? Come, let me tell you his story. Chapter 376 Uchiha changes _. If it wasn't for one thing that made Yizan react, he wouldn't even know it, and another year had passed. Always 18 years old, he doesn't have much sense of the passage of time. I feel that this year, there is a large dinner party every month, most of which are hanging around in Konoha. Sometimes I get tired of playing, so I go with Tsunade to pick up one as level tasks are considered leisurely. Since I went to Hyuga's mansion to sit for an hour a year ago, Hinata's time has suddenly become free. From being shy and afraid to come to the door, she often asks Ellie to read books, chat or practice together. The entertainment of Lee and Hinata seemed very quiet. Because Hinata often plays with Ellie, it also closes the relationship between Yizan and Hyuga Hiyashi. Hyuga Hiyashi is very happy about all this, and even regards Hinata as a treasure at home. Kidding, in the eyes of Hyuga Hiyashi, even if Hinata works hard to become a jonin or an elite jonin. As a girl from a big family, a good marriage is the most important thing. However, Hiyashi more or less knows Yizan's character. He has never used political marriage to make Hinata and Yizan have any relationship. He only occasionally tells Hinata about Yizan's deeds, and Yizan is a gentle, considerate and kind-hearted person. Humorous man. Well, aside from the scheming boy Hyuga Hiyashi, at this moment, Yizan rarely sits in the minister's office at the Anbu base, with Uchiha Itachi standing in front of him. Master Zan, the family has begun to doubt me. Uchiha Itachi's tone was a little solemn. As a good man with Konoha and peace in his heart, once the family began to doubt him, his situation in the family was very troublesome. After a year of Anbu grinding, Uchiha Itachi was successfully promoted to Jonin. He is indeed a genius. In the dangerous Anbu mission, he went from double tomo to triple tomo in just 1 year, and his fighting talent is even more rare. Yizan's stalking tactics were completely successful. Since Uchiha Itachi joined Anbu, Yizan has never arranged any espionage activities for him except for high dangerous tasks outside the home, while Uchiha Fugaku has let Uchiha Itachi spy Anbu from the first day. Gather information on Anbu. Uchiha Itachi was reluctant to provide Anbu information to Fugaku. After 3 months of struggle, he resolutely confessed everything to Yizan, and Yizan, who had already known the situation through the original work, did not blame Uchiha Itachi, but gave Anbu some useless information. To Itachi, increase Itachi's trust on Uchiha Fugaku, side. Yizan and Fugaku also made Itachi realize completely. Beginning half a year ago, he offered to be a double spy, exchanged unimportant Anbu information for the trust of Uchiha Fugaku, and collected important information from the Uchiha family to Anbu. Doubt you. Don't you often give them Anbu information? An idiot like Uchiha Fugaku would actually suspect you. Yizan widened his eyes in disbelief, and he scolded Fugaku in front of Uchiha Itachi as a fool, and led Uchiha Itachi a little embarrassing. Master Zan, he is my father after all. Yeah, so what if it's your father? I'm telling the truth, a dog father and a tiger son, just to describe you and Fugaku. He was an idiot, I beat him like a dog when I was 7. Quote. Master Zan. Seeing Uchiha Itachi's somewhat angry gaze, Yizan scratched his head with a smile, and finally closed his mouth. Yizan often made this kind of joke, and Itachi was used to it, but Uchiha Fugaku was his father after all. No matter how much he joked, he still felt a pain in the ass. Well, let's get down to business. You said, Uchiha Fugaku is starting to doubt you, why? Because I stayed in Anbu for a year, the information I gave to the family was still simple and useless, so they suspected that I had betrayed the family. Although there was no evidence, I was no longer able to participate in the highest level meeting. Not only that, my father started sending Shisui to watch me yesterday. Uchiha Itachi's words made Yizan's brows slightly wrinkle. Since Shisui quit Anbu many years ago, he has performed very well in front of Uchiha Fugaku in recent years, and has completely gained Fugaku's trust. Using Shisui to monitor Itachi, yes, a very nice idea. Where's Shisui? I was called by my father half an hour ago. After they finished talking, I guess they will come to us. Soon as Itachi finished speaking, a dark shadow flashed past, and Uchiha Shisui came to Yizan. Master Zan. Shisui, tell me, what's going on now? The situation is very troublesome. Chief Fugaku has almost confirmed that Itachi is a family traitor, and there is no evidence now. Once the evidence is found, Chief Fugaku will even execute Itachi personally. You know his character, for power and big plans. Okay, needless to say, seeing a trace of sadness flashing in Itachi's eyes, Yizan immediately stopped Shisui's words, and the room fell silent. Shisui didn't speak, and Itachi didn't speak either. Yizan frowned and tapped lightly on the desk with his fingers unconsciously. After a long time, there was a boom, and the last shock made Shisui and Itachi's heart tighten. Uchiha Fugaku has already started to clean up spies and unstable clansmen, which means that in the near future, he will have a coup. You two go back first. I need to discuss this matter with the higher-ups. After Yizan finished speaking, he disappeared instantly using the Hiraishin technique. He quickly came to Hokage's office and found several chunins were taking tasks. Master Zan. Xiao Zan tilde. By several chunins, Yizan could only nod his head and smiled forcefully, his face still solemn. Discovering Yizan's dignified appearance, Sarutobi wanted to ridicule a few words but didn't say a word. He knew that stinky brats would hardly have these 4.1 emotions. Quickly handing over the task to Chunin, the office finally calmed down. Sarutobi immediately looked at Yizan. Affected by Yizan's emotions, his face became solemn. Xiao Zan, what happened? About Uchiha, go to the secret room. Dad and 2 advisors have already sent Anbu to call, and I'll be here soon. Yizan's Hiraishin technique arrived in an instant, but he sent Anbu to call. It always took some time. After waiting in silence for about 10 minutes, Danzo and the 2 advisors rushed to the office. Xiao Zan, what happened? This is the first time in several years that Anbu has been used to find us. What happened? Go to the secret room and talk. Chapter 377 Shisui opens Mangekyo _ Yizan couldn't have imagined that the accident came so quickly. 4 a.m. the next day after the secret room meeting, Yizan was woken up for the first time by Anbu. What's the situation? Seeing Uchiha Shisui exuding terrifying power in front of him, Yizan's face became solemn again. My father is dead. Uchiha Shisui's tone was calm, but the corners of his eyes were full of tears. His fists were clenched so his knuckles were white, and the chakra aura on his body was chaotic in the quasi-shadow stage. What did Uchiha Fugaku do? I don't know. Don't know. Well, my father lives in the bedroom next to it. With my strength, if someone sneaks up on my father, I can definitely find out, but my father died without knowing it. Go. Yizan took Shisui's arm, the Hiraishin technique started, and he came to the Uchiha station, Shisui's house, in an instant. Uchiha Nomi, one of Yizan's earliest teammates, was lying on the bunk at this moment, lifeless. No trauma. Yizan frowned and began to examine Yizan's body. After about 10 minutes, his expression finally eased. 30. Shisui. Huh. Your father wasn't killed. Is that so dead? Uchiha Shisui endured the grief in his heart. His chakra was mad, and his emotions about to collapse were completely uncontrollable. Shisui's mother died early, and she was brought up by the stop war since she was a child. 3 a.m. this morning, when he went to the toilet to relieve himself, he accidentally found his father lying on the bunk in another bedroom, not breathing. My father is in good health. Why did he die? Although he said he didn't know, he already believed that Uchiha Fugaku killed his father. Sorry, Shisui, your father died of natural causes. Why? He's so healthy. No, I just found out that your father has hundreds of dark wounds in his body, probably in Anbu for more than 10 years, as well as the dark wounds left by participating in the second and third ninja wars that he did not even notice. Once the dark wound erupts, it will cause a chain reaction, so. How could this be? Yizan's words gradually calmed Shisui's emotions. Although he still couldn't accept his father's death, he gradually understood. People, after decades of rushing, will die one day. Although he is still sad, he can fully understand that his father is a man who is willing to dedicate his life to Konoha. This is the teaching he has received since he was a child. Breath kept steady, Shisui's chakra began to restrain from the chaos. He stared silently at his father's corpse. Yizan turned to him, stunned for a moment, with a hint of shock in his eyes. Shisui, did you drive a Mangekyo? Maybe. If that's the price of driving Mangekyo, I'd rather not drive it for the rest of my life. The news of Uchiha Nomi's death in the battle quickly spread throughout Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku brought a large number of clansmen to offer condolences. He has always been afraid to stop the battle. Unexpectedly, the other party died. Shisui, condolences. Thank you Patriarch for your concern. Uchiha Shisui lowered his head, not looking directly into Fugaku's eyes. He was worried about what Fugaku found in his eyes. Shisui, it's a pity that Shijin's death made me wait, but that mission. Don't worry, the Patriarch, I will continue to monitor Uchiha Itachi. If he betrays the family, I will report it to the Patriarch immediately. Very good. As expected of the son of the war, come on. Wait for our Uchiha family to take control of Konoha, the position of Minister Anbu, it's up to you to sit. Thank you, the Patriarch. Uchiha Shisui bowed respectfully, but there was a hint of despair in his drooping eyelids. Originally, he still had a trace of nostalgia for Uchiha, but now. Uchiha Shisui started Mangekyo Sharingan, and his strength was promoted to Quenying. No one except Yizan and the 4 senior executives knew about it. The actions of the Uchiha clan are increasing, and meetings are held almost every day. Because Uchiha has few friends and is in a separate settlement, Uchiha's actions have not been noticed by anyone, except for Konoha, who has been prepared for a long time. High level. In the secret room of the Hokage building, as Uchiha's movements became more frequent, the faces of Sarutobi Danzo and others became more and more solemn. It took Uchiha Fugaku several years to finally unite Uchiha completely. Their morale is extremely high. If there is a coup anyway, we Konoha will suffer serious losses. Konoha ninjas must not sacrifice a lot in the civil war. Their morale must be demolished before the Uchiha coup. Kill their ambitions. How to strike. Uchiha Shisui is currently the most powerful person in Uchiha and is deeply trusted by Uchiha Fugaku. The best way is to let Shisui commit suicide. Suicide. Great idea. The so-called suicide, of course, is not a real 560 suicide. Shisui is a ninja loyal to Konoha, and he has already opened Mangekyo Sharingan. Konoha can't bear Shisui to commit suicide. You can't really commit suicide, but you can design fake suicide. In terms of conspiracy design, Danzo and Sarutobi are masters, plus Yizan and 2 advisors assisted, and soon, a plan to make Shisui fake suicide came out. This plan is not bad, and the Uchiha people who have taken refuge in us can also use it to disrupt Uchiha's cohesion from the inside and destroy their morale. Not only that, we can also. The Uchiha family did not expect that their actions were watched by the top management of Konoha, and they made targeted designs. After the design was over, Uchiha Shisui was soon called by Yizan to the Anbu base, and Yizan relayed the plan made by the senior management. Master Zan, is this really possible? Yes, you have to believe in Itachi's ability. But Itachi is still young. Age doesn't matter. Itachi has this talent. And he is Jonin now. Shisui, I know that you and Itachi are like brothers, but this plan is the best plan to attack Uchiha at the moment. Execute it. As ordered. Chapter 378_Weary Weasel. Recently, Uchiha Itachi has been in a bad state. Off the cat face mask and changing into the Anbu special battle uniform, Uchiha Itachi dragged his tired body and walked slowly on the way home. Brother. A tender voice sounded, causing a touch of tenderness on Itachi's face. He turned around and saw a child running towards him happily. Thump. Ouch. The index finger lightly stabbed the child's forehead, making the child's face full of displeasure. The child pouted, and his eyes were full of reliance. Brother, you said you would accompany me to practice today. Sorry Sasuke, I've been really busy lately. Uchiha Itachi smiled softly, rubbing Sasuke's hair lightly. But, we agreed. Sasuke's eyes were sad, and he felt a little wronged. Now he is still an innocent and lovely child. Although he has no friends in the class because of the arrogance of the Uchiha family, facing his brother, he completely showed the childish side of a child. I'm sorry Sasuke, I'll accompany you next time. Uchiha Itachi finished, crouched down, and showed his back in front of Sasuke. Come on, I'll carry you home. Yes, good. My brother is carrying me. Sasuke happily threw himself on Itachi's back. His eyes narrowed with laughter. He buried his face behind Itachi's neck, sniffed, and turned his head in disgust. Brother stinks. Haha, I'm so sorry, I'll change clothes when I go back. Hee hee. Arriving home with Sasuke on his back, before taking off his shoes, the sound of footsteps came from the entrance. Itachi looked up. Uchiha Fugaku stared at him with a serious face, and those cold eyes didn't seem to regard him as a son at all. Itachi, come with me. Fugaku exudes a majestic aura. Itachi didn't feel anything, but the young Sasuke shrank his neck in fear. He wanted to say hello to his father, but under this momentum, he didn't even dare to say anything. Kai, and Fugaku, never looked at Sasuke from beginning to end. Fugaku took Itachi into the study, closed the door. Sasuke hesitated for a while, and finally took off his shoes and walked to the kitchen. Mom. Yo, Sasuke is back. Wait a minute, I'm making dinner Tilda. Sasuke's mother is Uchiha Hoko, the daughter of the third elder Uchiha. Makoto followed Yizan. Fugaku lost the opportunity to control the mirror lineage. In order to strengthen his own power, he married the third elder and took the Uchiha ear. At this moment, Uchiha Tsuko was cooking dinner for the whole family, and Sasuke stood aside, hesitating, and finally pulled the corner of Tsuko's shirt, with a puzzled tone. Mom, what's wrong with father and brother? Didn't father used to be proud of his brother? But now, why every time I see my brother? Sasuke, you're still young, you'll understand later. Go wash your hands obediently. can you help Mom with the dishes later? Oh. When he didn't get an answer, Sasuke looked gloomy. He rolled his eyes and crept out of the study. He put his ear to the door, trying to eavesdrop on the conversation inside. However, just as his ears were pressed against the door, the wooden paper door opened with a swish, showing Uchiha Fugaku's indifferent face. Sasuke, what are you doing? The cold voice made Sasuke shudder. He took a step back subconsciously, completely daring to look Fugaku's eyes. Yes, I'm sorry, I just want to know what happened to you and your brother, why you. Sasuke's words made Uchiha Fugaku stunned for a moment, and then he closed the door with a cold face, and with a bang, Sasuke shrank his neck again. Don't stand outside the door and eavesdrop, stay away from the study. The sound from the house made Sasuke even more aggrieved, pouted, and almost cried, but he didn't dare to disobey Fugaku's order, so he could only turn around and left the study in small steps. Driving Sasuke away, Fugaku returned to the center of the study again, knelt on the tatami, 2 cups of fragrant smoke lingered, he picked up the delicate teacup made of purple sand, took a sip of tea, and looked at Itachi a little lightly. Itachi, I think you should be very clear, the family is almost ready, during this time, you should not go to Anbu, you understand what I mean? Understood. Don't worry about my safety, I will continue to collect information in Anbu, Enough. Boom. The table shook violently, the tea overturned, and the hot water slowly flowed from the coffee table to the ground. Uchiha Fugaku stared at Itachi with a cold face. Itachi was expressionless and his eyes were slightly empty. Think again these days, you are my son, you are part of the Uchiha family, what is more important, I hope you can think clearly. Okay, that's it, go out. Fugaku ordered coldly. Uchiha Itachi got up, and left the study silently. When he reached the entrance of the study, he turned to look at Fugaku. After a long time, a soft voice drifted in the air. I am your son and part of Uchiha. After speaking, he turned back and left, where Uchiha Fugaku couldn't hear. Uchiha Itachi's eyes became more and more confused. But I'm also a ninja in Konoha. Is power really that important? Father. The next few days, Uchiha's actions became more frequent, and the entire Uchiha clan was full of excitement. Under the stimulation of this emotion, Uchiha ninjas would explode into stronger fighting power. As the double agent of the Konoha and Uchiha clan, Itachi became more and more tired, his face became worse and worse, and his back was slightly hunched when walking on the road. Swish. Uchiha Shisui wearing a mask suddenly appeared beside Itachi. He patted Itachi on the shoulder, and his body turned into a black line and disappeared. Follow me. Shisui's sudden appearance and inexplicable behavior made Itachi very puzzled. He followed Shisui's footsteps and kept away from Konoha, away from downtown, and away from residential areas. Soon, the two came to the southernmost forest of Konoha. At the end of the forest, it is a huge cliff that is 100 meters high. Below the cliff is a wide and long river with rapid water flow. Shisui, what's the matter with me? Itachi asked suspiciously. For some reason, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Shisui didn't answer, but slowly took off the mask from his face. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi's pupils shrank sharply, and his normally calm face finally changed drastically. Shisui, where are your eyes? Chapter 379 _ suspended animation. What caught Uchiha Itachi's eyes was Shisui with his eyes closed and his face covered in blood. Itachi can tell at a glance that Shisui's eyes are gone. It was made by Danzo-sama. Why? Because I awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. My pupil power is too strong, Lord Danzo. Why is this happening? Uchiha Itachi clenched his fists tightly. A strong anger surged from his body. He had no idea that Danzo would do such a thing. Where's Lord Zan? Why didn't Lord Zan stop it? Because of this, Master Zan also participated. What? Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt that his entire worldview collapsed. How could Master Zan do such a thing? Why is this happening? Uchiha Itachi's brain was confused, but at this moment, Uchiha Shisui took a step back towards the edge of the cliff, and a few pieces of gravel fell off the cliff with a clattering sound, fell into the rushing river, and was instantly engulfed by the river. Shisui, what are you doing? I'm sorry, Itachi, my existence has brought danger to Konoha, and I've been seriously injured. Danzo-sama won't let me go. Itachi, guard the village for me. Don't hold grudge against Danzo-sama. We are guarding Konoha. Don't let Konoha go into chaos because of personal hatred. Itachi 240, sorry. Bye. Wow. The wind was howling, and in Itachi's last scene, it was Shisui's gentle smile. He just closed his eyes and jumped off the cliff gently. Shisui, quote. Poof. The river water stirred up the sky, and when Itachi reacted and rushed to the edge of the cliff, Shisui had already disappeared from the river. Shisui, how can this happen? Why? A terrifying aura bloomed from Itachi's body, and the three Tomo Sharingan spun frantically. In the violent unbelievable and Shisui's death blow, they gradually joined together. Uchiha Itachi was sad on the cliff for a long time, and below, the fast-flowing river was surging. Whoa! Water splashed, and a few kilometers down the cliff, Uchiha Shisui rushed out of the river. Shisui. Master Zan. Shisui opened his eyes. His eyes were bright, and the chicken blood on his face had disappeared under the wash of the river. You kid is not bad at acting. Thank you Lord Zan for your compliment. I'm just a little sorry Itachi. Haha, don't worry, I will tell Itachi the truth in a few days. Don't worry now, wait for Itachi and Uchiha to fight. Your accident may make Uchiha crazy. After Yizan finished speaking, he waved his hand, and an Anbu appeared, carrying a corpse on his shoulder, and placed the corpse in front of Yizan under Shisui's puzzled eyes. Master Zan, this is... Konoha is on death row for a big crime, and he's going to die anyway, so he borrowed one and took your clothes off. Huh. Ah what, take off your clothes. Take off everything, and take off my underwear, pants too. Ah, Lord Zan, I'm not good at that one. Bastard, who's the best? Take it off and put it on the corpse, hurry up. Yizan's face was somber, and Shisui shrank his neck in fright. He glanced at Yizan and Anbu next to him a little shyly, and finally hid behind a big rock. After a while, he took off his clothes and pants. You, go and replace the corpse. As ordered. Anbu first took off the corpse's clothes and pants, took over Shisui's outfit, and quickly changed the corpse. Facial muscles, cells, and bones, give me a face and reshape into Uchiha Shisui. Matter manipulation. The golden force field spread and enveloped the corpse. The face fruit ability was activated, and the corpse's face began to slowly change. After a while, a face identical to Uchiha Shisui appeared on the corpse. Wow, Lord Zan, this is... Knowing too much can kill you. Yizan swept Shisui yinfully and made Shisui sweat profusely. He had already changed into the black special combat uniform handed over by Anbu, but because there was no underwear pants, the crotch in the middle came out. Shisui, you are so small. Master Zan, I am a standard size. Tisk, it's only a standard size, it's really small. Shisui faked his death, but only the top 4 knew that Shisui faked his death. The next day, when the news of Shisui's death reached Uchiha, the whole Uchiha shook violently. Shisui is dead. How is that possible? Why did he die? Wasn't he watching Uchiha Itachi? Why didn't Uchiha Itachi die? Could it be that Uchiha Itachi killed Shisui? Impossible. Shisui is the strongest person in our Uchiha, with Uchiha Itachi. Don't forget, Uchiha Itachi is also a genius. And, he's probably from Sarutobi. The clansman talked a lot. Uchiha Fugaku's face was gloomy. He clenched his fists tightly, trembling all over, so angry that he could hardly suppress his emotions. Who did not attend the meeting yesterday? Report to the Patriarch. The only ones who didn't attend the meeting yesterday were Itachi and Shisui. Damn it. Where is he? Why hasn't he come back yet? Seems to be in Anbu. The words of Jonin next to him made Fugaku's face completely cold, and his pupils had a strong killing intent, killing Itachi. Lord Patriarch, Shisui is dead, what should we do? Shisui is the strongest fighting force in our family, without him. Stabilize everyone's emotions first. Whether Shisui killed Itachi or not, I haven't found out yet. Uchiha Fugaku originally thought that he could suppress this matter with his prestige, but he did not expect that the matter was much more serious than he imagined. Is Uchiha Itachi there? Come out to me. Fugaku suppressed the emotions of everyone outside, and the Patriarch's mansion. Several Jonin of Uchiha came to the gate. Itachi, who was chatting with Sasuke, was slightly taken aback, gave Sasuke a reassuring look, and walked out. Is something wrong with me? Of course I'm looking for you. There were only 2 people who didn't attend the party yesterday, why didn't you come? The tone of the 3 ninjas was very bad, and they looked at Itachi with scrutiny. Then, one of them, Jonin, took out a piece of paper from Kabuto and handed it to Itachi. Anbu found Shisui's body in the downstream river and found a suicide note from him, which has been confirmed to be his own notes, but if it is Sharingan, it is easy to copy the notes. Shisui has been monitoring you recently, but yesterday he suddenly died. And the whole family, only the 2 of you did not attend the party. Uchiha Itachi, Shisui, you killed it. Chapter 380 _ The truth. Bang bang bang. On the street outside the Patriarch's mansion, the 3 clansmen fell to the ground in pain. They bit Kiba tightly, completely ignorant of why their 3 Jonin were instantly defeated by Uchiha Itachi. You think that Shisui was killed by me, and you are just making judgments based on appearance and speculation. I am silent, and you will intensify random speculation. For example, now, you overestimate your own strength, and you don't understand my strength at all, and you are free to speculate. A bunch of trash. Shut up, Itachi. An angry voice sounded from a distance. Fugaku's face was cold and his eyes were extremely gloomy. Because of Itachi's affairs, he had been running around the clan all morning to appease everyone's emotions, but just came back and saw the 3 clansmen being knocked to the ground by Itachi. What are you doing? I didn't do anything, I was just doing what I was supposed to do. Uchiha Itachi was expressionless, but his whole person contained an inexplicable aura that made Fugaku and the 3 Jonin feel palpitations, as if there seems to be nothing, as if it is just an illusion. Suddenly, he raised his hand and held a kunai in his hand. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku's complexion changed greatly, and his gaze towards Itachi was extremely solemn. Shoo! Ding! Kuwu Pokong stabbed the Uchiha family emblem on the outer wall. You know, this is the symbol of the Uchiha family, Uchiha's honor, and at this moment, Itachi actually pierced the family emblem with Kuwu. Weasel. Mediocre family, mediocre everything. I've been desperate for this mediocre family. It's just because you are obsessed with something as trivial as the family that you ignore the really important things. Itachi, what are you going to do? Brother, enough. The sudden voice broke the solemn atmosphere. Uchiha Itachi suddenly woke up from his depressed mental state. He turned to look at Sasuke, only to find Sasuke's slightly angry eyes. Poof. Kneeling down on his knees, Itachi knocked his forehead on the ground. He closed his eyes gently, and his tone was surprisingly calm. It wasn't me who killed Shisui, but I apologize for the blunder just now, I'm very sorry. Itachi's sudden apology softened Fugaku's indifferent face. He was silent for a while, and sighed softly. You seem to be worn out by Anbu's work lately. Lord Patriarch, how can you? Sorry, everyone. Itachi, let me monitor and give him a chance. Please. For Fugaku's sake, the 3 Jonin had no choice but to give up. The leader, Jonin, clenched his fist tightly. After a long time, he finally released his fist. Got it. Nothing else to do, the three Jonin left the patriarch's mansion. The three walked on the deserted street with serious faces. They didn't know how long they had walked. Gradually, a smile flashed across the mouth of the leader. Good performance just now. Haha, the boss is still the best performer, but Uchiha Itachi is indeed a genius. Even if we deliberately reveal flaws, he won't knock down the three of us in an instant, right? Could he have? Don't speculate. We just need to carry out the task assigned by the above. You go home first, and I will report the task to Lord Danzo. Okay. The three dispersed at the crossroads, and the leader quietly left the Uchiha clan. Originally, the relationship between Itachi and Fugaku was very bad. Today, after being persecuted by the three of them, it is almost certain to force Itachi to the opposite side of the Uchiha clan. The alienation plan sent to them by Danzo was successful. Although Shisui's death hit Uchiha's morale, Uchiha did not stop the coup d'état. Uchiha Itachi still goes to Anbu every day to report that Shisui's death made him start Mangekyo Sharingan, and he has been completely disappointed with the family. Itachi, the minister is looking for you. On this day, Itachi was resting at home because of his shift. And Anbu suddenly came over. He frowned slightly, and finally rubbed Sasuke's hair. Sorry, Sasuke, I can't practice with you today. Brother, you promised. I'm really sorry, my brother has something to deal with now. Next time, I will definitely accompany you next time. Tilda tapped Sasuke's forehead lightly with his finger, and under Sasuke's lost gaze, Itachi followed Anbu away from home and came to the Anbu base. Master Zan, are you looking for me? Uchiha Itachi knelt down on one knee. His tone was flat and calm. Even so, Yuzan heard a trace of dissatisfaction in Itachi's voice. Are you blaming me? My subordinates dare not. Don't you dare, my dad, but forced your best friend to death. Yuzan's words made Uchiha Itachi look up suddenly. If it wasn't for his good self-control, he could hardly help turning on Mangekyo directly. He stared at Yuzan with intense dissatisfaction and anger. Master Zan. Shisui being loyal to Konoha, just because he started Mangekyo Sharingan, should he be put to death? Quote. Since you said that Shisui was loyal to Konoha, how could I be willing to kill him? But Danzo-sama. Weasel. A familiar voice came from behind. Itachi widened his eyes in disbelief, turned his head suddenly, and saw a familiar figure wearing a cat face mask. You are. Why, I haven't seen you for a few days and don't know me anymore. Shisui took off the mask and patted Itachi on the shoulder with a smile. The sudden situation completely stunned Itachi. Shisui, you're not. Suicide. Because of opening Mangekyo Sharingan, I was forced to death by Lord Danzo. Itachi, use your brain. Who is Lord Zan? Do you think that such a great ninja, Lord Zan, would be afraid of Mangekyo Sharingan? Shisui's words made Uchiha Itachi realize, and at that moment, his anger towards Yuzan and Danzo vanished. I see. It was my negligence to let Shisui fake his death, and then dampen Uchiha's increasingly high morale. It's not that you were negligent, because you regarded Shisui as your own brother. When Shisui died, you lost your most basic judgment because of your anger. Yuzan walked up to Itachi with a smile and pulled Itachi up. Think about it, except for blows. Uchiha's morale, what's the reason? There's a second reason. Yuzan's words made Itachi puzzled again. He frowned and thought for a long time in silence, as if he understood something, raised his hand and pointed at himself in shock. Could it be, for me to turn on Mangekyo Sharingan? Hokage give me a face. Chapter 381-400. Chapter 381_slap Obito again. In the not-too-bright minister's office, Yuzan's eyes flashed with a long-lost aura. Itachi, Shisui, I have a mission for you. Hearing Yuzan's words, Itachi and Shisui looked at each other, knelt down on one knee, and bowed their heads respectfully. Master Zan, please assign tasks. The coup of the Uchiha family can no longer be stopped. For the sake of Konoha's peace, and in order not to sacrifice more people, we must strike first before the Uchiha coup. Bang! It was as if a sledgehammer was struck in their hearts, making Itachi and Shisui's hearts shake. Although they had long expected this day to come, when it really came, they felt a little shaken in their hearts. Master Zan, actually my Kotoamatsukami. It's useless. Shisui, I know Kotoamatsukami is very powerful, but now in this situation, it doesn't make any sense to change Fugaku's will alone. Don't forget that everyone in Uchiha participated in the coup meeting except you two, and also that is to say, everyone supports the coup. If Fugaku is changed by your Kotoamatsukami, the rest of the clan may directly kill Fugaku and re-elect the patriarch, but your Kotoamatsukami can only be used once in 10 years, so there is no need to waste it. Quote. Yizan's words were well-founded. Shisui opened his mouth, but was powerless to refute. Master Zan, where's Sasuke? You promised me before. Don't worry, Itachi, I will keep Sasuke and let him go to school like other students. Don't you believe me? Don't dare. Shisui's affairs have already made my subordinates feel ashamed. I believe in Lord Zan. No matter what happens in the future, my subordinates will believe in Lord Zan. Okay, that's it. I look at Fugaku, it won't take long. Itachi, you stay in the family for a while, don't come to Anbu, but once Fugaku decides to coup, you must tell me in advance. As ordered. Shisui, you will stay in Anbu from now on, and when the time is right, I will let you come out again. Master Zan, if you find it troublesome, your subordinates can stay in Anbu forever. My father died of a relapse from an old injury, and I have no worries outside, and my friends are all Anbu members, so I may be more suitable for Anbu's life. Quote. I'll talk about this later. I've been in Anbu for a long time. Every day I spend the days of assassination and slaying, and my heart will follow the darkness. I don't want you to become the big demon king of Piccolo, understand? Who is the great demon king Piccolo? I won't tell you. The following days, Sarutobi suddenly called Yizan to the office. After Yizan entered, he found that besides Sarutobi, there was another guy wearing a high white hat who looked like an onmyoji. This is the head of our Konoha barrier department. Xiaozan, do you know the Konoha barrier system? Sarutobi asked. You mean the barrier that covers the entire Konoha and can sense the invaders? Yizan frowned, as if thinking of something. Master Zan, in the past few days, some people have broken through the barrier to enter and leave the village again and again. But the opponent is elusive, and Anbu has not been able to catch the opponent after several attacks. This is the configuration diagram of the barrier. The man dressed like an onmyoji while a piece of paper was handed to Yizan. Yizan nodded, and then looked at Sarutobi. Xiaozan, the place where the mysterious man has invaded several times is in the Uchiha gathering area. For the safety of Konoha, I hope you can catch the mysterious man. After Sarutobi and the head of the enchantment department described, Yizan probably understood the ins and outs of things, and some memories flashed in his mind instantly, about the memory of watching anime in previous lives. I see, Uchiha Obito came disguised as Madara. Want to pull Itachi into Akatsuki. Tisk tisk tisk. Yizan had already guessed it, but he didn't say it, he just nodded to Sarutobi and left the office with the enchantment configuration map. Uchiha Obito, poor baby, was abused by me once. Today, let's do it again. Huh. The technique of Hiraishin was activated, Yizan's figure flickered, and he disappeared instantly. Obito doesn't know that he has been targeted by Yizan. Although Yizan and Namikaze Minado's Hiraishin technique has become famous in the ninja world, he has Kamui and is not afraid of Hiraishin. A spiral-shaped spatial fluctuation appeared. In the Uchiha settlement, Obito appeared in an empty backyard. He looked around, and suddenly, a gust of wind hit him, causing him to subconsciously tighten the chrysanthemum flower and activate Kamui in an instant. Void. Snapped. A crisp sound, a few Kiba teeth danced in the air. Obito's left face was crumpled into a ball and twisted, and the terrifying force beat him into a frantically spinning top, whirring into the house in the distance. Bang 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 bang. The house was shattered, and a large number of gravel and wooden boards flew up, causing a loud noise. The loud noise instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding Uchiha clansmen. They quickly rushed in the direction of Obito, while Obito, who fell in the ruins of the house, was full of shock in his eyes. It's him. It's that person. Back then, in the land of water, he was slapped with a slap, and his most powerful nihilization had no effect in front of that person. At this moment, Obito finally recalled the horror of this slap and the insult of being slapped like a mosquito. Damn it. Last time in the land of water, this time in Konoha, who is he? Obito glared at Yizan angrily, unable to see Yizan's face. In order to conceal his identity, Yizan still wore the original metal hockey mask, but compared to the year before, his metal hockey mask had more small holes, and the middle of the eyebrows was also painted with a small yui color. Who are you? My name is Jason, the protagonist of an American horror movie. What America? What did you say in 4.7? Obito frowned suspiciously. He always felt that under the mask of the other party was a very hateful face. It's normal that you don't know me, you two-dimensional creatures. Of course you don't know what three-dimensional is. Hey, I said, Uchiha's people are coming, won't you leave? Yizan picked his nostrils, and after a few seconds of digging, he realized that his fingers could only dig on the mask. He shrugged, took a breath, and sprayed violently, directly spraying the booger out of the small holes in the mask. It's disgusting. Uchiha Obito's head was covered with black lines, and he became more and more puzzled and curious about this mysterious man who slapped himself twice in fear. However, seeing a large number of Uchiha clansmen coming from all directions, he couldn't find out Yizan's identity, so he could only use Kamui immediately, which disappeared in a spiral shape. Chapter 382_Tranquil Extra Class. Obito was scared away by Yizan, and he never came back in the following time. Without the cancer Uchiha, Yizan would continue to live his leisurely life, but unfortunately. Is it true? I've gathered hard evidence that they're going to have a coup tomorrow night. Uchiha Itachi knelt on one knee on the ground, and in front of him, the four senior leaders and Yizan had serious faces. Tomorrow night, Yizan looked up at the sky, and found that the sun had already turned towards the west, and a brilliant purple glow had already appeared on the horizon. Uchiha can't do it. Once hundreds of ninjas gather, the power will be unimaginable. It's better to start strong, and do it tonight. Hit them by surprise. Anbu divides half of the ninjas to maintain law and order outside, set up a barrier, and the root ninjas come in with me. Dad, do you want to go? Of course I'm going. Monkey, Menyon, Kaharu, are you going? Sorry, I really can't do anything to Uchiha, I won't go. Sarutobi shook his head and sighed softly. Although Uchiha had decided to rebel, he was always a man full of kindness and love in his heart. 30. If he really wanted to attack the ninja from the same village, he really couldn't do it. Me and Kaharu are not going either. We are in charge of stabilizing the law and order and the aftermath. Okay. Let me and my dad take care of this matter. It's almost evening, everyone get ready. If Uchiha doesn't have a coup d'etat, Konoha's side will definitely not take the lead, but since Itachi has master to Uchiha's definite evidence, and already knows the coup d'etat, for the safety of Konoha's 100,000 civilians and thousands of ninjas, Yizan must start first. To destroy Uchiha with lightning speed. 5 p.m. Ninja School. Most of the students are already absent-minded, because there are still 20 minutes before the end of school. The teacher was talking about boring knowledge in class. Marina turned her head out of the window completely, and Naruto harassed Sasuke from time to time, making Sasuke very annoying. Sasuke, I will definitely defeat you. Sasuke, I have been practicing very hard during this period of time. Because Naruto's voice was very low in class, but Sasuke still felt irritable. He turned his head to the other side in annoyance and looked out the window, thinking that he had not been in class for a long time. School is 20 minutes away. I hope I can see my brother when I go back. I hope my brother and father don't quarrel anymore, but I learned Grand Fireball a few days ago, and my father praised me. I will continue to work hard tonight and let my father teach it again. I'm a ninjutsu. Thinking of this, Naruto's annoying voice didn't seem so annoying anymore. He yawned a little bored. This boring theory class was simply boring. At this moment, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open, and Iruka walked in slowly. He nodded to the classroom teacher, and then looked at the whole class. Students, let me tell you some unfortunate news. Since the passing rate of your last theoretical exam was less than 60%, starting from today, every Thursday afternoon, school will be delayed for 3 hours to learn theoretical knowledge. Ah, why? I got a perfect score in the theory test. Why should I stay? I'm planning to date Sasuke-kun today. A pink-haired girl patted the table angrily, but Iruka just stared. The girl glanced at it and said unhurriedly, because you and Naruto are partners in the Learning Mutual Aid team, although you have a full score, Naruto has only 0 points. You are dragged down and fail. Ah, bastard Naruto, you actually gave me 0 points in the test. You are courting death. Sorry Sakura, those questions are too difficult, I really can't. And you go to Sasuke every day, you never tutor me. Oh, you mean, it's all my fault. I didn't say that. Sakura he liked. Naruto pouted his grievances and didn't dare to retaliate. Sakura glared at Naruto, actually passed Naruto directly, and hugged Sasuke's arm all of a sudden. Sasuke-kun, let's go on a date tonight. I'm busy. Sasuke threw off Sakura's hand coldly. His indifferent attitude not only did not make Sakura lost, but his eyes filled with adoration. Sasuke is so handsome. He looks so handsome even when he rejects me. Not only Sakura, 90% of the girls in the class are crazy admirers and suitors of Sasuke, the son of the Uchiha patriarch. He is handsome and has good grades. In all respects, Sasuke is the best boy in the class. As for why it is 90%, because in addition to these superficial girls in the class, there are Marina, Ali, Ino and Hinata. Marina and Ellie didn't say anything. In their hearts, their father was the most handsome, strong, gentle, and domineering man in the world. Sasuke, a little boy, didn't even care about it. Ino is because of Ino Shikacho. She has been playing with Marina since she was a child, and she has heard a lot of the best, handsome, and gentle father that Marina said in her mouth. In addition, that picnic gave her an unprecedented warmth. At least, the warmth that he can't get from his 3 fatherless fathers. As for a childish kid like Sasuke, he has no love at all. And Hinata, compared to the original, she was treated well in the family. Main thing is Hyuga Hiyashi, who wants to make Hinata a cute and well-behaved girl. As for the reason, I believe everyone knows. After all, Yizan is a big tree, and anyone wants to hug her. Good treatment. Hinata should not be bullied by other children. In order to protect Hinata, Hyuga Hiyashi directly sent Jonin to guard. Once someone dares to bully Hinata, this Jonin will stand up directly and drive away all the bullies. Naruto pestered Sakura, but Sakura focused all his attention on Sasuke. Unfortunately, Sasuke did not look down on Sakura. In his heart, why should he marry a Uchiha girl? Because Iruka announced extra classes, the end of school was directly delayed by 3 hours. The black night sky has no dark clouds, the moonlight is bright, and the night wind blows, revealing a hint of coldness. When the theory class teacher finally announced that school was dismissed, Sasuke immediately got up and left the classroom. For some reason, he had a bad feeling in his heart. He always felt that today's moonlight was very bright, making people feel uneasy. Chapter 383 Night of Genocide. Dark night, high wind. Well, in fact, today's night is not dark, but very bright. The big full moon hangs in the night sky, exuding a holy brilliance. At 8 o'clock in the evening, there were still 20 minutes before the extra class was over. In the huge Anbu Square, Yizan's face was full of seriousness. 700 Anbu members were neatly lined up in front of him. The mission this time is to end the battle as quickly as possible. Sneak attack, assassination, siege, any means are allowed. Root, will cooperate with us. The time is almost up, let's go. Shish. 700 Anbu instantly turned into 700 shadows and rushed out of the Anbu base. Looming under the cover of night, Yizan stood alone in the empty square, silent for a few seconds. His figure flickered and disappeared instantly. Swish. Thousands of meters above the Uchiha clan, Yizan was hanging high in the futon wind-style mode. He lowered his head and silently watched the entire Uchiha. Because at 8 o'clock in the evening, the Uchiha clan were resting in their respective homes, and some very few bored people walked the streets of the clan. Further outside, a transparent supergiant enchantment enveloped the entire settlement. This enchantment was transparent and harmless, and its only function was to block any sound in the enchantment. Anbu ready. Root, ready too, almost there. Yizan looked into the distance. Danzo and the 300 Root members were standing silently outside the barrier. He used the Hiraishin technique to teleport over and came to Danzo's side. How's it going? Danzo asked quietly. As with the previous investigation, Uchiha has been scattered at this point in time, and almost all the clansmen have returned to their own homes, which can be defeated individually. Yizan's answer made Danzo's complexion a little better. Don't look at Uchiha in the original book, but Uchiha really gathered together, and the cage-level powerhouses had to flee. This is the power of hundreds of Uchihas, united together, at least a few cage-level powerhouses. Not only that, Sharingan's Insight Eye can see all attacks clearly. Demonic Illusion Eye is equivalent to giving you a super demonic illusion skill directly, and the Copy Eye directly copies powerful moves. These abilities are nothing in cage level, but in quasi-shadow. The following is the ability to be invincible to Bug. This is also why Konoha has to shoot first. Only by shooting first and taking the opportunity to sneak attack on Uchiha can he destroy the scattered Uchiha one by one and reduce Anbu's loss. Spread out. 10 minutes to solve the battle. Go. That moment, 700 Anbu and 300 Roots turned into black shadows and rushed into the Uchiha settlement. Yizan nodded to Danzo, his figure flashed, and he rushed in after Anbu. Swish, swish, swish. The technique of Hiraishin kept flickering, and Yizan harvested the Uchiha clan at a godlike speed. Genin, Chunin, Jonin, even the elite Jonin, couldn't resist Yizan's sudden attack. You know, Yizan is now a cage-level powerhouse. Today's action is his first shot in 6 years. Compared with the period of the Third World War, his current strength, speed, and chakra have been improved several times. With the cooperation of the Hiraishin technique, even the elite Jonin has I can't see Yizan's trajectory. No warning at all. These Uchiha clansmen are looking forward to tomorrow's coup with joy, looking forward to the scenery after Uchiha takes the seat of Hokage, but in this expectation, they were directly wiped off by Yizan. Anbu and Root were swift and silent, and because the Uchiha people were completely unprepared, the entire operation, except for a few powerful Uchiha elites, reacted, and the rest of the Uchiha died without the ability to resist. It's a pity that these powerful Uchiha elites can't face the endless Anbu. After struggling and resisting for a few seconds, they were submerged by a large group of Anbu who came to support them, like a small stone falling into the lake, unable to stir up any water. 10 minutes later, 700 Anbu members and 300 Roots gathered around Yizan, and several team leaders respectfully reported the situation to Yizan. Uchiha was completely destroyed. Just as the team leader was reporting the situation to Yizan, Uchiha Itachi silently walked over from the end of the street. His face was calm, and a strong sadness and pain were suppressed in the calm. Weasel. I'm fine, Konoha and the clan, I just made the right choice, and Sasuke will be back in a while. Uchiha Itachi stared at Yizan's eyes seriously. Yizan of course understood. He nodded, waved his hand, turned and walked outside the settlement. Okay, close the team. The follow-up matters will be handled by Hokage. Yizan left Uchiha with Anbu and Root. In the ninja school, the theory teacher was writing homework on the blackboard. This week's homework is to complete the multiple choice questions on the first 100 pages of the workbook. Fill in the blanks for questions 1, 3, and 4, and do big questions 1 and 3. Don't complain. You have nearly a week to do your homework. Next Wednesday's theory class, I will check the homework one by one. Naruto. Marina. Especially the two of you. Okay, that's it, class. With the theory teacher announcing the end of the classroom finally became lively. It was already 8:20 p.m. Because of the temporary extra class, they didn't have dinner yet. Marina, do you want to go to dinner together? Choji found Marina. He was starving like crazy without having dinner, and he knew that there must be no dinner for him at home. After all, his parents are from the Akamichi family. This kind of thing to stay for dinner, how is it possible? Sorry Choji, Ellie and I are going home for dinner. Ellie's mother and Aunt Conan left us a sumptuous dinner. Marina gave Choji apologetically, brushed her hair on her forehead, and put her school bag on her back. On his back, Allie, let's go. Hinata, my sister and I are going home, you hurry back too. Be careful along the way. Because of hunger, the students in the classroom quickly left the school and went home for dinner. Naruto went to Sakura again, and took out a frog wallet with some heartache. Sakura, let's go have a luxurious dinner. No, I'm going on a date with Sasuke. Sasuke-kun. I'm busy, don't bother me. Sasuke shook off Sakura's hand and looked up at the sky, only to realize that today's moonlight is very bright, revealing a trace of inexplicable coldness. Chapter 384 Sasuke and Itachi who love and kill each other. Sasuke ran fast and kept running towards Uchiha's settlement. For some reason, his heart was very panic, as if something terrible was about to happen. After running to the settlement, he slowly stopped. The settlement was extraordinarily quiet, deadly still, with a hint of dark blue in the darkness. This coldness and strangeness made Sasuke feel palpitations. He was walking on the streets of the settlement with a nervous expression on his face, which was mixed with fear and doubts. What's the matter? Someone seemed to be looking at me from the telephone pole just now. The lights on the street. It's not time for bed yet. What happened? The night wind of Hula Hula blew loudly, as if countless ghosts were hiding in the dark and laughing mischievously. Sasuke squeezed his fists, swallowed his saliva, and ran quickly in the settlement. What's the matter? People, why is there no one? He ran fast. Along the way, the broken house number, the wall covered with shuriken, and the blood on the ground made him feel more and more frightened. When he rushed to the intersection and turned a corner, his pupils shrank sharply and stopped instantly. Caught 927 feet's eyes were two corpses lying on the ground. Sasuke recognized them at a glance. They were the neighbor's uncle and aunt. Uncle, aunt, how could this be? Dad, mom. As if thinking of something, Sasuke rushed home frantically. He slammed the door open, and by the moonlight found that the living room was empty. And at this moment, boom! With a soft sound, it was extremely harsh in the dead silence of the night. Sasuke's pupils shrank sharply, and he quickly rushed through the living room and the entrance, through the wooden corridor, and came to the door of his parents' room. He stood silently outside the wooden door of the room, his hands shaking constantly. Just now there was a sound from this room, indicating that there was someone inside. He was frightened, his mind struggled violently, and finally, he swallowed, steadied his hands, and gently pushed Konoha away. Crunch! The wooden door was pushed open, and Sasuke walked in with difficulty. At this moment, he was sweating profusely. The weird and mysterious ending that he didn't know at all made him feel that he would die in the next second. Suddenly, his pupils shrunk dramatically, and with the bright moonlight, he finally saw it, and saw a picture that he could never forget in his life, and it became his biggest nightmare in countless days and nights in the future. He saw that his father and mother fell to the ground. The ground was a pool of blood. The two were lying peacefully in it, and the elder brother in a ninja costume was standing behind the parents, and the short knife with blood in his hand was received in the scabbard on the back. Brother. What happened here? Father and mother. What happened? Sasuke was shaking all over, his face full of horror. He had guessed something, but he didn't want to admit it. He roared at Itachi frantically. He hoped that his brother would tell himself that none of this was real, it was just an illusion. Shoo! Puff! The shoulder was in severe pain and blood was oozing out. Sasuke covered his arm in pain, and looked at Itachi with shock. What are you doing, brother? He stared at Itachi in shock, but Itachi closed his eyes expressionlessly. His breath was very cold, indifferent, mixed with sadness that Sasuke could not see. Stupid brother, don't you want to believe it even if it happened in front of you? It seems that I overestimated you. Since that's the case. Swish. 3 tomo of the gorilla Yuhi gathered together and gradually condensed into a boomerang pattern. Mangekyo Sharingan, Tsukuyomi. Sasuke and Itachi started a bloody life of falling in love and wanting to kill each other. Here, Yi-zan has returned home. Dad tilde, seeing Yi-zan coming back, Ellie greeted happily. She and Marina were sitting in the living room for dinner. Because they came back too late, Makoto reheated the dishes. Ailee, are you starving? Yi-zan walked over and kissed Ailee's cheek, then sat down. You know, because of Uchiha's matter, he didn't have dinner today. Does Dad want dinner too? Well, I'm a little busy today, and I just came back from work. Yi-zan said softly, turned his head to look at Marina, only to find that the girl was puffing up angrily and staring at herself. Yo, my little baby, who made you angry? Marina's angry look is not only not fierce, but has a natural cuteness. He raised his hand to rub Marina's Yuhi-colored hair, but was clapped by Marina. The bulging cheeks are even more bulging. Stinky Dad, it's you who messed with me. Humph. Tsunere snorted softly, tilted her head, pouted her mouth high, but kept swiping at Yi-zan from the corner of her eyes, obviously wanting Yi-zan to comfort herself. Regarding this lovely Tsunere daughter, Yi-zan shook his head amusingly, leaned over, and gently rubbed Marina's head again. And this time, Marina didn't resist, and there was a comfortable snort from her small nose, and after a while she leaned her head against Yi-zan's arms. All right, my darling, tell Daddy, what did Daddy mess with you? Humph, you stinky Dad, you're messing with me. Who told you to stop playing with me recently? Marina's words made Yi-zan stunned for a moment, and then he remembered that in the last half-month, because of Uchiha's affairs, he had no time to play with his 2 daughters. He turned his head and saw that Ailee was biting his chopsticks and looked at himself with the same eyes. It's just because Ellie has a gentle personality and is not as angry as Marina. Hey, I'm sorry, my little babies, it's all my father's negligence and forgetting to accompany you. Dad promises to play with you from tomorrow. Hee, thank you Dad. Marina snickered like a little mouse, moved up and kissed Yi-zan's right cheek. Ellie. Boo. Ellie also came over and kissed Yi-zan's left cheek. Brother Zan. Seeing Yi-zan and her daughter having fun, Makoto's face was full of happiness. She came over with a plate of food and placed it in front of the 3 of them. This is the fried chicken nuggets I just made, try it tilde. Thank you Mom. Kiss. Thank you, Auntie Makoto. Kiss. Thank you, wife. Momo tilde. Chapter 385 I have a scientific basis. Fried chicken nuggets are Marina and Ellie's favorite snack. The 2 swallowed and quickly picked up the fried chicken nuggets and ate them. Seeing the cute eating patterns of the 2 daughters, Yi-zan smiled, got up and hugged Makoto, and when Ellie and Marina focused their attention on the food, they quietly brought Makoto to the kitchen. Tsunade and Kushina were playing 1v1 ninja killing on the Yuhi wooden coffee table in the lounge. Conan huddled on the sofa and read a book. Brother Zan. Yi-zan's sudden behavior made Makoto's cheeks dizzy. Although they have been together for so many years, Yi-zan's bad behavior always makes her face Yuhi. shy, with a look of anticipation. Makoto. Yizan smirked, put his arms around Makoto's waist and pressed her against the wall to keep kissing. After a while, Yizan's hands became firm. Brother Zan. Don't be here. Ellie and Marina are outside. Makoto muttered to Yuhi. In fact, she couldn't take it anymore, but her daughter was outside. She could only endure her body feeling softly begging for mercy. Hey. Makoto, shish. Don't worry, as long as you keep your voice down, the two little guys won't find out. Isn't it just for now that you're making their favorite fried chicken nuggets? 2. Hate it. That's not it. I just. Brother Zan, how are you? Early the next morning, a story began to circulate in the streets of Konoha. Have you heard? The Uchiha clan has been wiped out. I knew it for a long time, but to be honest, Uchiha Itachi is really strong, and he actually wiped out the entire family by himself. Master Hokage has issued a wanted notice to the whole ninja world, S-class. If you catch him, you will be rich. Bah, it's up to you. Find death. Uchiha is the largest clan in Konoha, and also the largest clan in the ninja world. As one of the founders of Konoha, he was exterminated overnight. S-class missing nin, the clan of Uchiha Itachi. This is what Yizan agreed with Itachi from the very beginning, asking Itachi to take the blame. Not only that, Yizan has already made Itachi pretend to wander in the ninja world, waiting for Uchiha Obito to find him and invite him to join the organization. It's an organization whose purpose is to capture tailed beasts. I only give you one task. In the future, once Akatsuki starts to capture tailed beasts, especially when he catches 2 tails, 3 tails and QB 9 tails, he must notify me in advance, okay? Follow the orders of Lord Zan. Sasuke's sighed. I hope Lord Zan can help me a lot, my subordinates are very grateful. Don't worry, I've already thought about Sasuke. From the perspective of human psychology, an event of the same quality has twice the effect of generating negative emotions than positive emotions. For example, you go to gamble. If you win 1,000,000 taels, you will be happy, but if you lose 1,000,000 taels, your dissatisfaction and anger will be twice as happy. I'm too lazy to explain to you a two-dimensional creature like you. While Yizan's inexplicable words made Itachi puzzled, he nodded foolishly. In fact, he didn't understand the second dimension at all, but he still had a little research on human nature. There is one thing he deeply understands, the same level of things, the effect of happiness is really not as strong as sadness, but the difference of 2 times is too exaggerated, right? Don't think about it. Looking at your stupid face, I can't figure it out for the rest of my life. I have scientific evidence. I don't blame you if you don't understand, just do whatever you want. If you want Sasuke to become a peerless powerhouse, let him produce a peerless powerhouse. The hatred, how strong the hatred is, how high his achievements are, the Avengers don't care. Anyway, in the end, we push everything on Akatsuki, instantly shatter Sasuke's vengeful mood and recast it as the love that guards Konoha, tisk tisk tisk. It's very emotional to think like this. Yizan slapped his lips, and got excited in Uchiha Itachi's black-lined eyes. After a long time, Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but ask what was in his heart. Master Zan, are you sure? Isn't this a plan made because of your bad taste? Of course not. Itachi, who do you think I am? How could I let Sasuke grow up in pain and revenge because of a bad taste? I'm doing it for your own good, for Sasuke's good. In this world, strength is king. Yizan was talking nonsense with his eyes open. He swore that he definitely didn't cheat Sasuke because he thought it was fun. We have to follow the original. So that Sasuke can inherit the yin power of 6 paths in the future, he told Sasuke a good lie. In Itachi's slightly skeptical eyes, Yizan squinted his eyes firmly. His look of, I am doing everything for Sasuke to become a talent, finally convinced Itachi. Master Zan, I'm leaving, don't worry. Once Akatsuki starts arresting Orway, Sanway and QB 9 tails, I promise to pass the information to you in advance. Well, that's fine, let's go. Yizan waved his hand. Uchiha Itachi finally left Konoha, carrying the mission of a spy, or is it purely Yizan's personal spy? One-tailed, four-tailed, or other-tailed beasts, what do I have to do with my life? As long as Kushina, Rin, Minato, and Naruto don't have an accident, everything can be said. Itachi is a spy, Akatsuki's idiots. I'll kill a few of them. Yizan held his head domineeringly. Since Kushina is the Jinchuriki column force of the two-tailed person, Nohara Rin is the Jinchuriki column force of the three-tailed person, Minato and Naruto are the Jinchuriki column force of the Kyuubi, nine-tails person. Once Akatsuki moves, they will be attacked by Akatsuki. Yizan couldn't guarantee that he was not negligent, so he specially sent Uchiha Itachi lurking in Akatsuki as his personal spy. Yahiko died a few years ago. There is no Hanzo of the Salamander, but Yahiko is still dead. Yizan once sent Anbu's to investigate the situation. With Konoha's elite Anbu's ability, he couldn't find any clues. At that time, Yizan guessed that it should be Obito who killed Yahiko and let Nagato's huge Rinnegan was opened under the mental blow. Yizan never told Konan about this. People are selfish. Since Konan became his woman, he didn't want Konan to have any new ideas because of the situation of Yahiko and Nagato. For this reason, Yizan also specially burned a lot of paper for Yahiko, and asked him to bless his Konan happy every day in heaven tilde. Well, after all, Yizan is really a hateful guy. Chapter 386_Naruto is so stupid. 3 days later, Sasuke woke up. His body only had a skin injury on his shoulder, but the mental blow was very serious. When he woke up, it meant that his spirit had recovered and he could be discharged from the hospital. After lying in the ward for 3 days, he felt that his body did not have much strength. He slowly lowered the bunk and walked out of the ward. Before taking a few steps, he heard 2 nurses hiding at the foot of the wall and whispering. It is said that only the child was saved. I heard that it was his brother who killed the whole family. I didn't expect the famous Uchiha to be like this. The conversation between the 2 nurses made Sasuke clench his fists, but he just remained silent, passing behind the 2 nurses like a passerby. Now he has undergone earth-shaking changes. If he used to be a childish child who likes to play cool, now he is an avenger full of hatred. Revenge, revenge. Only by becoming stronger can revenge. Having figured this out, Sasuke immediately returned to the ninja school. He slammed open the door of the classroom, and in an instant, the entire classroom fell silent. He actually came to class again. I didn't expect that, my father said. The Uchiha family was wiped out, and he was the only one left. It's terrible. Commoner children whispered, but the family members chose to remain silent, especially Shikamaru, who knew that there was something hidden in it, but as the only person with an IQ of over 200 in Konoha, he wisely chose to shut up, or even just thinking about it for myself, I didn't even ask Shikaku. Civilian students at most only talk in whispers, and family children are even more silent, but this world will never lack unexpected ninjas. Sasuke, I heard that my father said that your family was wiped out. Aren't you sad? Naruto patted Sasuke on the shoulder in a familiar voice. With a carefree attitude, his bright smile was extraordinarily friendly. He didn't deliberately expose Sasuke's scars. He just felt that when Sasuke was sad, he should stand up as a friend and share the pain for Sasuke. At least, he should use his own smile to dilute Sasuke's sadness. In fact, Naruto is really not an ordinary fool. His IQ is definitely not more than 90, and his emotional intelligence probably only 0. When Naruto patted Sasuke on the shoulder with a kind smile, Sasuke's whole face turned completely cold, not to mention Sasuke's own bad temper. Whoever wants to beat Naruto violently. Pop. Sasuke slapped Naruto's hand with a slap. He gave Naruto a cold look, and walked to his seat silently. Sasuke's attitude made Naruto completely stunned, but in the end, Marina couldn't stand it any longer, came over and grabbed Naruto's hair, pulling Naruto away from Sasuke. Ouch! Miss Marina, why are you pulling my hair? Shut up. Jingle bells. School bell rang, and at the announcement of Aruka's end of class, the entire classroom instantly boiled over. Hey, Shikamaru, let's go to the snack shop and get something to eat. Choji's eyes lit up and his head was full of sweets. How many times have I said it? It's not a sweet spot, it's a snack. Shikamaru shook his head helplessly and sighed softly. Sorry, I won't go. Your mother is kind, you have a good time. Be happy. Unlike me, it would be a hassle if my mom knew I was buying sweets. Shikamaru complained that his mother was strict, but found that Sasuke, who was sitting behind him, clenched his fists slightly. He slowly stood up and walked silently towards the classroom door. Sasuke-kun, wait for me. A voice appeared behind Sasuke, and Sakura quickly followed Sasuke, but Sasuke didn't look back, ignored her, didn't even slow down, as if the voice had never appeared, and left the classroom silently. Standing at the door of the classroom, Sakura held her hand in worry. She really wanted to help Sasuke. In this case, she knew that Sasuke needed someone to care and enlighten her, but now, Sasuke didn't give her any chance at all. Sasuke's situation is just a talking point when the students are bored. The only people who really care about Sasuke are Sakura and Naruto. Uchiha was exterminated, as if a boulder smashed into the lake, sending a huge wave into the ninja world that had been quiet for many years. You know, Uchiha is the first Konoha family and the strongest bloodstain in the ninja world, but unexpectedly, overnight, Uchiha was exterminated. For this, some people doubted Konoha. After all, Konoha has a strong man like Yizan, and with Sarutobi, Danzo and Konoha's Anbu, it is not difficult to destroy Uchiha. In order to verify this situation, the four major countries sent Anbu to the ninja world to find Uchiha Itachi, and they launched a frantic attack when they found it, but when all Anbu disappeared, they knew that what Konoha had said was true. S-class missing nin, Uchiha Itachi. Kind of interesting. The top of the tallest building in the Land of Rain, Nagato's tone was a little light, and in front of him stood Obito wearing a spiral mask. Uchiha Itachi should have started Mangekyo Sharingan. That night, he should have quietly attacked the clan. He was so cruel, he wiped out the entire clan. Uchiha Obito slapped his mouth a few times. He didn't even know who he learned this habit from. Anyway, somehow, he likes to slap his mouth, always feeling like this, with a laid-back and handsome taste. You mean, sucking Uchiha Itachi into the tissue? Yes. His actions are heinous, Konoha can't forgive him, and if he is sucked into the organization, his loyalty can be guaranteed to a certain extent. Don't forget, if you want to cast the 5.6 Seal of Magic 9 Dragons, you need 10 cage levels to do it. There are only a handful of cage levels in the ninja world, and there are even fewer cage levels in the defected village. Although Uchiha Itachi's strength is only quasi-cage, we give him a few years to cultivate him. With his talent, he can become our core member. Okay, since you are confident, you can do it yourself. Okay, then I'll go first. After Uchiha Obito finished speaking, his body turned into a spiral and burrowed into the Uzumaki and disappeared. Obito left, and Nagato was the only one left in the empty room again. His feet were not crippled, but there were still many iron Jinchuriki, column of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, stuck in his back. Uchiha Madara, Konoha, Shimura Gen, Yahiko, Konan. A long sigh, constantly lingering in this empty room. Chapter 387 Several children's requests. So, you want to practice hard. On weekends, in the spacious backyard of Shimura's villa, Yizan looked at the children in front of him with a sore face. Solving Uchiha, he hasn't had a stable life for a few months, and these naughty ghosts have come to the door. Boss Zan, Sasuke has been practicing hard in the Ten-Ten for the past few months, and his strength has improved so quickly. I want to defeat him. Please, teach me to practice. I am the 6th generation of Hokage in the future. Naruto careless he gave a thumbs up and smiled stupidly. Yizan helplessly lowered his head, showing no motivation. "Dad, why don't you take us to practice?" Ellie shook Yizan's arm gently, and Yizan couldn't take it anymore when she acted like a spoiled brat. "Dad, take us to practice quickly." "Humph. I'll give you a reward for practice first." Marina got into Yizan's arms, got close to her head, and kissed Yizan on the mouth. "Dad, I'll give it to you too." Ellie came to Yizan obediently, leaned over, and kissed Yizan on the mouth. Coquettishly in different ways, Yizan's super psychological defense collapsed instantly. He struggled for a long time, and when he was struggling, Naruto actually made an even more idiotic behavior. "Boss Zan, I'll kiss you too. It'll be your reward." Naruto rolled up his sleeves and walked to Yizan with a carefree stride. He pouted, and he was about to kiss Yizan. Yizan slammed back, his head slammed on the floor with a bang. "Ouch. Dad. Dad." Seeing Yizan clutching the back of his head and screaming in pain, Marina and Ellie looked worried and caring. They suddenly turned their heads to look at Naruto, and stared at Naruto with the same enemy. Marina, Ellie, why are you staring at me? Also, Boss Zan, why did you hit the ground with the back of your head just now? Naruto blinked his eyes blankly, his face dazed. At this moment, Yizan finally recovered from the pain. He bit Kiba and stared at Naruto. Finally, he couldn't help his inner anger and clenched his fists tightly. "Naruto!" Bang! With a loud noise, Naruto screamed and flew into the sky. Seeing Naruto transform into a star in the sky, Yizan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, Naruto has Kyuubi, Nine Tails body protection, so he can't die from a fall, only a few minor injuries at most. Probably. After hitting Naruto, Yizan was left with his two daughters and Hinata. Hinata was standing not far away, the fingers of both hands were messing around, and Yuhi's cheek was like a small apple. "That, Zan, Master Zan, Hinata's tone became more and more confused. She was thinking, do you really want to kiss the other party before taking her to practice? Although my father wanted to have more contact with Zan, but... Hey, Hinata, what are you thinking? I just kissed my stinky dad to play. It's not a real reward." The ghost spirit's Marina instantly understood Hinata's concerns, and she flicked Hinata's finger with a smile. Forehead, let Hinata let out a soft whistle, shrinking his neck slightly. Yes, is that so? Then don't worry. Hinata exhaled and patted her heart cutely. Her preferences are very similar to Ellie's. Marina also became good friends. "Okay, Dad has already promised to teach us how to practice." "Humph. Sasuke, that weak man, wait for me to practice for a while and see if I don't beat him to death. Let him steal my first place in the monthly exam this month." "Humph." Marina waved her small fist arrogantly, and was about to continue being arrogant, when a sudden knock on her head made her cheeks puff up. "Dad, you knocked me again." "Hey, I'm so sorry. What were you talking about? This month's monthly exam was actually defeated by that little boy Uchiha Sasuke." "What? Sasuke Uchiha has been training like crazy since Uchiha was eliminated 3 months ago. You don't know, he is throwing kunai at the training ground even during his lunch break. My Tenten is playing with Shikamaru and the others. So. Oh, is there any reason for you to play Tenten? You were actually defeated by Sasuke. It's so stupid." "What? How dare you call me stupid, stinky dad? I'll just say it. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Bastard stinky dad, you're too much. I'll kill you, kill you, kill you. Ah, stinky daughter, how do you learn your mother's way? It hurts. I'm sorry, my good daughter, I admit my mistake. Please stop biting. Kushina, come and save me." Quote. Kiba Prince on his shoulders, agreed bitterly to Marina's conditions. Fortunately, Ellie was well behaved. In order to appease soothe Yizan's little heart, Ellie huddled in Yizan's arms obediently, her lovely eyes from time to time. With a blink, Yizan's heart was instantly healed. It's still my Ellie being good. Stinky dad, what about me? Marina is as good as Ellie, you are all my favorite good daughters Tilda. Humph, it's almost the same. Marina raised her head arrogantly, and was hugged by Yizan in a short while, as if thinking of something. She happily arched a few times in Yizan's arms, her face full of happiness. Dad is the best. Yizan's practice starts tomorrow, and Hinata plays at Shimura's house until evening, and then they have dinner together before leaving. On the way home, the night wind blew her face, and the fragrance of grass and soil made her take a few deep breaths. She squinted her eyes comfortably, enjoying the feeling of the night wind. Hinata feels that she is very happy now. Although she had to practice for a long time every day because of the strict and old-fashioned family rules and her father's expectations, her father's attitude towards her has been completely different since Yizan came to visit. She doesn't need to kneel and sit on the tatami without the restrictions of 243. When she doesn't want to practice, she can rest at will and learn some skills such as flower arrangement and tea tasting. What's more, she can often go out to play and visit Shimura's house. For this, not only did her father not stop her, but she was very happy. For example, today, if it was before, she would practice in the family training room from morning to night, but now, she came back after dinner at Shimura's house. Open the door, her father really knelt down on the tatami in the living room. She bowed to Hyuga Hiyashi and whispered, "Father." "Well, why did you come back so late today? Where did you go?" "Going to Lord Zan. Ellie and Sheena hope that Lord Zan will teach us how to practice." Lord Zan agrees. "I just don't know about Lord Father." "What did you say?" "Lord Zan wants to teach you the practice." Before Hinata finished speaking, Hyuga Hiyashi stood up suddenly, with a strong aura in his eyes. "Yes, yes." Facing Hiyashi's aura, Hinata shrank her neck in fear. Every member of Hyuga has been practicing gentle fist since childhood. She was thinking, is it too hasty to do this by herself? She was about to apologize, but unexpectedly, Hiyashi clapped his palm violently, with a strong joy on his face. "Master Zan is actually willing to teach you to practice cultivation. That's great." Chapter 388_Onikiri Akatsuki. The Land of Water, the village of Kurigakure. After several years of development after Terumi Mei came to power, the strength of the village finally began to pick up in all aspects. She lifted the blood fog policy and actively traded with the 4 major countries. The number and quality of ninjas in Kurigakure village gradually improved. However, among them, the ghost shark has always felt very disturbed. He was still thinking about the masked man back then, the mysterious masked man who helped Terumi Mei to ascend. At first, he didn't really believe it. He didn't believe that the masked man was the self who came back from the future. But as time went by, he gradually found that he was more and more dissatisfied with the country of water. He didn't know why. As long as he stayed in this water-filled world, he was irritable, making him feel like defecting all the time. Because of this emotion, he often goes out to perform tasks, at least 10 months a year. The feeling of escaping from the land of water makes him feel a little more comfortable, but every time he returns from a task, his irritability becomes even greater. Powerful. Unfortunately, my shark muscle. I can never get it back. Instantly killed more than a dozen elite Jonin with 5 sharks, 4 rain sharks, great exploding water colliding wave, great waterfall, and thousands of food sharks. The power of Sweden water style is very simple. It mainly depends on the pressure and impact. The more water, the greater the power. Generally speaking, a great waterfall technique has a few tons of power and can hit people unless there is a very strong chakra protection. Otherwise the internal organs will be blasted, and the body of the poorer people will be smashed by a few tons of power. The strength of the ghost shark has reached the quasi-shadow, and his chakra volume has surpassed cage level. Simple mission. So boring, do you want to go back again? Ghost shark whispered softly. He was about to return to Kurigakure village. Suddenly, there was a ripple in the space behind him, and a figure wearing a Uzumaki mask appeared. Who is it? The moment the other party appeared, the ghost shark had already reacted. He quickly took a few steps back, and his hands suddenly hand seal. Sweden, water style. Water dragon bullet. Bang! The lake condensed into a super large water dragon. Then, his eyes widened in shock. He found that his water dragon bullet actually passed through the other side, as if the other side was just a phantom. The powerhouse's sixth sense is very strong, and he can sense the opponent's strength with one move. The ghost shark narrowed his eyes and did not continue to shoot. He had already recalled that this illusory man with a spiral mask was Terumi-May many years ago. The person who tried to stop Terumi-May when he was in the top position, but was beaten up by his future self. Well, although the ghost shark doesn't quite believe that Yizan wearing a mask is his future self, but the mysterious Yizan was so strong back then, there is no need to lie to himself, right? At that time, he was also a Jonin, and he felt that Yizan had no need to lie to himself. Ghost shark stopped. Uchiha Obito thought the ghost shark was scared. He shook his head very forcefully. His tone seemed casual. This is really an unfriendly way of greeting. Kisame Hoshigaki. Three-Tomo Sharingan slowly rotated under the mask and found the ghost shark was silent. Obito continued. Introduce yourself. My name is Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. Hearing Obito's words, the ghost shark finally spoke, as if thinking of something, and a very funny idea came into his mind. Other party is Uchiha Madara. Is it possible, the future me, beat this man like a dog and ran around, Uchiha Madara? Humans always think high places, even if it is illusory, they will unconsciously approach high places. At the beginning, Yizan's strength was too unbelievable, which also led to the fact that the ghost shark has always worshipped Yizan wearing a hockey mask as a god. The most important thing is that this god is very likely to be his future self. That girl doesn't have spring, that boy doesn't have dreams, and unknowingly, Gui Shark believes more and more in Yizan's words back then, and his strength has grown very fast. If he really becomes a peerless powerhouse in the future, it is not impossible. The ghost shark's inner drama was played one after another, and outside, after he asked a question, he fell silent again. Obito frowned slightly when he noticed the strange behavior of the ghost shark, and stretched out his hand and said, Kisame Hoshigaki, I see your potential, join my organization, and create a peaceful thing with me, how about that? When Obito said this sentence, the ghost shark was shocked. He remembered what Yizan whispered to him back then. Yizan said that he would betray and join an organization called Akatsuki. He didn't believe it. But now I am indeed more and more dissatisfied with the land of water, and this, Uchiha Madara, really invites me to join the organization. What's the name of your organization? Akatsuki. Whisk Akatsuki, Akatsuki. Akatsuki. Really Akatsuki. The pupils of the ghost shark shrank dramatically, and what Yizan said back then came true. How about it? Think about it. Join my organization. Good. Huh. I said, good. I'll join your organization. Under Obito's stunned gaze, the ghost shark nodded affirmatively. Anyway, he didn't want to stay in the land of water, so he might as well join Akatsuki. Figured this out, the ghost shark suddenly opened his ninja suitcase, took out a hockey metal mask from the suitcase and put it on his face. Quote question mark question mark question mark. Obito looked at the ghost shark with surprise, not understanding what it meant. It doesn't mean anything special. My nickname will be Jason from now on. Oh, you know what it means, right? This guy beat you up. Quote. Then why are you still imitating him? Don't you know that you're so rude now? Or do you think you're better than him? As if feeling ridiculed, Obito squeezed his fist with anger. He invited the ghost shark to join the organization. He was equivalent to the ghost shark's boss, but what does it mean now? He swore that as long as the ghost shark said something that made him angry, he would definitely beat the ghost shark no matter what the consequences were. Obito was angry, and the powerful cage-level aura slowly radiated out. At that moment, the ghost shark was cold all over, and took off the mask with the fastest speed. Sorry, I was negligent. The ghost shark apologized, but in his heart, he had a strong desire to beat Obito, when he becomes a top powerhouse. Chapter 389 all changed to call me sister. Time passed quietly, and before you knew it, years passed. The annual Aoi Matsuri has come again, and the once lively Konoha has once again become a sea of people. Stinky bastard, today is Aoi Matsuri. What? In the backyard of Shimura's house, Yizan was sleeping on the old man's chair. Kushina hugged Yizan's arm and kept coquettish, but Yizan just lay lazily and didn't respond. Humph. I hate it. Kushina pouted slightly when he found that Yizan was motionless, straddled Yizan, bowed his head, started kissing from Yizan's neck, and kept moving downwards. Oh, Kushina. As Kushina's head got lower and lower, Yizan finally half opened his eyes and held Kushina's head, his face relaxed. I don't know how long it took. With Yizan's comfortable humming sound, Kushina finally raised her head, she swallowed her throat, wiped the corner of her mouth, and gave Yizan a shy look. Damn, you're satisfied now. Hee hee. Yizan smirked, hugged Kushina's waist and hugged her into his arms. The two of them were lying on the wide reclining chair, whispering in whispers, admiring the sunset and purple clouds in the 050 sky, with a unique flavor. Mom. With a cheerful call, the wooden door opened, and Marina rushed out of the house like a butterfly, but when she came to Yizan and Kushina, she sniffed her nose suspiciously. Hey, what's the smell? Marina blinked her eyes, but she didn't notice that Kushina was nervously burying her head in Yizan's arms. Fortunately, she was a carefree girl. After she didn't understand, she put the strange smell in her head. Back. Mom. Dad. Aoi Matsuri today. Let's go shopping. Truth Nai wrapped around Yizan and kept begging. Due to the strange smell, Kushina never dared to look up. Yizan was helpless, so he could only stand up and stand in front of Gennai. Marina, Aoi Matsuri is about the same every year. Haven't you been tired of playing all these years? He rubbed Marina's messy hair. This girl, who has grown so big, is still laughing and mad outside. I want it. Dad. Good dad. Just hang out with us. Finding that Yizan was still indifferent, Marina rolled her eyes and jumped up violently, holding Yizan's neck with both hands, hanging directly on Yizan like a koala. Of 12, she gradually began to develop, and the first two little ones stuck on Yizan's body, shaking them from time to time, making Yizan a little helpless and a little square. Okay, don't shake it, just stay with you. Being shaken by Marina, Yizan immediately put her down, and at this time, Tsunade opened the wooden door and came to the backyard, and happened to find Yizan reluctant eyes. Little pervert. Tsunade immediately squeezed Yizan's cheek and pulled Yizan over. She put her mouth close to Yizan's ear, and her voice was so small that only Yizan could hear it. Little pervert, what were you thinking just now? Marina is your daughter. What is it, Tsunade? I don't understand what you're saying at all. I've noticed that your mind has become more and more dirty in recent years. Humph. Bad boy, I'm not arguing with you. I still don't understand your little thoughts. Bad boy, I'll take care of you at night. Tsunade bit Yizan's ear lightly, then let go of Yizan. She took Marina out of the backyard, and when she left, she whispered something that Marina couldn't understand. Sister Tsunade, what were you talking about with Dad just now? This. I can't tell you. However, Marina, you must remember that your father is a big bad guy. Don't get too close to him. What's wrong with Dad? He's obviously the best person in the world. Tsunade's sister, you and Mom are so happy. Happy ass. He's a bad guy. Aunt Tsunade, if you keep talking about Dad, I won't call you sister. Well, I was wrong. In order to make Marina call her sister, Tsunade finally relented. She took Marina back to the house and announced to everyone that Yizan, the bad guy, would like to hang out with everyone. Aoi Matsuri is the most lively at night. Generally speaking, Konoha residents will not have dinner at home this evening, because during the lively celebration, the streets are full of food, and they will choose to spend money outside, even if they eat at roadside stalls. A very pleasant pastime. The sun was setting, and the sky was getting darker. Girls dressed up one after another, especially Ellie, who soon became Konoha's cutest little princess under the careful dressing up of Conan and Makoto. Wow, my Ellie has finally grown up. She has finally grown into a big beauty. The 12-year-old Ellie is already slim. Compared to the lively and lovely Marina, Ellie really looks like a princess. Her long black hair is straight and smooth, and she is wearing a gothic loli-style black princess dress with gold silk. With her gentle temperament, there is a very strong contrasting beauty. Dad. Hearing Yizan complimenting herself, Ellie laughed happily. She walked over obediently, and opened her hands to be hugged by Yizan. Oh, Ellie, come on, your hair is still a little flawed, I'll fix it for you. Tsunade suddenly grabbed Ellie and gave Yizan a stern look. This villain is getting worse and worse recently. Sister Tsunade, my hairstyle is already very good. I want Dad to hug. Ellie broke free from Tsunade and threw herself into Yizan's arms like a butterfly. Yizan glanced at Tsunade with a smile, raised her eyebrows provocatively, and then gently kissed Ellie on the forehead. My darling Ellie is so sweet. Alright, you two, don't be too mushy. Ellie, go and tell your mother to come downstairs. Then Sister Kushina, I'll leave Dad to you for the time being. Ellie winked playfully, and I don't know when Ellie and Marina started calling them, sister. It was Tsunade at first. She didn't want Aili and Marina to call herself old. Later, since all Yizan's women kept their 18-year-old appearances, as Aili and Marina grew up, they also felt that shouting when I was an aunt, it was very awkward, so I might as well change it directly to my sister. Chapter 390 Like to play video games. Aoi Matsuri is a harvest festival and a big annual festival in Konoha. On the wide supergiant street that can accommodate 8 carriages, Yizan took the girls shopping. In the more than 10 years since the end of the Third World War, Konoha has invested all resources in infrastructure construction and technological research and development. With Kakuzu, the Minister of Finance, Konoha does not have to worry about lack of money. In the past, the country of fire spent 1 billion taels to support Konoha every year, but this billion taels included economic development, ninja welfare, medical insurance, etc., not to mention investing in scientific research. In the case of financial constraints, we can only guarantee medical care for ninjas, and civilians cannot be absolutely guaranteed. But now, because Kakuzu uses huge funds to operate operations, Konoha will increase its income by 20 billion every year. That is to say, the money Kakuzu earns in 1 year is comparable to the military expenditure of the Fire Nation for 20 years. Money earned has not been saved, but has been fully invested in the development of Konoha. Since the genocide of Uchiha, the development plan of Konoha has been transformed from buildings to roads, expanding all the main roads of Konoha several times, and it looks very majestic. But having said that, the population of Konoha has been increasing over the years. I remember that when the 3 wars ended, the population of Konoha was around 100,000, right? Well, the dead monkey showed me the statistics report this year. Konoha's current population is 600,000, tisk tisk tisk. 80% of the new arrivals come from other cities and 20% from other countries, which is also very domineering. Yizan slammed his mouth and was very satisfied with the development of Konoha. After all, the original capital was brought back from the country of water, and Kakuzu also dug it up by himself. Including the current development of Konoha, Yizan completely refers to the Earth in the 21st century. The world view is constructed tilde. In particular, the 10-story high-rise, Metropolis, in the Konoha Commercial Center, which is also the central building of the urban business district where Yizan lived in his previous life, was completely modeled. Dad, I want to eat candied haws. Dad, I want ice cream. Aili and Marina interrupted Yizan's words. Aili took Yizan's arm and walked towards the candied gourd shop on the left, while the ice cream shop was on the right. Yizan's head was covered with black lines, and with a violent force, he hugged his two daughters in his arms. "You two little idiots." Seeing the playful looks of the two girls, Yizan shook his head helplessly, and dragged the two girls to the candied hulu shop. "Tsunade, Kushina, Makoto, Conan, do you want to eat?" "Yes." The four girls nodded at the same time. Everyone liked the sweet and sour candied haas. Aoi Matsuri is very lively. In addition to the dazzling snacks on both sides of the street, the super wide street can accommodate 8 carriages. In the center of the super wide street, a parade of 500 people dressed in dazzling ancient clothes and ancient makeup walks through the main street of Konoha. Superior. But seriously, the current Konoha is really perfect. Hey, Marina, don't play video games. A little careless, Marina took Ellie and ran to a video game town not far away. Over the years, Konoha has invested a lot of money in research and technology. Compared with Uchiha's genocide, Konoha surpassed the high-tech of the other 4 countries. Now Konoha, and the other 4 countries are no longer one dimension. TV, computer, video chat, video games, KTV, commercial street and even fast food culture appeared. Video game malls are nothing new. In the past 6 months, Konoha has become popular with handheld games, and Marina also bought one, but she has no patience to play at all because of her eccentric personality. Handheld games are not fun, but Marina especially likes to go to the video game city to play games. For some reason, the video game city is not only a place to play video games, but smart businessmen also put out various electronic gambling machines, which attracts people of different ages. People from different classes go to play. Seeing Marina running towards the video game city again, Yizan immediately wanted to stop him, but before he could, Tsunade suddenly grabbed Yizan, and there was a look of excitement that had disappeared for a long time on his face. "Tsunade, do you want to play the fruit machine again?" "What? I'm going to play games. Fruit machines are long outdated. Now they're all playing horse racing machines." "Okay. It's a hard holiday today, so just relax." Tsunade happily kissed Yizan's face, and regardless of Yizan's answer or not, she jumped like a little girl and ran towards the video game city. As she ran, she asked Marina and Ellie to wait for herself. That excitement made Yizan helplessly shake his head. The idiot Tsunade has ruined Marina and Ellie. "Okay rascal, today is the festival, let's go play together." "Let's go." Kushina took Yizan and walked to the video game city. Yizan looked at the girls, and unexpectedly found that Makoto and Conan also had a hint of anticipation in their eyes. "No way, you all want to go to the video game city. What's the fun?" "Brother Zan, the video game city is actually very interesting. I want to go and clip the doll." Makoto winked cutely, his eyes full of anticipation. "And Stinky Hooligan, there's a coin pusher inside. Last time I pushed dozens of coins out with 1 coin. It's so cool." Kushina waved her fist and made a yes, her face full of blood. "Conan, how about you?" "I want to play the fighting game inside tilde." Quote. Hearing Conan's words, Yizan twitched the corners of his mouth. He found that everyone, except himself, seemed to like going to the video game city. "Okay, since everyone wants to play, then, let's go." The happy Aoi Matsuri was over in the atmosphere of eating, drinking and playing, and Konoha regained her composure again. Originally, the small days would pass by slowly in such a leisurely manner, but Yizan's mentality that had been lazy for a long time finally appeared a little excited. "Dad, we have our graduation exam tomorrow. From tomorrow onwards, Ellie and I will be ninjas." Genai was coquettish in Yizan's arms. Yizan was stunned for a moment, and finally remembered the scene that had been forgotten for a long time. Graduation exam. How is Naruto's level now? Naruto. I guess, Naruto's real combat power can be ranked 5th in the class. 5th. Well, the first place is of course your talented daughter me. The second is Irie, the third is Hinata, the fourth should be Sasuke Uchiha, and the fifth is Naruto. Naruto is such an idiot. Mingming, and at the same time, we are taught by our father, and we are still so weak, so mentally retarded. Quote. Chapter 391 _ Exam. The seal on Naruto's stomach is the seal of 8 trigrams. 4 elephants is somewhat different from the seal of the 8 trigrams. In comparison, the seal of the 4 elephants is more powerful, but when it is sealed, the human Jinchuriki column force will suffer severe pain. The pain is that the power of the seal of the 4 elephants will collide with the power of the tail beast. The huge amount of chakra seems to tear people apart. That kind of pain is very painful anyway. But when Naruto accepted Kyuubi, 9 tails, he was still a baby, the kind of severe pain that seemed to tear people apart. The baby couldn't bear it at all. Maybe the seal had not been completed, and Naruto would die of brain death because of the severe pain. Because of this, the seal used the 8 trigram seal on Naruto at the beginning, which is a seal technique that favors flexible seals. The 8 trigram seal will not cause Naruto pain, but it is too flexible to completely seal Kyuubi, 9 tails. It's a pity that the seal has already been created and cannot be lifted. Kyuubi, 9 tails, hates Konoha. It is interfering with Naruto's own chakra operation all the time. It's the tail of a crane. Oh, not quite. Been trained by Yizan along with Marina, Aili and Hinata, and his strength has grown rapidly, but because of the interference of Kyuubi, 9 tails chakra, his progress is not as fast as Marina and Eri. Hinata 3 daughters, among them, he is a well-deserved crane tail. The most important thing is that I can't beat Sasuke. Do you know how sad I am? I can't beat Sasuke. Sakura still likes Sasuke. Woo. Naruto cried. Even though he was wearing a gorgeous golden imperial robe, he still lost to Sasuke. Even if he was Namikaze Minato's son, he still lost to Sasuke. Sister Marina, you say, why doesn't Sakura like me? He looked at Marina with teary eyes, and after thinking for a moment, Marina frowned, and then hesitantly replied, maybe you are ugly. Am I ugly? It depends on who you are comparing with. Compared with whom? If you compare yourself to Sasuke, you're not really ugly, you can only say that you're not handsome, but if you compare yourself to my dad, you're too ugly. Sister, I feel like I'm being despised by you again. Yes, I never hide this. Naruto, compared to my father, you are ugly. Ooh. Naruto was crying, and before he cried for a few seconds, Iruka suddenly opened the door and walked into the classroom. He glanced at Naruto, then lowered his head and spread out the list in his hand. Today's graduation exam. If you pass the exam, you can become a glorious ninja. If you fail the exam, you will continue to repeat the grade. I hope everyone can take this exam seriously, and there is no chance to make up the exam. Iruka's words instantly silenced the entire classroom, and even Naruto bit his lip and looked at Iruka with teary eyes. Naruto, don't look at me with such disgusting eyes. Also, keep everyone quiet during the exam. Whoever I read will come to the next classroom for the exam. There are 3 exam items: Avatar, Transformation Technique, and Avatar. You must pass all of them to be considered qualified. Quote. Iruka's words made the whole class gasp for breath. They had to take 3 subjects. And all 3 subjects must pass. Okay, come with me when I read the name. The first one is Shimura Marina. Tisk. It was me in the beginning, boring. Marina shrugged. As the daughter of Yizan and Kushina, she not only inherited Yizan's talent Hefeng and Lei Shuang attributes, but also inherited the physique of the Uzumaki family. After years of hard work, her strength has surpassed Genin. The mere 3-body exam was too boring in Marina's eyes. However, I vaguely remember that a few years ago, my father and Sarutobi said that Mr. Mizuki is a spy. Tisk tisk tisk. Spy. As if thinking of something interesting, a wicked smile swept across the corner of Marina's mouth. She was eccentric and never refused to treat people, especially if the other party was a spy. No one would blame herself even if they were a little darker, right? Oh, it's as if someone in Konoha dared to blame her. As one of Konoha's little princesses, she can pull Sarutobi's beard or Danzo's beard if she wants. Following Iruka into the empty classroom next to her, Marina finally had an idea. Looking at Mizuki in front of her, she bowed obediently, completely different from her usual arrogance. Marina, this exam is the three-body technique. First, take the transformation technique and transform into me, so please start. There are 3 teachers in the examination room, Iruka, Mizuki, and the theory teacher. All 3 have paper and pens in their hands. Obviously, even if the three-body technique is qualified, they will grade according to their own vision. As soon as Iruka's voice fell, she heard a bang, and Marina became Iruka. Well, fast and accurate, full marks. Iruka nodded. Mizuki and the theory teacher also had almost half of the flaws, and they all passed with full marks. The next step is the avatar technique. There are more than one avatar, and the avatar and the main body pass exactly the same level. 3 or more full marks. Then please start. Tisk. The clone technique is too simple, it's difficult. Multiple shadow clone. Bang 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 bang. Under the shocked gazes of the 3 teachers, 100 clones instantly occupied the entire classroom. And because the classroom space is really not enough, more than a dozen of them are standing by the windowsill. What? Is this multiple shadow clone? No way. This is an A-grade forbidden technique. Iruka's eyes widened in shock at first, and then she became aware of it. As the strongest daughter in the ninja world, it is understandable that Marina has such talent. Full score. Full score. 0. What? Mizuki-sensei. Iruka's eyes widened in surprise. This time 0.3, he was really shocked. The exam is about clone technique, not multiple shadow clone, 0 points. Mr. Mizuki pretended to be very old-fashioned and serious. At that moment, Marina clenched her fists tightly. She originally wondered if she should be a little softer, but now, she has decided that she will never stop if Mizuki is not crippled. There is only one chance to take the exam, and make-up exams are not allowed. Then, Marina, please continue to the next exam. This time, I will attack you for the substitute technique. You can only use the substitute technique to avoid it. If you are ready, let me know. Quote. Mizuki continued to pretend to be serious and old-fashioned, as if he was such an upright person, but Marina, who already knew Mizuki's identity, just smiled coldly and took a slight step forward. When you're ready, ask Mr. Mizuki to do it. Chapter 392_Poor Mizuki. Call out. The fist waved a gust of wind and slammed into Marina. In order to pretend to be upright, Mizuki did not use his Chunin's strength, but controlled Genin's influence, as if everything he did was acting according to the rules. Boom. The smoke sounded, and a stool appeared where Marina originally stood, but to Mizuki's surprise, the place where Marina chose to substitute was not far away, only half a meter away, and the position where she appeared happened to be on the side of Mizuki. Boom. Click. A soft sound made Iruka and the theory teacher tremble all over. The 2 of them shrank their heads in fear, only to feel an icy breath extending from their spines to their hearts. Poof. Mizuki fell to the ground, the severe pain made him curl up like a shrimp, he clutched his crotch tightly, the corners of his mouth were drooling constantly, and his pupils lost focus. Mizuki-sensei. Iruka rushed to Mizuki's side in an instant, only to find that Mizuki had lost consciousness, and the eggs were kicked into pieces. The ultimate pain made him lose consciousness. Truly nigh. Sorry, Iruka-sensei, I just got attacked. I started 30 counterattacks out of habit. I forgot that this was just an exam. Sorry tilde. Marina stuck out her tongue mischievously. Since she is a spy, she doesn't have to be merciful. Anyway, she will eventually die at Anbu's hands. Being kicked into pieces by herself is just a small punishment. Marina-san, do you know what you have done? You are committing a malicious crime. Compared to Iruka, the theory teacher was really a dead brain. He looked at Mina angrily, because he was so angry. Speechless. At this moment, in Hokage's Novelstory's office, Yizan and Sarutobi were also watching the graduation exam. When Marina kicked Mizuki's egg, Sarutobi subconsciously pinched his legs and sighed helplessly. Hey, I originally thought that when you grew up, Konoha would be peaceful, but I didn't expect that the truth is more naughty than when you were young. Hey, don't forget, Marina has inherited the character of me and Kushina. Although I am naughty and my character is always quiet, Kushina. Okay, well, your father and daughter are amazing. I'll send an Anbu. Anyway, Mizuki is also a spy, so I just took this opportunity to clean it up. Anbu's speed was very fast. In the classroom, Iruka checked Mizuki's injury and was preparing for treatment. Anbu wearing a cat face mask instantly appeared in the classroom. Anbu. Lord Hokage ordered, Mizuki is a spy hidden in Konoha, the evidence is conclusive, please leave him. Anbu's words shocked Iruka and left Mizuki subconsciously. Then, Anbu grabbed Mizuki and disappeared instantly, as if he had never appeared before. Yeah, I knew Dad would help me. Marina happily waved her fist and jumped up and down. Her smug look made Iruka and the theory teacher completely speechless. After Anbu appeared, they guessed that Marina might be knowing Mizuki's identity as a spy, that's why he made a black hand without any scruples. Marina, what do you want me to say about you? Hey, you have graduated, and I can't control you. Forget it, pass with full marks. Since Mizuki is a spy, Iruka is no longer sad for Mizuki. Although everyone has been colleagues for many years, a spy is a spy, and a spy is like a cancer. Almost every ninja hates spies. Marina passed the border and did not leave, but returned to the classroom and waited for the other friends to pass. Iruka followed Marina into the classroom, he coughed lightly, and said solemnly, next, Juro Yagayu. For this year's genius class, the graduation exam was too easy. Although Naruto's chakra control was interfered with by Kyuubi, Nine Tails, he still successfully used the three-body technique, and when using the avatar technique, arrogantly resorted to multiple shadow clone. Haha, the sealed book. What kind of secret is that? Yizan had read the art of sealing when he was a child, and the multiple shadow clone of Naruto and Marina was taught by Yizan. At the end of the graduation exam, except for a few civilian students, everyone passed. In order to celebrate the two lovely daughters officially becoming ninjas, Yizan booked the largest private room in the top and most luxurious barbecue restaurant in Konoha. The reason to celebrate is to call all my friends over. Cheers. The wine glasses were exchanged, and it was lively and lively. As the protagonists of today's dinner, Marina and Ellie wore beautiful, not ninja costumes at all. Main reason is that Konoha has developed too well. Ninjas are also human beings. When they have no assignments, they are willing to wear fashionable and beautiful clothes. For example, at this moment, Yuhi and Nohara Rin are also wearing very beautiful dresses bought at Uniqlo, and Anko is dressed casually. Women's shirts, with a youthful and lively atmosphere. Were too many people in this party, Yizan's family, Minato's family, 2 generations of Ino Shikacho, and Yuhi, Anko, Nohara Rin, Hinata, and Inu 947 Tsukapa and Kiba. To be fair, we're going to be grouped tomorrow, right? Brothers-on, did you choose a good person from Hokage-sama? Shikaku took a sip of his wine and got a little drunk. Shikamaru finally became a ninja. After a few years of serious training, he could give up the position of the patriarch. To Shikamaru, I have had a leisurely day by myself. Okay, Yuhi, you are also selected this time. I discussed with the monkey, you are responsible for bringing Kiba, Aburame Shino and a civilian ninja, Kakashi with Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura, as usual, the son of the dead monkey with Ino Shikacho. Oh, it's like Sarutobi Asuma, tisk. When it came to Sarutobi Asuma, Yizan immediately turned his eyes to Yuhi. He knew that in the original book, Asuma liked Yuhi very much. Hey, Dad, that's not right, they are all taken, what about me? Where's Ellie? Where's Hinata? Marina's words attracted Yizan's eyes back, and he rubbed Marina's hair in a funny way, causing Marina to keep going pouting. Disgusting. Don't mess with my hair. Okay, hey, this question is actually very simple. My smart baby, why don't you guess first? Dad, are you taking this personally? Smart. Chapter 393 _ Is it a blessing? In the early morning of the next day, there was a hint of laughter in the ninja school that had been on vacation. Aili was sitting in the classroom and whispering to Hinata. They were not nervous at all about the upcoming grouping, because yesterday they knew the inside story, and they even knew the grouping situation of all the students in the class from Yizan's mouth. Sakura, so happy, we're a group. Naruto leaned in front of Sakura and smiled brightly, but Sakura cast a disdainful glance at Naruto. Our group. Naruto, what are you talking about? Iruka-sensei didn't come. The group has not been decided yet. The civilian-born Sakura knew very little about ninjas. Although she knew that Naruto had a Jonin father, she did not know the status of Namikaze Minato in Konoha, nor the relationship between Minato and Yizan. Sasuke is similar. After Uchiha exterminates the clan, Sasuke is even worse than the commoners. Commoners can at least inquire about the gossip from the surrounding neighbors or gossip, but Sasuke is alone and does not talk to others at all. His amount of information is lower than that of Sakura, almost zero. Sakura, I mean it. We really are a group. Oh, really a group? Hee, then tell me, who is the third team member? It's Sasuke. Ah, Sasuke. Ha 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 ha, really? It's my Sasuke-kun. That moment, Sakura changed from disbelief to belief, or this was her inner expectation. She hugged Sasuke's arm happily, but Sasuke shook it off coldly. Let go. Sasuke gave Sakura a disdainful glance, then looked at Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, are you serious? We're in a group. Yeah, right. Uncle Genius is in the same group with you. Do you feel honored? Uncle Genius is the future 6 generations of Hokage. Naruto jumped on the table in front of Sasuke, squatted down. The two looked at each other. Sasuke was indifferent, Naruto was arrogant. Just as Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other, Marina slowly opened the classroom door, yawning lazily from time to time. She slept too late playing video games last night, and she couldn't get up today. She was a little angry. Ellie didn't wait for herself, so she came to school alone. Naruto, what are you and Sasuke doing? Marina passed the table Naruto was stepping on, and subconsciously pushed Naruto's back on the head, and then. The whole class looked at Naruto and Sasuke in shock, and their mouths were firmly kissed together. Sigh. Ouch. Miss Marina's head. At that moment, Naruto and Sasuke vomited. They vomited wildly, especially Naruto, who looked at Marina with grief and resentment. I didn't mean to. Marina shrugged, but the corners of her mouth rose uncontrollably. Her tired spirit returned to full state at this moment. I have to say that treating people is sometimes really fun. It didn't take long for Naruto and Sasuke to vomit before Iruka walked into the classroom. He glanced at the two vomited in confusion, then patted the podium and said loudly, Naruto, Sasuke, be quiet. Iruka-sensei, I can't be quiet. I vomit. Naruto retched again. He didn't eat anything this morning, and he couldn't vomit, but he just felt sick. He didn't expect that he would kiss-mouth Sasuke. Seeing the performances of Naruto and Sasuke, Iruka shook his head speechlessly. I believe everyone knows that today is a group. After grouping, you will follow your instructor to start a real ninja life. Among them, there are dangers, sorrows, joys, and sorrows. Ninja is a high-risk occupation. As you 6th class teacher of 2009, I hereby sincerely wish you a year later, I hope half of you can survive. Quote. Classmates. Iruka teacher, are you really a blessing? Anyway, in the end it was grouped. Next comes the 7th group, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke. Really? Naruto, why did you know in advance? Because I was having dinner with Boss Zan yesterday, Boss Zan told me. Naruto was full of pride. As one of the 3 generations of Konoha's real officials, he has been loved by Namikaze Minato and Mawako since he was a child, and no one has insulted him. His character is even brighter than in the original, a kind of self-confidence and liveliness from the heart. Sakura is very puzzled about the boss Zan in Naruto's mouth. Yizan became famous in World War II and the Third War. He left Hokage for 12 years. Unless he is a child who knows Yizan very well, other new generations, including Sasuke, do not know Yizan. Who is Boss Zan? Boss Zan is the boss of Zan. Oh, don't you know? He is the father of the head of Mrs. Shina. Huh, Marina's father. No way. I remember Marina said before that her father is the 4th Hokage. Yes, Boss Zan is the 4th generation of Hokage. He has been serving as Hokage for more than 10 years. He has lived in seclusion in Konoha these years. My father often tells me about the previous war years. Boss Zan is our hero in Konoha. The patron saint of O. When he thought of Yizan, Naruto's eyes lit up with admiration. His goal in life was to become the 6th generation Hokage, to protect Konoha and his loved ones, and Yizan has already done this, which is equivalent to saying that Yizan has completed it. All his goals in life. Naruto didn't know that at this moment, Sakura had begun to silently calculate Yizan's age, and she was familiar with history with a perfect score in the theory class. If she became famous since World War II, then now. Che, no matter how powerful, I'm getting old in the end. It's still my Sasuke. He's handsome and powerful, hee hee. The classroom was giggling, and in Hokage's office, Yizan was holding Kurenai Yuhi's hand. Kurenai Yuhi was dizzy with Yuhi's face, lowered his head, and did not dare to raise his head. Shaozan, give me a face. Shinosuke died a few years ago, and I only have one son, Asuma. Don't mess around. Sarutobi kept begging with his eyes. Yizan just glanced at Sarutobi with a half smile, and also responded with his eyes. It doesn't matter, you still have the grandson of Konoha Maru. Your Sarutobi family will not be broken. Don't worry, I will keep him half-life, ha. Chapter 394_Sloth. Asuma is actually soaking Yuhi. I can't bear it. Fortunately, Yuhi didn't pay any attention to Asuma at all. After all, she was hooked up by Yizan since she was a child. She didn't like Asuma's sloppy beard. Even so, Yizan decided to give Asuma a lesson, or beat him to death. In the face of Yizan's breath, the dozen or so Jonins in the office all turned into tortoises. Some of them were Asuma's friends, but they didn't dare to apologize. Yizan is a lawless master. Over the years, how many Jonin have been beaten by Yizan? In the window, which was smashed when Asuma flew out, and the distant horizon flickered slightly. Seeing this, Kakashi shuddered, hesitated for a long time, and finally took a step back and chose to watch. The office gradually fell silent, and in this silent atmosphere, the sweat on Sarutobi's forehead increased. In fact, Sarutobi didn't even know that Asuma was soaking in Kurenai Yuhi. If he knew, he wouldn't dare to let Asuma do such a thing even if he broke Asuma's leg. Sarutobi didn't know the situation, mainly because he had little communication with Asuma. Until today, he was shocked to find that Asuma was courting Kurenai Yuhi, and most importantly, Yizan was right next to him. This is amazing. 150 big things are going to happen. Pity that Sarutobi didn't even have a chance to stop it, and Asuma was kicked away by Yizan. That, cough. Xiaoshuan, the Iruka group is over, why don't you go pick up the team first? Okay, let's go. Monkey, don't think this will change the subject, I'll remember this today. Yizan glared at Sarutobi and pulled Yuhi out of the office. On the tree-lined path in Konoha, Yizan took Yuhi's hand and walked slowly. Today's weather is sunny, the sun is bright but not dazzling, the spring breeze in March is blowing, and even the air is mixed with a faint fragrance of cherry blossoms. The trail is a neat Yuhi-colored stone brick road, with densely planted cherry trees on both sides. A cherry blossom blew on Kurenai Yuhi, hair in the wind, Yizan stopped and gently hugged Kurenai Yuhi's waist. Yizan didn't speak, and Yuhi didn't speak either. She lowered her head shyly, but Yizan gently supported her chin. Yuhi gradually raised his head. Yuhi's jewel-like crystal-clear eyes stared at Yizan silently. In this deserted cherry blossom path, facing the wind, the two looked at each other silently. Yuhi, you are so beautiful. I like you. With a little force on her arm, Yizan lowered his head, slowly, and bit by bit, pursed Yuhi's lips. Pink Yuhi-colored cherry trees swayed gently in the wind, and the cherry blossoms swayed one after another. The two walked down the romantic cherry blossom trail holding hands again, reminding Yizan of a sentence. Yuhi, did you know that the cherry blossoms are falling at a speed of 5 centimeters per second? Yizan and Yuhi received their own team and separated from each other. Because Yizan forcibly got Hinata into his team, Kurenai Yuhi's team changed a little, except for Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino that still existed, the rest was a civilian ninja. Here, Yizan took the team to an uninhabited hillside in Konoha. The hillside has a very good scenery, green lawns and a wide field of vision, which is very suitable for sunbathing or picnics. Dad, aren't you going to do a survival exercise? Marina asked suspiciously, but as soon as her voice fell, Yizan, haha, and lay directly on the lawn. Dad. Marina, don't you think Tenten is very angry today? The air is clear, the environment is not bad, so sleepy. I want to sleep. Yizan yawned lazily, and closed his eyes under the black-lined eyes of the three girls. Dad, hey, Dad, are you really asleep? Marina stepped forward and shook Yizan's arm, but Yizan just closed his eyes and didn't move, and couldn't wake up no matter how he called. Damn Dad, slacker. Marina puffed up angrily, ready to punish Yizan. She glanced at Aili and Hinata, rolled her eyes, and suddenly had an idea. Hinata, come. She beckoned to Hinata, whispering in Hinata's ear. Marina kept talking. Hinata's eyes widened, she covered her mouth in disbelief, and shook her head quickly. Marina, I can't. Oh, Hinata, you can definitely do it. Look at how good Dad has been to you these past few years. Hurry up, if you do this, Dad will wake up. Marina snickered like a little fox, and when Hinata hesitated, he gently pushed Hinata in front of Yizan. Looking at Yizan lying on the lawn, Hinata was shaking his hands nervously, standing in place without moving, while Marina behind him grinned wickedly, put his hands on Hinata's back quietly, and tried hard. Ah! Hinata exclaimed. The whole person fell forward, and the place where she fell happened to be on Yizan. At that moment, Yizan immediately raised his hand and hugged Hinata firmly. Marina, you idiot! Yizan opened his eyes and glared at Marina, then looked at Hinata, and said softly, are you alright? No, it's fine. Hinata's face is full of Yuhi, because Hugahiyashi is good to her, and because of Ellie and Marina, her character is more cheerful than in the original work. Even so, she is still a very shy girl. Being hugged by Yizan, she is almost on the verge of fainted out of shyness. Hinata is petite, and it is very comfortable to hold Nuo. Yizan hasn't held it for a long time, when Marina suddenly comes over and pulls Hinata away. Stinky Dad, big bad guy, holding Hinata and eating tofu. Bah, you little rascal, Marina, you clearly pushed Hinata on me, and the wicked complained first. It's been a long time since I taught you a lesson. Believe it or not, I'll beat you up. Hee. Come on, bad dad, come and beat me. I'm not afraid. Shino laughed, turned her butt towards Yizan, and shook it a few times provocatively. Snapped. Ah, smelly dad, you're actually spanking me. Humph, is it wrong? Hee, that's right. Continue fighting if you have the ability. Pop. Chapter 395 6 Survival Exercises That Have to Fly. After the trouble of Truth Nai, Yizan's drowsiness finally disappeared. This little girl is getting more and more lawless, and even her father is starting to fix it. Yizan said that he should teach him a lesson. Like now. Dad, I was wrong. Sheena pouted. Her big bright eyes blinked. Yizan was about to teach a lesson, but she was attacked by Sheena in a cute manner, and she was defeated instantly. You bastard, you will be cute. Humph. Yizan glared at Marina, but he enjoyed Marina's cuteness attack, but when he saw Hinata's suspicious eyes, he immediately stood up. Serious. He coughed a few times. Okay, Marina, stand up in the past. Today is a survival exercise. There is a pass rate. If you don't pass, you have to go back to the ninja school for me to study. Yizan's pretending to be serious immediately made the three girls nervous. In terms of cultivation, Yizan has always been strict with himself, and strict with his daughters. After all, this is a ninja world where death may occur at any time. If he is negligent, his daughter what to do when an enemy dies? Because of this reason, Yizan has been very strict with them in recent years, including Naruto, which is also very strict. This also makes Naruto's strength closely follow the pace of the three women. Just a little bit worse than Sasuke. Naruto is not as good as Sasuke, mainly because his chakra is disturbed by Kyuubi, 9 tails, which is already very good. You must know that in the original book, Naruto is 108,000 miles away from Sasuke. Of course, if Naruto unleashes a bit of the power of a tailed beast, no matter how awesome Sasuke is, he will be beaten into a dog by Naruto. So, don't change the subject, bastard dad. Hurry up and talk about the survival drill. Marina waved her small fist fiercely. She has more or less heard about the survival drill. After all, the ninja school, there are many students who have been kept in grades because they cannot pass the survival drill. Well, because your strength is very good, my survival exercise is naturally difficult. In this exercise, only 2 of the 3 of you can pass. The content of the exercise is... Yizan paused for a moment, and under the nervous eyes of the 3 girls, he laughed lightly. The content of the exercise is that within an hour, you must catch me and kiss me. The first 2 people who kiss me will pass the test. Huh. Yizan's words shocked the 3 girls, and Marina and Ellie reacted instantly, and this stinky dad started to do it again. Stinky dad, it's okay to kiss you, but how did we catch you? You are so powerful. Hey. I will control my strength around Jenin. As long as the 3 of you work hard, there is a certain chance of catching me. Che, is it really Jenin's strength? That's easy. Marina gestured it, yes, and Ellie also sighed lightly, but they didn't realize that Hinata's face had turned into a Yuhi apple. Kissing Lord Zan, this. How can? Hinata stood there stupidly. She never expected that the content of the exercise was to catch Yizan and kiss him. There is still 1 hour before noon. This survival exercise will end at 12 o'clock. Hurry up, come and catch me. Yizan smirked and lowered his speed and all strength to around Jenin's. He quickly rushed down the hillside and ran towards the forest below. Ah, daddy bastard ran away. Allie, Hinata, run after him. Yizan's speed is not fast. It's just Jenin. Marina chased Yizan anxiously, but in place, Hinata still stood stupidly, motionless. Ellie was about to follow in Marina's footsteps when she suddenly stopped. She glanced at Hinata suspiciously, thought for a long time, and suddenly remembered, Hinata is a very shy girl. Hinata. Ellie, I. Hinata's face was Yuhi's head bowed, her hands were mixed together. She hesitated. Even if she caught Yizan, she wouldn't dare to kiss him. Hinata, don't worry, Dad, he's joking. Even if you don't kiss him, he won't let you go back to the ninja school. Dad is a badass, and he can't bear to send you away. Ellie grabbed Hinata's hand, but the words made Hinata even more shy. Hinata is 12 years old, and she is not an idiot who doesn't understand anything. She immediately heard the meaning contained in Ellie's words. Ellie, Hinata, do you actually like my dad? Ah, me, Okay, just kidding, let's go, Dad and Marina have run away, we must catch him. If you don't want to kiss him, Beat him hard. Ellie waved her fist. A black belly flashed in her eyes, and I don't know when, Ellie has been broken by the truth. Ellie and Hinata rushed down the hill, only to find Marina standing on the edge of the woods, sulking alone with her hands on her hips. Marina, what's wrong? Humph. Isn't that stinky Dad? He's so nasty. I just broke out to catch him with all my strength, and I'm about to catch him, but he actually uses futon wind style mode. It's too much. Eileen and Hinata were slightly taken aback by Marina's words. They had no idea that Yizan would actually use the futon wind style mode. Using the strength of genin to use the futon wind style mode, the strength is still genin, and it is not a violation. If my father is good or bad, I know it is not so easy. Marina, it seems that we have to work hard. If the three of us join forces, maybe I can catch Dad. Yizan's side started a cheerful game of cat and mouse. In another place, Kakashi stood motionless, holding Yizan's masterpiece, Hell Paradise, in his hand. What's the matter? Get the horses here. There are only 3 hours left. If you fail, all 3 of you will have to go back to the ninja school. Kakashi stared at the book intently. His casual attitude immediately aroused the anger of Sasuke and Sakura, but Naruto was not angry. When he found the book in Kakashi's hand, he rolled his eyes and backed away with a smirk. Step. Naruto, what do you mean? Sasuke frowned suspiciously. Naruto, you don't want to be a shrunken turtle, do you? Sakura whispered. She is not stupid. Since Kakashi can be the guide of Jonin, it shows that he has a very strong strength. The genius is going to fight Kakashi-sensei alone today. I'm worried that I will defeat Kakashi-sensei in one breath, so you go first, and when you can't do it, I'll go up tilde. Chapter 396 Extremely Serious Kakashi. Sasuke and Sakura thought that Naruto was afraid, and they were a little dissatisfied, but the most important thing now is to pass the survival exercise. How could Sasuke and Sakura be Kakashi's opponents? Naruto was still standing behind him laughing. Suddenly, Sakura screamed and fell to the ground with his eyes blank. This demonic illusion. Sakura's sudden fall made Sasuke's face even more solemn. He didn't even see Kakashi make a move, and Sakura fell to the demonic illusion. Sea-level demonic illusion, hell viewing technique, really weak. Kakashi lazily complained about Sakura, and then looked at Sasuke. His eyes did not change, that kind of lazy and casual feeling, as if Sasuke and Sakura were grouped together, that is, the so-called weak. Asshole, I'm not like her. Kaden, fire style. Great fireball jutsu. The violent fireball attacked Kakashi, which finally changed Kakashi's eyes. He was a little surprised to see the fireball attack. He never expected that Genin would be able to perform such a powerful ninjutsu. Boom. The fireball exploded, blasting a small hole 2 meters around Kakashi. When the flames dissipated, Kakashi disappeared without a trace. Gone. Behind. No. Above. Not right. Left. Right. The unknown is the most terrifying. Sasuke nervously looked left and right, but he couldn't see Kakashi. Where? Below. With a light drink, Sasuke suddenly stretched out a hand. Doden, earth style. Decapitation in the heart. Bang. Sasuke and Sakura, after 10 seconds of fighting Kakashi, all lost. In the same place, Naruto scratched his head stupidly, but he didn't react for a while. That, Kakashi-sensei. No need to explain, Naruto, let's do it. Kakashi still holds Hell Heaven, and he is still very friendly towards Naruto. After all, Kakashi is a disciple of Namikaze Minato. During the third battle, Namikaze Minato took great care of him, so his attitude towards Naruto is also very good. Compared to Sasuke and Sakura just now, it is not at the same level. Kakashi-sensei, I'm going to shoot. Go on Naruto, it's best to use your full strength. As your instructor, I'm not as vulnerable as you think. Perhaps feeling the momentum that appeared in Naruto, Kakashi made the first entry into the ninja of Hell Heaven, in the luggage, a little seriousness also appeared in his eyes. After Kakashi said this, Naruto finally decided to take action. He put his hand into his ninja bag with a serious face, and slowly, the whole air became a little frozen. What is Naruto digging? Shuriken. Detonating talisman. Kunai. Why does it feel dangerous? Sasuke's face was solemn. He didn't expect Naruto's digging action to create a sense of crisis in his heart. A drop of cold sweat dripped from Sasuke's forehead. He frowned tightly, staring at Naruto's hand. The hand that was put in the ninja's suitcase moved and pulled out instantly. Swish. A soft sound. Kakashi's pupils shrank sharply, and his heart suddenly stopped for half a beat. He suddenly burst out with aura all over his body, like a gust of wind, rushing towards Naruto in an instant. Give it to me. Call. Facing Kakashi's attack like a gust of wind, Naruto actually reacted. He quickly retracted his hand into the ninja suitcase, squeezed it tightly, and his face was serious. Naruto, give me the things. Kakashi said seriously. He stood in front of Naruto, less than half a meter. His terrifying aura continued to be released. You can, but you have to let me pass. Naruto didn't flinch. His blue eyes stared straight at Kakashi. No, you have to grab the bell to pass. But I can meet your other conditions. Let me pass, and I'll give you the stuff. You. Kakashi bit Kiba tightly, but Naruto still didn't flinch. The air around him became more and more dignified. Sasuke, who only exposed his head on the ground, was sweating profusely, and was overwhelmed by the suppressed momentum. Naruto. He looked at Naruto and found that Naruto was unshakable. At that moment, he felt that Naruto was stronger than himself. At least he couldn't do it in the face of Kakashi's momentum. Air became more and more dignified. Kakashi stared at Naruto, trying to convince Naruto, but Naruto just opened his eyes with a posture of never bow his head, which also made Kakashi's momentum more and more powerful. I don't know how long it took. When the sweat on Sasuke's face soaked the ground, Kakashi suddenly took a step back, and the dignified air disappeared instantly. Naruto, you won. As long as you give me your things, I'll let you pass. Really? Really? Kakashi nodded solemnly, then turned his eyes to Naruto's ninja luggage, and after hearing Kakashi's assurance, Naruto was finally relieved. Well, take it. Huh. Paper flying and making a crashing sound, Kakashi took the thing at the fastest speed ever and turned it over immediately. That's right. You can't be wrong. It's really this. His hands trembled, his eyes burst with intense enthusiasm, and even his feet were a little soft, as if he was going to kneel down in the next moment, kneeling down to worship what was in his hand. The fourth part of Hell Heaven. How many years? How many years? Familiar cover, familiar writing, it's really the fourth part. His voice was trembling all the time, holding the Hell Heaven 4 in his hands. He was so excited that he almost cried. Naruto. Sasuke. Circle.operator_circle.operator. Sakura, who just woke up from demonic illusion. 1.2 inches. So, Naruto, how did you get this book? 10 minutes later, Kakashi, who had recovered his emotions, finally became serious. The author of Hell Paradise has always been a mystery, and was listed as the top 10 mysterious events in the ninja world. Oh, you said this. I found it among the elders of Zan. When you and Sasuke were fighting before, I found that you kept reading the book, but you are 3, I am 4, I think it must be more advanced than your book. Hee hee. Naruto smiled stupidly, completely unaware of the value of this book, but when Naruto revealed the source of the book, Kakashi was stunned, completely shocked by the news. Boss Zan. Found it in the house of Master Zan. No way. Master Zan is the author. Chapter 397_Pull the Beard. The fourth part of Hell and Heaven was completed by Yi Zan 2 years ago. However, he did not plan to publish it, and only 4 copies were printed in total. One is for Sarutobi, one is for Kushina, and one is for Konan. One is on the bookshelf and kept as a collection. Yizan seldom reads books, and he has not even been to the study a few times. After putting Hell and Heaven on the bookshelf, he has long forgotten about it, and he doesn't know when Naruto left. There is no impermeable wall in the world. Although Kakashi hides and watches, he has a bad habit that has been cultivated for many years. He likes to stand and read books when he is bored. This habit has been going on for many years, and at a Jonin party not long after, the bored Kakashi subconsciously took out the book and read it. Kakashi, say, where did this book come from? Because of Kakashi's great strength and status, most people really dare not provoke Kakashi, but Kakashi underestimated the madness of Konoha's colleagues. One person dared not provoke Kakashi 30, but 20,000 people. Woolen cloth. Yes, in the 13 years since the end of the Third World War, Konoha ninjas have grown from a few thousand to more than 20,000 people. Except for female ninjas and individual men, 95% of Konoha ninjas are ardent fans of Hell and Heaven. Kakashi alone is true, couldn't resist the crowd chasing and blocking. The end, Kakashi went to Yizan's house and begged bitterly, hoping that Yizan would save himself. Seeing Kakashi's snot and tears, Yizan just leaned on the old man's chair and ate fruit, and even used, shut my ass, she's eyes glanced at Kakashi. Master Zan, please save me, I know you are the author of Hell and Heaven. Only a wise person like you in this world can write such a masterpiece, Master Zan. Tisk, Kakashi, even if you flatter me, I won't help you unless. Unless what? Lord Zan, please tell me, I will definitely do it. Go up the mountain of swords and go down to the sea of fire. Unless, you pull Sarutobi's beard in front of more than 50 jonin, you can do it, I'll help you. Hokage-sama will kill me. Oh, forget it if you don't want to. I do. In order to get rid of the siege of 20,000 ninjas, Kakashi finally accepted the task given by Yizan. He didn't need to call anyone at all. When he came to Hokage's office, there were already more than 100 ninjas behind him. Lord Hokage, Kakashi bowed respectfully to Sarutobi, then walked to Sarutobi's side, and under the inexplicable gazes of Sarutobi and the hundreds of ninjas, he suddenly raised his hand and ripped off a few of Sarutobi's beards. Ouch! It hurts. Kakashi, what are you doing? Sir Hokage, I am sorry, please forgive me, Lord Zan told me to do this. Kakashi whispered in Sarutobi's ear, and with a bang, it disappeared into smoke. The same place, only Sarutobi's dazed eyes and a few beards on the ground are left. Shao Zan, it's this stinky boy again. Slightly bullying Sarutobi, Yizan finally took action to save Kakashi. The way to save is very simple, only need to authorize the publication of books. And when the bookstore owner spread out the news that Hell Paradise IV was about to be sold, the whole Konoha boiled over. Boiled and boiled, although I can make a lot of money, but Dad, I have had enough of this kind of task. I want to perform more powerful tasks. Marina irritably kicked the drink cans away at her feet. Every day, she was weeding, picking up trash, and looking for cats and dogs. These tasks are really too low level. Tisk. But, Marina, you failed the mission to find the cat a few days ago. Tilda. Dad bastard, don't mention this. I just made a mistake. You understand the mistake. When Yizan mentioned this matter, Genai was blown away. She jumped on Yizan with Kiba dancing claws, and glared at Yizan with beautiful big eyes. Then, her eyes suddenly became watery, and she blinked softly, looking very pitiful. Dad. Huh. For some fun tasks, I don't want to do these tasks anymore. She pouted and kept playing cute. Her voice was sticky and squeamish, not her usual character at all. You just want to switch to a high-level mission. Where's Ellie and Hinata? So are we. Ali said immediately, and Hinata nodded as well. Apparently none of the three girls wanted to do this D-level mission anymore. If that's the case, all right. Really? Dad, are you going to take us on an S-class mission? Ha 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 ha, so excited. Idiot. Who said I would take you on an S-level mission? For a lazy person like me, could I do an S-level mission? Stinky dad is so embarrassed. Sloth, slut, slut. C-level task, do you want to do it? If you don't do it, continue to do D-level tasks for me. Yes. C-level tasks are always better than D-level tasks. With this kind of plan, Marina agreed immediately. Seeing the bright smile on her face, Yizan also smiled, and his heart was tender. 3 girls to Hokage's office. As expected, Yi 533 Zan was greeted by Sarutobi's resentful eyes. Grandpa Sarutobi. Before Sarutobi had finished complaining, Marina rushed over at once, and then, very used to it, grabbed his beard. Marina, my beard. Oh, Grandpa Sarutobi, your beard has grown longer recently. I'll fix it for you. After Marina finished speaking, her thumb and index finger suddenly pinched the longest of them and pulled hard. Ouch, Marina, you little bastard, my beard. Hee hee, Grandpa Sarutobi is the best. Marina happily pulled out Sarutobi's beard, then left Sarutobi like a butterfly and returned to Yizan. After the mischief ended, Sarutobi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Yizan with more resentful eyes, and that kind of eyes made Yizan hairy. Dead monkey, don't look at me like that. Humph. Brat, I remember Kakashi. Don't let me catch you. Tell me, what are you looking for today? It's nothing, it's just that they are tired of the 3D level tasks and want to do another C level task. That's it, okay, just have a mission, protect the bridge builder Dasna to build a bridge in the country of waves. Chapter 398_2 Teams. In Hokage's office, Dishonor walked in staggeringly. He took a sip of wine arrogantly. His tone was arrogant and full of force. I'm a super famous bridge expert, Dishonor. I'm the 4th generation Hokage, Shimura-zan, and I'm in charge of this mission. Yizan glanced at Dasna lightly, his expression unwavering. If you dare to act in front of me again, I will forbid any the ninja takes your mission. Then, Dasna was immediately stunned, and only then did he realize that Yizan's appearance was exactly the same as that of the 4th generation of Hokage on the Hokage Rock. 4th generation Hokage, Sama. I am sorry. Dishonor immediately apologized to Yizan, and at this moment. Dong dong dong. There was a sudden knock on the office door. Come in. Crunch. The door opened, and Kakashi walked in with Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke. When he saw Yizan was also in the office, his eyes filled with resentment. Kakashi, if you look at me like this again, I don't mind finding you a boyfriend. I heard that there is a strong man on North Konoha Street, who seems to be called Billy or something, very suitable for a resentful man like you. Quote. The seriousness in Yizan's tone, Kakashi only felt the chrysanthemum flower tense, and took a step back subconsciously, but when he saw the smile on the corner of Yizan's mouth, his face darkened, he seemed to think of something, and he pretended to be shocked. Appearance, very exaggerated, eyes widened. Master Zan, how do you know there is such a person in Konoha North Street? Could it be that you? Oh, you said this, because our Lord Hokage suddenly disappeared for an afternoon not long ago. After careful investigation by Anbu, it was found that Lord Hokage would occasionally go to North Street mysteriously. Shocked. Yizan pouted and looked at Sarutobi. That habitual ridicule made Sarutobi helplessly cover his forehead. Xiaozan, you let me take the blame again, I won't take the blame. The 3 of them complained about each other in a very boring way, so boring that everyone else yawned, especially Marina, who puffed up her cheeks angrily and gave Kakashi a quiet glance. Damn Kakashi, how dare you say that my dad has something to do with Billy Harrington, even though the perverted muscular guy on North Street is already famous for Konoha, he still pretends to be shocked. Asshole, I'll let you today shocked enough. The angry truth now was Konoha's scariest little princess. She hid behind Yizan, avoiding Kakashi's sight, and took out a slingshot and stones from her ninja bag. Afterwards, she popped out a head from behind Yizan, pulled the slingshot, and quietly aimed at Kakashi. Huh. Boom. Outside the Konoha gate, 9 people gathered. Yizan's team, Kakashi, South team, and bridge building expert Dasna. Kakashi had a band-aid on his nose, and he looked aggrieved like an angry daughter-in-law, and looked at Yizan with more and more resentment. Tisk. Don't blame me this time. If you want revenge, go to Marina. Humph. Kakashi snorted lightly, turned his head away in disgust, and sought revenge from Marina. It just sounds nice. If I really dared to take revenge, wouldn't you kill me, you bastard? Both father and daughter are assholes. A big bastard and a little bastard. Kakashi thought angrily. Not far away, Naruto, who had just walked out of the gate of Konoha, looked left and right with excitement, and finally couldn't hold back the joy in his heart, and shouted excitedly. Let's go. Hey, Naruto, why are you so excited? Besides Sasuke, Sakura had black lines all over her head. She thought Naruto was really stupid, but now there are other people in the group, although you and Marina and the others the relationship is very good, but don't let our 10th class lose face. What about the collective sense of honor? Sakura just complained casually outside, but inside he was roaring frantically, scolding Naruto to the point of blood. Well, Sakura, aren't you excited? This is the first time we've left the village. I've never left the village since I was a child. Naruto was still excited, and jumped up and down with excitement, no matter how he looked at it. A mentally disabled teenager. Not only Sakura, Naruto's idiot even Dasna couldn't stand it. He pointed at Naruto hesitantly, and his tone was not very confident. By the way, is this kid really okay? Don't worry, Hatake Kakashi, the famous copy ninja in the ninja world, is here, no problem. If he can't protect you, it means he went to Billy Harrington last night, and his body can't bear it. Yizan took it with a smirk. Dasna's words, his always 18-year-old appearance and handsome face, coupled with that smirk, is simply handsome. Yizan didn't know that his smile had already caught Sakura's attention. That confident, warm, bright and bad smile made Sakura subconsciously turn his head to look at Sasuke. The gap is huge. Why is Sasuke so ugly today? No, maybe it's because Sasuke's mental state is not good. Sakura compared Yizan and Sasuke, and was shocked to find that Sasuke had become a lot uglier. Of course, she did not understand that this was a comparison change in psychology. But then again, who is this person? He looks so handsome and looks much younger than Kakashi, sensei, but he can actually become the instructor of Marina's team, that is to say, his strength should not be worse than Kakashi, sensei. Sakura felt that Yizan was very familiar, but for some reason, she just couldn't think of where she had seen it before. She swears that she has definitely seen Yizan, because she has a familiar feeling of strangeness to Yizan's face. Where have you seen it? It's very familiar, but why can't I remember? No, I want to calm down. I dug out my memory and read it from beginning to end. The two teams were still advancing, and Sakura frowned and landed at the back. Keep recalling your own memories. When I was a child. The neighbors around. No. Anyone my father knew. No. That should be the impression when I grew up. Maybe I met at some large celebration. But I haven't had contact with strangers during these years of celebrations. What's his name? In the office, Hokage, Sama calls him Shaoshuan, Kakashi, Sensei calls him Zan-sama. Zan, can't you? That moment, Sakura's eyes widened in shock, and she found that the 4 generations of Hokage faces on the Hokage rock in her memory perfectly overlapped with the man in front of her. Chapter 399_Ellie is so nice. Sakura never imagined that there are people who look so similar in this world. She knew that the 4th generation of Hokage Shimura Zan was a Konoha hero who became famous in the Second Ninja World War. Judging from his age, he should be someone from his father's generation, and the young teacher in front of him had the same face as the 4th generation of Hokage. Not only did they look the same, but their names are also called Zan, but I don't know what their surnames are. Sakura's character has always been bold, and with this strong curiosity, she quickly followed the two teams and walked to Yizan's side under everyone's doubtful eyes. Instructor of the Marina team, hello. My name is Haruno Sakura, and I am Marina's classmate. I just discovered something, and I am very puzzled. I want to ask for advice. Sakura politely bowed to Yizan. The attitude of learning and seeking is very restrained. After she did this, everyone thought that Sakura really had a problem and wanted to ask Yizan, and they all looked away. What's the matter? Tell me. Yizan blinked his eyes suspiciously, curious about Sakura's question. It's like this. I just found out that you look exactly the same as the 4 generations of Hokage, but the 4 generations of Hokage are Marina's father, and you seem to be 5 to 6 years older than Marina, so I'm curious. Oh, this matter is very simple, because I am Marina's brother. This time, not only Sakura, but everyone present was shocked. Sasuke, Sakura and Dasna, who didn't know Yizan's identity, thought it was too coincidental in their shock, while Kakashi and Hinata, who knew their identities, were shocked at first, and then they all looked at Yizan with contempt. The most stupid one was Naruto. He was stunned for a second, then scratched the back of his head foolishly. Boss Zan is obviously Marina's father, why is he now a brother? If he didn't understand, he asked. This is a major purpose of Naruto. He was about to speak, but Yizan glared at him with terrifying eyes, which made him take a step back and became smarter. Sakura, Boss Zan is the elder brother of eldest sister Marina, it's very obvious. Idiot Naruto was rarely enlightened. Not only that, he also explained Yizan's name by the way. Also, Boss Zan's the name is exactly the same as the 4th Hokage. They are all called Shimura Gen. So it is. Sakura suddenly realized, finally understood everything. The matter became clear. Sakura returned to Kakashi and Sasuke again, but along the way, she glanced at Yizan from time to time, and no one knew what she was thinking. Yizan described himself as Marina and Ellie's brother, just too lazy to explain his age, but along the way, he found that he had more and more troubles. Oh Chan. Marina held Yizan's arm and kept coquettish, her beautiful big eyes blinked, looking very cute. Hey, Marina, do you really think of me as your older brother? Yizan was helpless. This girl was quirky, so she just said it casually, and she really started to shout. Yizan was about to correct Marina's words. On the other side, Ellie hugged Yizan's other arm obediently, pouting slightly, and her soft and cute appearance instantly melted Yizan's heart. Oni-chan. Ellie shouted Yuhi. A strange and interesting feeling rose in her heart. Okay, you guys won. Yizan sighed softly, and when he was about to say something, he suddenly found that a pool of water appeared on the road ahead. There's a pool of water there. Marina, Ellie, everyone. Look, there's a pool of water. Even if he didn't know the plot, Yizan knew that it was an enemy's change. Shui, as a ninja with professional qualities, Yizan said that this kind of garbage disguise is weak. Yizan's loud voice attracted everyone's attention, and then he walked to the water, spit out a mouthful of phlegm with a ba. Master Zan, are you really doing this? Kakashi hung his drooping eyes with no energy, and he could see at a glance that the water was created by the transformation technique, but you spit on others like this, is it too vulgar? Vulgar. I have you vulgar. You 10 who went to sleep with Billy Harrington at night. Asshole. I didn't. Kakashi clenched his fists angrily. As a straight man who likes to watch Hell and Heaven, how could he go to the base? Tisk. That can't be said. Yizan winked and laughed at Kakashi, but at this moment, the water under Yizan's feet suddenly burst, turning into 2 black shadows in an instant. The sound of the iron chain clattered, and there were many sharp blades attached to the chain. Zan package, you can directly shred Yizan. Then. Kaden, fire style. Fire dragon, fire bullet. An extremely violent fire dragon appeared in an instant. Without warning, it covered the two shadows in an instant. Boom! The violent fire dragon pushed the two shadows and flew to a distance of 100 meters. After hitting a big tree, there was a violent explosion, the flames shot into the sky, and the surrounding trees more than 10 meters burned with roaring flames. Where the fire dragon passed, a deep ditch 3 meters wide and half a meter deep was left. The land inside and on both sides of the deep ditch was scorched black by the terrifying high temperature. So strong. What a horrible Kaiden fire style. More than 5 times stronger than my grand fireball. How is that possible? Kakashi team, Uchiha Sasuke stared at the position beside Yizan with a shocked face. It was a black-haired girl. It's a pity that he can only see the girl's back. If it's the front, he can see the two slowly spinning tomo in the girl's eyes. Huh, you dare to attack my father, I can't bear it. Ellie slowly closed Sharingan after killing the enemy with one move. The occasionally blackened Ellie not only did not reduce her cuteness, but made her even more lovely. Looking at Ellie who was still furious, Yizan smiled and rubbed her head dotingly. Ellie is so nice Tilda. Chapter 400 _ your daughter. So strong. Ellie killed 2 ninjas in seconds, and the team continued to move forward. Well, originally, when the client hides the quest level, the ninja has the right to give up the quest, but Marina and Ellie are not willing the enemy, she was full of energy. Ellie is also unwilling to go back, and dares to attack her beloved father. She decides to teach this group of ninjas a lesson, including the stronger enemies who may appear later. Our country of waves is poor. Since Cardo has monopolized our country's economy, even the big names are so poor that they have no money. We have gathered the financial resources of the whole country to buy the raw materials for building the bridge, and the remaining money is only enough to pay AC. I'm forced to do a level mission, and I'm also helpless. This quest was jointly received by the 2 teams. It requires all 6 teammates to pass to proceed. Marina and Ellie must do it. Hinata followed them to choose. It was the first time for the careless Naruto to go out of the village. It was to become stronger through the battle, and Sakura, the only one who opposed, also persevered with Yizan's encouragement and continued to perform the mission. You are Marina's brother, can I call you Brother Zan? Sakura asked. Yizan was rejected by both Marina and Ellie before Yizan could answer. No, absolutely not. Sister is right, absolutely not. Ino's situation has made the 2 girls feel a sense of crisis. They absolutely do not allow this kind of thing to spread unrestrictedly. Well, except for Hinata, other girls are not allowed. Besides, Hinata has been calling Master Zan for so many years, and Naruto has been calling the boss for so many years. Do you want the latecomers to call me brother directly? I think beautifully. The 2 women with serious father control tendencies are not allowed to say anything to Sakura. Sakura is a little wronged, but not far away. Sasuke is in a very good mood. Sakura is finally going to pester other men. This is Sasuke's idea. As a proud Uchiha, he has absolutely no chance of marrying Sakura, and as an Avenger, his life goal is revenge. The country of waves is very close to the country of fire, and within 2 days, everyone came to the territory of the country of waves. By the way, Lord Zan, how did Ellie turn on the double tomo? Yizan and Kakashi walked at the forefront. Kakashi was sincerely puzzled by Ellie's performance. You must know that Sharingan requires strong feelings to open. Death, hatred, joys and sorrows are all opportunities to open Sharingan. Do you want to know? I can tell you, but as the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. If you insist, I can still tell you. When I didn't ask. Being swept by Yizan's strange eyes, Kakashi shrank his neck in fear. Damn, he killed the cat with curiosity. I didn't fall for your trap. In fact, Kakashi really wanted to insist on asking, but Yizan wouldn't say that. In recent years, he has used the ability of the face fruit from time to time to strengthen the strength of a few children. For Yizan, it is too simple to turn on Sharingan. Whenever Ellie's strength and spiritual power reach a certain level, Yizan uses the face fruit to control her pituitary cells to stimulate energy. Easy to open Sharingan. If you turn on Sharingan, for example, to give birth to a child, it will naturally be turned on, that is, to give birth to a child after having sex. The process is not only difficult, but also very painful. And Yi Zhan's use of fruit ability is equivalent to test tube baby. The process is easy and painless. Although this method is different, the final effect is exactly the same. 66,666 Science is really the primary productive force. After figuring out the essence of Sharingan, Yi Zhan can even mass-produce Mangekyo Sharingan. Of course, Ellie is still young and her mental power is not strong. When Ellie has enough mental power, Yi Zhan will stimulate more emotions in her pituitary gland, allowing her to easily turn on Mangekyo. But seriously, Lord Zhan, when will the 5th part of your Hell and Heaven come out? I'm a big fan of yours. Tisk. The 5th part. It depends on the mood, maybe next year, maybe 10 years later, who knows. Yi Zhan and Kakashi were chatting for a while, and at this moment, a violent murderous aura suddenly bloomed from the big tree 100 meters away, and Kakashi changed color instantly with the powerful aura. Everyone, get down. Ha, hula hula hula. There was a hurricane in the air, and a huge machete flew from afar. The sudden attack contained the power of top elites, and even Kakashi did not dare to resist in a panic. Swish. Machete swept past Kakashi and missed Yi Zhan's neck by the slightest bit. Yi Zhan has not shown any signs of dodging or tilting his head from the beginning to now. Come over. Swish. The machete swept past Naruto again, and Naruto was so frightened that he immediately fell to the ground and escaped the catastrophe. Behind Naruto, Marina glanced at Ari and Hinata and laughed happily after finding that the two women had no will to fight. Hee hee. Ellie, Hinata, don't do it, this time it's my turn. Marina's face was full of blood, and she suddenly clenched her fists, and all the rich chakra gathered in her fists. Green light bloomed, and the Uzumaki clan's chakra volume surpassed the same level by more than 10 times, making the sneak attack of the truth and the top elite Jonin hard. Chakra enhanced strength. Boom. A loud bang, the earth shook. The terrifying explosion caused the ground around 10 meters to collapse, and the entire space was filled with a layer of mud and ash. So strong. Is this still Genin's strength? The ground shook. Sasuke and Sakura were shocked. Not only them, but also Kakashi's eyes widened stupidly, knowing that the machete attack just now, even he was like this, the strength can only choose to avoid. Master Tsunade's chakra enhanced strength, plus the Uzumaki family's chakras that surpassed the same level by more than 10 times, all condensed. Master Zhan, your daughter. So strong.